If we're talking about a typical transmigrator, then Qiaomu is the weirdest example alive. Yet the system's owner couldn't care less about him dying like it's a hobby. Because every time he drops dead, he respawns stronger thanks to his infinite resurrection ability. So Qiaomu keeps diving into danger, conquering crazy tech zones one after another. At his peak, he only wishes his next death would be the most glorious on the planet. Right after, he collapses from an intense duel with a bloodthirsty cultivator. As he falls, the enemy freezes in terror. Behind him stands Qiaomu's father. The Supreme Immortal glares, voice trembling, scolding him for defying the heavenly laws. Ironically, Qiaomu never wanted fame, but fate insists on making him legendary. Instantly, the system boots up, activating a fatality or mortality mode. Suddenly, Qiaomu's soul fuses with a new body, like the universe throwing a fireworks party. Then he jolts awake, dazed and mumbling, checking if he really time-traveled again. Before he grasps anything, his eyes meet a strange creature staring back. A fluffy round ball like a living bun dashes forward and butt slams his face. A crisp crack echoes. He dies shamefully, killed by a cat's butt. Before he processes it, the system's cold voice congratulates him, listing death points and rewards. The more he listens, the angrier he gets. This level of bedying nonsense is pure self-torture. Fuming, he punches the wall. It splits like a snapped cookie. He then stares at his fist and laughs. Hey, free power-up isn't so bad. But seeing only one skill point, he grimaces. Spend it on food or delivery. The system just says, figure it out. Enraged, he yells at the sky, if you want me dead, just say it. Stop being so cryptic. Finally, he folds his arms, growls, worst system in the universe, certified trash. Right then, a passerby sees his curled up corpse and sighs, poor guy, hit by a car maybe, making Qiaomu wish he could disappear. Furious, he sneaks back to his own body, rummaging like hunting lost treasure. He finds a few coins, compares them, and grins. Everything doubles after death. The get-rich-quick idea sends shivers, half fear, half thrill, but he chuckles. A little test won't hurt. Resolute, Qiaomu decides to go big money first, survival later. He smirks, let's try again. Worst case, another death. Without delay, he starts his death plan series, opening with a headbutt to the wall. Next, he sits in the street, hoping an arrow from an archer will profit him a life. Not enough, he stuffs himself hoping to choke to death for XP gain. But the system stays cold, giving only grade E and minor stamina growth, driving him nuts. Then a new line pops up, resurrections left this week 15. He freezes like hearing a death sentence. Trembling, he asks, if I run out, does that mean real death? After minutes staring blankly, Qiaomu clenches his fists, eyes blazing. No more stupidity this time. He vows to die gloriously with maximum profit and spectacle. Surely, somewhere out there is a death grand enough to unlock the system's full potential. Just then, he sees a man kneeling in the street, crying in despair. The man begs a loan shark for mercy, saying his mother's ill, but the thug just laughs and threatens his life instead. Qiaomu chuckles at the scene. Perfect chance for an artistic death. The thug kicks the man down before he can even scream. Qiaomu strides out like a rookie knight, declaring, let me get your money back. The man stares wide-eyed, trembling. Who are you? Qiaomu smirks, I'm in the business of debt collection on behalf of heaven. Suddenly, a shout bursts from the next house, full of bloodlust. The thug roars, and if I don't pay, go ahead and kill me. A flash of steel sweeps past his face, making him collapse in terror. Shaking, he stammers, what are you doing, kid? Holding a sword doesn't mean you can kill. Qiaomu just smiles, sheathing his blade calmly. Relax, I don't kill anyone. Then the thug pales as Qiaomu places the sword on his own neck, grinning, my spirit will come collect. The thug freezes, mouth open, words gone. This makes no sense. In a blink, Qiaomu slits his own throat, blood painting the ground, leaving the thug screaming for help. The system dings death grade E 2 skill points. Total 3. Qiaomu smiles in satisfaction. 7 nights later, under silent moonlight, the thug sleeps in his damp shack. A cold draft creeps in, sending shivers up his spine. He jerks awake, glimpsing a dark shape leaning over him. As he opens his eyes, Qiaomu's ghostly grin whispers, time to collect, making him scream like he saw a real ghost. Calmly leaving the house behind the echoing screams, Qiaomu tosses his coin pouch, laughing what a death worth every penny. A week later, in another hut, a kind woman brings medicine to her trembling husband. Just as he's about to drink, the bowl vanishes from his hands. Both freeze. Qiaomu stands there, gulping the potion down like he's dying of thirst. Finishing, he grins oddly and jokes, don't forget to like this video, folks. Then he collapses, blood flooding the floor crimson. The husband screams, accusing his wife, while she weeps, saying she just followed a stranger's words. An hour later, Qiaomu resurrects, calmly accepting a money pouch from the grateful man. The man, choking with emotion, thanks Qiaomu for saving his family's fate. Qiaomu pats his shoulder gallantly, no problem, helping others is my joy. Inside, his thrilled eyes glued to the heavy purse of coins. 3 months later, Qiaomu's life transforms. He sips tea on a stone table like a successful merchant. Legs crossed, he reflects on his death jobs, debt collecting, and treasure chest now brimming with gold. Each heroic death made him stronger, his body turning strangely resilient. Now he can lift 250 kilos with one hand and dash 10 meters in a second faster than wind. Still, dying this way only earns a rank. He craves a death worthy of a hero's name. This world blends immortals and martial arts, full of villains, perfect for noble sacrifice. Yet compared to sages and immortals, his body's still too weak to risk it. Worse, each revival ages him. Keep it up, and hell end as a talking mummy. So he vows to find a cultivation technique, the only escape from this death-life cycle. Just then, a clear female voice outside calls, "Is this the home of Qiao Mu, king of debt collection?" Qiao Mu looks up and smiles cheerfully. "Indeed, the one and only Qiao Mu!" In walks a blindfolded girl with elegant grace, her classical beauty leaving Qiao Mu speechless. He waves excitedly. "Yes, I'm Qiao Mu, the debt king himself. How can I help you?" A silly thought pops up. "Wow, she's like Ningyi, straight out of a novel." The girl's voice turned somber. Half a year ago, the Qiao clan of Haduang was massacred by the martial rank guild. She alone survived. She stares into his eyes, resolute, asking if he'll help avenge her family's blood debt. In return, she'll grant him the lost Qiao clan's eternal life secret art. Qiao Mu gapes, stammering, "Wait, so you're not actually from the Ning family?" Amid the bustling street and butcher calls, someone suddenly shouts, "Boss, got pork left, and how much for the melons?" The speaker, a goofy guy with dog-shaped gloves, points at 2 melons, saying, "Chop him up for me!" The butcher glares like he's seeing a lunatic, while Qiao Mu grins provocatively. "Yep, I'm here to start trouble. Aim for the bloody spots." Furious, Zheng the butcher roars, "I'll mince you to bits," gripping his shining knife. Qiao Mu laughs, "Perfect, you killed my family long ago. Time to settle accounts." Then he flings the dog glove, strikes a ridiculous pose, and shouts, "Behold my 8th rhythmic exercise move." The crowd freezes confused until the scene before them turns deadly silent. Blood spurts, but it's Qiao Mu who's hit, not the butcher. He staggers, still manages a hearthen gesture, smiling like a stage idol. Then he drops dead instantly, leaving the market stunned, speechless. Screams erupt, people point at Zheng the butcher, shouting, "Murderer! Catch him!" Pale-faced, he jumps onto a cargo truck, yelling, "I can't take this anymore," as he speeds off. Moments later, Qiao Mu's corpse jerks, then springs up. He clutches his neck, groaning, "Oh, now that's pain done right!" He chuckles bitterly, "Dying by blade hurts, but not as bad as expected." Sitting beside his old body, he digs out the coin pouch, grinning, "System, pay up already." The machine voice chimes, "Death rank D10 skill points, total 20, skill unlocked Eternal Fist beginner." Qiao Mu's eyes widen, rank C already. First upgrade and instant mastery, awesome! But seeing 5 points gone, he frowns. Wait, unlocking costs points. Fine, dump everything into Eternal Fist? The system replies coldly, "Host death lacks qualification. Upgrade locked." Qiao Mu chokes, clearly it's forcing him to die more. Grinding his teeth, he mutters, "Perfect. That Zheng butcher's a martial guild killer, his kills must be worth plenty." He sneers, "Let's see who laughs last, me or this cursed system." Meanwhile, in a damp hideout, a trembling voice says, "My lord, I accidentally killed a strange kid today. He claimed to be a Qiao clan avenger, but that clan's been wiped out for half a year," the man explains. The lord's tone turns icy. "If any Qiao blood remains, kill them all, leave none alive." Suddenly, a loud crash outside makes Zheng the butcher flinch. He yells, "Who's there? Show yourself!" Seeing the figure at the door, he goes pale, shrieking, "You're supposed to be dead!" Qiao Mu steps in, voice cold as steel, lips curling, "You're mistaken. I'm Qiao Jing, brother of Qiao Mu, here for his blood debt." With that, he lunges forward madly, shouting, "Witness my family's secret technique!" Zheng, both terrified and enraged, swings wildly. "You lunatic! You want to die again!" The blade flashes, slicing off Qiao Mu's hand. Blood sprays, yet he still grins, gripping the knife, whispering, "Your pain is mine now." Zheng the butcher panics, yelling, "I'm scared already, but do you even see your own hand splitting apart?" Qiao Mu shrugs calmly, "Yeah, it hurts, but fear of pain isn't in the Qiao blood." The butcher trembles, snarling, "You Qiao brothers are all maniacs, must be genetic." While he's distracted, Qiao Mu lands a clean punch to the face, sending him stumbling backward. Zheng wipes his bloody nose, squinting, "So you're really Qiao Jing, way tougher than your idiot brother." He snorts, "I'll admit you're stronger, but still not enough to beat me." Moments later, the fight flips. Qiao Mu's getting pummeled, rolling on the floor like a sandbag. Gasping, Zheng wipes sweat, sneering down at Qiao Mu sprawled out cold. "You've got guts," he says coldly, "but brains, not so much. Was this death really worth it?" Glancing at a pigeon by the door, he mutters, "If I send a message now, the Lord might misunderstand." Before he finishes, a massive log smashes through the wall with a thunderous boom. Through the dust strides another Qiao Mu, radiating killing intent, shouting, "You killed my brother Qiao Jing, now pay in blood." Zheng throws his head back, groaning, "Another one! What are you clones? Fine, come on, I'll butcher the whole batch!" An explosion rocks the house, shaking walls and filling the air with smoke. When the dust settles, Zheng lies collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. He lifts his head, laughing bitterly, "Killed the younger one, fought the older, guess the third's waiting next." Eyes glazing, he mumbles, "How many Qiaos are there? I'm done, seriously done." Meanwhile, Qiao Mu revives to a system alert. Death rank D, reduced rewards. Eternal Fist proficiency 40. He nods, arms crossed, higher rank, lower pay. No more easy farming. Frowning at the screen, he notes only 1/5 of his resurrections left. Revenge now seems tricky, maybe wait 7 days. But he shakes his head, no, this is the moment. The butcher's exhausted from 3 fights, perfect time to finish it. He recalls their 4th duel, stalemate even with only 20 proficiency. Now at 40, has certain victors. Winning means completing Shu Jie's mission and unlocking a new art, another step toward immortality. Yet Zheng Du Ti grows uneasy. Each Qiao looks identical, each stronger than the last. She's starting to feel real fear. Then the creak of a hinge breaks the tension. Zheng stiffens, pale and trembling. "Don't tell me another one." From behind comes a familiar voice. Of course there is. Zheng quivers as Qiao Mu tightens his fists, chanting a righteous mantra. He unleashes a sky-shaking punch, knocking Zheng breathless. Her soul flies free. The system voice dings repeatedly. Celestial merit 1-1. Qiao Mu smirks, searches the body, pulling out pouches and letters proof linking Zheng to the martial rank guild and the Qiao clan massacre. He muses, maybe death rank depends on whether your killer's good or evil. Then he spots another page, scribbled like tadpoles unreadable, so he thinks better bring this to Shu Ji, might be useful. Soon, Qiao Mu arrives at a small house on the outskirts of Yan City. He calls out hoarsely, Shu Ji, I'm back? Just then slender legs step softly from within. Ningxu lifts her hand, gently raising the veil from his face. She brushes his cheek, voice tender, where have you been so long? But then her hand freezes midair as if sensing something strange. She steps back, eyes suspicious, your voice isn't Qiao Mu's. He laughs, waving Shu Ji, sharp as ever, just a bloodline shift, voice got an upgrade. Ningxu frowns, voice low, you sound older, yes, but how do I know you're really Qiao Mu? Qiao Mu scratches his chin, hesitates, then blurts his old question. You're sure you're not from the Ning clan? The words freeze her, the same line had pestered her with nonstop a month ago. She pauses, steps closer, using her keen senses to catch the scent on him so precise she could taste it. Qiao Mu stands stiff, face flushed, this kind of closeness could make any man's heart race. Then Ningxu gently pushes him away, regaining her composure. It's you. That familiar scent, I'd never mistake it. She turns elegantly, sits with poise, her calm expression restored. Lifting her tea, she says sternly, since the Qiao clan's fall my eye's been twitching, sign my celestial eye will awaken. Nothing escapes me, so don't try deceit. Qiao Mu sighs inwardly, celestial eye. I've seen Sharingan. Still, he pulls out the secret letter, smiling, you're all I've got left. Guess the martial saint spared you for that divine intuition. Anyway, when will you teach me the second move of Eternal Fist? She replies coolly, to train inner energy you must first nurture your blood, it takes 5 or 6 years. Don't be greedy. Qiao Mu calmly repeats their pact, declaring he's strong enough now and ready to avenge the Qiao clan. Ningxu only shakes her head slightly, worry flickering in her eyes. She takes his hand partly to gauge his progress, partly out of puzzlement at what she feels. The moment her fingers touch, she freezes at the steel-hard muscles beneath his skin. Her body stiffens, unable to believe the sensation. Then she yanks her hand back, stammering, unsure what she just touched. Qiao Mu looks lost, while Ningxu blushes furiously, coughing to hide it, mumbling praise about his rare talent. She then gently strokes his arm, sighing that few endure this stage so easily. Fired up, Qiao Mu asks to learn the next stage of Eternal Fist right away. The Eternal Fist, Qiao clan's supreme art of Haduang when perfected, opens the path to immortality. Thus, he burns with impatience to master it, swearing to walk the immortal's road. Yet Ningxu reminds him coolly, you've improved fast but you're still weaker than Zheng the Butcher. Only after killing him may you advance. Qiao Mu grins, has dead already. Ningxu freezes, disbelief written on her face, quickly demanding how. Qiao Mu answers plainly, not only did I kill him, I also took his secret letters but they're written in tadpole script. Stunned, Ningxu realizes they're martial guild ciphers and can't believe this was once the clueless boy trailing her a month ago. After a silent moment, she keeps her word and agrees to teach him the next stage of Eternal Fist. Her voice fills the room, chanting mantras in rhythm with the flow of energy. Half an hour later, Qiao Mu's system reports Eternal Fist Force Refinement Stage 40. He opens his eyes, noting the slow progress, deciding he needs stronger villains to level faster. After training, Ningxu gives him a small notebook, saying it's the cipher key for the tadpole script and asks him to read the letters for her. Qiao Mu flips through it, suspicion creeping in if she's blind. How did she find this? Maybe she's just pretending. Though doubtful, he stays quiet, comparing the notes indeed. The script looks as tangled and cryptic as spell runes. Reading on, he discovers it speaks of the great Yan Emperor soon leaving the capital and the martial rank guild mobilizing. But at the final line, he gasps the plan is to assassinate the emperor himself. Ningxu rushes over, demanding when and where, but Qiao Mu shakes his head, the cipher is only half decoded, the rest unclear. She slumps into a chair, exhaustion and calculation flickering across her face. Clenching her fists, she curses the guild's audacity yet admits they have a high chance of success. Curious, Qiao Mu asks about the guild's true power, prompting Ningxu to recount her feud with them. She says the founder, Wu Shengren, is the world's second martial Dao supreme. He slaughtered countless sects, stealing every martial art for his own ambition. Then he distributed those secrets among his followers, making the guild ever stronger. The Qiao clan's Eternal Fist was among those stolen, the family wiped out to bury its secret. So she says I didn't pass this art to you to slay Wu Shengren himself. I only ask you to weaken him so I can finish the job personally. Qiao Mu stares at her for a long moment, scheming light flashing in his eyes. Then he laughs, proposing a reckless idea to infiltrate the guild itself. Ningxu leaps up, horrified, shouting if he's lost his mind trying to enter that death trap. Qiao Mu stays calm, tapping the table confidently, showing he's already mapped out a plan. He declares he'll join as an assassin, take part in the Emperor's ambush, and pit the Empire against the guild. If infiltration fails, he'll hunt guild members and leak clues to the court, sparking chaos, revenge, and personal growth all at once. Ningxu slams the table, furious, calling his plan insane, selfish, and just an excuse for a glorious death. Qiao Mu chuckles inwardly, she's half right about his true motive. He dreams of the guild's vast martial archive, even the complete Eternal Fist manual, a literal leveling paradise. Regaining seriousness, he argues that if Wu Shengren is truly unbeatable, only his plan might shift fate even a little. Ningxu's worry deepens, her trembling voice urges him to stop before he walks into certain death. Qiaomu folds his arms, smiling serenely. Death's not scary, failing my goal is. Inside, his biting back laughter at how dramatic and hollow that sounded. Ningxu studies him quietly, sensing no deceit in his words. All she feels is raw excitement and ambition, no fear of death at all. Then a strange thought makes her blush. Could he be after my body instead? Seeing her red-faced, Qiaomu frowns. Hey, what weird stuff are you thinking now? Flustered, Ningxu insists she just feels indebted and wants to repay him, making Qiaomu scratch his head awkwardly. He waves off her shyness, leaning on the doorframe, tone suddenly serious. There's something only she can help with. Hearing that, Ningxu grips her sleeve, eyes sharpening. What is it? Qiaomu smirks, pointing outside. Secret, can't spoil it yet. Ningxu freezes, mind swirling with question marks, utterly lost on his antics. She sighs. If has that determined, so be it, softly saying, do as you wish. Qiaomu grins in triumph and immediately asks if she knows any guild members nearby. Ningxu answers firmly, yes, the lord of Yan City, Gu Yan. In bustling Yan City, a whip cracks across a peasant's back, screams slicing through the air. The wielder swings again, felling another victim in agony. The beaten man writhes and begs as the crowd scatters, shouting, the evil young master Quach is here, run! The arrogant noble lifts his chin, barking, young master Guo has arrived, block the way and die! From his carriage, he spots a girl in the crowd, his eyes gleam with lust. He licks his lips and orders, men, bring that beauty to me. The girl fumes while her senior brother draws his sword, shouting, despicable cur! I'd rather die than let you win! Suddenly, a rough hand grabs the man's wrist from behind. Two hulking bald brutes step forward coldly. Our young master invites you, come quietly. The senior freezes, face red with shame, while the girl trembles, whispering, he means you. The man roars, bastard, and the girl joins in, filth! It'll teach you a lesson! Quach Jr. flushes crimson, signaling his guards to move. He shouts, seize those fools! Show them proper manners! Four burly men charge like beasts. They easily overpower the pair, pinning them to the ground. One even clamps the girl under his arm. She coughs and screams in disgust. From afar, Quach laughs triumphantly, unaware of the cold gaze watching from a nearby rooftop. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, smoke billows and guards shout, young master, look out! Before he reacts, Qiaomu grabs him by the neck and lifts him like a chicken, sending his men into panic. Strangle, he rasps, let go! My father's the city lord of Yan City! Qiaomu tilts his head, voice like ice, and Quach wheezes, head's coming now, you'll die in agony! Outwardly furious, Qiaomu inwardly beams, what luck, fortune really dropped from the sky. He thinks he'd planned to kill the son and die for points, but if the father's a bigger prize, why not double the score? Suddenly, a system alert flashes, chivalric action detected, projected death rating increase. Qiaomu freezes, realizing the system's acknowledging his plan for the first time. He smirks, thrilled, higher rating, bigger rewards. Seeing chaos, the guards abandon the siblings and rush to aid their master. The two shout for Qiaomu to flee before it's too late. Qiaomu ignores them, slapping Quach Jr. across the face with blazing fury. The crack echoes, making soldiers flinch. The sister's senior stares, speechless. Qiaomu raises his hand for another slap but growls, first, quiet or he dies! Swollen-faced, Quach Jr. sobs, promising anything, just spare him. Qiaomu glares coldly, making him tremble uncontrollably. Then he tightens his grip, ordering, don't pass out, call your father here, now. Right then, galloping hooves thunder from afar, dust clouding the street. A troop arrives led by a dignified middle-aged man radiating deadly authority. Quach Jr. cries in relief, father, save me! Qiaomu glances over, indeed, it's Gu Yan, the Yan City lord, and his aura is formidable. But Gu Yan doesn't even glance at his son, he simply snaps, silence! The single shout shakes the air, its pressure crushing. Qiaomu quietly admits, this man's strength is no joke. Gu Yan's gaze swept over him, no inner force awakened, yet freakishly strong. Rare find. He dismounted, each heavy step roaring with storm-like dominance. His subordinates trembled, heads bowed, afraid to look up. Qiaomu watched him approach, frowning as pressure mounted. Just that man's presence made his chest feel crushed under boulders. He tightened his grip on Gu Gong's neck and barked, stop right there! Gu Yan halted, withdrew some aura, and studied him closely. Inside, he marveled, still talking under internal pressure. That's gutsy. Then he laughed, cupped his fists. Young man, calm down. My son was rude. I apologize and will discipline him. Hearing that, Qiaomu scowled inwardly. What the heck? Apologizing? You're supposed to rage and corner me. Just then, the system flash predicted death rating C rising. He thought, still a chance. Don't stop now. Regaining composure, he growled, your son robbed and murdered, an apology fixes that. Gu Yan smiled calmly. Your disciples of Mingyu sect, yes. I know your master ill bring gifts to apologize personally. The two exchanged secret glances. His words sounded humble but reeked of warning. Finally, they cupped fists reluctantly. City Lord, let's call it a misunderstanding and withdraw our accusation. The crowd fumed, murmuring, that's it. Who pays for the victims? That brat's crimes vanish with an apology. Suddenly, Qiaomu shouted, drawing every eye. His mocking tone darkened Gu Yan's face. Think bowing fixes it. You're great at cleaning your son's mess. He continued, listing the son's crimes: beating, robbery, assault, and asked, how do you repay a life? He hissed, using his own life seems fair to me. Gu Yan frowned, thinking, this one won't yield to threat or plea. Troublesome. He asked coldly, then what will make you release my son? Qiaomu laughed madly in the street, want me to let him go? He tilted his head, eyes blazing, simple unless I die. The air froze, silence swallowed the street. The crowd teared up, whispering, a passerby risking death for justice, a true hero. Gu Yan sighed, seems we can't negotiate anymore. As he spoke, a shadow darted behind Qiao Mu like lightning. He turned just in time to see a flash of light. A steel wire whistled through the air. It coiled around Gu Gongzi, yanking him free. At once an old man appeared, slamming Qiao Mu to the ground. Pinned down, he pretended fury but rejoiced inside. The system said his death rating was rising fast. Guyan stepped forward, voice cold. Boy, what's your name? Qiao Mu grinned, surname Qiao, given name Mu. A nobody, kill me already, while screaming inside, hurry up! But Guyan only squinted, saying slowly, not lacking in courage. Then he stunned everyone with, release him. Qiao Mu froze, mind blank. What? Guyan smiled kindly. Qiao Mu, with your bravery, come to my mansion if you wish to restore your nation. I'll recommend you to the army. Hearing that, Qiao Mu felt thunderstruck, tears welling. No, wrong! You're supposed to kill me, not recruit me! Guyan said nothing more, turned away as his son was lifted up, sobbing, father, save me! Before finishing, he got a thunderous slap from Guyan, freezing every subordinate in terror. Guyan roared, voice booming, silence! I've spoiled you too long, drag him back to the mansion. With that, he mounted his horse, aura still towering like a mountain. Before leaving, he glanced back calmly. When you've thought it through, come to my manor anytime to enlist. Qiao Mu stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, stammering only huh. The crowd murmured, praising Guyan's fairness and Qiao Mu's courage, calling his recruitment a great honor. Qiao Mu stood frozen, feeling his pride crushed beneath the crowd's admiration. He screamed to the sky, why? His glorious death plan turned to dust. Just then the system chimed, chivalry rating predicted death grade C+. Qiao Mu blinked, muttering plus. The lifelock still lit, dying now still gives points. He frowned, but why? I'm no different from a few minutes ago. Around him, applause erupted. People bowed in gratitude to the righteous hero. His senior brother and sister also bowed deeply, eyes full of respect. Qiao Mu froze, then realization dawned, if I die now, I'd die a real hero. He lit up. The higher the chivalry score, the greater the fame, the faster the power-up. Dead or alive, as long as he's famous for justice, he wins both ways. His mind filled with visions of a glorious death remembered by all, he began to grin deliriously. The thought made him giggle stupidly, drool slipping from the corner of his mouth. At the Gu mansion, Gu Gongzi lay moaning on his bed, wailing whenever the doctor touched his wounds. He groaned, father, why not punish that villain Qiao Mu, and even plan to recruit him? Guyan replied coolly, no rush, I have my own plans for him. He recalled the angry crowd and their hateful glares, realizing killing Qiao Mu now would destroy their reputation. Instead, recruiting him would calm the people and boost his image, a double gain. Then he scowled at his son, you rebellious brat, long overdue for punishment. 1 month of confinement, no stepping outside. Gu Gongzi turned pale, stammering, why? Guyan's tone dropped, the great Yan Emperor may soon visit Yan City. Keeping you inside prevents disaster. Hearing that, Gu Gongzi gaped, the great Yan Emperor, is that true? Guyan stroked his chin, chuckling, who knows, could be a trap or real. If it's an assassination, we must prepare. Finally the son asked, what about Qiao Mu then? Guyan smirked coldly, whether he joins or not, I'll make him mine. He sneered, if he does join, removing him later will be even easier, no dirty work needed. He continued grimly, East Mountains plagued by bandits. I'll send him there, certain death awaits. Meanwhile, on the rooftop where Qiao Mu and Ning Shu hid, she gasped, you beat his son and he still recruits you. Clearly a scheme. Qiao Mu smirked, exactly why I must visit the city lord's manor makes it more fun. Ning Shu sighed softly, eyes filled with unease. Slowly, she drew a small notebook from her robe. If you're truly ready to risk your life, I have a cultivation method that might give you a sliver of hope. Hearing that, Qiao Mu's eyes lit up as he yelled, really? He snatched the booklet, flipping through eagerly while Ning Shu sighed, explaining, it's a Qiao family's secret art, burning meridians to unleash hidden power, doubling inner force briefly. Qiao Mu read the cover, Team OGTI great art. He burst out laughing, ahaha, heaven truly favors me with such a treasure. Ning Shu warned sternly, but you must first form inner energy or you'll destroy yourself. She added softly, your righteous heart suits the martial path, you'll progress faster than most. But Qiao Mu ignored her, letting the system auto-register Tian Mo GT Great Art Beginner. Watching his excitement, Ning Shu sighed helplessly. She cautioned, I gave you this art not to die recklessly, but to survive. Qiao Mu smiled faintly, replying simply, I understand. Yet moments later he giggled again, eyes gleaming at the manual like a man finding buried gold, leaving Ning Shu speechless. Days later at the Yan City garrison, Qiao Mu thrust a long spear forward, his power echoing across the yard. His swift, precise movements drew soldiers' attention. Gazing at the spearhead, he thought, a spear, the army's weapon of righteousness. May it bring me luck. From afar soldiers gossiped, that's Qiao Mu. Looks average, no inner energy yet, probably promoted through favors. Heard he once captured the city lord's son and lived. One snorted, let's see how long he lasts in real battle. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu quietly trained as system prompts flashed, everlasting fist proficient, military spear technique beginner, Tianmo GT Great Art Beginner. Overjoyed by his growing skills, he still sighed, wishing he could die soon enough to reach death rank A. Suddenly someone called, Captain! Qiao Mu looked up to see a man approach, saying, heard you're buying techniques and manuals. He replied, yes, got any, Lao Huang. The man laughed, surname Bai, but Lao Huang's fine. The nearby soldiers burst out laughing, golden teeth calling himself Bai. Lao Huang fits better! He waved angrily, shut it! Talking business with the captain here. Turning back, he whispered, Captain, I've got a rare external art interested. Hearing external art, Qiao Mu's eyes sparkled, really. A body hardening skill's exactly what I need. Another soldier chuckled. Better ask what kind of hard art Old Huang means first. Old Huang instantly replied, it's called Iron Yang art. Hearing the name, Qiao Mu imagined something horrifying and grotesque. His face darkened, cold sweat forming. Then he declared solemnly, as a true martial enthusiast, I must have this Iron Yang art handed over. After all, it targeted a man's greatest weakness, mastering it would grant peace of mind. Old Huang grinned slyly, pulling out a small manual, saying it was his personal tribute to the captain. Then he spun around sharply, eyes wary as if fearing eavesdroppers. With trembling voice, he confessed, 4 months ago, my pregnant daughter-in-law met Gu Gongzi one lash and we lost the child. She's been frail ever since. Old Huang knelt, begging the captain for vengeance. Qiao Mu hurried to lift him, saying, I can't take this for free, I'll repay you someday. Old Huang waved it off, saying it was repayment enough. Just then, a soldier ran up. Sergeant Su summons the captain to command. Hearing this, Qiao Mu smirked and headed out immediately. A few hours later, at the Mainyan City Command Camp, Qiao Mu entered to see Sergeant Su standing over a map, pointing eastward, briefing on a bandit leader calling himself Wang Song-he. As he spoke, Sergeant Su suddenly yanked the flag from the table, startling everyone. He roared, a petty bandit calling himself king, what a joke to the world! Qiao Mu merely watched coldly, unfazed by the outburst. Sergeant Su explained, Song-he's brutality knows no end. Half a year ruling the mountain, hundreds of crimes, theft, murder, you name it. Worse still, has electric kidnapping women. Some survive, others die horribly. He slammed the table. If such scum remain, how can civilians live in peace? He must be wiped out. Hearing that, Qiao Mu struck a righteous pose, agreeing, those beasts deserve total annihilation. Sergeant Su nodded, saying he'd gathered 1,000 troops to march in 5 days. Then he turned, praising Qiao Mu's courage, asking if he dared lead the vanguard. Qiao Mu clasped his fists and accepted instantly. Sergeant Su eyed him, suspicious as if testing his sincerity. Qiao Mu stood firm and shouted, your subordinate obeys, shaking the whole tent. Soon after he left camp, his stride calm but expression unreadable. As he walked, he chuckled, thinking, out of so many ninth rankers, they pick me. Clearly a trap. Yet excitement rose within, surely this was the city lord's test. Laughing aloud, he thought, my chance to die gloriously has come, delightful. His laughter echoed down the road, making Sergeant Su inside the tent frown in confusion. The man muttered, is he a fool or just overconfident? Accepting so fast it's suspicious. Better keep watch. 5 days later, outside East Mountain, Qiao Mu led the troops into a narrow valley. Old Huang cheerfully ran up, saying he knew the terrain and suspected the bandits hid in a small western ravine about a mile ahead. Qiao Mu warned seriously, proceed there, but if things go wrong, hide behind me. Got it? Old Huang teared up, praising the captain as the best man alive, promising not to drag him down. Qiao Mu nodded. Old Huang nodded back repeatedly, face glowing with gratitude. But inside, Qiao Mu cursed, damn it, I'm trying to get myself killed, don't ruin my plan! Along the march, Old Huang kept chatting, clearing branches and bragging nonstop. He boasted his 15-year-old son could lift over 100 kilos, then asked the captain about his own youth. Qiao Mu replied dryly, at 15, I was butchered by Zheng the Slaughterer. Silence froze the air. Old Huang gaped while Qiao Mu barked, focus and lead properly! Just then, a whistling wind screamed. A dark shadow shot toward them like a living arrow. Before Old Huang could react, the sky blackened under a rain of arrows. Qiao Mu kicked him aside, sending him flying out of range. Then he spun his spear and roared, leave this to me! Charging into the storm. His spear whirled fiercely, forming a cyclone shield amid the arrow barrage. But moments later, 2 arrows pierced his back, blood spraying as he hissed, movie slide spinning, want block squat? Bandits burst from the bushes, armed with blades and bows. 2 charged straight at Qiao Mu, making nearby soldiers scream and fall backward. Yet Qiao Mu grinned wildly, finally, real bandits? Perfect! Death incoming system, get ready! Lowering his stance, he lunged forward, eyes blazing, shouting, your turn to fall! Steel clashed thunderously as the brutal melee erupted amid dust and chaos. One bandit swung down at his head, blade flashing like lightning. But Qiao Mu struck first. The spear pierced one bandit's chest clean through, impaling the man behind as well. Blood gushed everywhere, splattering the stunned soldiers into silence. Qiao Mu kicked the corpses aside, yanked out his spear, and charged into the mob like a feral beast. Each thrust claimed a life. His breath was heavy yet brimming with raw vitality. Bandits fell one after another, leaving soldiers gaping. Someone gasped, the captain's a monster! Seeing the survivors flee, Qiao Mu frowned and snorted, that's it, how boring. Calmly, he pulled the arrows from his shoulder without flinching, saying, bring medicine, stop the bleeding. Old Huang dropped to his knees, kowtowing through tears of gratitude, but Qiao Mu waved him off, enough, that's fine. 2 soldiers came to bandage him, muttering that such weaklings shouldn't have disrupted formation anyway. Hearing that, Qiao Mu sighed, had hoped to earn kill points for the system, but these weaklings were disappointing. While wrapping him, the bald soldier asked curiously, Captain, saving Old Huang, was that your way of repaying him? Old Huang burst into tears again, while Qiao Mu laughed, teasing, what now, planning to become a monk and gift me another manual? Bowing low, Old Huang said earnestly, I didn't bring my scriptures, but once back in town, I'll offer them to you. Voice trembling, he added, from now on, my life belongs to you, Captain. Qiao Mu merely nodded coolly, fine. But first, let's wipe out the rest of these bandits. Standing at the cliff's edge, he gazed into the dark valley below. His gut whispered it was either a hideout or a death trap, maybe his destined end. He asked Old Huang the valley's name. The man blinked and said, "None, Captain." Why ask? Qiao Mu said nothing, planting his spear into the ground and carving 3 words into a tree. Lu Mu Valley. He grinned. If it's nameless, let's call it that, fitting for a place to die. The soldiers behind him whispered, "Is this a battle or a picnic?" Suddenly, hoofbeats thundered. Sergeant Su arrived, shouting, "Why stop? I told you to scout ahead!" Qiao Mu calmly replied, "We were ambushed, there may be more ahead." But Sergeant Su snapped, "Your vanguard, it's your job to confirm. If danger strikes, I'll provide support." His tone chilled as his hand slid to his sword, ready to kill Qiao Mu on the spot. If he disobeyed, the city lord's orders would be fulfilled. Unexpectedly, Qiao Mu saluted boldly, "Unafraid, understood. I'll go at once." Smirking proudly, he strode into the valley, silently thanking Sergeant Su to die on the battlefield. What an honorable end. Behind him, Old Huang cried out, "Captain, your wound's open, you're bleeding." Qiao Mu chuckled, "Let me trade my life for points first, then I'll send you off too." Half joking, half serious. But before he could revel in it, dread washed over him like a storm. From the cave ahead, countless bandits poured out like a swarm of enraged wasps, screaming kill. Old Huang turned pale, shrieking, "Captain, there are hundreds! We're outnumbered!" Qiao Mu roared, "Don't just stand there, retreat!" The soldiers snapped back to sense, turning and bolting from the valley. Looking back, Old Huang saw Qiao Mu still holding the line, his spear spinning wildly as he fought to buy them time. Tears streamed as he shouted, trading his life to hold them off. The bald soldier choked up, yelling, "We can't leave the captain! Turn back!" But Qiao Mu's thunderous voice echoed, "Get out of here! No one comes back, that's an order!" Old Huang and the bald soldier wept helplessly, watching him stand alone amid the sea of enemies, hearts breaking. From above, Sergeant Su sat proudly atop his horse, voice icy as he ordered, "No one withdraws without command." His gaze swept the ranks, each word sharp as steel, "Disobey and I'll execute you on the spot." Qiao Mu glanced up with a mocking smile, thinking, "If I live, hell kill them all instead." What a cunning move. Unable to bear it, Old Huang cried, "Captain, if you're dying, then we'll die with you." Qiao Mu spun around, shouting, "Shut up! You want your wife widowed, your child orphaned. Living on that's how you repay me!" Yet the soldiers still roared, unwilling to watch their captain die alone. Qiao Mu bellowed, charging straight into the mob, "If you don't want to die, then stay silent. This is my fight." His spear danced in the crowd's heart, the battle raging while Old Huang screamed helplessly, "Captain!" Qiao Mu's spear skewered another man, blood sprayed as he roared, "What you can't do, I'll do! Just don't die, you must live!" An arrow buried deep in his chest, blood spilled from his lips, yet his crazed grin only widened. The horde surged like a tidal wave, but Qiao Mu stood firm, eyes blazing with defiance. He shouted, "If someone must die, I'll go first! Come on, don't make me wait!" With a sweeping strike, he sent 2 bandits flying, their screams echoing across the valley. Another fell to his spear, body crushed into ruin. Standing atop the corpse, Qiao Mu roared, "Don't fear, come at me, all of you!" His voice thundered, "I'll die here today, but you'll pay dearly for my life." The bandits swarmed, every strike felled several. Qiao Mu thought fiercely, "Good, more of you, come!" His body was soaked in blood, his or theirs, who could tell, his eyes burned with feral fire. He could feel a strange power rising within, surging to the brink. It felt ready to explode, tearing his body apart to escape. Above, Sergeant Su stared down in shock, muttering has formed inner energy. "It's impossible!" Then he frowned, "No, his energy's far too strong." He guessed, this can't be natural, it must be a desperate secret art. He sneered wickedly, "So it's the Tianmo GT great art, suicidal fool. Has doomed! This time, even if he wants to live, he won't," Sergeant Su concluded coldly. Old Huang broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, screaming the captain's name in despair. Qiao Mu didn't turn back, he gathered every ounce of strength and slammed his spear into the ground. Standing amidst the battlefield, his aura exploded as he roared, "No one crosses this line!" Amid corpses and carnage, Qiao Mu was covered in wounds, armor shredded, blood staining him head to toe. Wiping his mouth, he shouted, "As long as I stand, none shall pass!" His voice thundered through the valley. The remaining bandits trembled, shouting, "Has weakening, get him!" Yet Qiao Mu didn't retreat, his gaze only grew fiercer. A grin crept onto his face as if battle itself was pure joy. Once more he charged, spear spinning in a relentless storm. Every thrust ended a life, screams blending with clashing steel. Outside, Old Huang and the bald soldier shook, barely breathing, staring at Qiao Mu like a war god. Until at last, the noise faded, the smoke cleared. All the bandits lay dead, only Qiao Mu remained standing, riddled with arrows yet unfallen. Old Huang broke down sobbing, crying out, "Captain!" The soldiers behind wept openly, none able to hold back tears. Qiao Mu stood alone atop the corpses, head high, eyes cold and unyielding, god amid blood and steel. From afar, Sergeant Su watched from horseback, a cold smile curling on his lips. He laughed darkly, his voice thick with malice and scheming intent. Then Sergeant Su spurred his horse and barked, "The vanguard's loyalty is unmatched. Kill them all, charge!" Soon after, every last bandit was wiped out, the battlefield falling eerily silent. He rode up to Qiao Mu's body, eyes indifferent as if viewing mere debris. Coldly he ordered, "Sweep complete, return to the city immediately." Old Huang froze, looking up, "Return. But we haven't cleared the main camp yet." Sergeant Su replied icily, "Too many bandits remain, we can't risk it. All troops withdraw at once." Old Huang and the bald soldier gritted their teeth, spitting in disgust. Now he feared danger. Too late. They whispered about bringing their captain's body back. He had only a blind little sister left behind. 3 soldiers stepped forward silently, covering Qiao Mu's corpse with a cloth, choking out, "Rest in peace, Captain." None noticed on the cliff above, Qiao Mu had resurrected, quietly watching below. The system's voice echoed in his head, death rating B, reward new skill, bonus points, and 45 resurrection charges. He smiled as expected of B rank. These power boosts are insane. He mused, C rank equals 10 years of cultivation, but B, 20 maybe 30. Haha, this feels amazing, he laughed maniacally. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, sharp as blades. He thrust his spear into a nearby tree, a dry thunk sounding out. The tip pinned a tiny ant crawling on the bark. He lifted the spear, staring at the insect with a twisted grin. Indeed, high-quality deaths bring terrifying rewards. Then he smirked, time to thank my dear brother below. Down the mountain, Sergeant Su shivered suddenly, sensing dread. Passing a tree, he noticed the words Luomu Valley carved deep into the bark and frowned. Why carve this? What does it mean? Old Huang and the bald soldier stood by the trunk, eyes red, hearts heavy. They whispered, the captain knew it was an ambush but obeyed orders anyway. He died for us. A soldier wiped his tears, saying, a man like him knowing death awaited yet walking forward is truly admirable. At that moment Sergeant Su rode closer, eyes cold as ice. He glanced at them and asked flatly, what are you carrying? Bowing with restrained anger, Old Huang replied, reporting, sir, it's Captain Qiao's body. Qiao's body, he repeated, voice slow and chilling. Fury flickered in Old Huang's eyes, even forbidding us to bury him. Bastard. Sergeant Su waved a hand solemnly. Captain Qiao died bravely. I'll take him to Yan City myself and arrange the funeral. Old Huang bowed but sneered inside. Hypocrite, he killed the captain and dares to act mournful. Turning his horse, Sergeant Su smirked inwardly. The victory is mine, that fool just died for my glory. He muttered, the city lord will be pleased, promotion and praise. 2 birds with 1 stone. Then his lips curled. Ah yes, I heard Qiao Mu had a blind little sister. Guess Sergeant Su, should personally take good care of her. But before the grin could fade, a sharp thud rang out. He gasped, blood spurting. Looking down, he saw a spear tip burst through his chest, blood pouring endlessly. The force pinned him to the tree ahead, impaling him completely. Trembling, he reached out as if begging for help. His eyes widened in horror as he looked up and saw before him Qiao Mu. Sergeant Su's face twisted in hatred and disbelief. His lips quivered, words dying halfway as his body collapsed lifelessly. Behind him, soldiers screamed in panic, ambush! Enemy ambush! Show yourself! Old Huang and the bald soldier stared up at the cliff. Eyes wide, Old Huang stammered, you saw it too, right? The bald one nodded frantically. Saw it, bandits. Yeah, must have been bandits attacking. Old Huang quickly agreed, right, bandits it is! The soldiers panicked even more. Someone yelled that the bandits and even a master were back, urging everyone to flee. Chaos erupted as the troops scattered without waiting for orders, dust filling the sky. On the cliff, Qiao Mu watched with delight gleaming across his face. He chuckled, boasting that Captain Suo, an 8th-rank martial artist, couldn't withstand one strike from him, and that one rank death had made him surpass that realm. Clenching his fist, he rejoiced that he'd managed the demon dissolution art better this time, just lost an arm. Instead of exploding clearly, this technique was made for him. Having slain Captain Suo, he figured the soldiers would hunt the killer, giving him another chance to die in a rank death incoming. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the valley, bandits! The bandits are here! Qiao Mu looked down, saw everyone running away, face darkening as he yelled that they'd left too soon. He hadn't even died yet, and all his dramatic lines were wasted. Furious, he heard Old Huang still shouting through the loudspeaker, making him even more irate. Wait, that's Old Huang's voice! I saved him, and now is calling me a bandit. How am I supposed to earn death points like this? He roared. Suddenly, Qiao's eyes lit up when he spotted movement behind the bushes. Oh, real bandits, perfect timing, he grinned excitedly. Leaping up, he shouted, so you faked retreat just to ambush me. The Qiao clan bows to no bandit come at me? He pointed his spear and declared, I'm half crippled now, easy kill, don't be shy! But the bandits trembled, faces pale, stammering that they were seeing a ghost. He was supposed to be dead. Impossible, he was riddled with arrows, now is fine. They didn't wait to verify and bolted. Qiao Mu stared, chasing after them and yelling, wait, don't run! I really am dead! I'm Qiao Lin now, my big bro! One bandit screamed back, what kind of ghost nonsense is that? And kept sprinting. Qiao Mu tried to clarify, I'm Qiao's elder brother come for revenge? See, a bit taller too. Hearing that, the bandits shrieked even louder, convinced he was a vengeful ghost hunting them next. They prayed desperately while running, begging for mercy and promising repentance. But before long, they all froze in terror, blood draining from their faces. Ahead stood a towering figure radiating overwhelming aura. One bandit stammered, Boss! Another burst into tears, crying, Boss, save us! A ghost killed Captain Sui, says is Qiao Lin, Qiao's brother. Hearing that, Qiao Mu laughed heartily, shouting, Bandit King! Perfect, if you kill me yourself, that's definitely an rank death! He growled, Song, return my brother's life! The so-called boss was indeed Bandit King Song He, the terror of the East Mountain region. Emerging from the shadows with slow, commanding steps, his presence made even Qiao Mu pause. Qiao Mu huffed cautiously, so you're the Bandit King Song He. Song He smirked, good sir, why are you chasing my men? Qiao Mu hesitated, scanning him warily, suspicion rising. Song He stepped closer, politely cupping his hands, surname Song, given name He, Bandit King of East Mountain, at your service. Qiao Mu blinked, looking him up and down, realizing something felt off. He wasn't what it imagined. Seeing that puzzled face, Song He burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the mountain gorge. But then Song He leaned on a tree, coughed violently, and spat blood, leaving Qiao Mu dumbfounded. What? The mighty bandit king's this frail? Is he faking it? A subordinate shouted, "Boss! He says is Qiao Mu's brother here for revenge!" Song He's eyes flashed sharply, making Qiao Mu instinctively step back. Then Song He chuckled kindly, "Captain Qiao, your loyalty moves me deeply." He continued, "Your brother killed Captain Suo, brave and cunning both. I invite you to join East Mountain. Together we'll carve a path in this chaos and seek survival. What greater ambition for a man?" Qiao Mu blinked through shifting expressions before blurting, "You're recruiting me. Not afraid he'll seek revenge." Song He smiled serenely. "In these times, killers and victims know right or wrong. The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit." The blunt truth stunned Qiao Mu. He scratched his head and sighed. "Hup, makes some sense, actually." Yet suddenly his inner hero woke up again. Taking a deep breath, eyes blazing, he declared, "A true man stands tall and bows to none. I want Lev as a mere thief." Pointing his spear at the bandits, he yelled, "Be robbers if you want. I'm just here to earn death points. Come kill me already!" No sooner had he spoken than Song He's men flared with killing intent, stepping forward furiously. One barked, "What'd he just say? Thinks he's better than us?" Another shouted, "Boss invited him, and he dares look down on us!" Qiao Mu's heart leapt with glee. "Yes, get mad! Come kill me!" But Song He suddenly raised his hand to halt them. Calmly he asked, "Brother Qiao, guess where we so-called bandits actually come from?" Qiao Mu replied without hesitation, "Corrupt officials in famine. You were just starving refugees. I was a beggar once too." Stroking his chin, Song He murmured, "Tyrants worse than tigers. Brother Qiao speaks truth." He sighed, "In chaos survival's no mercy. Skulls pile like mountains, hearts sink like pits. Life's misery indeed." Qiao Mu snorted, arms crossed, "Himif, tell me about it." Then Song He slowly drew his sword, his tone hardening as he said it. "Ask one last question." The question rang out, "Will you join me in carving a path of life for the people?" His aura shook the forest. His men gazed at him with awe. But Qiao Mu only smirked and yawned in disdain. As Song He froze, Qiao Mu said coolly, "Titles mean nothing, deeds prove worth." Hearing that, Song He laughed heartily and invited him to the mountain camp to see for himself. Qiao Mu raised a brow, nodded, "All right, might as well check it out." He secretly guessed Song He aimed to recruit him, and refusing after knowing their base could mean death. So Qiao Mu smiled, inwardly dying right after that would make for the perfect tragic ending. Crossing the camp gate, the group halted as Qiao Mu scanned the area warily. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he exclaimed, "This looks like a whole village in the mountains." Then he frowned, puzzled, "Why are there old folks and kids here?" Song He replied, "They were exiled from Yan City. We took them in and built homes for them." He continued, "Yan City's splendor is just a shell. The poor are crushed by City Lord Gu Yan in a rotten court." Hearing that, Qiao Mu nodded and asked about immortals, making Song He frown in suspicion at his origins. Instantly, Qiao Mu tensed up, suspecting Song He might belong to the martial order guild. Song He laughed, waving it off. He merely recognized the technique, no harm intended. Then he quietly said this wasn't a safe place to talk and told Qiao Mu to follow him. Soon, they stopped before a small Taoist temple in the village. Pointing to the statue inside, Song He solemnly declared it was an immortal. Qiao Mu stared in shock and demanded answers. Song He hurried to explain it was just a revered cultivator. Qiao Mu burst out laughing, thinking this world absurd. Could his martial skill ever compare to an immortal's? Song He's tone turned bitter. Immortals came from humans yet scorned them. He said they raised mortals like cattle, growing spirit herbs only for themselves. Any rebel was exterminated. Tragically, mortals accepted slavery without ever realizing it. From birth to death, their fate lay in the cold grip of immortals. Hearing that, Qiao Mu trembled, fists clenched, muttering that it was just like exploitation from his past life. Then he chuckled darkly. If that's the case, maybe fighting immortals would be fun. He stomped hard and shot upward like an arrow. Seeing him rush the statue, Song He panicked, shouting, "Brother, what are you doing?" Qiao Mu answered coldly, "I fear nothing, just sick of arrogant immortals." With a roar, he gathered power and punched, shouting, "Let's see if heaven dares strike me for smashing your idol." He lunged fiercely, roaring for freedom, while Song He stumbled back in alarm. Qiao Mu sneered, unleashing a punch so strong the air itself shuddered. Song He gritted his teeth, yelling as he tried to block the blow. The punch slammed into the statue, exploding like thunder inside the hall. The shockwave flung Song He's sword aside, nearly knocking him over and leaving him gasping. The sword flew and embedded right into the statue's forehead with a chilling clang. Song He's smile vanished instantly. His face went pale, words failing him. Then the statue exploded, fragments flew everywhere, and Song He coughed blood, raging helplessly. Landing lightly, Qiao Mu's eyes turned cold. He now suspected the bandits had tried to trap him. He lunged at Song He, grilling him about immortal arts and lies, while Song He coughed and stammered that he only studied spells, not cultivation. Song He added that his goal was to resist immortals, not serve them, and warned that breaking the idol might bring heavenly retribution. Qiao Mu spat on the floor, laughing defiantly. "Good, let's see if lightning dares hit me," leaving Song He coughing blood in frustration. Finally, Song He sighed, "Brother Qiao, how can you be so fearless before immortals?" Qiao Mu waved him off, "Calm down, you're bleeding out. I get your point, I'll hold back next time." Then he said seriously, "If even you must learn immortal arts to fight them, martial arts must truly be at its dead end." He sighed bitterly, "Pity I don't even have a single cultivation manual." Song He quickly explained that martial arts train the body in tangible strength, whereas immortal arts refine the soul, seeking eternal life. He continued, a martial saint, strongest among warriors, can rival an immortal, but immortals still win by outliving us. So, he said, if a warrior can surpass mortality itself, the day of the immortal's downfall won't be far. Qiao Mu stepped forward, gently patted Song's shoulder, and said calmly, alright, no hard feelings. While wiping his spit, Qiao Mu schemed if eternal life fist could lead to immortalhood, maybe he could fuse it with his resurrection system to achieve true immortality. He laughed, thinking cultivation was too slow, better to gamble with Death's Song. He just sighed, wondering if he'd recruited a lunatic. Suddenly Qiao Mu asked, Master Wang, do I have immortal aptitude? Smiling outwardly but plotting to take both martial and immortal paths just in case. Alarmed, Song he waved his hands, saying flatly, no spirit route, no entry to the immortal path. Hearing that, Qiao Mu glanced around nervously, wary of anyone overhearing his secret. Then he leaned close and whispered something that left Song he frozen stiff. Without warning, Qiao Mu pulled down his pants to demonstrate his divine gift, making Song He's face turn ghostly pale. Blushing furiously, Song he spun away, stammering, Iron Spirit Root, what nonsense! Please put it away, I beg you! Trying to stay calm, he turned his back, saying Qiao Mu could leave if done, leaving Qiao Mu dumbfounded. Weren't you recruiting me? Song he forced a strained smile, mumbling that this tiny shrine couldn't contain someone as great as him. Qiao Mu scratched his head awkwardly. Inwardly, Song he thought this madman was too risky to keep, while Qiao Mu squinted, asking, letting me go so easily? Not afraid I'll spill your secrets? Song he chuckled nervously, you're not that kind of man. Besides, the soldiers are coming, we're abandoning the camp anyway. Qiao Mu thought a moment, then laughed loudly, agreeing to leave and promising to meet again if fate allowed. Turning away, he felt oddly disappointed. This whole trip seemed pointless. As he walked, he smirked, might as well return to Yan City, maybe I'll make it to my own survival party. Meanwhile elsewhere, several men arrived at Ning Shu's house. One claimed to represent the city lord's son, bringing condolences. Right after speaking, they carried in a large wooden coffin. Inside lay Qiao Mu's corpse. The young lord eyed Ning Shu lecherously, lamenting her beauty. She, blind and unaware, only asked anxiously why Qiao Mu hadn't returned yet. The city lord's son froze, his fake smile stiffening with irritation. Then he smirked wickedly, saying mockingly, Qiao Mu is dead. Ning Shu froze, trembling as she demanded, dead? What do you mean by dead? Explain! He didn't answer, merely snapping his folding fan shut with affected calm. Then he pointed at the coffin, voice cold, has in there. Ning Shu staggered backward, stricken as if lightning had struck her. Shaking her head violently, she choked out, no! Qiao Mu wouldn't die so easily, and tried to shut the door. But the man blocked it, shoving hard before she could resist. He grinned wickedly, pretending pity. My bad, I should've warned you before bringing his corpse. Then he suddenly grabbed her hand, dragging her outside despite her desperate struggles. He kicked open the coffin lid and pointed inside, barking, family of the deceased, confirm the body, making her scream in terror. Ignoring her, he forced her head down toward Qiao Mu's bloodied face. With a smirk, he said mockingly, I forgot you can see. Let me describe it for you. His oily voice recited every wound and broken bone in grotesque detail, chilling everyone to the bone. Ning Shu wrenched free, hands shaking violently, shaking her head over and over. She screamed in despair, no! This can't be real! Then she laughed hollowly like one insane, muttering that the coffin and the corpse were all fake. The man sneered, would that make you feel better if I said so? His smile twisted as he leaned closer, hot breath brushing her face, while Ning Shu trembled, hand groping behind her for something to defend herself. In the corner, a soldier clenched his jaw and whispered, that bastard's gone too far, I'll kill him! Old Huang quickly grabbed him, hissing, don't, that's young Master Gu, touch him, and we're dead. He added softly, once he's gone, I'll handle the captain's funeral and slip her some silver so she won't suffer more. Young Master Gu turned to Ning Shu, scowling when she just stood frozen. That's it, you won't even cry. Clapping his hands, he smirked darkly. Fine, let's make her feel something else. A servant brought over a steaming bowl of soup. Taking it, he grinned wickedly. All Yan City calls him a righteous hero, so, my lady, how about a taste of his gallant guts? Ning Shu's face went white, she stammered, yo! Gu chuckled cruelly, men, feed her! Instantly 3 thugs grabbed her, forcing her head back. The small stick in her hand fell to the floor with a faint clatter. No one noticed. As 2 held her down, the third approached with the bowl, grinning. Gripping her chin, he growled, drink up, be good, don't make me rough! Suddenly, the bowl flew into the air as if pulled by an invisible force, landing perfectly in Old Huang's hands, who downed it in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he laughed heartily, delicious! Truly the taste of mortal paradise! Enraged, young Master Gu kicked him hard, shouting, crazy fool! How dare you steal my food! Just then, bare feet stepped forward, and a deep voice spoke. A bald monk appeared, palms together, chanting calmly, mercy, young master. Has Old Huang, a dim-witted subordinate of the hundredman chief, harmless glutton? Please, forgive him. Hearing that, Gu's face darkened further, nearly purple with rage. He glared at Old Huang, still slurping the spilled soup. Still eating. Haven't had enough. From afar came a lazy yet taunting voice, smells good? Gu jerked his head up, arrogance fading as he choked on his words, seeing who emerged before him. Step by slow step, Qiao Mu appeared, eyes icy, lips curling. This soup does look tasty. Tilting his head, his calm voice carried a chilling edge. Mind if I try a bowl myself? Old Huang burst into tears at the sight, rushing forward to hug him, sobbing with joy, as if seeing a ghost reborn. Everyone in the room froze. Someone shouted, Qiao Mu! Ah Fu at the back stood dumbstruck, stammering, impossible, is that really him? Young Master Gu went pale as chalk, trembling and muttering, "No, no way." He whipped around toward the coffin behind him. Kiaomu's corpse still lay cold and still inside, sending Gu's mind spinning. Kiaomu just smiled faintly and slowly removed his conical hat. In that instant, he swung his spear, the hat flipping up to hide his attack. Gu froze in terror, eyes wide, body locked. The spearhead sliced through the hat, stopping an inch from his face, sweat pouring down his cheeks. The whole room went dead silent, no one dared move. The only sound was the pounding of terrified hearts. Just as the spear was about to thrust again, Afu leapt forward, deflecting it and saving Gu's life. Kiaomu lowered his spear, staring icily, blood still dripping from his arm. Gu was so terrified he wet himself, face drained of all color. The monk tilted his head, murmuring, "This one doesn't seem like the captain, is fiercer and bigger too." Afu frowned and demanded, "Kiaomu's dead, who are you?" While thinking, "Has clearly injured, so how is he this strong?" Kiaomu's voice came low and rough, "I am Qiao Lin. Kiaomu was my younger brother." That sentence froze Afu in place, he could utter a word. Qiao Lin's voice turned icy, "Anyone who defiles my brother's corpse, I'll drag them to hell myself." Hearing that, young Master Gu went pale, drenched in sweat, trembling, speechless. Afu forced a sneer, "Enough lies, you think you can scare me." But before he could act, Gu panicked and bolted, yelling, "Uncle Fu, run! He'll come back later!" Afu stood there alone, confused and furious. He huffed, shook his head, and stomped off. Kiaomu, or rather, Qiao Lin, stood still, blood dripping from his hand, his eyes calm as still water. He thought silently, once Gu reaches the manor, the special troops will come, time is short. He muttered, "Tomorrow, I'll bury my brother at Earth Hill outside the city." Hearing that, Afu's face darkened. He suspected there was more to this brother than met the eye. Kiaomu walked inside, mumbling, "Hungry already. Good thing I made it in time for my brother's memorial." Old Huang and the monk just stared in disbelief. Inside he spotted a large pot of soup still steaming. Without hesitation, he scooped a bowl and gulped it down, but before he could swallow, Old Huang and the monk screamed, "Stop! Don't drink that!" Kiaomu turned to see Old Huang doubled over, vomiting up the soup he'd drunk earlier. Raising an eyebrow, Kiaomu calmly picked a piece of offal from his bowl, saying flatly, "Pig liver and heart. Don't believe that spoiled brat's nonsense." Then he sneered, "My brother's guts were smashed to bits. What soup could they have made?" "You really believe that?" Old Huang and the monk burst into guilty tears. Seeing that, Kiaomu faked misty eyes too, secretly laughing, "Good thing they haven't recognized me." Just then, soft footsteps approached from behind. Ningxu was feeling her way forward, sniffing the air for a familiar scent. Kiaomu startled and yelped as she came right up beside him, making her freeze in confusion. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, young Master Go's terrified scream rang out, "Kiaomu! Kiaomu's spirit has returned!" Gu Yan's face turned icy as he snapped, "I can find you. Why are you out making trouble again?" The young master turned ashen, bowing and trembling in silence. The lord glanced at Akfu, asking coldly, "You went too?" Afu bowed. "Sir, the young master only went to offer condolences, but we met a man calling himself Qiao Lin, elder brother of Kiaomu." Hearing that, young Master Gu shuddered, recalling Kiaomu's piercing stare, while Afu continued, "He's 1 inch taller, looks identical but older." Gu Yan clasped his hands behind his back. "His strength?" Afu replied, "Around 8th rank, blood energy low, weaker than Kiaomu at peak, not too dangerous." The lord mused, "Kiaomu dies, Qiao Lin appears too coincidental. With the emperor's visit near and Yan city unstable, I won't allow more chaos." He ordered curtly, "Handle it yourself. Pull the roots, no regrowth." Afu bowed. "Yes, my lord. I'll clean it up." Back at Ningxu's house, Qiaomu yawned, glancing over his shoulder. He stiffened. Ningxu was right behind him, close enough to feel her breath. She kept sniffing around him, making Qiaomu flustered as he stepped back. His heart raced as he thought, "Mercy, lady, spare me." He raised his hands, babbling, "Miss, I Qiaomu am 23, have 13 wives, 18 weapons, and 36 daily drills. Don't tease me like this." Ningxu only hummed softly, clearly not understanding a word. Old Huang quickly jumped in to break the awkward air. "Brother Qiao Lin." He frowned. "Your brother just died yesterday, yet the government paid death benefits this fast." He asked outright, "Is that money really from the authorities?" Old Huang scratched his head, forcing a grin. Of course it is." Qiaomu sighed, knowing full well the money was pooled by them, and could only shake his head helplessly. He pushed the silver back to Old Huang, saying firmly, "I don't want the government's blood money, keep that filth away." The monk quickly interjected, pulling out an old manual. "Then take this instead. I once promised Qiaomu if he returned alive, this art would be my gift." Qiaomu's hands trembled with delight, his mind cheering, perfect, another body-hardening art, but he kept a straight face, making Old Huang whisper, So is he happy or not?" Watching the two leave, Qiaomu's gaze darkened slightly. He tucked the manual into his robe and said calmly, "Miss, my brother spoke of you. Tomorrow I must enter the city lord's manor, there may be fighting. Leave Yan City before trouble finds you." Ningxu said nothing, only stepped closer, sniffing gently as if to confirm something. The gesture flustered Qiaomu. He had no idea what to do. Finally he stepped back, raising a hand with a wry smile. "Girl, don't tease me, those flames aren't for playing with." Then he puffed his chest. "I've trained iron yang arts for years, my body's bronze hard. You wouldn't withstand it." Suddenly Ningxu cut him off, her tone cold. "Stop pretending." She spoke slowly. "You're babbling to distract me, aren't you? I may be blind, but I hear breath, tone, footsteps, all yours, Qiaomu." Qiaomu scratched his head, forcing a grin. "A blind woman surviving war, impressive. You're no ordinary lady." Ningxu sighed. "So I was right." She asked softly. How did you fool them? Disguise, makeup. Qiao Mu improvised something like that. During the bandit raid, I was gravely hurt. They thought I'd died. Songhe saved me and helped stage this act to deceive the world. Ningxu nodded gently. So that's it, immortals truly are strange. Qiao Mu laughed. You tell that story often. I recall a mutant once wanted you as disciple, but the Qiao clan shunned cultivation, missed your chance, huh? Ningxu replied softly. My eyes are gone the martial path close to me. She paused. But perhaps the immortal path may open another door. Qiao Mu chuckled. There it is again, let me guess, after your clan's fall, your heavenly sight awakened, surpassing martial saints. Ningxu didn't answer, only stepped closer, voice firm. Qiao Mu. He shrank slightly, eyes dimming. She said clearly, outside the city are Gu Yan's men, his 6th rank, with 1,000 troops. You're wounded, drained, you can't win. Her tone sharpened, step back, I'll face them instead. Qiao Mu froze, thinking she's stealing my death scene now. He sighed. I see my thirst for revenge isn't strong enough. I meant to trade this manual for your help, but I can't bear to see you die for me. He said softly, tomorrow I'll leave Yan City to seek the immortal path. You don't follow, I owe you my life. He drew a manual from his robe and handed it to her. Triple wave fist, take it. It layers inner force till it bursts beyond limits. Qiao Mu's hands trembled, stammering, Triple wave, isn't that? Ningxu nodded. Yes, the Qiao family's supreme art passed down generations. Now I give it to you, stop fighting, Qiao Mu. Hearing that, Qiao Mu burst into tears, sobbing like a floodgate broken. He hugged the manual to his chest, face twisted with sorrow, leaving Ningxu startled. No need for that much emotion, she muttered. Suddenly he laughed, bright and gleeful, stunning everyone. Tilting his head, he beamed. Ah, right, sister, she remember your promise to me. He reminded her of the encyclopedia she once vowed to read to him, half teasing, half sulking. Then, with a firm punch, Qiao Mu declared that everyone must walk their own path. He swore his chosen Tao was the great path, had never stopped till he reached it. Meanwhile, Ningxu stayed silent, gripping his staff tight like holding back words. At last, he uttered a single heavy word, fine. He promised to wait 7 days at the old shrine, come and they'd go, Danton fate ends. Then Qiao Mu carried a small box up the mountain, his figure fading away. As he walked, he muttered, why did sending off family feel so lighthearted? Startled, he corrected himself, awkwardly saying he was just sending off Tangdi. Yet tears fell as he shoveled dirt, mourning like for a true soulmate. Behind him, a Fu appeared silently, breath hidden. Wearing gloves, his eyes were as cold as a killer's waiting strike. Without warning, he lunged with his talisman staff to finish Qiao Mu. Suddenly, Qiao Mu spun and hurled the urn right at his face. A Fu screamed, clutching his face, stumbling back in pain. Horrified, he realized it was ash mixed with lime his foe used his brother's remains. Though wounded, Qiao Mu's cold eyes gleamed, brotherhood is true strength. He charged forward, spearing through a Fu while condemning him aloud. He smirked, thinking the system approved the fearless, so why not fuel the fire? A Fu hurting, laughed mockingly, calling him a lowly 8th rank fool. Then he unleashed a brutal kick to Qiao Mu's chest. Bones cracked, blood gushed, Qiao Mu collapsed. Before he could breathe, a Fu kicked again, sending him off the cliff. Falling freely, Qiao Mu still raised his hand with a strained smile. Thanks for the send-off, brother, he whispered before vanishing below. A Fu stood above, scoffing with contempt. He sneered, two nobodies dared anger the city lord, their fate was deserved. Yet as he turned to leave, he froze mid-step. A figure appeared before him, blocking his path. A Fu blinked, thinking his eyes deceived him. Qiao Mu stood there, smirking, you think I'm alone. Another figure emerged, stunning a Fu he thought both were dead. Qiao Mu advanced, flaring, forcing a Fu to retreat. He stomped and shot upward, body slicing the sky like thunder. Midair, he kicked fast, but a Fu dodged and sneered. A Fu cursed the Qiao clan's madness, mocking an 8th rank ant's defiance. Both unleashed techniques, the clash shaking the air. Qiao Mu lost again, kicked off the cliff, still managing a finger heart mid-fall. A Fu panted, drenched in sweat, sneering, that's all. But as he turned, a familiar voice said hello. Spinning around, he saw another smiling Qiao Mu. The man smirked, joking eerily, here we meet again, spring blooms once more. A Fu's eyes went bloodshot, was this man ghost or twin spell? He told himself it was illusion, though his mind stayed sharp. Clutching his bleeding wound, he snarled, cheap scare tactics. Qiao Mu only shrugged and charged, making a Fu scoff at the act. But as they clashed, the demonic dissolution burst forth. A Fu's vision reddened, heart pounding. Furious, he roared, why did every Qiao fight by self-destructing? In rage, a Fu gathered power and struck a heavy palm at him. The blow made Qiao Mu spit blood, body trembling, organs shattered. A Fu followed through, swinging another deadly palm to end it. Qiao Mu fell again, still smiling and waving, see you later! A Fu panted, growling to himself it was all illusion, nothing real. But from the darkness, another Qiao Mu limped out, eyes blazing, demonic art surging again. A Fu roared, bloodered eyes, why do you want mess with my mind anymore? He gritted his teeth, I'll crush you to dust. They clashed once more, their deadly battle echoing through the abyss. While blocking strikes, Qiao Mu chuckled, man, this old guy's tough, killed me several times and still kicking. He mused, the system ranks me low, but those juicy rewards make it worth grinding. His tone dropped, if you're out of value, don't blame me for being ruthless. He gripped his spear tighter, killing intent flaring. One thrust pierced a Fu's chest, keeping you around just slows me down. A Fu groaned, face pale, clutching his wound weakly. Still, he mustered strength to hurl Qiao Mu away, struggling to the end. He roared, human or ghost, 1 or 10 of you, it's all the same. I'll make sure you never rise again. Qiaomu sprang like lightning, shooting straight at him. He grabbed Afu's neck, dragging both down, sneering, "Let me share something I just learned." Just then, the system chimed 5 revives left in 7 days. Afu panicked, screaming, "Let me go, you lunatic!" He clenched his teeth, thrashing desperately to escape. His hands clawed wildly, but Qiaomu held on like iron. Qiaomu smirked, "No hands. I've still got legs." He locked his legs tight around Afu, leaving no room to flee. Afu struggled helplessly as darkness consumed him. Nearing the pit's bottom, he saw dozens of Qiaomu corpses scattered below. Trembling, he counted 1, 2, 3, 4. "Why so many?" he whispered in terror. They crashed at the bottom, echoing loudly, startling 2 wild dogs nearby. One blinked down, "Whoa, free food from the sky." Afu and Qiaomu's bodies lay tangled, blood painting the cold stone red. But from the shadows, another Qiaomu stepped out, took a deep breath, and smiled, "Mission complete." The system announced rewards and skills. He frowned. "That's it, stingy as always." Closing his eyes, he calmed himself. Still mighty rank. No QC opened yet. Breakthroughs were tough. Then came another alert: reward unlocked. Choose your respawn point freely. Hearing that, he grinned like hitting the jackpot. Reviving anywhere sounded way too fun. Such a cool feature, gotta test it now. With a mad idea, Qiaomu strolled straight toward the city lord's manor, planning to borrow some new clothes. Moments later, a shadow slipped silently into Gu Manor's kitchen. As the chef tasted soup, Qiaomu ghosted in, knocking everyone out instantly. With a small slingshot, he handled cleanup neatly. Grinning, "After all these deaths, I deserve a treat." He pulled a hot noodle bowl down and sat eating happily, not even hiding. A noise outside made him alert. He crept to peek through the door. It was young Master Go, walking his dog, praising its sharp nose. Qiaomu thought, "If I move now, it'll get spotted. There's a servant behind that door too." Then he smirked, "So what if they spot me? I'm not afraid of dying." Gu swaggered to the door, kicked it hard, and yelled arrogantly, "You deaf in there?" He barked as the dog yapped loudly beside him. When he bent down to peek, a hand shot out, yanking both man and dog inside. The door slammed shut, leaving the 2 servants outside staring dumbfounded. Inside, young Master Gu was thrown hard to the floor, eyes wide in shock. Before him, Qiaomu stepped out calmly, looking like a polite visitor. The young master stammered, pointing at the dog, to "Hi, bite him!" But the dog was already twitching on the ground. Qiaomu stroked its head with a faint smile, leaving Gu frozen in confusion. Without letting him speak, Qiaomu pressed his cold spear to the man's throat, eyes calm as still water. He asked sharply, "How many ranked warriors are in this city lord's manor?" Gu trembled, listing their levels. Qiaomu nodded, then continued, "What do you know about the Wuji Society or the Emperor of Great Yan's secret journey?" Gu turned pale, stammering, "How do you know that?" Qiaomu's tone hardened, "No stalling. Speak." Terrified, Gu blurted, "I'll talk." He confessed the emperor might reach Yan City in a month, saying his father warned to stay quiet. Qiaomu pressed for details. Inwardly, Gu plotted telling the truth meant death had lured this man outside toward reinforcements. He said, "I don't know the details, but I can take you to my father's study. There's a secret letter there." Qiaomu smirked coldly, trying to lure me to Gu Nian. "Huh, perfect. I wanted to see him anyway, but don't think it'll be easy." Raising his spear, he growled, "Trap me. I'll just kill you and find him myself." Gu panicked, begging mercy, promising to reveal hidden manual. Qiaomu hesitated, spear tip still at his neck, suspicion flickering. He asked icily, "What manual?" Guo blurted, "The martial saint spirit sacrifice art. Father practices it secretly. It's a supreme technique." Hearing the name, Qiaomu's eyes gleamed. With a badass name like that, it's gotta be rare loot. He pursed his lips, still looking dangerous, then grabbed Gu's collar and yanked him forward. "Lead the way. Try one trick and your head flies." Soon, they reached Gu Nian's study, the air deathly still. Shaking, Gu opened a cabinet, pulling out the manual, explaining why no one dared touch it. Qiaomu read while keeping his spear ready. After a few pages, he frowned at trained spirit sense, not combat. He muttered, "Half a manual. Where's the rest?" Gu nodded quickly. "Yes, father keeps the other half in the secret chamber. I can show you." Qiaomu narrowed his eyes. "Li once, and you'll never speak again." Gu stammered, "Yes, I wouldn't dare." The two left the study, tension thick as wire. The long corridor echoed with heavy footsteps. Gu schemed his too close behind. "If I turn, he'll see my face, but there's still hope. Only father and Uncle Wen can save me now. If father's not in the study, he must be in the chamber. Reach it, and I might live." Just then, Uncle Wen appeared from the hall corner. He cupped his fist respectfully. "Young master." Guo blinked frantically for help. Uncle Wen froze, sensing something off. Guo's trembling eyes pleaded silently, hand shaking. Uncle Wen thought young master must want me to attack the intruder. But instead he blurted awkwardly, "Young master, please, I married him, not into love triangles." Gu went speechless. "What are you even talking about?" Qiaomu didn't hesitate, his spear pierced straight through Gu's chest. Uncle Wen froze, shouting, "Young master!" Gu collapsed, blood pouring, gasping helplessly. Snapping out of shock, Uncle Wen drew his blade and roared, "Assassin!" His cry echoed through the manor. "The young master's been killed. Assassin!" Qiaomu laughed wildly, eyes glowing like a predator drunk on chaos. He grabbed Gu's corpse and hurled it at Uncle Wen, snarling, "You want chaos, I'll oblige!" Just then, a chilling, murderous aura surged behind Qiaomu. He froze, turning his head, every muscle tightening. The killing intent came from Gu Nian, standing there with a dark face and blade-sharp eyes. Qiaomu tightened his grip on the spear, battle fire flaring within. He smirked, excitement flashing in his mind. "Finally forced the old man out, just what I wanted." But before he could move, the aura struck like a storm. In a blink, Gunian appeared before him, slamming a palm into his chest. The thunderous hit flung Qiao Mu out of the courtyard, crashing him to the ground. He propped himself up with his spear, body trembling. Blood dripped from his lips, yet he laughed mockingly. Come on then. Kill me, Gunian! The taunt enraged the old man, who lunged and snatched his spear. Then came a crushing kick, heavy as the heavens falling. Qiao Mu's body flew into the dust cloud, tossed dozens of meters away. Yet seconds later, he staggered out again, spear in hand, eyes blazing. He grinned harder. My iron vest isn't even itchy yet. Gunian roared, channeling power and punching his chest full force. He hissed, why did you kill my son? Qiao Mu smirked, evil meets retribution. If heaven won't judge, I will. He spun his spear in counterattack, forcing Gunian down, but the elder dodged, evading a storm of thrusts. Gunian waved his hand, blocking a deadly stab. He growled, when you're dead, I'll hang your body at the city gate 10 days to honor my son. With that, he unleashed a killing palm that smashed Qiao Mu's chest, sending blood pouring out. Soldiers rushed in from all sides, shouting, City Lord! Qiao Mu, drenched in blood, threw his head back and screamed in agony. His cry faded, echoing rough and hollow through the air. Gunian seized a soldier's sword, face cold as frost. He slashed Qiao Mu repeatedly, each strike brutal and merciless. Qiao Mu's tendons tore, blood splattering as his body trembled. Uncle Wen, cradling the young master's corpse, muttered in horror, the Lord hates arrogance, hell cripple every vein in that man. Guonian raised his blade, slashing Qiao Mu's leg next, the tendons. Qiao Mu shut his eyes, realizing the man wanted torture, not death. He couldn't let that happen. He spat blood, eyes gleaming with eerie calm. Then softly chanted, 1,000 miles of wind, how joyful. Gunian's face turned purple with rage, still reciting poetry. Madman! He roared and swung his sword down with full might. But Qiao Mu only sneered, gaze filled with killing light. He suddenly activated the demonic dissolution, aura exploding as he charged Gunian. The elder's eyes widened. He still has a final move. As Qiao Mu neared, Gunian dodged aside. But instead of striking, Qiao Mu turned and sprinted toward a nearby well. Gunian froze, roaring, no, you're not escaping. Yet Qiao Mu wasn't fleeing. He dove headfirst into the well, ending himself without hesitation. As he fell, his consciousness faded, reset, and continue, he murmured. Uncle Wen stood stunned, as insane and terrifying. Gunian trembled with fury, hurling his sword to the ground, face red with rage. Clenching his fists, he glared at the well and bellowed, damn it, so many men and he still escaped right before me. He then gave a cold order, round up the tannery quarter. Kill everyone, leave no survivors. His subordinates shook, sweating. Immediately kneeling, yes, my lord. Gunian took a deep breath, turning to Chu Wen, find the body. Dead or alive, I want it found. Hearing the order, Chu Wen bowed deeply and hurried off without delay. By the riverside outside the city, the bandit crew led by Song Ha searched for clues. Suddenly, Song Ha froze, eyes locked on something drifting midstream. Seeing clearly, he gasped in horror. Then he shouted for his men to pull Qiao Mu's body ashore. 3 days had passed since Qiao Mu stormed the city lord's manor and killed the Guo Hare. His daring fame now echoed through Yan City. Townsfolk gathered before the wanted poster, praying silently for his safety. Just then, Ningti passed by quietly under a bamboo hat, leaning on her staff. Hearing their talk, she whispered, hoping heaven would spare Qiao Mu once more. Elsewhere, Qiao Mu's body, wrapped in white bandages, suddenly stirred. He groaned in disbelief at being alive again. He raised a trembling hand, feeling the bone-deep pain throughout his body. Around him were strangers, Song Ha wiping tears, his men cheering at Qiao Mu's awakening. Choking up, Song Ha said the townsfolk now saw him as a hero and heroes must be saved. Qiao Mu just stared wide-eyed, stunned to hear praise from a former bandit. Furious, he sat up shouting why they'd saved him, but Song Ha only said, I understand, say no more. Qiao Mu gritted his teeth. If you truly understood, why treat me? Such cruel kindness! Seeing him cough blood from anger, Song Ha panicked and fussed over him, while Qiao Mu begged him to stop healing. Song Ha, tearful, thought Qiao Mu simply wished to spare others, admiring his noble spirit. Overcome, Song Ha squeezed his hand so tight Qiao Mu nearly fainted. Still crying, Song Ha urged him not to give up life for hope, making Qiao Mu vomit blood again. In panic, Song Ha pounded his hand on the bed as if to revive him, sending Qiao Mu unconscious from pain. Qiao Mu silently screamed for anyone to save him from this lunatic healer. As Qiao Mu's face paled and breath weakened, Song Ha grew frantic, shouting for him to hold on. 2 days later, amid wailing, Song Ha cradled Qiao Mu's dried-up corpse, mourning his immortal brother. Yet high on a cliff, the real Qiao Mu sat watching the scene below, half amused, half sorrowful. The system chimed in his mind, death rank updated, skill points boosted, and revival count refreshed. Qiao Mu sighed in relief, finally a peaceful death at last. Still, this death turned out legendary. His system even leveled up, not a bad deal. He then sat cross-legged, cultivating as Qi swirled within his realm, leaped to peak 7th rank. Smiling, he felt this resurrection added 10 years of life and massive skill gains. Suddenly, a rustle sounded behind him, someone sneaking closer. Glancing back, he saw 3 bandits peeking and whispering. One recoiled, stammering, who are you? You look just like the guy on that wanted poster. Qiao Mu stroked his chin with a sly grin. Every respawn brings a new role, which one this time? Rising, he clasped his hands, nearly misspeaking his name, then claimed he was looking for his son, Qiao Lin. The 3 bandits exchanged puzzled looks. How could Qiao Lin's father be so young? As they doubted, Qiao Mu chuckled inwardly, so the longevity fist really worked. Feeling his vigorous Qi and ageless body, he grew sure that mastering the second half would bring true immortality. Clearing his throat, he said he needed early training to strengthen his ki, sternly demanding to meet his son. Moments later, inside the mountain stronghold's clinic, the scene was so shocking it left everyone speechless. On the coffin in the room lay Qiao's lifeless body looking truly dead. Beside it, Songha wept loudly, while Father Qiao sternly told him not to grieve too much. Then he declared coldly, "The dead are done now, it's time to settle with the living." He vowed to personally kill Gu Nian, avenging both his sons and cleansing the blood debt. Hearing that, Songha trembled, suddenly realizing Qiao Lin's stubbornness must be hereditary. Qiao Mu placed a hand on his shoulder, solemnly inviting him to join the fight against Gu Nian and save the innocent. Inwardly, he calculated strong enough to face Gu Nian, but allies were still needed. Songha pondered an alliance could work, but this man's too reckless, better stall and stabilize first. He cupped his fists, agreeing to cooperate but insisting they plan carefully and avoid rash moves. Qiao Mu nodded, telling him to take his time. When he turned to leave, Songha asked curiously what he'd do next. Carrying his own corpse on his shoulder, Qiao Mu replied, "Delivering this to Gu Nian, don't want to ruin your plan." Songha gaped as if hearing divine nonsense. "You're offering Qiao Lin's body to Gu Nian?" He chased after, warning in panic that Gu Nian planned to hang Qiao Lin's body at the city gate for display. Qiao Mu's eyes lit up, an idea sparking instantly. Smiling, he said, "Then my son's corpse makes the perfect bait to lure Gu Nian out." A bandit couldn't help but mutter, "But Qiao Lin's your real son." Qiao Mu growled, "If it kills Gu Nian, I'll play the bait myself." No hesitation. Songha stood frozen, speechless before such a mad father. After a pause, he whispered, "Brother Qiao," then said seriously he'd send someone disguised as a doctor to report to the authorities, while Qiao should stay hidden and wait for news. Outwardly polite, Qiao Mu inwardly grinned. His assassination plan was rolling, time to act his way to system points. Meanwhile, in the city lord's study, a messenger pigeon landed on the window. Gu Nian glanced over sharply, took the letter and read carefully. Frowning, he suspected the two Qiao brothers were just pretenders using a fake clan name to bluff. He sneered, almost got played by those Nada brats. Then a soldier rushed in, reporting that Qiao Lin's body had been found by the Banshan River. Gu Nian slammed the table, roaring to take him there at once. At the riverside, he couldn't resist opening the coffin himself. Examining the face closely, he nodded it truly was Qiao Lin's body. The soldier added had heard the man died of severe wounds. Gu Nian immediately ordered an inquiry into that doctor. He said coldly that if nothing seemed suspicious, he'd hang the body at the city gate tomorrow as warning. Next morning, soldiers lined the Yan city gate, shouting orders, no one in or out. Perched high in a tree, Qiao Mu watched with crossed arms, smirking, paranoid old fool. Still, he was glad he'd planned ahead. He recalled last night's strategy session with Songha. Victory needed clear roles and perfect timing. Songha's crew would infiltrate the city and stir chaos the moment Gu Nian left his manor, blocking reinforcements. As for me, Qiao Mu said, "I'll face Gu Nian myself and finish it on the spot." Songha had slammed the table, shouting, "You'll face Gu Nian alone?" Qiao Mu flinched but growled back, "Yes, this one's mine, no one else touches it." Songha teared up, gripping his hand, "You'll take the most dangerous part. Such courage, I truly admire you!" Qiao Mu froze, waving him off. "Wait, don't misunderstand. I just want the lead role, not to be a hero." He added that he liked doing good deeds, but nobody better steal his spotlight. Also grab a few secret manuals as startup funds. Then he turned serious, asking why Songha met his son by the river when he'd fallen from the city lord's manor. He reasoned there must be an underground stream from the manor to the mountains and told them to sneak in that way. Next morning, Songha's crew stood before a rocky crevice, map in hand. There really was a secret tunnel. He shouted, "Today we join Elder Qiao to slay Gu Nian." The valley echoed with cheers. Meanwhile, atop the cliffs outside the manor, Qiao Mu stood silently overlooking it all. Timing his plan, he smiled. Songha's in position. "My turn?" Peering into the abyss, he muttered, "That drop's fatal enough, perfect for a respawn." Without hesitation, he leapt straight down like diving into fate itself. His respawn point had already been set in the outskirts. Moments later, he materialized in a small courtyard inside the city. As he awoke, he marveled this respawn system was ridiculously convenient. He grinned, "City sealed or not, the Qiao clan still walks in. Gu Nian, your turn." Hours later, Gu Nian rode at the head of his troops out of the city. Behind him marched soldiers carrying a coffin. Townsfolk whispered why no one wore mourning clothes. Gu Nian, stone-faced amid the crowd, ordered the coffin opened and the body raised. A soldier kicked the lid open with a loud thud. He bent down, grabbing Qiao Mu's head from inside the coffin, then lifted it high like a trophy, displaying it amid ghastly cheers. The crowd murmured it wasn't Gu's son, but Qiao Lin, the hero who slew him. Horror spread. A martial knight in the crowd muttered this was pure intimidation. Gu Nian's cruelty terrified the entire martial world. Suddenly, a man scoffed, "A hero? That Qiao bastard killed openly, he deserves the blade!" The poor shouted back angrily, exposing Gu's son as a thief and menace, demanding who the real criminal was. The heckler snarled, ordering guards to kill the beggars who dared insult the city lord. Soldiers rushed in, beating them brutally. "As the poor cursed evil brings retribution, you'll pay too." The man only laughed cruelly, saying they weren't even fit to be brothel slaves. Spitting, he shouted, "Filth, like you should die just like that Qiao fool!" Suddenly, a flash of light sliced through the air, shaving off his wig in a blink. Screaming, he clutched his head as Qiao Mu stepped from the crowd, spear gleaming with cold fury. Spinning his weapon, he swept through the soldiers, attacking the people. Each fell in a heartbeat. The townsfolk rose up, punching and kicking. The bullies' cheers erupted as the villains begged for mercy. A soldier ran to warn Gu Nian of the chaos, but he coldly said to ignore it tomorrow. Well, execute a few as example. Right after that, a spear whistled through the crowd straight toward Gu Nian. He turned instinctively but too late. The spearhead grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep, bloody line. The impact threw him off his horse, crashing hard to the ground. Soldiers panicked, shouting, "Assassins! Protect the city lord!" while forming a frantic shield around him. Gu Yan clutched his bleeding shoulder, heart racing, realizing he'd nearly died by a hair's breadth. Just then, a deep voice echoed through the crowded street, calling his name. He looked up to see Qiao Mu towering with a spear, roaring that Gu Yan had murdered his family and shamed their corpses. He growled that this blood debt would be repaid 1,000-fold. Gu Yan gawked, trembling. "Qiao Lin, you're alive? Impossible!" Qiao Mu smirked coldly, word by word wrong. "I'm his father." Hearing that, Gu Yan panicked, suspecting the Qiao clan had powerful backing, and that the Wuji guild had tricked him. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" as soldiers rushed forward. Qiao Mu's lips curled, his spear flashing with cold steel. He bellowed, "Come no mercy!" A soldier charged but was instantly skewered through the chest and flung aside. Another screamed, swinging his sword in desperation. In a blink, Qiao Mu's spear pierced his chest, blood spraying wildly. The troops behind screamed, raising bows to fire. Arrows flew, but Qiao Mu spun his spear like a storm, knocking them away and charging in. One soldier shouted, "Shields up, form ranks!" as steel walls rose. Qiao Mu's eyes blazed. He didn't back down. He plunged into the formation, his spear sweeping like a raging dragon, toppling ranks. One soldier stammered, "Monster," while another barked, "Don't fear! Our champion hasn't even entered yet!" Zhou Wen rushed to support the pale Gu Yan, shouting for the troops to charge, though they all trembled. Gu Yan cursed the Qiao clan, furious that these fools feared no death. He shuddered. Qiao Shen and Qiao Lin looked eerily identical, down to their eyes and aura. Qiao Mu sneered, "Gu Yan, this time you can't escape." Zhou Wen drew his blade, yelling, "Lord, go! I'll hold him off!" He lunged, slashing fiercely at Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu smirked, "You think you can stop a father avenging his son?" Zhou Wen roared, "Shut up! Your son killed the city lord's heir. He deserved it." Qiao Mu retorted coldly, "My son fought for the people. Yours was filth, trampling them. His death was justice." Zhou Wen shouted back, "My young master was worth 100 of you." Qiao Mu mocked, "A Gu family dog, your meals are fancier than the poor's lives, right?" Enraged, Zhou Wen yelled, "Shut up," and attacked madly. In his rage he slipped, and Qiao Mu's spear impaled him clean through. Zhou Wen clutched the spear, trembling, blood gushing out. He gasped, even dying, "I won't let you advance another step." Qiao Mu sighed, "Loyal indeed, shame it's to the wrong man." The nearby soldiers trembled, whispering, "Zhou Wen's a 7th-rank warrior, and he fell in under 10 moves. How can we fight that?" Gu Yan stood coldly, praising Zhou Wen. "Well done." Zhou managed a faint smile, but before he could speak, Gu Yan lunged forward. His sword pierced through both Zhou Wen and Qiao Mu, blood splattering everywhere. Qiao Mu stared at the blade in his chest, muttering, "Damn tricked." He gasped, "This time I lose," then gritted out, "But next time you'll be the one dying." His eyes closed as he fell beside Zhou Wen, their blood merging. Gu Yan looked at the two corpses and laughed maniacally, "Ha ha! This is the fate of those who defy me!" He raised his head, roaring, "No matter how many Qiao there are, I'll kill them all. None can shake my rule!" At the respawn point, Qiao Mu jolted awake, furious until he saw the system panel and froze. On the screen appeared Death Rating A, reward 56 skill points, total 11 usable, all skills leveled up. The system chimed, "Congrats, Qiao Mu achieved R rank for the first time, unlocked free stat allocation 30 total resurrections, lifespan 30 years, now age 50 plus 200 bonus skill points." Qiao Mu gawked, grabbing at air, shouting, "What? Resurrection costs lifespan? Why did anyone say so? I thought it was free!" He imagined that if he'd trained Eternal Fist, he'd now be immortal, abs of steel, godly looks, endless vitality, basically half a deity. Then sighed, "No time for fantasies, at least I got a rank, or all that dying would been for nothing." Thinking of Song He waiting, he gripped his spear, lifespan later, Gu Yan first. Meanwhile, a soldier knelt before Gu Yan, panicked, "Lord, something's wrong." He stammered that intruders had emerged from hidden corners, slaughtered the guards, and seized the city lord's mansion. Gu Yan's veins bulged, fury trembling through him. He roared, sword pointing at his men, "Gather all troops! Back to the city now!" But before they could move, a crowd of civilians with clubs blocked the road, shouting, "Don't let him return!" Voices thundered in reply, "Avenge Qiao the hero, kill Gu Yan!" The roaring chants made Gu Yan's teeth grind, face flushed crimson with rage. He screamed, "Filthy peasants dare block me! Kill them all, no survivors!" The troops obeyed, lining up with bows ready for massacre. In an instant, arrows rained down on helpless civilians. But then, blinding light tore the sky, deflecting every arrow midair. From above, a figure landed hard, dust billowing. People cheered, "Qiao hero, you're alive!" Gu Yan froze in horror. "Qiao Shen? Impossible, I killed you myself!" Qiao Mu tightened his spear, voice icy, "Gu Yan, time to pay your debt!" The crowd roared too, "Kill Gu Yan! Overthrow Yan City!" The soldiers panicked, glancing at Qiao Mu's aura. "How do we fight this? We're doomed." One soldier turned to call his comrade but found only empty air. The formation collapsed, armor scattered, men fleeing, shouting, "Fight! Against that! Has no man, plus I can't kill civilians!" Gu Yan's face went purple as he screamed, "Don't run! Disobey and I'll cut you down!" But no one listened. Amid chaos, another flash of light tore toward him. Instantly, Gu Yan reacted, sword raised, clashing with the spear in a thunderous shockwave. He growled coldly, "This battle you brought on yourself. Prepare to die." But Xiaomu just smirked, taunting, "You think you alone can kill me?" Gu Yan countered fiercely, slashing with all his strength. Blood dripped down Xiaomu's cheek. He hadn't expected the old man's sword aura to still be that fierce. Gu Yan went berserk, hurling waves of sword energy, forcing Xiaomu back while roaring with hatred. Under the crushing pressure, Xiaomu weakened, breath heavy, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't turn the tide, his spirit nearly drained, defending without striking back. He slammed his spear into the ground, gritting his teeth, holding against the storm like sword force. Gu Yan sneered, raising his sword high, eyes blazing, muttering, "It's over." Then he roared, "Die!" unleashing his ultimate pure yang infinite sword straight down. Suddenly, Xiaomu reached out barehanded, grabbing the blade mid-swing. Blood flowed, but his gaze stayed icy. The sight froze Gu Yan, eyes wide in disbelief at the impossible scene. Then Xiaomu smirked coldly, his body radiating murderous aura that crushed the air itself. Gu Yan trembled, stammering, "Impossible. You've grasped my sword art already." After just a few exchanges, Xiaomu replied softly, "If it were our first duel, I couldn't, but this isn't the first. Because this is our second clash, and I've seen through every strike of yours." Gu Yan reeled, eyes wide, mind spinning in disbelief. Before he could process it, killing intent surged, squeezing his heart tight. Xiaomu spun his spear, driving a fatal thrust straight through Gu Yan's heart without hesitation. Gu Yan screamed in bone-deep agony, his legs collapsing under him. With dying breath, he cursed a city lord, reduced to such a farce. Then, eyes bulging, he gasped, "So you're Qiao Lin?" Xiaomu withdrew his spear, shouting, "Gu Yan is dead! I am Qiao Shen of the Qiao clan!" As cheers erupted. Amid the roaring crowd, Xiaomu closed his eyes, smiling in satisfaction, laughing skyward on the battlefield. But his laughter turned into violent coughing, blood spilling from his lips. Worse, his body shook, vision dimmed, strength fading as he collapsed. Yet the smile lingered, dying after finishing the mission. He thought, another rank for sure. Just then, Song-hee rushed over, pale and panicked. "Uncle Qiao, are you okay?" Without waiting for an answer, Song-hee lifted him and ran in a frenzy. While running, he yelled, "I'll save you this time," as Qiaomu weakly growled, "I don't need saving." Qiaomu rasped angrily, "Wang Song-hee, you're the cruelest man I know." Yet Song-hee ignored him, tending his wounds anyway while Qiaomu sulked. He muttered cheerfully, "Uncle Qiao, you're alive and rosy again, just a bit grumpy, huh?" Then, sighing like a doctor, Song-hee diagnosed, "Your meridians are wrecked. Only a tenth of your strength left. Long rest required." He grabbed Qiaomu's hand, grinning like he'd found treasure, promising to heal him even if he had to climb stars. Qiaomu shuddered, thinking he'd recover faster if left alone. Forcing a smile, Qiaomu tugged his robe, lying that he wanted some fresh air. Song-hee eyed him suspiciously, asking if he was going to find that body double. Qiaomu froze, eyes wide as a fish out of water. Had totally forgotten about the decoy. Song-hee clapped happily, praising his clever plan to use a fake to fool Gu Yan. Qiaomu chuckled awkwardly, asking where the decoy was now. Song-hee replied casually, "He died a hero, his grave's covered in chrysanthemums and honored yearly." Qiaomu nearly fainted, nodding weakly in thanks. Regaining composure, he asked if the Wuji Guild had a base near Yan City. Song-hee thought, then said no. But he added that their influence reached the northern Haiyang province. Qiaomu asked again to confirm, and Song-hee nodded firmly. Qiaomu mused, no wonder, since mastering the sacred spirit right, I've felt a pull northward. The Qiao clan's clue must be there. He immediately decided to head for Haiyang, leaving Yan City to Song-hee, who panicked, begging him to recover first. Qiaomu laid a hand on his shoulder, smiling reassuringly while inwardly plotting escape, claiming he'd seek treatment. Song-hee reluctantly agreed, unaware he'd been gently dismissed. Then Song-hee sighed, picked up a brush, and said, "Let me write you a letter of introduction." He mentioned an old friend, Shen Qinghee, an official in Haiyang who could help. Qiaomu nearly choked, blurting, "Aren't you a bandit? How are you friends with officials?" Song-hee just chuckled, saying they'd only met briefly in the past, nothing worth mentioning. Qiaomu frowned, thinking this guy was no simple man, not an official, but definitely not a common bandit either. He instructed, in the letter, "Write Qiaomu, not Qiao Shen, the one who killed Gu Yan." Song-hee nodded, writing carefully word for word as told, brush dancing nonstop. When done, he handed the letter over with a kind smile, wishing safe travels. Qiaomu smirked, thinking, at least he's sensible. So he declared boldly, "I can't let you walk away empty-handed, come with me." Qiaomu led Song-hee into a room glittering with gold and jewels, leaving the latter speechless. Seeing the horde, Song-hee growled, that beast Gu Yan drained the people dry, he was a monster in human skin. But turning around, he saw Qiaomu rolling in the gold, laughing like a lottery winner and mumbling him rich, making him sigh helplessly. Then Qiaomu leapt up, wiped his drool, and said seriously, "Little Wang, all this money I'm giving it to you." Song-hee gawked, "All of it?" Qiaomu said, "The people outside are starving, use it to buy food and save them, they'll thank you forever." He added, "Yan City's leaderless now, the court will send someone soon, and if it's another Gu Yan, the people will suffer again. So, you should take charge for now, make Yan City a base to rebuild and help the people." Song's eyes turned red, tears streaming uncontrollably. He hugged Qiaomu tightly, sobbing, "You're noble beyond words, treating gold like dust, I admire you deeply." Qiaomu face-palmed, muttering, "I'll still take my share though." He pulled out a secret manual, grinning smugly, this divine technique, though im-keeping. Song-hee peeked and gasped, "Uncle Qiao, sharp eyes! That's the pure yang infinite art, a supreme cultivation!" Qiaomu's eyes lit up as he snatched it eagerly. But after reading a few lines he froze, utterly dumbfounded. Song he read too, then stammered, Uncle Kiao, you're married, right? Then this isn't for you, it requires a pure virgin body, or you'll end up crippled or dead. Kiao Mu grit his teeth, no fate. Huh, ridiculous! I died pure as a teen, don't tell me I can't train this! He groaned, clutching his head. One technique, and it bans all worldly passion. What kind of cruel test for men is this? Then Song he pulled another scroll, saying, if not that, try the flesh and blood 100 transformations. Kiao Mu frowned, what's this nonsense now? Song he explained, it's a modern martial art created by the martial saint, divided into levels from easy to impossible. The first teaches disguise, body molding, and flesh control, letting you reshape your own form. Kiao Mu lit up, shouting, heaven and earth, that's like the 72 transformations! My luck's on fire today! Song he forced a smile, warning, it's tough, needs time to study. Once you recover, we'll train together, then head to Haiyang. Kiao Mu groaned inside, trying to keep me here again. Another day and I'll lose my mind. So he snatched the scroll, laughing as he bolted, shouting, Master Wang, your kindness will be repaid, farewell! Song he watched him vanish, smiling faintly, so be it. We'll meet again, and next time he won't escape my plan. Meanwhile, Kiao Mu dashed home like a freed soul, heart light as air. Bursting through the door, he shouted, Sister Shu! Sister Shu! Seeing the house empty, he blinked, where'd she go? Suddenly, a soft hand covered his eyes from behind, breath brushing his ear. Ningshu's gentle voice whispered, it's only been 7 days, where else could I go? Kiao Mu turned, beaming, perfect timing, on the 7th day, and that wretch Goyan's already in his grave! But when Kiao Mu saw Ningshu, he froze. Asking why she wore such strange clothes, she paused too, eyeing his luggage and asking where he planned to go. They stared at each other in silence, the air heavy except for the soft whistle of wind through the window. Finally, Kiao Mu scratched his head, breaking the tension. Sister Shu, I must go to Haiyang to find the martial saint and the missing half of the eternal life scroll. We'll have to part for a while. Ningshu blinked, then smiled. Haiyang, you say? What a coincidence, I'm heading there too. Kiao Mu arched a brow, smirking inwardly. Coincidence? Huh, more like she can't bear to part with me. Such a love-struck girl. Ningshu shot back, who's following you? There are many immortals there I'm going to cultivate, not chase you. Kiao Mu chuckled, fair enough, that sounds reasonable. Ningshu pouted, turning away coldly. Believe what you want. Kiao Mu panicked, chasing after her, shouting, hey, Sister Shu, just joking, don't be mad. Soon after, the two arrived at Haiyang. Kiao Mu bowed politely. Kiao Mu, recommended by Master Wang, here to meet official Shen. Shen Qinghe, the respected local magistrate, read the letter and asked, you're the one. You look healthy, not wounded as the letter claimed. Kiao Mu laughed awkwardly. Special circumstances, thinking to himself, dying twice and mastering 2 arts does wonders. Shen eyed him skeptically but asked, and where is this Master Wang now? Kiao Mu replied quickly, in seclusion in the mountains, I met him by chance. Shen frowned, a single chance meeting earns a recommendation. Strange but fine, I want pry. He sighed, if not for his old prescription, I'd be dead by now. Then said, anyone he recommends, ill trust. 2 positions open, scribe or constable. Choose. Kiao Mu quickly calculated being a constable meant freedom and clues about the Wuji Guild, so he chose that. Soon, wearing a crisp new uniform, he stood tall. Kiao Mu, newly appointed constable. Greetings, colleagues! The other constables exchanged whispers. Lord Shen strict? Why accept this one? Must have special ties. Their chatter was cut off by a cold voice. Silence! Entering was Chief Constable Chen and Shu. Icy and commanding, she declared Kiao Mu their equal, and warned any gossip will be punished, then shifted to a new case. She said, you've heard the recent bizarre murders in Haiyang linked to a creature called W. Chewengi. The constables froze, faces pale with fear. Kiao Mu frowned, curious what kind of creature is this Du Cheweng? Chen explained, lately, victims have been found drained of blood and life. The people call that monster Buyu Chewengi. It's a rare fiend that feeds on human vitality wherever it appears. Death follows, thus named after the ghostly black and white impermanence. She continued, it's immensely powerful. Many 5th and 6th rank warriors have tried to hunt it, all dying mysteriously. Kiao Mu smirked, eyes gleaming. That's strong, huh? Even better. Maybe slaying it earns me a rare system bonus. Chen went on, this case involves cooperation with the Xuantian sect. Kiao Mu looked up, asking what's that place? She replied, after the Kiao clan's fall, a temple called Huangtian Hall rose on their old land. It later grew into the Xuantian sect. Hearing that, Kiao Mu sneered, so they took Kiao land, no doubt tied to the Wuji Guild. Kiao Mu thought, with no lead on the Eternal Life Scroll, investigating Xuantian sect makes sense. Maybe I'll even find another immortal art. Fortune truly favors me. But while he schemed, the 2 constables beside him suddenly hugged each other and wailed like mourners, leaving him dumbfounded. What kind of drama is this? One sobbed, why do all the nightmare cases fall on us? We suffer plenty but never see rewards. The other sighed, we're just low-tier constables, how do we hunt demons? Our strongest is barely 7th rank, the rest are chickens. Kiao Mu frowned, asking, is this mission mandatory? You risk your neck and still have no choice. They laughed bitterly. The courts, just a pawn of the sex, were born to take the blame. Then a soft, melodic voice chimed in, don't despair, gentlemen. You're discussing the Bucho Unj case. It seems I've arrived at the right time. Everyone turned to see a young woman descending on a white crane. Jaws dropped. One man stammered, that's Fairy Mingyu of the Xuantian sect. Mingyu landed gracefully yet with authority. Such demons are beyond mortal reach. She said, you need only trace its tracks and report, I'll handle the killing. Hearing that, the two constables lit up, bowing in gratitude, praising her compassion, promising to hunt for clues while Chen and Shu sighed, thinking, idiots used as bait and still thankful. She added, fine, let them investigate but not fight, the sect will finish the job, there's no other option anyway. Qiao Mu muttered inwardly, so basically, let mortals die first, what a righteous sect, more like schemers in robes. Mingyu continued, the creature feeds on death aura, often near the dying clinics, prisons if all else fails, gather the sick as bait. Qiao Mu scowled, whispering using people as bait, how cold-blooded can you get? Mingyu replied calmly, they're dying anyway if their last breath serves mankind, isn't that a blessing? Chen and Shu folded her arms, voice icy, and if you catch the beast, what then? Mingyu rested a hand on her hip, heaven cherishes life, it'll take it back to the sect for labor and repentance, as punishment. Qiao Mu sneered, heaven's mercy it's slaughtered innocence by Dian law, a life for a life is true justice. Mingyu answered coolly, Dian law governs mortals, the sect answers only to itself, mundane rules don't apply. That made Chen and Shu flare up, eyes blazing, ready to argue. But just as tension peaked, Qiao Mu raised a hand, cutting in. He asked evenly, then if, during investigation, we somehow kill the creature, would that violate your sect's law? Chen and Shu shot him a wary, curious glance. Mingyu hesitated, then smiled softly. I said, don't act rashly. If you encounter it, report at once or you'll meet death instead. Qiao Mu pressed on, but if we're attacked and forced to fight back, killing it counts as a good deed, right? There'd be a reward. He grinned slyly like, say a visit to your sect as a token of thanks. Mingyu replied coldly, the sect is sacred, no mortal may set foot there. Any who do will have memories erased or bodies destroyed. The rule is absolute. Qiao Mu snorted inwardly. Arrogant bunch of pseudo-mortals, looks like I'll need my own way in. Mingyu concluded, that's all for today. Within 3 days find the demon's trail, I'll await your report. Then she soared upward, her white silhouette melting into the clouds. After she left, a young constable panicked, Chief Chen, what do we do? Following her orders is suicide! Chen and Shu crossed her arms. Coldly, this is Dian's soul, we bow to no immortals. She ordered, spread out and search the city, leave no place unchecked. Report clues to me, I'll handle the rest. Then she called Qiao Mu, stay. Hearing that, Qiao Mu halted, glancing back curiously. Chen stepped closer, eyes sharp. Lord Shen chose you for a reason. You've got skill. But tell me, were your words to the fairy a provocation, or do you really know how to kill that demon? Qiao Mu shrugged with a grin, you think too highly of me. I just asked out of common sense. Chen narrowed her eyes, voice doubtful, really? Qiao Mu replied at once, of course. I'm not dumb enough to taunt a celestial. She nodded, good. Then get out there and find clues. Qiao Mu saluted cheerfully, yes, ma'am, and left. As he walked, he mused, if that demon loves death aura, maybe I should get close to dying myself, it might come find me. Night fell over the Drunken Immortal Tavern in the Western District, lanterns flickering on a lone figure atop the balcony. That silhouette gazed down coldly, as if waiting for something. A knock echoed, come in, the person said softly. The door creaked open, a guard knelt and reported, your majesty, news of Wang Song-he. The man turned his ring, idly voice deep, go on. The guard bowed lower, our spies near Shenqing, he say he just appointed a man named Qiao Mu as constable, recommended by Wang Song-he. The letter was vague, Shen seems unaware of his true background. Also, rumors in court claim Wang Song-he has entered the immortal path, becoming a cultivator. The man smirked, waving dismissively, baseless gossip, ignore it. He said coldly, that man despised cultivators all his life, him joining them. Absurd. The guard added thoughtfully, people change. For him to reappear after so many years, there's more beneath the surface. The one he recommended must be special. Shall we investigate? Morning came at Qing Luan Pavilion, sunlight filtered through bamboo, peace lingering in the air. A kindly Taoist sat opposite Ningxu, smiling, last time I saw you, child, you were still a timid little girl. Time flies, 10 years have passed. Now that you've come here, fate clearly guided you. Ningxu bowed slightly, but Master Lingling gently interrupted, I've long known of the Qiao clan's tragedy. Immortal or martial paths matter not with your gift, wasting it would be a shame. If you don't wish to join a sect, stay and cultivate here with me instead. Ningxu replied softly, yes, master, her voice calm but heavy. Inside though, worry churned, was Qiao Mu still alive or already lost? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu lounged comfortably in a jail cell, doing nothing but counting seconds. Another constable rattled his keys and barked, Qiao Mu, behave, or you'll die for real. Qiao Mu replied coolly, relax, I'm not leaving this spot even if it kills me. He chuckled inwardly, who else volunteers to die just to bait a monster? True dedication indeed. At the same time, in the misty Emerald Tea House, a storyteller's booming voice filled the hall. The old man recited passionately, Qiao Shen roared, a warrior never retreats, then thrust his spear through Lord Yansheng's chest, standing proud like a hero of legends. In a corner, Qiao Mu propped his chin, murmuring, nice story, shame the city's crawling with demons while the old man brags about my deeds. How ironic. He planned to use rumors to track the demon, yet ended up hearing gossip about himself, what a heroic waste of time. Just as boredom hit, a deep voice mocked him for slacking after cracking Hai Yang's skull. Qiao Mu looked up, it was the same old emperor he'd seen at the tavern last night. Without standing, he raised a brow, teaching me how to work now. The emperor laughed, wouldn't dare, just joking. Qiao Mu smiled back but stayed alert, the man radiated imperial might, and his guard behind exuded lethal aura. He scoffed, how do you know I'm not solving a case? Or you want to teach the emperor how to punch immortals? Su Jing fumed, but the emperor waved him off, amused by Qiao Mu's boldness. Tilting his head, the emperor tested, "I'd like to hear your opinion. What do you think of the reigning emperor?" Qiaomu sneered inwardly. Who else but the man had long sworn to kill. Rumor said the emperor would visit Yan City, yet after Qiaomu killed Gu Yan, the court stayed silent. How dull. He mused if they are officials, insulting the emperor and dying for it would make him famous. With that thought, he grinned coldly, ready to curse loudly. Calmly, he said His Majesty is a once-in-a millennium sage loved by all for his virtue. The whole Teahouse froze, all eyes turned to Qiaomu. Someone chuckled, bit much for a first meeting, isn't it? Another replied, not really. His title Eternal Harmony already screams submission. Su Jing boiled inside. How dare they mock the emperor's cowardice? Yet the emperor stayed calm, saying softly, immortals are too strong, even martial saints fall, sometimes retreat saves the realm. Someone asked, so His Majesty is playing the long game. Qiaomu smirked, losing is one thing, yielding for strategy isn't, kneeling as a slave, don't mix them up. Then he shifted topic. Half of Yan City's homes abandoned, people starving into bandits. Yet the city lord feasted, the court ignored it, no one cared for the cries of the poor. Qiaomu's tone sharpened, the emperor is chosen by heaven to protect the people, but now their sacrifices, resources taken at will, corpses ignored, rage everywhere. Someone laughed bitterly. Marvelous, the son of heaven indeed. Su Jing slammed the table. Blasphemy, execution worthy. Qiaomu retorted, everyone knows the emperor pampers the immortal sect, treating them like honored guests, clear favoritism. Su Jing barked for silence, but Qiaomu flipped him off, calling the emperor an immortal's dog. Half the crowd gasped, half admired. The emperor's heart stirred. Did he see through my disguise? Or were those the words of Wang Song, long dead? Wang Song, who died urging resistance against immortals, his spirit echoed now through this bold man. At the peak of tension, Su Jing drew his sword, accusing Qiaomu of treason and calling for his execution on the spot. The emperor watched silently. Qiaomu had riled even the calm Su Jing to fury. But Qiaomu lifted his chin proudly. If there's guilt, it's mine alone. Leave the others out of it. Everyone froze, unsure if he was mad or plotting something deep. After a heavy silence, the emperor snapped his fan shut. Enough. He declared, this fool knows nothing of statecraft, let him go for now. Qiaomu shouted, I'm ready for execution and you're leaving. What kind of show is this? He yelled louder, don't go, I've got worse things to say. Just then, the tea house door burst open. A soldier stormed in, barking, who's Qiaomu? Hearing his name, Qiaomu lit up like he'd won the lottery, waving wildly, me, right here. The soldier read the decree, accused of insulting the emperor. Qiaomu grinned, arrest me quick, I promise not to fight back. As expected, he was thrown in jail, still cheerful, asking to be executed soon to save taxpayers. Rice guard shivered, thinking he was mad or protected. One guard swung his stick, behave! This is death row, no way out once you're in. Qiaomu laughed, perfect, that's exactly where I need to be. He recalled the formless demon loved deathly energy, this prison might lure it in. Narrowing his eyes, he was certain it would come sooner or later. Suddenly, an old man in the corner lifted his dull gaze. Before him stood a silent black cat watching. But on closer look, its fur shimmered gold, not black. It patted closer, eyes gleaming, and meowed softly. The old man sighed in relief, stroking it. Just a cat, scared me half to death. What are you doing here? He cradled the cat, mumbling that this was a place of the dead. Cats shouldn't linger, he'd take it out. But he slipped mid-step, the cat flew off, and his head struck the stone floor. Qiaomu rushed over. Are you alright? The old man, bleeding, forced a smile and a thumbs up. He chuckled weakly. I was once the saint thief robbing the rich to feed the poor, famed across the land. Qiaomu frowned in worry, but the old man waved him off. Nonsense! A fall can't beat the saint thief! He bragged about dueling hundreds of mutants before capture. Qiaomu shivered. This was death's final glow. The man kept boasting about stealing from merchants to help poor kids, voice brimming with pride. Then he suddenly collapsed, lifeless. Qiaomu panicked. Someone fainted. Help! The cat's eyes now glowed eerie blue as it crept closer. It let out a chilling cry and began sucking deathly energy from the corpse. Qiaomu scowled. Something was wrong. What are you doing? Checking the man, his face turned pale. The old thief was truly dead. He recalled Shen Budao's warning, deathly energy feeds demons. If he was right, the formless demon they'd been hunting was this thing. The cat suddenly expanded into a ferocious monster. Instead of fear, Qiaomu laughed, arms wide. Good, come kill me then! Its blue eyes flared, roaring in fury at this fearless prey. Qiaomu taunted, you love death energy. Come on, eat me! The beast roared and lunged, jaws gaping to swallow him whole. Qiaomu laughed wildly, yes, now that's a proper fight, neither of us backing down! But then a strange sound echoed. The demon shrank back into a tiny harmless cat, leaping onto his shoulder. Jaw dropped, eyes wide in utter disbelief. He grabbed the cat's tail, yelling, begone, you man-killing demon! Stop acting cute, but it kept rubbing against him. Qiaomu blinked. What the heck? Even cats thirst for men now. Then it hit him. If this demon loved deathly aura yet clung to him, was he about to die? Just then came a shout outside, prisoner Qiao, where are you? A soldier entered with the old magistrate, assuring no inmate ever escapes here, sir. The guard pointed at Qiaomu, reporting, that's the man who cursed the emperor in public, while Qiao eagerly asked, when's the beheading? Can we hurry it up? The magistrate chuckled nervously. No misunderstanding. I'm here to bail you out. Qiaomu was thunderstruck, banging the bars. Bail me out. I worked hard to die gloriously, and now you tell me to live? What's the point? The magistrate and bailiff turned pale, sweating bullets, too scared to reply. Trembling, the magistrate forced a smile. Our mistake! Unchain Master Qiao at once. The bailiff fumbled with the lock. Qiao Mu muttered coolly, no need, I'll find my own way back next time, making them certain he had terrifying backing. Suddenly Qiao Mu grew solemn. I have a favor to ask. The magistrate bowed. Please speak, he said. See to the old man who died here, he was kind. The magistrate nodded frantically, promising to handle it, while Qiao looked around murmuring, where'd that demon cat go? The magistrate quickly pointed. It went that way, sir! Back at the office, Shen Qing's angry voice rang out. 2 days. You've been here 2 days and already jailed. You shame my whole bureau. He slammed the desk. You've humiliated me across the city. What are you even doing? Qiao Mu bowed respectfully. Sir, I entered the prison on purpose to gather evidence for the case. Please believe me. Shen Qing sighed, eyebrows easing. So it was for duty. Then he exploded again. You think I'm stupid? Since when does duty require insulting the emperor in public? Just then, Chen Yingsu coughed softly. Both men turned toward her. She said sternly, to save the people, I used my privilege for the first time and personally apologized to Lu Laodong. Do you realize how hard that was, Qiao Mu? Her tone chilled. If not for Master Wang's sake, I'd never bother defending you. Qiao Mu bowed in thanks, outwardly meek but inwardly sneering. They were all mere pawns in his self-destruction. Shen Qing waved him off, warning to watch his mouth. Then Shen paused, recalling his aide's words. Someone had used the flying fish token to order Qiao Mu's release before he arrived. That token belonged only to the emperor. Had his majesty himself ordered it, even allowed him to curse so boldly. Thinking so, Shen broke into a cold sweat. Was the emperor actually enjoying being insulted? Qiao Mu must be ridiculously favored. He slumped into his chair with a sigh. Enough. Let's get to business. Did you see the demon in prison? Qiao Mu nodded, describing a tricolored demon cat, small at first, then human-sized after feeding on death aura, though it didn't seem to kill anyone. Chen Yingsu frowned. The formless demon always brings death victims. Bear claw marks, very cat-like or fox-like. Qiao Mu recalled its eyes and shivered. No, something's off. I don't think it's the killer, making Chen Yingsu blink in surprise. He explained, maybe it's just drawn to deathly aura, showing up after murders and getting blamed. Chen Yingsu's eyes lit up. So you mean there's another demon, the real formless one? Just then, a furious roar echoed from a distant mountain peak. A massive flying tiger was rampaging against the mountain wardens. 2 female disciples screamed, Senior Ming Yu, your spirit beast's gone wild. We can't control it. It's about to wreck the camp. Ming Yu descended, voice icy silence. Taming the beast is your duty. If Qing Enyu finds out, you'll all be punished. She stroked the tiger's head gently. Good boy. Sit. The beast instantly obeyed. The girls gasped in awe while Ming Yu smirked, thinking she'd planned this frenzy just to impress Qing Enyu. Gazing into the distance, she decided to use those mortals hunting the formless cat demon to earn glory for herself and the sect. Night fell. At the magistrate's hall, Chen Yingsu gathered the constables, announcing a full-scale hunt for the formless demon. She stressed that Qiao Mu had encountered it in the West City prison. Every alley must be searched. The team answered in unison and scattered to prepare. A while later, Qiao Mu quietly turned into a dark, narrow alley. Suddenly, something small darted out beneath his feet. It was the same golden cat. It leapt up, rubbing against his leg, startling him. Qiao Mu knelt, petting it with a grin. Knew it. Been tailing me since prison. Planning to feed off my death aura long-term. Looking at the little cat, he couldn't help but think of Ning Shu's gentle face. You smell like her, but she's way cuter than you. Just then, Chen Yingsu appeared, wary. What's going on? What's that cat? The cat's fur bristled. It hissed softly, then bolted into the shadows. Both froze, too stunned to react. Qiao Mu dashed after it, shouting, That's the demon cat I told you about. Don't let it escape. Chen Yingsu followed, calling, It's heading west. Ill flank left, you cut right. Qiao Mu barked, No, it turned right, jump down. Don't lose it. They both landed near a grand mansion by the roadside. But the area was silent, empty. The cat vanished without trace. Frowning, Qiao Mu muttered, Strange, at that speed it should be long gone. Why keep just enough distance like it's leading us somewhere? Chen Yingsu looked up at the gate, voice low. This is the Redwater Gang's estate. You know them? Qiao Mu nodded. The court had investigated them before. She added, Their leader Zhang Long is a 6th-rank martial artist. No pushover. Stay sharp. Suddenly a heavy stench of blood hit Qiao Mu's nose. He grimaced, covering his face. That's thick. Something big just happened inside. Within the mansion, Ming Yu sat opposite Zhang Long, voice dripping with arrogance. Zhang Long bowed low, flattering and honored to be visited by a celestial from Shantian sect. Please guide me to immortality. I pledge absolute loyalty. Ming Yu smiled softly but coldly. Sincerity is good. Opportunity exists. She said slowly, but seekers of the Tao are as many as river sand. I can't accept anyone without a trial. Zhang Long blinked. What trial? Ming Yu replied, Rank means nothing. I want to see your real combat power. Don't worry, just a small test. As she finished, her azure flying tiger roared, stepping forward for orders. Zhang Long hesitated, fear flickering in his eyes. Ming Yu sneered, What? Scared already? Quit now and forget immortality. Zhang Long laughed darkly, killing intent flaring. I only fear accidentally killing your spirit beast, Celestial. But within moments he was slammed down by the tiger, screaming, Mercy, Celestial, mercy! Ming Yu's eyes were cold. The death aura of the dying is thick, perfect bait for the formless demon. Keep breathing, you're still useful. She ordered, Keep him alive, I still need bait. The azure flying tiger turned, eyes flashing savagely, making Ming Yu freeze. She swallowed nervously. Normally a drop of blood calmed it. Why so frenzied now? Did it see the warrior as a feast? Suddenly, a chilling meow echoed from the rooftop, startling her. Spotting the formless cat, Mingyu beamed, drawing a red pouch. Ha! You came! Surrender quietly! But before she struck, the tiger roared and lunged straight at the demon cat. Its claws tore the roof apart, but the cat vanished into dust. Mingyu paled. Damn, the cubs lost control. If anyone finds out, I'm doomed. The azure flying tiger bellowed madly, chasing the cat, its roar shaking the ground. Below, Chen Yingsu pointed. Look! Xiaomu shouted. Another demon, this time a tiger beast. Without hesitation, Chen Yingsu dashed toward the mansion. Follow me! She kicked. The door open, wood splintered, dust billowing. In the hall, she froze, eyes fixed on a corpse. Too late. Xiaomu blinked. Who? Chen Yingsu said grimly. That tiger demon must be a Xuantiansect spirit beast. Its master's nearby. Xiaomu stiffened. You mean this formless cat mess ties to the immortal sect? Just then, a dark blur streaked across the sky. The azure flying tiger dove, slamming the formless cat into the ground. Xiaomu leapt forward, catching the cat in his arms. Landing hard, he smirked. All right then, come at me. The tiger roared, storming toward him. The cat whimpered weakly while Xiaomu blanched at the killing aura. In that instant, Chen Yingsu flashed forward, yanking him from the fatal strike. She twisted midair, pulling him clear of the tiger's claws. Panting, she shouted, it's too strong. I can hold it only a moment. Go call reinforcements. Before he could protest, she hurled him aside, but the tiger lunged right at her back. Chen Yingsu turned, eyes wide, death just a breath away. She hissed between her teeth, too late to dodge. At that moment, Xiaomu erupted in heaven demon release, black energy engulfing him. He charged back, fist crashing into the tiger's skull. Whispering, sorry boss, but I can't let you take the credit. On the rooftop, Su Jing watched, arms crossed. Chen Yingsu yelled, Xiaomu, I told you to call backup. He grinned, no need, boss, leave the fight to me. Su Jing frowned, sighing, idiot, he could retreat yet chooses to die with her, both will be dust. He recalled the emperor's order to shadow Xiaomu and report all changes. His heart grew heavy. His gaze shifted. The real controller of that tiger is still hiding in the dark. This is far from over. Mingyu looked down, lips curling. Foolish mortals. I told them to avoid battle, yet they charged to their deaths. She sneered, fine. Let the cub feast, then I'll reel it in. Less trouble for me. Hidden under the trees, Su Jing clenched his fists. Frowning, the emperor forbade angering immortals. If I act rashly, it'll be ruin. He breathed deeply, deciding, I'll adapt, wait for the right moment. In the courtyard, the tiger roared again, claws slicing the air like blades. Xiaomu couldn't dodge, struck hard, flung backward, blood spraying. He pushed up, gasping, this beast's insane, even my protective aura shredded. Squinting, he chuckled faintly, head dying under claws. Like this isn't bad. Come on, beast, finish me! The azure flying tiger roared, its spiritual pressure exploding, space itself seeming to quake. The force slammed toward Xiaomu, only making him more exhilarated. His eyes blazed like fire. In his mind he screamed, perfect! Let me die gloriously! But before the strike hit, Chen Yingsu darted in, yanking him from the killing blow. She shouted, Xiaomu, are you insane? Move while he raged inside, don't stop me, I want to die! She gripped her sword stern, you can't face that beast head-on. Only movement arts can save us. Watch closely, this is shadow tracing step. Without waiting, she channeled Kuai, her form blurred like mist and wind. Her graceful motions painted streaks of light, each step a dance between real and illusory. Xiaomu flung along her path, blood from his nose. Wait, I can't breathe! Even immortals would quit this training. Just then, a cold chime rang in his head. The system interface lit up. Shadow tracing step downloading. Xiaomu froze. What? Auto download? This system's ridiculous! The azure tiger gave no pause. It slashed between them, hurling Xiaomu away as he screamed. Chen Yingsu shouted after him. She drew her saber, its edge flashing crimson in the firelight. Without hesitation she charged, slashing hard at the tiger's flank. The blade shattered like glass on impact. Her eyes widened. Its klee was bottomless, mortal steel useless. She leapt back, mind racing. Shadow tracing only evades, not attacks. Even if Xiaomu masters it, we're doomed. On the roof, Mingyu laughed mockingly. Fools, daring to fight a celestial spirit beast. Her icy voice followed. That's Qingneng's beast, untouched by fire or steel. Mortal weapons can't even scratch it. Dying under its claws is mercy enough for you. In the courtyard, the system chimed again. Shadow tracing step 100 complete. Xiaomu licked his lips, a cold grin forming, then shot toward Chen Yingsu and the tiger. Black clay burst from him as he activated both Heaven Demon Unseal and Shadow Tracing Step. Chen Yingsu cried out, raising her hand, stop! You can't beat it! The tiger roared, 3 massive claws ripping the air apart. Xiaomu didn't flinch, he charged straight into the storm. The system droned, current energy 2 of 4 units, perfect shadow tracing requires 26. Xiaomu bellowed, stamp in the ground, greed! Give me more power! His body flared red, muscles swelling like a war god from a forge. The tiger answered with its own roar. Xiaomu dove like lightning, kicking the beast's skull. Earth cracked, dust exploded. The shockwave blasted outward, shaking the entire compound. Chen Yingsu and Su Jing stood stunned. No mortal should wield such power. Su Jing held his breath, sweat beating, his heart quaked. He calculated the strike's inner force surpassed 6 rank warriors. It was true Heaven Demon release mixed with ghost-like speed, a pure offense maniac. Xiaomu grinned coldly, mocking the once proud tiger, daring it to rise and fight again. Behind him, Chen Yingsu stood frozen, shaken to see him wield the very technique Shed taught. A movement art meant for evasion had twisted it into a deadly assault, leaving her utterly stunned. She froze, wondering had she been training wrong all these years. Then Xiaomu roared with killing intent, raising his blade. Die! He lunged to cleave the azure tiger's head, but Mingyu appeared, shouting, stop! Her voice was icy. That tiger is the holy maiden's spirit beast of Xuantian sect. Hand it over. Qiao Mu sneered. Mortal or not, sect rules meant nothing to him. The beast killed humans and deserved death. Without waiting, he swung the blade, split the demon tiger's skull clean. From afar, Su Jing shuddered. Had just slain a celestial spirit beast, a feat even the emperor wouldn't dare. Mingyu stood frozen, pale as paper, mumbling incoherently. Qiao Mu yanked the blade free, blood dripping, eyes cold as ice. The beast is judged. Then he added, voice cutting, and whoever unleashed it will pay in blood. Mingyu trembled, throat dry, sweat pouring, too terrified to move. She steadied herself, retorting that a celestial's beast could only be judged by the sect, not a mortal like him. Suddenly, Chen Yingsu's cold voice rang from behind. Then why are you here, celestial? She pressed, to hunt demons or to protect one. Mingyu snapped, my actions need no explanation. You mortals hindered the sect's mission and killed the holy maiden's pet. With that, she soared skyward, her departing words a chilling threat of punishment. Watching her go, Chen Yingsu seethed, angry they'd acted without reporting, now dragging trouble with the sect. Suddenly Qiao Mu coughed violently, blood spilling as his body collapsed. Chen Yingsu rushed to catch him. She cradled his head, trembling, hold on, we'll save you, I promise! But he muttered weakly, voice breaking, don't save me, damn it, let me die. Chen Yingsu screamed his name in despair. Next morning, a cat lounged lazily on a branch, tail flicking. It purred softly, aura thick with death, blissful from the richest feast it had ever had. Murmuring, he saved me, how strange. I think I actually like him. Too bad the tiger nearly killed him. I waited by the magistrate's hall, but his death aura vanished midway. It sighed, a formless cat that feeds on death yet inbound to a man. Ridiculous. Then whispered, human, your death day has come, guess it'll be lonely forever. Just as it sulked, something crashed from the sky, startling it so badly its fur puffed up. Qiao Mu shot up, rubbing his head. Oh, why always trees? The cat gawked. He was alive. Before it could react, the cat leaped like lightning, ramming into him. Qiao Mu grabbed its cheeks. Baffled, you again? Still following me? Let go! Then he chuckled, fine, if you're that attached, you're my lucky charm now. He opened the system log, frowning, that hard and only a B rank. What a scam. The system chimed, listing rewards, skills, remaining revives, and mastery progress. Qiao Mu tapped his chin. Maybe my death wasn't grand enough. I literally did hero stuff. His gaze hardened. If the sect buries this, then they're too arrogant and the court too scared. I'll act myself, badge or not. Suddenly a new alert flashed. Had spent all points to push eternal life fist to great mastery. Sitting cross-legged, he breathed deep, ki surging through him. Each resurrection made him stronger, worth every death. He smiled faintly, wondering how many more years he'd live after reaching great perfection. Then he told Mao Wuchang, let's go change clothes, sneak into Xuantian sect, and grab someone. If needed, I'll die a few more times. Scene shift at Xuantian Dao Hall. The air was crowded and thick with incense smoke. Qiao Mu paused at the gate, frowning, wondering if this was where He and Qiao once lived. So many visitors on the full moon day. Inside, an old woman clutched a novice's robe, weeping and begging to save her granddaughter hurt by a demon, the only survivor. She sobbed, vowing to burn incense daily if the immortal would save her child. The novice scolded her softly, telling her to be quiet. There was a 5th-rank official praying inside, so she should step back. In the hall, an officer knelt, praying for his 9th wife to bear him a son. Outside, the old woman kept begging but met only cold eyes and indifference. Just then, Mingyu stepped out, stern and frosty, ordering everyone to halt. She asked the old woman, you said your son was killed by a demon, and this child is the witness, right? The woman nodded shakily, saying her granddaughter fainted for days from fear and woke dullied. She choked out, immortal, has the demon eaten her soul? Mingyu nodded slightly, confirming the symptoms matched a lost soul. She softened, saying, come with me, I'll treat her myself, making the woman kneel in grateful tears. But Qiao Mu stepped forward from the crowd, blocking her, voice firm, no, you can't go with her. He pointed straight at Mingyu, accusing her of releasing demons that caused the murders in Haiyang City. Mingyu froze, horrified to see him alive. Hadn't he been dying from the tiger demon? Yet here he was. The crowd buzzed, some believing in the demon Wu Chang, others defending the immortal of Xuantian sect. Mingyu smirked, oh, isn't this Officer Qiao? Got any proof I unleashed a demon to kill people? The crowd jeered, saying he was just a mortal officer accusing an immortal was courting death. Mingyu pressed harder, claiming he fabricated lies from personal grudge and insulted the sect's honor. Then she asked coldly, so, how should your crime be punished? Qiao Mu stayed silent, eyes icy, offering no defense. Suddenly, the little girl pointed at Mingyu, screaming, it's her! It's her! She cried harder, trembling, shouting, tiger! Hit the tiger! Mummy, daddy! The old woman hugged her tight, sobbing, it's okay, grandma's here, don't be scared. Whispers spread fast, all eyes turned to Mingyu, suspicion rising that she truly unleashed the beast. Mingyu roared, her spiritual power bursting, the air shaking, silence, all of you! Her eyes blazed with killing intent, filthy mortals, dare doubt me, do you want to die together? She spun toward Qiao Mu, pointing, hissing, you, lowly mortal defying the immortal gate, you die first today. Qiao Mu sneered, replying, I'm no constable now, I'm Qiao Shifu Qiao Mu's brother. He slowly unwrapped the cloth around his spear. His voice sank, if mortal law won't judge the immortals, then he lunged like wind, spear thrusting straight as he roared, then Qiao Shifu will judge you instead! Another man drew his sword to block the lethal strike aimed at Mingyu. He shouted, madman, how dare you touch my senior sister Mingyu? Enraged, the man slashed wildly, vowing to cut Qiao Mu into 8 pieces. Qiao laughed, eager to test the immortal sect's might. Mid-fight, Qiao Mu realized, wait, that moves from a martial artist, why serve the immortal sect? The man growled, martial artists are mere mortals, I seek the mystic path for eternal life. He tore off his robe, revealing bulging muscles, laughing arrogantly. Killing you earns me favor from the saintess. Watch this heaven's will disintegration. Just as he was about to strike, Qiao Mu's fist smashed straight into his face. The blow sent him flying, rolling several times before slamming into a rock wall. His head stuck in the stone, body limp, blood pouring down. Qiao Mu smirked, heaven's will disintegration, huh? I know that trick. Suddenly a red talisman shot from afar, glowing like burning coal. Qiao Mu saw Mingyu chanting, screaming with hatred, Dai Chao Shifu. The talisman ignited, turning into blazing red fire wrapping around Qiao Mu. Feeling the danger, he tensed as searing heat engulfed him. Without delay, Qiao Mu burst from the flames, trying to flee. But his spear melted away, crumbling into metallic dust. Staring at the ashes, he gasped, so this is celestial power. He looked down, his burning hands still devoured by crimson fire. A desperate thought echoed, damn it, I'm done for? The fire flared violently, swallowing him as his scream tore through the air. Mingyu smiled coldly, triumphant, how does it feel? That's the soul-eating spirit fire talisman, it burns flesh and soul alike. She added icily, when your body turns to ash, then the flame dies, that's the price for defying the immortal gate. But her smile froze as a foot stepped out of the fire. Qiao Mu emerged like a demon from the blaze, voice hoarse, can't be put out, then let it burn because today, you die! Mingyu stumbled back in panic, screaming, you're mad, a mortal dares defy me? Qiao Mu sneered, you, an immortal committing evil, how could I forgive you? He growled, even if I die, may justice and righteousness live on. Then declared proudly, I, Qiao Shifu, invite the immortal to face death, and charged as a living flame toward her. She screamed in terror, stop, but Qiao Mu seized her, both swallowed by the inferno. Mingyu's shriek echoed to the heavens, pure agony. In despair she cried, impossible, am an immortal, how can I die by a mortal's hand? Senior brother, save me! Qiao Mu only watched silently as she vanished in the fire, his eyes calm. He glanced at his charred hand, thinking, good thing I maxed out Eternal Fist skill, or that spirit fire would have ended me. Still, his body was badly damaged, blood and energy in chaos. Yet he smiled, at least Mingyu could no longer harm the old woman and her granddaughter, and his honor stood proven. His fiery death would be remembered as the mortal who defied the immortal sect. Suddenly, a sword aura tore through the air, gleaming across the sky. A blade struck the rock beside him, humming fiercely. Qiao Mu screamed in pain, his arm had been severed. The crowd gasped, it's over, the immortal sect's vengeance! Wait, look, the fire's gone from Hero Qiao! All eyes turned indeed. The deadly flame had vanished, whispers spread. He killed the wicked immortal Mingyu. Even celestial fire couldn't harm him. Qiao Mu looked at the blade lodged in the wall. Then his severed arm, realizing the weapon, had sliced off the part still burning with spirit fire. He nodded slightly. Without a fuel source, the fire naturally died out. Whoever struck had saved, not harmed him. Still, he grumbled, if they'd saved him sooner, he wouldn't be half-bald, clothes gone, skills intact but dignity burned away. He sighed upward, anyone lend me a pair of pants? Villagers rushed over, offering trousers, one even his ancestral underwear. Qiao Mu groaned, keep that please. Then he said firmly, Xuantian sect won't let this go, leave now. Some begged him to flee too, but Qiao smiled, no need, I've got my way out, even immortals can't catch me. When the crowd dispersed, he stared into the dark woods, voice low. Alright, everyone's gone, great master in the forest, will you show yourself? Bowing deeply, he called, you saved my life, I'll repay it endlessly, like flowing water. From afar, Shuoxing watched with the emperor. She whispered, your majesty, you told me to save him, but he doesn't look very grateful. The emperor chuckled, indeed those Qiao brothers are both odd ones. He sighed, did expect him to defy an immortal just over a demon case. Am the emperor, yet I fear fate itself shameful. Shuoxing knelt, head low, your majesty is wise, your station differs, rash acts like his can't be copied. She added softly, we all know your majesty endures for the people, the immortal's power is too vast, so patience is needed. The emperor gazed afar, sighing, endurance isn't virtue. It'd rather live boldly, repay kindness, avenge wrongs. Go get him out before the immortal gate strikes. Just then, a cold gust roared, leaves whipping violently. Shuoxing turned sharply, scanning the shadows. Her face darkened, too late, they're here. In a quiet place, two men played chess. One murmured, Mingyu's dead, the soul-eating flame talisman wasted, slain by a mortal no less. The other sneered, serves her right, weak yet arrogant, shaming Xuantian sect. But if we ignore this, our reputation collapses. He nodded, indeed, this Dao Hall lives on incense offerings. If we don't punish that martial fool, we'll be condemned. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, making both look up. One smiled, no need to move, the soul-eating flame talisman has reactivated, shall sense it herself. A proud girl descended on a flying sword, her aura so regal that all fell silent. She was the saintess of Xuantian sect, Wu Qingxin, who looked coldly at Qiao Mu and asked, who are you? Qiao Mu froze, thinking, why does my martial saint spirit pulse react to her? It should only sense members of the Wuji Guild. Then calmly answered, just a seeker of justice, who might you be, miss? Wu Qingxin barely glanced at him, saying flatly, boring. Raising a finger, flames flared, her voice rang cold, when the immortal gate acts, right or wrong is mine to decide. From her fingertip, crimson fire coiled downward, wrapping around Qiao Mu. He screamed as molten agony consumed him. But unlike before, he laughed wildly. This flame's 10 times stronger than Ming Yu's. So you're the saintess she spoke of, perfect? Full moon night's ideal for offerings, may the immortal accept this mortal's tribute. Wu Qingxin's face stayed expressionless, ignoring his defiance. Yet inside, she thought, he bears the aura of martial saint spirit pulse. Has the Wu Ji guild fallen so low it sends mortals to provoke us? Ming Yu deserved death, but losing her now threatens our sex honor. She tilted her head slightly, sensing two auras vanish deep within the forest. She merely snorted and flew off, thinking, not the time to meddle inside matters. In a nearby forest, Qiao Mu revived again beside him. Mao Wuchang grinned. This time I've found treasure you can revive endlessly, and your death aura smells divine. Qiao Mu opened his system panel, glancing at the cat. You can eat death, Qi. Fine, but maybe help out in battle. The cat just meowed, thinking I can't fight, but am unbeatable at being cute. He sighed, then his face lit up as he checked the system, laughing, worth it. The rewards are huge. The system chimed endlessly with new skill points, techniques, and loot. He muttered, my QC's full, I've reached martial level 4, one step from spirit refinement. My eternal fist and pure yang wuji art are still incomplete. He pondered, the martial saint Lingti technique may be low tier, but it's still far below true spirit refining arts. Thinking of Wu Qingxin's similar aura, he frowned. If she's linked to the Wuji guild, investigating her could lead me to the lower half of eternal fist. The thought sparked resolve. He clenched his fist, determined to find the Xuan Tian saintess residence at Ling Spring. At that moment, in a serene pavilion by the spring, Wu Qingxin soaked in crystal waters, unaware someone was already after her. Suddenly her eyes snapped open, icy cold, her senses warning of Wuji guild spies approaching. Meanwhile, in a small shrine in Langyuo village, a portrait of Saintess Wu Qingxin hung proudly, radiating both divinity and compassion. Villagers knelt and prayed fervently for her blessing. The incense smoke spiraled up, drawn mysteriously into the painting. In the secret hot spring, Wu Qingxin stirred slightly as faint spiritual energy trickled into her body. She raised her hand, frowning. Absorbing faith energy from afar is too weak, need 10 times more to reach foundation stage. Her gaze sharpened suddenly toward a boulder, cold aura flaring. Someone was hiding there. A Wuji spy, perhaps? Behind the rock, a shadow stood motionless, eyes sharp and silent. It was Qiao Mu, hand clamped over a captured maid's mouth, thinking, didn't expect the saintess to live so plainly. Seeing those martial guards at the gate, doubting her worth already. The maid trembled, pleading, great ghost, spare me. I was forced to serve here. If you want vengeance, seek the saintess, not me. Qiaoma's tone turned cold, answer truthfully, understand. She nodded frantically, sobbing, ill talk, ill say everything. He released her, leaning in menacingly, good. But lie once, and you'll serve me as a ghost attendant. Terrified, she cried, my father's Hayang's governor, please don't kill me. I'll have him build a shrine for you. Qiaomu cut her off. Enough nonsense, who is your saintess, really? She stammered, the saintess is Wu Qingxin, disciple and adopted daughter of martial sage Ren. Qiao froze. Martial sage Ren. Wasn't he the one who opposed the immortal sect? His adopted daughters in Xuan Tian sect. She explained, you don't know, 40 years ago, the martial sage lost to an immortal, left the court, founded the Wuji guild, then vanished. Since then, martial arts declined, great families destroyed, only remnants remain. She continued, over 10 years ago, the saintess entered the immortal sect, training in both martial and spiritual arts. Her talent was unmatched. Within 5 years, she surpassed all peers and became the saintess and inspiration to all martial artists. Her eyes glowed with devotion. Since then, many martial cultivators abandoned the mortal path to chase immortality. I joined too, forced but willing. Qiao Mu sighed, thinking, what clever bait, using glory to enslave the martial path itself beneath the immortal sect. Still, he reasoned, Wu Qingxin's been in Xuan Tian sect over 10 years. She likely had nothing to do with the Qiao clan's massacre. Finding eternal fist clues here seems unlikely. He then pointed at the maid, firing questions about the Wuji guild, the saintess techniques, and whether Shed taught them to anyone. Trembling, she confessed she was too weak, only served the saintess, cared for her beasts, and hoped someday to be noticed. Qiao Mu jumped up, shouting, this immortal sect's just a cult. They even brainwash their disciples so blatantly. Just then, a yawn bluntly asked the saintess current realm. The girl giggled innocently, unaware of a talisman flying behind her, saying the saintess was about to break through to Chuker stage. Hearing that, Qiao Mu instantly grabbed her wrist and yanked her close. He then hurled her backward just in time as an explosion erupted before him. When the smoke cleared, a girl's figure emerged from the ashes. Wu Qingxin appeared, red spiritual fire swirling in her palm, lips curling in arrogant amusement. Qiao Mu roared, furious that she nearly killed his witness, demanding if human lives meant nothing to her. To his surprise, Wu Qingxin frowned, eyes flickering as if sensing something familiar. Qiao Mu sighed inwardly, great, time to explain again. He covered his mouth, coughed, and straightened solemnly. Then he declared himself Qiao Zhong, avenging his burned brother, swearing the Qiao family's loyalty to the nation better death than submission. Wu Qingxin raised her hand and hurled fire again. Qiao Mu dodged, shouting again, seriously! Dodging with a wry grin, he thought to stall, joking, hey, with the Wuji guild to cool off, senior sister? But Wu Qingxin's tone was icy. She raised a burning talisman, saying fools like him would die by martial sage Ren's hand anyway. Allow me to hasten it. Alarmed, Qiao Mu waved his hands. Why would the martial sage want me dead? Do I carry some forbidden thing? Then it hit him. He blurted, the martial saint Lingti technique! You and I both cultivate it, right? She only bowed her head in silence. Qiao Mu burst out laughing, sure he'd guessed right, claiming Shed betrayed the martial sage not for power, but to break free from his technique. Wu Qingxin pressed her lips tight, gaze cold and silent. Suddenly, she drew her sword, voice sharp, saying the Feiyu guard once saved his brother, and demanded if the martial sage had meddled with the Dayan court. Qiao Mu froze at the familiar flying dagger, realizing the one who saved him earlier was from Feiyu guard, but why would the emperor aid a man who'd insulted him? Wu Qingxin asked coldly, where is the emperor of Dian now? Qiao Mu frantically waved. I swear I know nothing about the emperor, trust me? Without hesitation, she flung the burning talisman, saying flatly, you're no longer useful. As it flew, Qiao Mu sneered, shifting into shadow step to dodge, thinking crazy saintess no more until to gain time to bail. But suddenly, the maid lunged from behind, striking a fierce palm into Qiao Mu's back. He spun around, shocked, shouting, what are you doing? Tears streamed down her cheeks, her lips trembled as she tried to speak but no sound came out. The maid's palm strike shoved Qiao Mu straight into the talisman's flight path. The charm stuck to his chest, flames engulfing him instantly. His agonized scream echoed through the valley, shaking the mountains. The maid collapsed, frantically kowtowing, begging forgiveness and vowing to build more shrines in honor of the saintess. Wu Qingxin's voice was ice, warning that another word would see her entire clan reduced to ash. The girl bowed deeply, trembling, her reply as faint as smoke. Later, in Xuantiansek's silent chamber, Wu Qingxin stood before a glowing jade tablet, reporting traces of Feiyu guard tied to the Emperor of Dian. From the tablet came the solemn voice of a grand elder, telling her to focus on cultivation, the sect would handle the rest. Wu Qingxin smiled slightly, thinking this discovery would earn her great merit and handsome reward. So she vowed to strengthen her power quickly and seize the chance. One day she would ascend among the true immortals of Xuantian sect. Becoming a revered divine figure worshipped by all was no longer far away. Meanwhile, in a bustling tea house, the air buzzed with storytelling. The storyteller excitedly spoke of Qiao Shifu, the man who defied immortals even while burning, drawing cheers from the crowd. Qiao Mu sat quietly sipping tea, a pleased smile as people praised his legend. Yet he soon winced, feeling the sharp ache in his arm, muttering that dying by fire really was miserable. Then the system screen popped up, listing skill data, life points, and remaining resurrections for the next 7 days. Qiao Mu slammed the table, shouting, I refuse to die for nothing! Wu Qingxin, next time you'll pay! But thinking deeper, he realized she'd been martial sage Ren's disciple, perhaps a spy planted in the sect who later rebelled for freedom. That only made him more curious what strange secret hid within the martial saint Lingti technique. Gazing toward the Qingming Mountains where Xuantian sect gleamed, he sensed that Haiyang Prefecture hid more Wuji agents than had ever guessed. Inside Xuantian's Grand Hall, the elders gathered in solemn council. Elder Sun announced that Wu Qingxin had confirmed the Emperor of Dian's presence in Haiyang Prefecture. Elder Tianxing slammed the table, laughing, at last he shows himself, half our plans already done. Then Taoist Qiyang nodded, adding, according to plan, the Yonghua Emperor will disguise himself as a pilgrim to bow at Mount Qingning in 2 weeks, but lately has evasive, perhaps plotting betrayal. Elder Sun stroked his beard gravely. The sect master used the sky veil mirror to hide his trail, yet he let Feiyu guard rescue a mortal insulting the immortal gate. Elder Tianxing leapt up, roaring, he thinks virtue can preserve Dian. Has he forgotten 40 years ago when the 9 immortal sects crushed that dynasty's destiny? Then Taoist Qingyang entered calmly, saying old texts warned a ruler's fate is heaven's decree. Cultivators should avoid meddling with royal qi. Elder Sun sneered, avoiding it is wise, but the throne itself means nothing. What we seek is faith energy, not titles. He leaned back, concluding, thus the immortals are the ones pulling the strings of all monkey kings. He added, in 2 weeks, the emperor will kneel willing or not. Then Xuantian sect will reign above the 9 immortal sects, ushering an era of glory. For now, let him believe we're merciful so he won't suspect a thing. Taoist Qiyang glanced over cautiously, asking, so, martial uncle, what exactly do you mean? Elder Sun replied calmly, saying Wu Qingxin's sainthood was only bait to lure martial sage Ren into the open so they could destroy him. But years had passed with no sign of him. Keeping her was now pointless. The next morning, Shuoxing knelt behind the emperor, reporting that Qiao Shifu had no link to the Qiao clan of Haiyang, which martial sage Ren had already wiped out. She added that folk tales called the Qiao men righteous heroes who embraced death as faith, passing down a secret art called heaven demon disintegration. The emperor frowned, asking, a family art like that, wouldn't it end their line? Shuoxing bowed, murmuring she wasn't sure. Suddenly, the sky flared crimson, splitting the silence with blinding light. Shuoxing looked up, tense, shouting, Your Majesty, intruder incoming! A figure descended lightly, landing before them. The man bowed, voice echoing, Qiyang of Xuantian sect greets the Emperor of Dian. The emperor stepped forward calmly, though his heart churned. Smiling faintly, he asked, Immortal Master of Xuantian, what brings you here? Inside trembling, unsure how his careful disguise was pierced. Qiyang smiled back, saying slowly he came to remind the emperor it was time to depart. Travel from Ayaung to Qingping Mountains took half a month. Should he begin now? Then, feigning casual tone, he mentioned a martial man's intrusion at Xuantian Hall yesterday, rumored to involve the emperor and Feiyu guard. The emperor's face paled, lips tightened, words failing him. Shuoxing froze beside him, confused. His Majesty had only thrown a common dagger yesterday. How had they noticed? she suddenly realized Wu Qingxin, disciple of martial sage Ren, was master of martial arts and must recognize the Feiyu Guard's flying star hand. The emperor glanced at Shuo Xing's troubled face and knew the plan was exposed. Anger simmered. No matter how cautious, Xuantian still held the upper hand. Forcing calm, he bowed hurriedly, pretending panic, explaining it was all a misunderstanding. But Qi Yang cut in smoothly, saying the saintess had mishandled things, yet Xuantian's sect, ever just and honorable, would self-correct. He continued. The sect had decided to strip Wu Qingxin of her title and banish her from Haiyang. The emperor frowned deeply, eyes filled with disbelief. He thought Xuantian, arrogant as always, suddenly acting polite. There's trickery behind this. Qi Yang's tone hardened, then let the emperor depart as planned. He ended curtly, 2 weeks from now we meet atop Mount Qingning. With that, his body turned into a red beam, shooting into the heavens. In a narrow alley, the man Xiaomu had saved in Yan City sped over rooftops with graceful lightness. Suddenly he halted, eyes sharp and wary. Gripping his sword, he shouted, "You've tailed me long enough, show yourself!" From the shadows a man stepped out, steady and composed. He smiled gently, "Relax, I mean no harm. Qiaozhong heard you know much about Haiyang, so I came to ask." The man's face lit up. He grabbed Qiao's hand, exclaiming, "Qiaozhong! A true Qiao hero, you're just like the knights I've heard of!" Qiao just scratched his head modestly as the man introduced himself as Jiang Shen, who once owed the Qiao clan his life. Jiang Shen thumped his chest proudly, saying since that day has roamed, spreading tales of chivalry, urging people to rise against the rotten court. Qiao Mu asked if he feared angering the authorities. Jiang Shen scoffed, saying they'd have a hard time catching him anyway, then winked, "Even the one tailing me knows him no ordinary man." Qiao nodded. His movement and aura indeed didn't match a common wanderer. Jiang Shen chuckled and admitted, "Actually, I'm from Tingchao Lo." Both froze, exchanging puzzled glances. Qiao Mu scratched his nose and asked, "What's Tingchao Lo?" making Jiang Shen sigh and lament his ignorance. He explained that when martial Saint Ren wiped out the old martial world, Tingchao Lu survived, founded by Bai Xiao Sheng, famed across Jianghu. He added that the Tower Master has eyes everywhere, collecting intel and compiling every weapon and hero ranking in Jianghu. Qiao Mu kept picking his nose and said flatly, "So you're basically spies." Jiang Shen almost fainted, sweating hard, forcing a grin. "Well, close enough." He grumbled that the idol members now make silly rankings like Jianghu Booties, Worst Underwear, or Jiangnan Brothel Guide, ruining Tingchao Lo's name so badly newcomers don't even know it. Hearing that, Qiao Mu seriously took notes, asking for details, leaving Jiang Shen dumbfounded and screaming inside, "Good grief, he only cares about nonsense!" Jiang Shen hurriedly clarified he only spreads vital news, not silly lists, but revealed that the Wu Ji sect is recruiting those who mastered martial saint spirit technique to join a manhunt, with great rewards promised. Qiao Mu instantly asked who the target was, and Jiang Shen replied slowly, "The traitor Saintess Wu Qingxin." He added she once joined Xuantian sect and is now hunted by the entire martial world. Hearing that, Qiao Mu said nothing, dashed off, shouting back, "Thanks, brother! Tease on me next time!" Running, he thought, so everyone from Qingyang Manor is after Wu Qingxin. If I join this hunt, I might find the next part of the Eternal Life Fist and infiltrate Wu Ji sect. His eyes gleamed as he muttered, "Wu Qingxin's blood, no one's taking it but me." Outside, the blazing noon sun lit up the drifting clouds in the clear sky. In a tea house, Qiao Mu sat alone sipping tea, with 3 silent figures seated separately nearby. He glanced around, thinking strange, so few people this lineup couldn't possibly handle Wu Qingxin. Just then, a man approached with a friendly smile. "Hey brother, you don't look like Wu Ji sect came for the supreme technique too." Qiao Mu glanced up, smiling lightly. "How should I address you, elder brother? What's this about?" The man laughed heartily. "Call me Lao Hu. The envoy's not here yet, I just wanted some chat." Lao Hu sat down warmly, praised Qiao Mu's talent, bragged he got half of a supreme technique from Wu Ji sect, and hinted at trading secret arts. Qiao Mu sipped his tea and said dryly, "Only half. Guess he'll have to deal more with Wu Ji sect then." He thought of course they keep the rest to force loyalty. Lao Hu laughed loudly, saying even half is priceless, once monopolized by great sects, now available for a bit of work, enough to train for life. Suddenly, Qiao Mu stood up and shouted, "Been half an hour, why hasn't the envoy shown up? Too scared of Wu Qingxin to come out?" Instantly, a cold laugh came from a nearby table. "You brat, don't value your life, how dare you insult our envoy?" The man added with disdain, "Our envoy's already planned everything against Wu Qingxin, who are you to interrupt? Pathetic." Another man stroked his beard warily and warned, "Do you even know what you said? Wu Qingxin isn't just a saintess, she's martial Saint Ren's disciple. She mastered the Fury Seal and burned a Qiao clan master alive, the same clan that dared curse the emperor." Qiao Mu feigned shock, "Oh, that's strong," while laughing inside. Then a man in a wide hat spoke calmly, "If you're scared, just leave. Martial Saint Ren's arts are only for those who earn great merit." He added, "Fewer rivals mean better odds for us." His words lit a fuse, tension thickened, murderous intent flashing in every gaze. The bearded man gritted his teeth, eyes blazing red with rage. Qiao Mu merely raised an eyebrow, gaze cold and deep. Everyone around tensed, muscles coiling, ready to strike. Qiao Mu slowly set his teacup down, each motion deliberate. Before he could move further, the sword-wielding youth lunged at Lao Hu while the bearded man flipped the table and charged at Qiao Mu. His fist shot out like lightning, forcing Qiao Mu to spring back. But just before impact, an invisible burst of energy flared, halting the brutal strike. The bearded man gaped in horror, thinking, "Heavens, this kid's no amateur." He leapt back, muscles bulging, veins popping, and roared, "Let me show you the power of Iron Wall Divine Palm!" Then he bellowed, "Let's see if your skills can withstand my steel palms." Laughing madly, he hurled a thunderous punch at Kiaomu's chest. Kiaomu calmly raised his hand to block, dodging the force strong, but only sixteenths of his own, easy enough to handle. His eyes flicked toward the hatted man, sensing an unusually heavy aura, clearly the true powerhouse, one even the others feared to face. With that thought, Kiaomu narrowed his eyes, deciding to fake weakness and probe further. As the bearded man swung again, Kiaomu dodged and suddenly dashed toward the man in black. The beard missed and smashed the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Kiaomu gripped his spear tight and thrust it lightning fast at the hatted man's back. But in a flash, the man drew his sword, its gleam slicing the air with deadly precision. Metal clanged sharply, the spear split clean in two. Blood trickled from Kiaomu's shoulder, yet he smiled calmly, asking, "You could have killed me, why hold back?" Then he tilted his head with a faint grin. "You just wanted to test us, didn't you, star profound envoy?" The man in black stiffened, eyes flashing with surprise. Lao Hu and the swordsman froze, not daring to move. The bearded man backed off, rubbing his head, watching Kiaomu warily. The hatted man asked in a low voice, "How did you recognize me?" Kiaomu smiled lightly. "Easy, everyone here practices the martial saint spirit technique, but your aura far surpasses theirs. And most importantly," he lowered his voice, "during our clash, your star profound envoy token flashed clear as day." The man in black froze, cursing inwardly, "So the brat tore my robe on purpose to confirm it, and I didn't even notice." He sheathed his sword, nodded in praise. "Your skill is truly remarkable, little brother. May I know your name?" Kiaomu clasped his hands with a smile. "Kiao Zhong," thinking, "Guess I'll reuse this alias." Hearing the surname Kiao, Lao Hu gasped, "Kiao Zhong, you mean the rising hero of late?" Kiaomu sighed sadly, clutching his chest. "Yes, the one burned to death yesterday was my elder brother." Hearing that, the star profound envoy clasped his hands. "So you're here to avenge your brother. But this mission won't be easy, those lacking strength will only die. Luckily, you're all 4th rank, strong enough to take down the traitor Wu Qingjin and claim your reward." Lao Hu laughed boldly. "Rest assured, envoy, we'll give it our all." The star profound envoy nodded. "Good. The horses are ready, we ride now." Kiaomu curiously asked, "Where is Wu Qingjin now?" "Seems she's left Yang, I can't sense her aura anymore." The envoy replied calmly, "Don't worry. Zi Cheng and a few other 4th ranks went ahead and have already located her." Lao Hu chimed in, "Zi Cheng, huh? I know him, a madman in battle, famed for brute force, strongest among the 4th ranks." The envoy nodded. "Indeed. Though only 4th rank, Zi Cheng has mastered the martial saint spirit technique assigned. He may soon reach the spirit refinement realm." Kiaomu exclaimed in surprise, "So that's it, a true powerhouse indeed." But just then, a horrifying sight appeared ahead, a body impaled on a wooden stake, still smoldering amid a field of flowers. The group spurred their horses forward, the envoy's face darkened as he gasped, "Zi Cheng." Lao Hu clenched his fists, eyes red. "Impaled and burned alive, Wu Qingjin truly is a merciless demon?" Kiaomu spoke coolly. "She left this scene on purpose to scare us off." Lao Hu asked in shock, "Brother Kiao, how can you tell?" Kiaomu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. My Kiao clan has studied many such cases." Inside he thought, burned alive twice already, of course he'd know. Suddenly, the star profound envoy whipped his horse around, pointing to the forest, shouting, "I sense fresh energy! There's a village inside, Wu Qingjin is there! After her!" Without hesitation, the group galloped at full speed, following the envoy straight into the dense woods. That night, in a fog-covered village, inside an old room, Wu Qingjin stood silently before a statue carved in her own likeness. In her hand was a communication jade. A solemn voice echoed, "The great Tao has 50 paths, heaven enacts 49, man keeps one. Wu Qingjin, though stripped of your saintess title, this is but a trial. Return to Xuantian sect's headquarters on Mount Qingming, and you shall be accepted again." Hearing that, Wu Qingjin let out a cold laugh and hurled the jade to the floor. Bitterness welled within her lies. "They knew Wuji sect would hunt me the moment I left Xuantian Pass, yet they stripped me of my artifacts and told me to return to Qingming Mountain. They just want me dead on the way!" Just then, a poor child burst in, eyes wide with awe, shouting, "Saintess lady!" The child gazed up innocently. "Are you really the saintess? Mother said you saved us, you're a kind immortal." Wu Qingjin looked at the frail child, thinking, "So the elders sent these refugees here to serve as offerings, feeding me their life force." Suddenly, an old woman entered, bowing low, "Divine saintess, forgive the child's rudeness." The child refused to leave, pointing at the statue and crying, "Aunt Lin, look! The saintess stepped out of the picture!" The woman hurriedly pulled the child back, scolding gently, then told him to find his mother and not wander at night. The boy bowed politely and ran off. Then Wu Qingjin turned and asked softly, "That child has the guide, isn't he?" The woman nodded and said gravely, "Years ago this village was full of refugees. I took them in out of pity, and with the magistrate's aid, we've lived peacefully since." Then she quietly asked, "After all these years, is the holy maiden still well?" In return, Wu Qingjin replied coldly, merely thanking the woman for her concern. The woman panicked, waving her hands, "Don't joke like that. How could I be the mother of an immortal? I only had 2 daughters, but they died long ago." So Wu Qingjin stayed silent, her eyes distant and unreadable. Then the woman trembled and asked, "Why did it come to this?" "He promised me." It turned out martial Saint Ren cared nothing for martial ethics. Killing was his habit, and lives meant nothing to him. Years ago, he slaughtered sects for secret manuals, finally reaching the Lin family. To protect her kin, the woman offered her gifted daughter Wu Qingxin in exchange for safety. Yet tragedy struck anyway. The whole family was slain, and he raised her only to use her body as fuel for his cultivation. The woman choked up. What do you mean? Did he promise otherwise? Wu Qingxin smiled bitterly, saying she joined the immortal sect to escape his control, but now abandoned by her sect, left to die alone. Still, she bore no grudge, only wanted one last meeting to say farewell. Hearing that, the woman fell silent, her gaze heavy with sorrow and regret. Then Wu Qingxin turned away, leaving only a cold blessing for peace. The woman stood frozen, silent as stone. Suddenly, the woman called out, her trembling voice desperate to say more. Then she dropped to her knees, begging the holy maiden for help. The group of Qiaomu had reached the village gates. At the village entrance, Qiaomu and his team surveyed the gray, gloomy place. Lao Hu scoffed that it felt unnervingly eerie, but Qiaomu calmly urged caution. Just then, one of them warned, "Wait, someone's coming!" Could it be the Saintess people? But it was only a few simple villagers, harmless and unsuspecting. Suddenly, the same child from before ran up cheerfully, asking if they'd come to see the Saintess. Lao Hu smiled kindly, asking the boy to lead the way. But as he approached, the boy raised a red talisman. Flames erupted, engulfing him as he screamed that they were evil. Lao Hu froze in horror, unable to react. Luckily, Qiaomu grabbed and pulled him out of the fire's reach while the child turned to ash in an instant. But during the rescue, Qiaomu's hand caught the cursed flame. Lao Hu snapped out of it, shouting, "Don't move or it'll spread!" He immediately drew his blade and slashed hard, cutting away the charred skin to sever the demonic fire. Qiaomu looked down, his hand mostly intact, only lightly scraped, then exhaled in relief, praising, "One swing and you cut off the fire itself. Teach me that trick." Lao Hu laughed heartily. "Just a little trick, slice off the burned layer before it spreads, nothing fancy." Then his tone turned serious. "Enough jokes, the witch knows we're here. That trap proves it, using even children." When they turned back, everyone froze. The villagers now held flaming talismans, eyes hollow, chanting in unison, "Protect the Saintess, die without regret." Among them appeared Wu Qingxin's mother, shouting the same, her body already consumed by holy fire. Her voice echoed, "Protect the Saintess, die unrepentant," soon joined by a chorus from the entire village. The talismans ignited, flames devouring their bodies as they charged at Qiaomu's group, chanting endlessly, "Die unrepentant." Someone screamed, "That's true bone demon fire! Stay back, it's deadly!" But unexpectedly, Lao Hu charged forward. He plunged into the inferno, blade flashing coldly, cutting down every burning figure, blood and ash mixing in the air. Qiaomu stared in awe, impressed by his blade technique. The man in blue beside him explained, "Lao Hu descends from the Blade Dao, ranked just below Martial Saint Ren in Bai Xiao Sheng's records." Hearing that, Qiaomu's eyes widened, "Stronger than Martial Saint Ren, huh? I must learn a few moves from him." Amid battle, Lao Hu shouted, "Leave this to me. The witch must be hiding nearby. Split up and find her." Amid the battlefield, the burning villagers screamed, "Holy flame divine, burn our flesh, protect the Saintess," their voices rising in maddened unison. Within that inferno, Wu Qingxin's mother was also consumed, unable to escape. Visions of her little daughter flashed before her eyes, fading into the smoke. As death neared, she remained calm, unafraid. Instead, through tears, a faintly contented smile curved on her lips. Just before collapsing, she whispered in her heart, "Jiner, my child." Meanwhile, inside the shrine, Wu Qingxin sat meditating, absorbing the life force of those dying outside. Suddenly, she felt a familiar stream of energy rushing toward her, freezing her heart. Her body trembled violently as she murmured, "Mother, you're dead." A strangled cry escaped. How could this be? Then her eyes gleamed as she laughed coldly. "Ha! So much life force! If you died sooner, I would broken through long ago." Just then, the temple doors burst open, screams echoing through the hall. Qiaomu's group stormed in, shouting, "Witch, today's your end!" The bearded man roared, claiming first, "This victory is mine," and charged ahead. But Wu Qingxin didn't even glance his way. She lifted her hand, spiritual energy forming a flaming sword, and commanded coldly, "Purifying slash." Before he could get close, the sword aura pierced his skull. He dropped dead without a sound. Seeing their comrades slain, the star-profound envoy shouted, "She's too strong! Split into 3 groups, attack!" Yet surrounded on all sides, Wu Qingxin remained calm, eyes of steel, fearless. She formed a hand seal from her flames, split 2 clones, one lunging at the swordsman, the other at Qiaomu. In his mind, Qiaomu reeled a duplication art that was supposed to be extinct. While thinking, he barely dodged a lethal strike, escaping death by a hair. He countered with a fierce thrust, spearing through the clone's head. But instead of vanishing, it exploded into a blazing sea of fire rushing toward them. Qiaomu instantly realized it wasn't a mere illusion, it was a flame talisman transformation, a deadly forbidden art. Before he could react, the fire swallowed him whole, while the envoy and swordsman were engulfed in their own infernos. Wu Qingxin laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha! The sinners are purified, burned forever in hell!" She then leapt, shattering the shrine roof, soaring into the blazing night sky. From above, she proclaimed arrogantly, "The world is rotten, its people suffer, only my Saintess village is heaven, where souls are reborn." Below, villagers collapsed, bodies contorted yet still chanting. They knelt, holding burning talismans aloft, flames devouring them as they cried. "Holy Saintess revealed, thank you for salvation!" Their voices merged, "Holy flame divine, burn us, guide us to paradise!" Wu Qingxin gazed down coldly, whispering, "Good, just a little more and I'll ascend. You insects can't touch me." But suddenly, a familiar voice roared from behind, "Witch die!" It was Qiao Mu, still alive, body shrouded in black aura. He had triggered the Heaven Demon release, power surging wildly. At the same time, below, a swift sword cleaved through a screaming cultist, blood spraying. La Hu yelled mid-battle, "Shut up already! Too noisy!" Suddenly something flew past, making La Hu halt and glance around warily. He saw Qiao Mu locked in fierce combat with Wu Qingjin, spear and sword clashing in sparks. Lao Hu sighed in admiration. Stubborn lad burned alive, yet still fighting. Impressive. Wu Qingxin's eyes widened in horror. "Impossible! I burned you to ashes! How are you alive? How are you immortal?" Qiao Mu leapt high, hurling his spear straight at her, voice firm. "I can die. But you'll die with me." His words cut like a blade. He charged in, unleashing a storm of punches like thunder crashing upon Wu Qingxin's body. She gritted her teeth and sneered, "A mere mortal dares duel me in sorcery. When you're ash, you'll still be victorious." But Qiao Mu smirked, gripping her hand tighter. "You won't live long enough to see that." Suddenly, the star-profound envoy and others, still alive, charged in shouting, "Brother Qiao! Together burn the witch to oblivion!" Wu Qingxin struggled against Qiao Mu's hold, unable to break free as her spiritual power went chaotic. The group unleashed their might, attacks crashing like thunder, flame and sword light merging in chaos. Explosions thundered, smoke and dust filling the air. When the haze cleared, all lay collapsed, bodies torn and burnt, breaths ragged. The man in blue sprawled motionless, his body scorched and blistered. Lao Hu and the envoy gasped faintly, utterly drained, while Qiao Mu still stood bleeding but unyielding. Wu Qingxin gave a bitter smile. "Seems I was never fated to defeat you." Then Qiao Mu's sword pierced her abdomen, blood spraying bright red. She laughed hoarsely. "You think killing me means you'll live? Foolish dream." Qiao Mu looked down coldly. "Everyone knows your flame of rebirth can't be killed. I strike you not to erase you but for the sins you've sown." As he spoke, Wu Qingxin secretly drew a talisman, chanting to heal herself while laughing madly. "Ha! I'm evil! You fools who trained in the martial saint spirit technique, did you never wonder why all who practice it are bound together?" Her tone sharpened, because it was crafted by martial Saint Ren himself to hunt down Haidir cultivators. "You're all pawns in his grand game!" She went on. 40 years after the Celestial War, martial Saint Ren swept the land, gathering 3,000 martial prodigies as disciples. He taught them purest techniques and supreme martial arts, including the martial saint spirit severing art. But the cruel truth, those who mastered it became his fuel, their strength drained to feed his own. Guess how many of those 3,000 survived? She hissed, eyes gleaming. Then she answered herself, none. Even those who fled to the ends of the earth could not escape. Martial Saint Ren hunted them one by one, guided by the curse of his secret art. From Jianggu to immortal sex, none who practiced it were spared. Before she could continue, Qiao Mu drove his sword deeper, blood gushing freely. His voice was ice. "Go on, I'm listening." Wu Qingxin screamed, "You still don't get it? We're all just experiments in Martial Saint Ren's pursuit of power. My fate today will be yours tomorrow. Spare me, I can help you survive it." Her desperate plea made Lao Hu and the others falter, doubt flickering in their eyes. But Qiao Mu stayed cold, expression unchanging. Without a word, he swung his sword, severing her neck, ending Wu Qingxin's life. Her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him. Her body collapsed, hand trembling toward him, whispering, "Why?" Qiao Mu smirked, "Death is just death. Anyone who kills me only makes me stronger." As he finished, the light faded from her eyes, her body stiffening in death. Then the villagers rushed in wailing, "The Saintess is dead. Impossible!" One man laughed hysterically, "No, the Saintess has ascended. From now on, this is the fairy village, not Saintess village." Qiao Mu sighed softly, murmuring, "Demon fire can be quenched but human hearts never." He turned to Lao Hu and the two survivors, asking quietly, "You alright?" The man in blue forced a weak smile, "Barely alive, but it's over. The flame's fading." Qiao Mu said gravely, "Hold your breath steady. Focus your Q. So long as you live, there's hope." Soon after, they all sat cross-legged amid the dying embers, calming their minds as the fire slowly went out. Qiao Mu quietly looked to the sky, thinking, "You all might live on, but I've already 1 foot in the grave. None of us will truly escape this fate." Lao Hu chuckled, "Qiao Mu, this time you slew the Saintess, your name will thunder across the world." He continued, "It's rare for me to admire someone, but you've earned it. Calm, decisive, unmoved by her charm, treating life and death lightly. Impressive." Qiao Mu replied humbly, "You praise too highly. Without you all, we'd have died to those mad villagers long ago." Lao Hu laughed heartily, "Ha! True enough. You wanted me to teach you my blade, no problem. Once we reach the city, ill." Before he finished, a sword flashed from afar, piercing Lao Hu's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The group shouted in horror, "Lao Hu!" Before they could react, 4 fiery talismans dropped from above, blazing bright. Flames exploded, engulfing Qiao Mu's team. Someone screamed, "True bone demon fire, Wu Qingxin isn't dead?" A seductive voice echoed, "You thought killing me was that easy? How laughable!" She sneered, "With a mere revival talisman and a trace of immortal art, even peak cultivators can't detect me. 1 charm is enough for rebirth, something your mortal martial arts could never reach." Her voice thundered, "You mortal worms deserve only to kneel before immortals. Even Martial Saint Ren is no different." Suddenly the air trembled, a heavy sigh rolled out, carrying a pressure like a mountain, freezing Wu Qingxin in place. A pair of icy eyes appeared in the void, staring straight at her, making her entire body tremble. Then a deep voice rumbled, "Qingjin, I let you cultivate in Xuantian sect for over 20 years, so this is your result." Wu Qingxin stammered. Qiao Mu heard it too, turning pale. "Impossible, it's him." Wu Qingxin screamed in panic, "No, it can't be! You can't still be alive!" The commanding voice declared, "I am Marshal Saint Ren." He stepped out of the void, smiling faintly. "Don't recognize me. How disappointing." A crushing aura spread, forcing Qiaomu backward, face drained of color. Strangely, the demonic flames around him instantly vanished, devoured by that overwhelming force. That aura was 100-fold stronger than Wu Qingjin's, shaking the earth itself. The star-profound envoy stammered, "No mistake, that's his voice. Has the Marshal Saint Ren, the supreme master whose name makes all Jianghu tremble?" Qiaomu choked out, Why are you here?" Marshal Saint Ren sneered, "You wonder how I hid from the sensing link of the Marshal Saint Spirit technique, how I concealed myself from all eyes." Wu Qingxin bowed low, not daring to breathe, cold sweat dripping from her brow. He said softly, "Ask, my disciple, you've lost the right to speak my name." Wu Qingxin's whole body quivered, tears spilling. "My apologies, foster father. I was foolish, I never imagined you still lived, even stronger than before." Marshal Saint Ren stepped closer, speaking slowly. "I named you Qingxin pure heart, hoping your spirit would stay clear. Yet you let desire cloud your Tao, failed in martial practice, failed in immortal arts. One loss to me, and your will crumbled." He sighed, "Very well. If you wish to live, I'll give you one chance." Hearing this, Wu Qingxin's eyes lit up. "Thank you, foster father." But he smiled coldly. "Don't rejoice yet to live, you must wager your life." He said flatly, "Prove you still deserve to exist." Wu Qingxin froze, despair washing over her. After all her years of fleeing, she knew the truth before this man. Her only fate was annihilation. She slowly stood heart heavy, thinking, "Hes not joking. If I don't win, I die for sure." Taking a deep breath, she gathered every last shred of spiritual power, ready for her final battle for life. Qiaomu smirked to himself, "So, she's going all in. Good. I want to see just how far Wu Qingxin's power can reach." At that moment, Wu Thantam's eyes flashed with icy resolve. Opposite her, Wu Shengren's cold gaze remained utterly unmoved. Suddenly, Wu Thantam shot upward, vanishing toward the west. Everyone froze. Did she just attack Wu Shengren head-on? Challenge the living legend. But in a blink, Qiaomu realized she wasn't attacking, she was fleeing. "Running? Already?" Qiaomu sighed in disbelief. Wu Thantam ran with all her might, heart pounding, "I can't win. I must live, no matter what." In her mind echoed a plea: return to the immortal sect, beg forgiveness, endure shame, just stay alive. "Don't die!" But before the thought finished, a shadow blocked her path. Wu Shengren appeared like a phantom, grabbed her head, and yanked her back, killing intent surging. Qiaomu gasped, "So fast. This power is beyond mortal martial limits." Wu Shengren gripped her head coldly. "Years ago, I spared you for your talent, now you can't even flee properly. That mercy was my mistake." He sneered, "Mistakes must be corrected, while there's still time." Wu Thantam burst into tears. "Please, Godfather, don't kill me! Give me one more chance!" Rage erupted. "Why? I only wanted to live. The immortal sect used me like a pawn, and you like a tool." She screamed, "Do you even know what it's like to live in fear? One day you'll taste it too." But before the curse ended, her final life force drained away. Wu Shengren released her and tossed the corpse aside like a lifeless rag. The body landed before Lanshan, who looked down, eyes filled with gloom and despair. "Well, probably die just like her," he muttered softly. Sing Xuan, she glanced over calmly, "Scared already?" He replied slowly, "Since ancient times, warriors sought to surpass immortals, only one succeeded, Wu Shengren. The Wuji society exists to slay immortals and bring peace to mankind." Qiaomu cut in mockingly, "Peace? The first thing he did after victory was slaughter every martial clan. Your peace is just mountains of bones and seas of blood." He raised his head, eyes blazing. "True strength challenges the powerful, not the weak. If we can't kill immortals but instead harm our own, is that still the martial path?" Lanshan grabbed him. "Brother Qiao, don't!" On the rooftop, Wu Shengren frowned coldly. "Teaching me morality now?" Qiaomu shouted, "Wisdom means protecting others, not killing them. 3,000 disciples, 100,000 heroes died by your hand. If they could sacrifice, why can't you?" His words sliced through the air like a blade to the saint's heart. Wu Shengren didn't grow angry, he burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha! Interesting, truly interesting! Boy, I like you even more than Wu Thantam!" He roared, "Good! Come up here and claim your death yourself, Qiaomu!" Narrator's cue: stay tuned for the next epic clash of destiny. Wu Shengren smirked, sitting cross-legged on the roof. "Choose your weapon, I'll wait." Qiaomu turned, stumped, and his buried spear leapt into his hand with a spin. He smiled faintly, swung the spear in a few practice arcs, tip aimed at Wu Shengren, killing intent rising. Without hesitation, Qiaomu leapt upward like lightning, spear crashing down in a mighty strike. Yet Wu Shengren merely lifted one finger, blocking the fatal blow as if brushing dust away. Qiaomu gritted his teeth, pushing with all his strength, but that finger didn't budge. Wu Shengren stood still, no aura, no defense, blocking a warrior's full force with his bare body. Realizing the vast gap, Qiaomu risked everything, triggering the heavenly demon disintegration, his body trembling as power doubled. His spear strikes turned wild and storm-like, yet Wu Shengren deflected each blow with one finger, as if strolling in the park. Wu Shengren smirked. "Not bad, your spear breaks the strong's tendons and pairs well with demon disintegration. Clever." Qiaomu kept attacking frantically in every direction, but not a single strike touched him. Suddenly, he slipped behind and thrust at Wu Shengren's back lightning fast. The hit landed, but the spearhead didn't pierce. Instead, it stuck as if magnetized to cold steel. Qiaomu yanked hard, to no avail. "Stuck? What the hell?" Wu Shengren smiled. "Decent move, but crude. A young man learning so many arts, commendable enough." He continued, "But demon disintegration harms the user more than the foe. It ruins your martial path, hardly worth it." With a flick, he sent Qiao Mu flying like a rag doll, his spear shattering to pieces. Qiao Mu rolled across the roof, trembling, barely keeping his stance. He spat blood, rasped a laugh truly worthy of the martial world's #1 perfect opponent. Forming Everlife Fist, he said, "Old man, I've got more than demon disintegration." Before he finished, Wu Shengren vanished, reappearing before him faster than thought. The Qiao clan's Everlife Fist never stood a chance. He growled, "Today is no exception." He seized Qiaoma's head and slammed it into the roof, the impact thunderous. The roof shattered, dust billowed as Lan Shan below screamed, "Brother Qiao!" A crater gaped beneath them. Amid the debris, Qiao Mu lay motionless, blood-soaked, barely breathing, body ruined. Wu Shengren landed softly, gazing coldly. "You once asked why sacrifice always falls to others." He sneered. "Because you're weak. The world remembers Wu Shengren's name but forgets I wasn't born strong." His voice deepened. "Half my life I climbed fame, power, all smooth sailing. Until the day I met an immortal. That battle I lost miserably. I abandoned official rank, devoted myself to the way, created Saint Martial Spirit formula, and sought 10 mightiest warriors to test it. I gave them the full technique and vowed after 10 years, we'd duel, the victor would claim all martial truth. When the decade passed, only I survived alone atop the martial world. Thus, the world follows one rule: the strong devour the weak. That is martial law's essence. Never thought you'd turn out a demon in disguise." His ribs shattered, demonic backlash wrecking his body. At this point, life or death, what difference for one like you? So weak, not even worth absorbing. As Wu Shengren turned to leave, Qiaoma's finger twitched, light flared. In a flash, he sprang up, punching with full force straight at the saint. But Wu Shengren caught it easily, scoffing, "Die properly this time." Yet when he looked down, shock hit. Only a severed arm remained, the body gone. Then Qiao Mu appeared, landing a second punch square on his face. This time he unleashed 3 ripple overlap fused with heaven's shock ripple, channeling 6-fold destructive power. Wu Shengren was stunned. The fool had severed his own arm just to strike back. Madness. Qiao Mu pressed on, unleashing the second ripple surge, pushing strength to 7/10 full might. Wu Shengren blocked while secretly impressed, the body near collapse, yet his will still blazed bright, truly rare. Qiao Mu pressed on relentlessly, strike after strike, giving his foe no time to breathe. In the stands, Lan Shan gaped in shock, and Xingxuan Shi stood stunned seeing Wu Shengren forced back. Lan Shan whispered tremblingly, "That's the Qiao clan's 3 ripple overlap, each punch stacking like ocean waves." He shouted, "Brother Qiao, go! Defeat Wu Shengren!" But gradually Wu Shengren's eyes froze over, his aura stilling. Then suddenly, he burst into booming laughter across the battlefield. "You're interesting," he said, "far more than I expected." Instantly, Wu Shengren shattered the attack and grabbed Qiaoma's head. Lan Shan screamed, "No, that move killed Wu Thantan before." Even while restrained, Qiao Mu lifted his chin, mocking the old man, speaking of the Qiao clan, honor and sacrifice. Lan Shan muttered, "What's he doing dragging the whole Qiao clan against the saint?" Then he shook his head. "No, brother Qiao must have a plan." Wu Shengren sneered coldly, "Since you're eager to die, I'll oblige." With a sharp crack, he snapped Qiaoma's neck. The dry sound echoed as Qiaoma's body fell and Lan Shan screamed in despair. Finally, Wu Shengren turned to the remaining 2, voice low, "Keep fearing me. One day," he said, "if you're strong enough to kill me, that will be your true path to live." With that, he cast them a last glance and walked away through the dead silence. Lan Shan realized Wu Shengren hadn't spared them out of mercy, he was just waiting for them to ripen. Gritting his teeth, he swore, "I'll spread today's tale across the land." Wu Shengren merely smirked, "Go ahead." Soon after, as I sat awaiting challengers, something strange happened. Qiao Mu, freshly dead, sat up on the roof, confused why I'd spared him. Fury burned inside him. Living in such a ruined body felt worse than dying. He roared, "Cowardly old man, too scared to kill me? Some Saint Martial you are!" Wu Shengren calmly sipped his wine. "Whether you die or not hardly matters. What matters," he said, tilting the cup, voice like steel, "is whether I allow it." Those words drove Qiao Mu mad. He screamed, "Get lost! Or just kill me already!" Wu Shengren chuckled, "Want divine power? Do one task for me, and I'll grant what you crave." He pointed toward Qingming Range, speaking of Qingyun Temple where emperor and commoner alike knelt to immortals. He sneered, "Immortals are just mutants, keeping mankind forever on its knees." The words made Qiao Mu recall Zheng Dute's secret letter, all tied to an emperor's assassination plot. Wu Shengren spoke slowly, "Kill the great Yuan emperor, challenge the alien Xuantian. Do that, and I'll bestow supreme arts. Fail and let the Qiao clan avenge you, will accept it." Qiao Mu's heart raced. He'd already planned to kill the emperor. Now, with this chance, he smirked, "Kill the king, gain the art, and then kill you sounds fun." Wu Shengren laughed heartily. "Good, that's the spirit." When Qiao Mu asked of Lao Hu, he replied, "He existed once, ranked 10th in the world, but I beat him and borrowed his name to vanish." Just then, a figure appeared, sweeping in like wind and landing atop the roof. Wu Shengren wasn't surprised, only sneered. "Oh, finally caught up." Wu Jizheng, one of the 7 sages of Wu Ji. Qiao Mu chuckled weakly, "Look at me, what's left to save? Don't waste your effort." But Wu Jizheng said nothing. He thrust his hand straight into Qiao Mu's chest. From it, he drew a dark red organ shimmering with strange light. Qiao Mu screamed, "Hey, are you insane? What the hell are you doing?" Calmly, Wu Jizheng molded the organ into a new arm, attached it to Qiao Mu's stump, and said, "Don't try it." Qiao Mu gawked, "You treating me like a toy? What is this, Lego?" Wu Jizheng frowned, "Lego? What's that?" Suddenly, Qiao Mu's body trembled as strange energy surged through him. Green light gathered at his new arm, veins and nerves reforming seamlessly. the glow spread brilliantly, sealing every wound on his body. The energy coursed through him, expelling all internal injuries. A choking surge rose, he coughed violently, spitting thick black blood. Eyes wide, he gasped, it's really healing. This technique even surpasses Wang Song has! Wu Shengren waved his hand. Ji Zheng has yours. Once is healed, prepare to depart, our target awaits. At dawn, a carriage sped through the foggy forest. Inside, the great Yan Emperor silently held a sword in a jeweled box, eyes deep and distant. Scene shifted to a bustling tea house in Huji, filled with chatter. Inside, crowds gathered to hear a thrilling tale of an unnamed hero. They said that days ago, Wu Shengren fought the immortal sex saintess, Wu Than Tam, a clash that shook heaven and earth. In the end, he crushed her to the ground, flattening the saintess like a pancake, sending chills through every listener. Outrage erupted, some cursed him, others mourned her, calling Wu Shengren a beast who betrayed the way. One man argued, you fools! Wu Than Tam betrayed martial honor, he absorbed her for righteousness? Another snapped, righteousness. He drains everyone's blood for dark arts. When it's your turn, will you still call it noble? A skeptic scoffed, not my problem, he only absorbs those of divine third rank. The man drew his sword, then when he devours your 3,000 disciples, your kin will be next. The tea house split into two camps. One shouted, Wu Shengren is humanity's last hope. If he kills the immortals, I'd gladly be drained. The other laughed, blind loyalty suits you, mutt. Just then, Taoist Xiang passed by. Hearing energy-draining arts, he paused, murmuring, interesting. Meanwhile, Qiaomu's group rode on. Xingxuan Shi asked, how's your injury? Qiaomu grinned, fully healed, even my bones grew back. He asked, that Master Wu also a disciple of Wu Shengren? He barely spoke. Xingxuan Shi nodded, yes, one of the 7 sages of Wuji. The 7 sages were the 7 strongest survivors. After 3,000 disciples were culled, each mastering a technique surpassing their teachers. Qiaomu shuddered, 3,000 consumed, only a few remained, no different from what Wu Shengren did to Wu Than Tam. He asked bluntly, so that master's special art is healing? Xingxuan Shi hesitated, not sure. Ji Zheng interjected, you could say that. You've just tasted flesh and blood metamorphosis, you don't yet grasp its power. Qiaomu urged his horse, isn't flesh and blood metamorphosis Wu Shengren's own art? Ji Zheng replied calmly, it's a secret art, only warriors of 3rd grade or higher can truly master what you have is just the shell. Qiaomu's eyes lit up, then can I learn the real one? Ji Zheng didn't answer. Instead, he asked Xingxuan Shi, the rumor of the emperor appearing in Hu City, is it true? Qiaomu huffed, hey, we're talking about something else. Xingxuan Shi said evenly, the source is Mu Mingji, head of the Bright Moon sect and my envoy reliable. Ji Zheng nodded, if true, the target's moving through Hu City, if false, we'll storm Qingming Mountain instead, more entertaining. Qiaomu laughed, you make assassinating an emperor sound like a stroll. Ji Zheng shook his head, you treat death lightly, no wonder Wu Shengren spared you. Qiaomu chuckled, relax brother, if things go south you hang back, I'll be the first to run. Ji Zheng only smiled faintly, falling silent, eyes darkening. After a moment, he said sternly, do you know, when your spirit absorbed the Ling Tea formula, it showed immense potential. If you pass this trial, you'll become a seed of martial destiny. Fail and you'll be Wu Shengren's next meal. Qiaomu gave a dry laugh, so I have to survive, easier said than done. He grumbled, if I die does that mean I failed the test? That old man talks in riddles. Ji Zheng cut him off, first, we go to the Bright Moon sect to find Mo Mingzi. Xingxuan Shi informed Wu Shengren. The messenger nodded and left coldly. Ignored again. Qiaomu shouted angrily, hey, stop changing the subject. Soon, Qiaomu and Ji Zheng reached the foot of Qingming Mountain, where Bright Moon sect sat in the Huan Valley. Qiaomu asked warily, a major branch of the Wuji society, why is it deserted? Ji Zheng nodded, no guards, strange indeed. From deep inside came a haunting wail, chilling them to the bone. Qiaomu narrowed his eyes, there's blood in the air, could the immortal sect have set a trap ahead of us? Ji Zheng shoved the gate open, let's check. If it's a trap, I'll flip it and extract the truth. Qiaomu smirked, funny, the healer's braver than me. They entered a vast courtyard, empty and cold, wind moaning through the halls. Following the corridor, they stopped at a dimly lit room with its door ajar. Stepping in, both froze, unable to believe their eyes. In the shadows, a Bright Moon disciple was being strangled, hand outstretched weakly he helped. The assailant turned calmly toward them, not the slightest trace of fear. He sneered, so, you finally arrived. Casually tossing the corpse aside, he revealed dozens of shriveled bodies. Bright Moon sect had been drained dry. With a roar, he lunged at Ji Zheng, I've waited long enough? Qiaomu reacted instantly, unleashing 3 ripple overlap to block the fierce blow. This one's mine, stay back, Qiaomu shouted, keeping distance for his ally. He gathered his inner force and blasted the attacker backward, gaining space. Then he sprang forward, entering the real fight. They clashed fiercely, each strike thundering, energy bursting through the air. Amid the chaos, Ji Zheng recognized him. Chio Zhong, that's Mo Mingji, head of Bright Moon sect. Once a 4th grade warrior, now fallen to 6th. He added cautiously, but beware, has absorbed his disciple's life force. He may have regained 4th grade. Before the words finished, Mo Mingzi's punch landed, hurling Qiaomu backward. Qiao Zhong, you alright? Ji Zheng called. Qiaomu stood, dusting himself off, almost took a nap. Next time warn me before he swings. He grimaced, didn't expect the old 4th grade freak to still pack this much power. Mo Mingji raised his hand, dark miasma swirling, laughing coldly, resisting me is useless. Let me drain you'll hurt less. Then he lunged. Qiaomu dodged by a hair's breadth. Let me absorb you, it's dignified for both of us, he hissed. Qiaomu sneered inwardly, same hypocritical garbage as Wu Shengren. Remembering Ji Jung's warning, he restrained himself. He couldn't use heavenly demon disintegration now, it was suicide. Instead, he invoked hidden shadow steps, darting around his foe so fast that only after images remained. Watching, Ji Jung nodded, using constant movement to bait an opening. Smart strategy. But he sighed, pity Mo Mingzis, no full hell shift rhythm soon. Mo Mingzis' eyes went razor-sharp, veins bulging across his forehead. One of his palms nearly struck Qiao Mu half an inch closer and his skull would burst. Qiao Mu gritted his teeth so fast, did he already see through my movement technique? Spotting an opening after the missed strike, Qiao Mu planted his hand, spinning for a counter. He unleashed triple ripple fist force, followed by double ripple surge, both slamming into Mo Mingzis' chest. The blows cracked his sternum with a loud, splintering snap. Hearing the bone break, Qiao Mu smirked, chests cracked, momentum's mine now. But Mo Mingji endured the pain, suddenly grabbing Qiao Mu's leg. Got you! He snarled. Qiao Mu froze. Is this old man insane? Why does this feel so familiar? Mu Mingjai roared, channeling energy as he smashed Qiao Mu's head into the ground. The earth split like thunder. Blood sprayed dizzy. Qiao Mu thought, damn, it feels like getting blessed by a meteor. Then he sensed something off in his foe's breath. Wait, something's wrong. As the man pinned him, Qiao Mu kicked upward, realizing Mo Mingju was trading pain for a killing blow. He countered with 2 rapid kicks, forcing the enemy back and breaking free to regain distance. Now his style shifted, less reckless, more guarded, survival above all else. Though still under pressure, he growled, fighting like this feels like I've got my hands tied, damn it. Wu Ji-jung stepped forward slowly, clicking his tongue. You still haven't noticed, have you? He added. Mo Mingzis lost all reason. He's just a killing shell now. If you've got a trump card, use it. Meanwhile, Mo Mingzis' body began to swell grotesquely. His arms thickened like stone pillars, muscles bulging with killing aura. Flesh split, veins surged. He looked like someone overdosed on berserker serum. He roared, if I can't be a seed, then it'll be the feast, and charged with giant fists. Qiao Mu instantly activated hidden shadow steps, fading like smoke in a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, a spark of insight flared in his mind. Something profound clicked. Yet both massive hands caught him, blood dripping, danger at its peak. Wu Ji-jung shook his head softly. It's over. Mo Mingju snarled, end of the line, be my dinner. But in that hopeless instant, Qiao Mu's calm voice rang out. No point overthinking, fight to the end. He erupted with heavenly demon disintegration, power exploding, shattering the giant grip. Simultaneously, triple and double ripple strikes unleashed, pounding down like a hurricane. Mo Mingju was pummeled violently, body spinning like a ragdoll in a storm. Qiao Mu laughed wildly. Ha! Now that's what I call satisfying! Gathering all his strength, he threw one final blow, his fist crashing down like divine thunder. Mo Mingjai shot off the ground like a cannonball, smashing into the stone floor. When the dust settled, he was human again, shaking, eyes glazed, mumbling incoherently. Qiao Mu stepped forward, foot pressing onto his chest, gaze cold as frost. Wu Ji-jung intervened. Enough. Spare him, the corruption's gone, he can talk now. Still irritated, Qiao Mu snorted, eyes worry. Reluctantly lifting his foot, he said coldly, count yourself lucky you get one more day. Mo Mingju coughed and sighed. At first, I meant to die under Wu Shengren's hand to let him absorb my strength. But now that Wu Ji-jung himself interfered, at least the end has meaning. Wu Ji-jung replied calmly, you're not dying yet. If you truly regret, then tell us everything. Mo Mingju stayed silent for a while, then began to speak slowly. Yesterday, I met Taoist Qiang of Xuantian sect in Hu City. He was escorting the emperor's men, so I followed in secret. The next day, he came to my sect himself. Qiao Mu frowned to silence witnesses and hide the emperor's trail. Mo Mingjai shook his head bitterly. No, he didn't care about that at all. He choked up. He came only to test the power of the Saint Martial Spirit formula. Mo Mingzis' face trembled. He strangled my son before my eyes, saying coldly, this energy-draining art is worthless. No matter how much you absorb, you're still mortal. I begged him to spare my son, told him to fight me instead. But Taoist Qiang ignored me. The crimson demonic flame burned my son to ash, leaving only hatred behind. Back to the present, Mo Mingzis' eyes burned red. He slaughtered my disciples, killed my son. I tried to fight him, but I couldn't even touch him. Wu Ji-jung said gravely, you lost your reason after losing your son, that's why you drained your surviving disciples. Mo Mingju gave a bitter laugh. Who said it was madness? He raised his head coldly. What if I meant to do it? As he spoke, dozens of figures appeared around them, encircling the courtyard. Qiao Mu shrugged, grinning. Oh, an ambush too, planning to eat us both. The air thickened, each figure radiating killing intent so fierce that Wu Ji-jung clenched his fists. Qiao Mu's eyes darted, counting silently. Different sects, all elites. Great, just great. He muttered, if I want to live, I've got to break through first. But before he could move, every single fighter dropped to their knees. Qiao Mu blinked. Huh, what's this? Surrendering already? When did I become their overlord? Mu Mingjoy sighed. I'm just a broken man. Without spreading false rumors, how could I lure Wu Shengren here? I'll use my death to draw him out and slay that alien. He looked around solemnly. These people all lost their families to the Inhumans, yet still kept their will. I taught them the spirit formula and regained my 4th grade strength. Smiling weakly, he said, now I'm finally worthy of becoming Wu Shengren's meal, am I not? Wu Ji-jung froze. Why die for him? He's not worth sacrifice. Mo Mingzai shook his head. Not for Wu Shengren, for the one who stands atop martial Tao itself. He closed his eyes softly once. Humanity stood united against the Inhumans. Opening them again, he spoke bitterly. Now people kneel, worship them, build temples, begging for false peace. He gritted his teeth. The people don't know those so-called natural disasters are tricks the Inhumans use to keep mankind on its knees. He clenched his fist, recounting what had hurt immortals sowing chaos so that desperate humans would pray and feed their divine power. They cause disaster, then pose as saviors. The people's gratitude fuels their might, he said bitterly. Back to the moment, Mo Mingju slammed his fist down, veins bulging, fury blazing in his eyes. If this continues, he growled, humanity will be nothing but cattle for the Inhumans. Qiaomu fell silent, remembering Wang Song has words about strange disasters and chaos. Perhaps the immortals truly pulled the strings. Mo Mingjoy took a deep breath, eyes firm, vowing to walk the path of martial Dao to restore faith and hope. Behind him, his followers shouted in unison, ready to sacrifice themselves to push back the Inhumans even a step. Yet Qiaomu responded with a blazing slap and a furious shout, "Save the world, my ass!" Mo Mingji clutched his cheek, yelling that Qiaomu did understand his conviction. But Qiaomu only grew angrier, slapping him again. "If you won't save yourself, even heaven abandons you! Don't drag others down!" He said coldly, "You speak of salvation but treat people like tools. Aren't they human too? Before you drained them, did you hear their dying screams, or are you no different from those inhuman monsters?" Finally, Qiaomu sighed, pulling his aching hand back, muttering, "Damn it, Shulv known hurts like hell to slap sense into people." Mo Mingji froze, eyes empty as his faith shattered, and he stammered weakly. Then a cold voice from behind said, "Those are the last words of a dying man." Mo Mingji instantly stiffened, eyes wide, unable to react. He slowly turned to face Wu Shengren's icy gaze, murderous aura filling the air. In a flash, Shengren's hand grabbed him, leaving no chance to dodge. Mo Ming's life force was drained in seconds, his body withering away. His corpse shriveled like a mummy, leaving onlookers pale with horror. The crowd panicked, realizing Wu Shengren saw them as worthless. Then he coldly ordered them to leave. No one dared to speak, frozen in fear, hearts pounding wildly. Suddenly, chaos erupted as they fled like birds pierced by arrows. When silence returned, Wu Jizing said the rumor about Nguyen Tong was false and they must hunt down Ying Huang. Wu Shengren calmly waved his hand, saying no need. Branches reported Emperor Ying Huang had reached Ming City. Hearing that, Qiaomu frowned, guessing the emperor was now at Qingyan Pass, ruining their ambush. He growled that their only option left was to storm Qingyan Pass and finish Ying Huang. That night, Qiaomu and Wu Jizing arrived at Qingming Town, renting a roadside inn warmly hosted by the keeper. As Qiaomu looked around, he noticed the town only sold offerings. "No farm, strange!" the innkeeper proudly said. Locals didn't need to farm. He explained that thanks to the blessings of Xuanchen sect elders, locals only needed daily chance for food and comfort, though it applied only to natives. To be accepted, one must pray sincerely for 10 years straight, a grind, but still better than imperial taxes. With other lands crushed by levies for decades, wanderers flocked to Qingming Town seeking refuge. Qiaomu felt chills, wondering where the food came from. If no one worked, could the elders conjure rice from thin air? The innkeeper laughed, saying maybe those elders truly could create matter from nothing. Then he cheerfully pointed to their room, promising fine service. Qiaomu replied curtly, still pondering Xuanchen sect's financial schemes. Suddenly, Wu Jizing leaned over and told him to undress, his tone strange enough to make Qiaomu clutch his robe. Qiaomu, suspicious, asked if Wu had odd hobbies, but the man sternly said he only meant to heal him. Qiaomu reluctantly took off his robe, revealing bleeding wounds, joking until Wu frowned and threatened to kill him if he talked nonsense. Qiaomu quickly laughed it off, but Wu's face stayed cold as he stabbed himself in the chest. Blood splashed as he calmly pulled out a fresh red lump of flesh, shocking Qiaomu, who admired the flesh morphing art. Then Qiaomu curiously asked, "Why don't you try using it on yourself once?" Wu Jizing barked, "Just go already," and slashed his own chest again without hesitation. He then crushed the red flesh and pressed it into Qiaomu's wound. The lump twitched like a living creature, radiating eerie warmth. Then it burrowed into Qiaomu's body, spreading and merging within him. After observing, Wu Jizing noted the external wound had stabilized, but the inner damage from the heavenly demon dissolution was far worse. Qiaomu asked curiously if he could freely use that heavenly demon dissolution in the future. Wu Jizing shook his head, warning not to try. His meridians needed 3 days to heal, just enough for the emperor assassination plan. Qiaomu was surprised. 3 days? Did he know exactly when the emperor would appear? Wu replied, on the 1st of next month at the auspicious hour, the emperor would hold the incense offering ritual, and he'd give Qiaomu a cultivation art. Hearing that, Qiaomu's eyes gleamed. Bloodflesh myriad morphs was the almighty art he'd long desired. He laughed, asking if it was really his boasting he'd soon be invincible. Wu calmly said yes, but kindness always hides a hook. Qiaomu frowned, pressing for clarity. Whose intent was that supposed to be? Wu said gravely that the Q clan valued loyalty above life, yet hoped to treasure his own life more, while Wu Shengren trusted only in power. He feared Qiaomu would end like Mo Mingji, believing blindly and dying for hollow ideals. Qiaomu fell silent, eyes dimming in thought. Then he murmured, "I'm not Mo Mingji, I just want the art." Wu Shengren promised not to die for him. Wu Jizing opened the door slowly, voice heavy as he recalled how many once believed in Wu Shengren. In the end they all died. He turned and left without looking back, leaving Qiaomu alone with heavy thoughts. Qiaomu watched his fading figure, unsure if that kindness was real or a mask. Still, he didn't care. His goal was a proper death, and he and the Wuji society shared no path. 3 days later, crowds packed before Xuanchen sect's gate, noise echoing through the mountains. At that moment, Suo Xing and Emperor Yang arrived with a grand retinue. Qiumu hid among the throng, irritated by the crush, cursing he had disguised himself as a hermit. Suddenly his spiritual seal quivered. Someone from the Wuji society was among the guests. Worse, Wu Shengren himself might be lurking in that sea of people. Just then, the emperor's gaze accidentally met Qiumu's, freezing the air. Taoist Qiang and Taoist Qingyang raised their hands, saying only the emperor could enter the grand hall. Emperor Yang paused in silence, thoughtful before the strict decree. Then he told Su Xing to stay behind. Su Xing bowed, eyes stern. So the emperor entered the hall alone, his golden robe fading into clouds of incense. He lit 3 sticks, eyes heavy with thought, knowing alliance with Swanshan sect was wrestling a tiger. Yet if he played the humble visitor today, there might still be room to turn the tide. But the Swanshan sect wouldn't let an emperor scheme so easily. Taoist Qiang and Taoist Qingyang exchanged knowing glances. Then a deep bell tolled through the hall, its echo chilling the spine. At once, a mystical light flared from the altar, flooding the chamber. The glow thickened, blinding his eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Emperor Yang's mind, cold enough to pierce his soul. Before he could recover, vivid illusions of divine idols appeared before him. Startled, he murmured, "Why do you not bow?" At his words, the space warped, turning bizarre beyond reason. He realized he'd fallen into a trap. Swanshan sect wanted to force him to kneel, shattering imperial dignity. "Impossible!" he hissed in despair, trembling all over. He spun to escape but froze mid-step. Behind him was no exit, only a cold stone wall towering high. From the abyss rose eerie echoes, thousands of resentful spirits chanting in unison. "Kneel before the immortals, your majesty! Kneel before the immortals!" The chant dragged on like a curse. The cries grew louder and wilder, shaking the entire hall. Outside, Su Xing felt uneasy, murmuring, "Something's wrong, what's happening in there?" The bell tolled again, and instantly all pilgrims fell into a trance, eyes hollow and blank. Su Xing shouted in panic, "Your majesty, don't listen! These pilgrims are bewitched!" Emperor Yang looked around, seeing the crowd kneeling before idols. His resolve wavered. In despair, he thought surrendering to Swanshan sect might be the only way to keep his throne. Outside, hidden warriors watched the scene, gripping their sword hilts tight. One muttered, "If that fool king kneels, everything's ruined. Hold on a bit longer." But before they could act, Taoist Chiang's face hardened as he slashed. Steel flashed, blood splattered. It turned out the pilgrims were devotees from Qingming town, bred for absolute loyalty to Swanshan sect. Yet among them hid silent assassins, the Wuji society's killers waiting for the right moment. Chiang shouted, "Foolish mortals! You think you can defy the grand plan of immortals? Watch your emperor kneel!" Qingyang sneered, "Once he kneels, Swanshan sect will rule the world for eternity." But just as the emperor was about to collapse, a black shadow streaked across the air. It shot straight toward the giant bell atop the tower, striking with explosive force. A thunderous crash, the bell snapped loose and plummeted toward the emperor. Qingyang moved lightning fast, slicing the bell in 2 midair. The sword strike saved the emperor by a hair's breadth. Shards flew, wind shrieked like ghosts. Emperor Yang jolted awake, drenched in sweat, eyes wild with fear. Su Xing rushed to catch him, shouting, "Your majesty, are you hurt?" He trembled, gasping, "So close, who saved me?" A low, harsh voice replied, "No one saved you, I came to kill you." Then, before their stunned eyes, Qiumu appeared, spear in hand, aura fierce as a hunting beast. The Wuji society warriors gawked, shouting, "What the hell is insane? Charging in alone is suicide!" Amid the chaos, Emperor Yang recognized Qiumu, eyes wide with shock. Taoist Qingyang's face darkened, murderous aura surging as he spat, calling Qiumu an insect daring to defy Swanshan sect. He transformed his spirit sword into a radiant jade blade, spiritual energy flooding the hall. Then he slashed mercilessly, no hesitation in the strike. The sword light flashed like lightning, reaching Qiumu in an instant. The force of it shook the temple, cracking the floor in 2. A deep sword trench scarred the ground, dust billowing skyward. Emperor Yang staggered, nearly falling, eyes wide in terror. The Wuji society men watching froze, trembling, barely daring to breathe. Taoist Qingyang roared, "Anyone who offends Swanshan sect meets only death!" The news of battle spread, civilians panicked, scattering, some dragged away before curiosity got them killed. Chaos reigned, the heavens trembling under immortal power unleashed. Suo Xing shuddered, thinking that without reaching spirit refinement realm, one strike like that would obliterate him. From above, Taoist Qingyang looked down coldly and said, "See, this is the gap between mortal and immortal." He added, "Today, no one leaves this place alive." But right then, a cold, mocking voice came from above like a slap across Qingyang's face. He spun around, only to be smashed in the face by Qiumu's spear, body flung down like a rock off a cliff. Taoist Qingyang crashed hard, pale and stunned as he felt Qiumu's life force suddenly surge stronger than before. Qiumu smirked mockingly, "What's wrong, immortal?" Shaking already. Without waiting for a reply, he charged like a beast, spear strikes raining nonstop. Even mid-fight, he thought losing's fine, as long as he gets to die his way. He recalled last time being cut down, instantly perfect death, no cleanup needed, a bargain indeed. Then, system text flashed in his mind, death rating a tidal ghost beneath the sword of the abnormal. Reward 56 points, life 54, respawn 45. Qiumu grinned thanks to that, his bloodflesh myriad morphs reached minor mastery, with infinite regeneration to boot. He charged again, fists and feet storming like rain, forcing Taoist Qingyang to retreat. But as the final blow neared, a dim blue light burst forth, shielding Qingyang's chest. Qiumu froze, blurting, "What the hell?" Body of golden defense. Qingyang sneered, "Just a warm-up, brat." He unleashed 10,000 arts sword technique sword Q stormed like a hurricane, engulfing the hall in light. Q Mu was blasted into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. The Wuji Society fighters cursed, "Damn it, immortal powers freakish as hell." Qingyang lifted his chin proudly, "Once pierced by my Qingming sword, even an immortal dies." But before he could gloat, his face froze as if sensing an incoming nightmare. He spun in shock, eyes wide at the sight before him. Qmu's wounds were sealing shut at an inhuman rate enough to make even an immortal's sword hesitate. Qmu chuckled inwardly, "Your sword's useless, I moved my heart elsewhere. Try stabbing that." He shrugged, taunting, "Let this rough warrior teach you how a real immortal should swing a sword." With that, he gathered power, unleashing pure yang infinity strike. His aura exploded. Heat waves tore through the temple, cracking the stone floor apart. Qingyang hastily blasted the force aside to save himself. But Qmu didn't stop. He charged again like a raging bull. The Wuji Society roared from outside, "Go junior brother! Show him how fierce mortals can be!" Emperor Yang watched in awe, thinking, "I never knew martial might could rival immortal arts." Taoist Qingyang kept retreating, fear creeping in. If he lost, Swanshan sect's honor would crumble. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to reclaim the sect's pride, even at the cost of his life. He cast his art, summoning Crimson Yin Dragon Breath, twisting the heavens. A blazing blue dragon roared forth, scorching toward Qmu with world-burning fury. Qingyang laughed madly, "My Yin Flame Dragon can burn even spirit refiners to ash, prepared to die!" But before he could finish, Qmu emerged from the inferno, body intact, smiling. He shrugged, smirking. "Thanks, great immortal, appreciate the cremation service. Guess I owe you one." Qingyang stood frozen, stammering, "Impossible, how is he alive?" Just then, Taoist Qiang descended from above, smashing Qmu into the ground with a thunderous punch. He roared, "Useless fool! You can't even handle one mortal." Lying sprawled, Qmu steadied his breath, thinking, "This one's stronger, way deadlier than Qingyang." Taoist Qiang turned to Emperor Yang, voice honeyed and sharp, "Your Majesty, rest assured Swanshan sect will protect you completely." He smirked and added, "Since you've been saved, shouldn't you kneel and thank the immortal sect." Emperor Yang clenched his fists, sweat dripping. This was clearly coercion. Refuse, and he'd die on the spot. Su Xing stepped forward, blocking the way. "Your Majesty needs no saving from the immortals. I'm here!" Qiang sneered, "Your spirit refinement realm can't withstand a breath of mine." Suddenly, someone in the crowd coughed, then spat toward Qiang. He dodged, and the spit veered straight toward the emperor. Su Xing shouted, "Your Majesty, watch out!" and flung a throwing blade. The spit struck it and exploded, shattering the blade into dust. Su Xing froze, muttering, "A cough that destroys my dagger, could it be?" Qiang burst out laughing, "Ha, so your lackeys finally show themselves, daring to cough in front of me!" He growled, "The sewer rat that's hidden 40 years finally pokes its head out." Qmu leapt up, eyes blazing. These assassins were clearly no ordinary foes. He knew killing the emperor within Swanshan sect was near impossible. Chaos had to come first. Qiang roared, "Today the emperor kneels before the immortals. Brothers, slaughter every Wuji traitor here!" In an instant, hundreds of lights flared. Wu Shengren was surrounded by Swanshan sect disciples. One sneered, "You once led the martial path, strong indeed, but falling to demonic arts makes you fit to die." Wu Shengren laughed hoarsely, eyes crimson, "Demonic, and you're immortal. The victor decides right and wrong." Taoist Qingyang quickly formed seals, summoning a radiant sword, shouting, "Brother, let me have one last show." Qiang laughed, "Ha, showing off now." Instantly, tens of thousands of sword auras spiraled around Qingyang, forming a massive vortex aimed at Wu Shengren. He declared proudly, "So you follow the martial path, then taste 30 years of my sword work." With a roar, hundreds of sword beams merged into a blinding orb of light. "Try blocking this, mortal scum." Swanshan disciples cheered wildly, praising Qingyang's divine sword array. But amid the radiance, Wu Shengren stood tall, unmoving. He chuckled, 30 years forging a sword, and it only dusts my robe tragic." Then he pointed at the disciples, voice deep, "Come on then, all of you." His eyes blazed red as his aura erupted, "Your turn." The Swanshan disciples charged, weapons glowing, shouting battle cries. One swung a giant fan, whipping up a storm that tore the ground. Another opened a gourd, spewing violet flames that burned the courtyard. A third tossed golden talismans, summoning thunder to strike Wu Shengren. Their combined assault exploded into a towering column of light, shaking the heavens. When the dust cleared, they froze. Wu Shengren stood untouched, armor pristine. A disciple stammered, "Impossible! No mortal body could survive immortal weapons. Is he man or monster?" From afar, Su Xing couldn't help but admire. Truly Wu Shengren, he reads and dodges attacks like glimpsing the future. He used flawless movement arts to evade every strike in an instant, appearing motionless, body and spirit in perfect unity. Wu Shengren clenched his glowing red fist, coldly asking, "Done yet? My turn!" He lunged forward, fist exploding with raw power, punching straight ahead. The blow grazed Qiang's face, even the wind from it sent him flying back, blood spraying through the air. He froze, touching his face and muttering, "This blood isn't mine." A wave of dread hit him. He turned to look behind. There stood a trembling, headless body, hands still half forming a seal. The disciples screamed in horror, "Senior brother Qingyang!" Everyone, even the emperor, was stunned. No one knew what had just happened. The Wuji Society instantly drew their blades, Su Xing leaping in front of Wu Shengren. The warrior shouted as one, "Now's the chance! Kill the emperor!" Su Xing yelled back, "Your Majesty, ill hold them off, run into the temple." He hurled a flurry of throwing blades to block the attackers. Meanwhile, Chu Mu rose, frowning at the chaos something felt off the Wuji warriors snarled, realizing a true spirit refinement master stood before them. Everyone sensed Swanshan sect still had a hidden trump card. Chiang's eerie calm said it all. Then Wu Shengren roared, tearing the air apart with one swing. He dashed through the crowd, charging straight toward the emperor. His dark eyes gleamed. He laughed hoarsely, shouting, "Only the strong deserve to live!" His aura exploded, blasting away anyone in his path as he plunged forward. Worse, his eyes blazed red, his charge now pure madness. Su Xing blocked before the emperor, drenched in sweat yet unwavering. Wu Shengren leapt, punching as the emperor panicked and ran. Su Xing flung another barrage of blades, desperate to protect his ruler. But Wu Shengren's fist struck his gut. He hissed coldly, "Anyone who blocks me dies!" The emperor turned to see Su Xing collapse, shouting in panic. Su Xing gasped, "Run!" Wu Shengren reached out toward the emperor, his roar shaking the palace. Suddenly, the temple blazed with golden light. A radiant sphere appeared. The glow twisted into a spiraling torrent of power. The beams fused, forming a barrier that blocked Wu Shengren's charge. He halted, tilting his head at the figure emerging from the light. A human face formed within the dark vortex, eyes crimson as it hissed, punishment thunder cracking above. The face opened its mouth, spitting red lightning at Wu Shengren. The blast shattered the sky. He screamed as crimson lightning engulfed him. The storm spread, striking the nearby Wuji warriors in a wave of annihilation. Q Mu quickly cast a concealment art to flee, realizing this was merely the prelude to the true power behind the sect. As red thunder seared Wu Shengren's flesh apart, Q Mu's suspicion only deepened. Amid the storm, Wu Shengren still stood, muscles bursting as his body tried to rebuild itself. But the next strike obliterated him completely. No chance to resist. He raised one charred hand toward the sky, half his face burned black, palm aimed at the emperor. The emperor shivered. Those eyes held no hatred, only warning. Then the red lightning poured down again, drowning him in the storm. In a flash, the clouds dispersed, sunlight broke through, and the flames faded. When the smoke cleared, only a deep black crater remained. No trace of Wu Shengren. Su Xing trembled, whispering, how could this be? The emperor choked. The martial path has lost. Chiang, meanwhile, laughed triumphantly, gloating like a gambler who'd won eternity. He roared, "Those who defy the heavens shall suffer fivefold divine thunder." His voice thundered like a verdict, body and soul reduced to ash. The echo filled the hall, making the people shiver in dread of martial doom. The Wuji warriors collapsed in despair, unable to believe their hero had truly fallen. Qmu stood frozen, scanning the crowd, refusing to believe Wu Shengren was truly gone. For to every warrior, he was their son, and now that light had died, the martial path's hope perished with it. Thus the world bitterly realized the winner is called immortal, the loser becomes a demon. Just then, a warrior suddenly burst into flames, screaming before turning to ash. Above, Xiang grinned wickedly, ordering, "What are you waiting for? Burn every mortal alive!" Swanshan sect disciples roared in unison, their aura surging like waves. Red fire rained down like meteors, scorching heaven and earth, turning the battlefield into hell. One warrior trembled as his comrades burned alive, mind numb with horror. Sweat poured down his face as he muttered hopelessly, "Even the martial saint is dead. What's the point of cultivation now?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the flames, "The martial path is dead." As the words lingered, Qmu stepped forward, blocking a blade with his hand, eyes blazing in defiance. He spoke no philosophy, he simply charged ahead to protect the living. Amid the inferno, Qmu roared, "You crumble over this? Where's your martial pride?" Then he shouted, "Martial Dao isn't one man! The saint may fall, but we must go on!" His words ignited, their wolf fists clenched. They vowed to drag the immortals down even in death. The Wuji society roared and charged, eyes red, fighting to the death for honor. Qmu led them, aura blazing skyward, yelling for the martial path. The crowd echoed as one. From above, the emperor and Su Xing watched, hearts pounding at the fiery spectacle. Both realized Qmu had inherited Wu Shengren's flame, reigniting the warrior's spirit. The emperor thought silently, if the martial path still breeds men like him, it may yet rival the immortals. Suddenly, a freezing gust tore through, shaking the ground. In a blink, the whirlwind swallowed the emperor. Su Xing screamed his name. But it was too late. The emperor was hurled into the great hall, crashing against the stone wall. Su Xing rushed after him, kneeling, trembling, "Your Majesty, are you hurt? It's my fault!" At that moment, the idol before them blazed, a commanding voice resounding Ying Huang. It was the same divine statue from the illusion before, but now terrifyingly real. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, golden beams striking the emperor as a thunderous voice filled the air. The emperor gritted his teeth, summoning all strength to resist the crushing invisible force. He growled, "So you've dropped the act, forcing me to kneel now, are you?" A thought flashed, Wu Shengren's dead, so why the rush? What were they hiding? Then Qmu burst through the door, eyes blazing red, aura raging wildly. Su Xing gasped, "You're still alive!" Qmu shouted, "Trying to kill me? Not that easy!" and launched himself forward. He soared, sword gleaming, light reflecting off the blackened statue. In that instant, he thought, killing the emperor is useless, I must destroy the statue and end this cycle of power. Acting on impulse, he roared and swung his sword down on the idol's head. Su Xing froze, heart pounding. This madman was courting death. Yet amid the divine energy, Qmu's body held firm, trembling but unbroken. His wounds sealed rapidly, flesh knitting as if fueled by a rebirth force in his blood. The heart Wu Jizing had given him now burned at full power, keeping him alive. Qmu and the idol became two clashing forces, locked in a struggle for dominance. Su Xing watched, pale with shock, thinking has healing mid-battle ascending realms like a demon. His eyes widened as cracks spread across the idol. It was weakening fast. Hu Mu sneered, eyes sharp as blades, shouting, "You're just a crumbling rock pretending to be divine!" He roared break, and his sword blazed, cleaving the idol in two. At once, a massive surge of divine energy erupted from the statue, spiraling violently through the hall. That power burst free, howling like a beast released after 1,000 years. Every statue in the grand hall exploded, turning to dust. The shockwaves were so fierce they flung away stone slabs weighing tons. Outside, Qi Yang, mid-slaughter, sensed the tremor, kicked the door open, and roared, "Who dares wreck my temple?" He froze, staring at the chaos before him, too stunned to breathe. Qiao Mu lazily pointed at the ruins, smirking, "Dad, just cleaning up the place. You're late." Qi Yang snarled, "A mere mortal defiling a divine hall seeking death, are you?" Qiao Mu laughed, "Perfect, let's see who refines who first." But before he finished, a red mist coiled around him, binding his limbs and lifting him off the ground. He realized in shock it wasn't Qi Yang's magic but power from the surrounding celestial statues. Each cracked, glowing statue chanted in unison, "A mortal who mocks the immortal's unforgivable sin." Their chant thundered through the hall, ending like a judgment, "He shall sink forever into the void." Yet Qiao Mu only gritted his teeth and smiled defiantly. He growled, "Fake gods, fake immortals, what in the heavens are you really?" Then added, "A bunch of freaks dressed as sages, deceiving the world for glory." He sneered, "Twisted minds, treating human lives like weeds." Qi Yang raged, pointing at Qiao Mu, summoning his sword, smirking like a judge ready to strike. Qiao Mu stood firm, shouting, "Even if I die, I'll drag you false immortals to hell with me." Qi Yang raised his sword, aura blazing, yelling, "Fine, let this immortal return you to dust." Suddenly, the emperor stepped forward, raising a hand, voice trembling yet firm, "Immortal master, wait." Qi Yang roared, eyes wide, "Yonghe Emperor, what are you plotting?" The emperor stood tall, gaze icy. "Before I bow, may I ask a few questions?" Qi Yang snorted, lowering his sword. "The elders haven't objected, so go on." Behind him, Qiao Mu watched, dizzy, unsure what trick the emperor was planning. The emperor turned, eyes sharp, "You're not of the martial saint sect, why are you here?" Qiao Mu smirked, "To kill an immortal." He lifted his head, slowly adding, "And out of a little contempt for you all." His words froze the air. The emperor faltered, eyes flickering. He said gravely, "The martial saint is dead, the army broken, the world in chaos, only I remain to stand firm. If I too kneel, the nation will collapse, hearts will shatter, and ruin will follow." Qiao Mu coldly cut in, "If you can't bear the weight, better die than live on your knees." The emperor met his eyes calm, "You truly wish me dead?" Qiao Mu scoffed, "The martial saint died, what's one emperor's death? Living spineless is worse than rotting." Martial Saint Ren failed because he wasn't strong enough, not because the martial path was wrong. If not this life, another will rise. If our ancestors only bowed, no one after would dare stand tall, so much for martial honor. With that, Qiao Mu drew a deep breath and roared like thunder splitting the sky. "From this day forth, I shall bear the martial path! I shall lead it!" His shout shook mountains, echoing to the distant battlefield. The warriors there froze mid-battle, looking up. Friend and foe alike fell silent, his words still ringing in the wind. A raspy voice from afar called back, "Well said, boy." But Qi Yang sneered, hissing, "A man shackled by the immortal sect, claiming to bear the martial path, ridiculous." Qiao Mu only laughed, yelling, "One man may fall, but 1,000 years later, others will rise to surpass you!" Then, the emperor's waist suddenly flared with golden light, blazing like the sun. He flinched, eyes flashing as if recalling something crucial. His hand trembled as he touched the glowing sword hilt, hearing a faint call in his mind. Without hesitation, the emperor drew the sword high above his head. The blade blazed, reflecting on the faces of the immortals ahead. Staring hard at it, he roared with resolve, "The human king sword!" Qi Yang froze, stammering, "Yonghe Emperor can wield the human king sword!" Instantly, golden light burst forth, shattering Qiao Mu's chains. He crashed to the ground, gasping, muttering, "What the heck is this human king sword? So damn strong!" The emperor said nothing, gazing at the sword with a faint smile, as if fate had granted him one last chance. The narrator's voice echoed, "The great Yan founder once used this sword to unify the realm. It became a sacred imperial relic. It absorbed the dynasty's incense and destiny, embodying royal authority itself." Now the emperor raised it high, golden light piercing the heavens, scattering birds, thinking, "Let's see if the immortal sect can bear the will of mankind." High above, the Xuantian elders squinted. Their leader muttered, "So this is Yonghe Emperor's final trump, the emperor's fate itself." But as he spoke, the sword's reflection choked his throat silent. After a pause, the elder drew a deep breath and shouted, "The emperor's ascension rite must not be interrupted." He ordered, "Qi Yang, strike!" But Qi Yang hesitated, trembling, "Elder, are you sure?" Before he could finish, lightning flashed. An old Taoist in white robes descended from the sky. Stroking his beard, he smiled gently, speaking softly, "Fellow Xuantian cultivators, all well lately?" Elder Sun recognized him, forcing a grin. "Ah, Taoist Qingyi of the great Tao sect!" Though inside, he froze, knowing this was no coincidence. For among the 9 great immortal sects, each ruled a region, and Great Tao sect and Xuantian sect were neighbors competing for mortal devotion. The Great Tao sect, with the deepest roots, drew the most incense from all Zhongzhou, reigning first among the 9. With their secret exposed, their master in Zhongzhou and Tianwu mirror must be in trouble. No wonder that brat shattered the statues their leader's power was wanting. While elder son panicked, Qingyi smiled calmly. Your sex master's deeds in Zhongzhou are exposed, all immortal sex now know. This ascension ritual ends here. Elder son frowned, voice sharp, and what of our master now? Qingyi replied serenely, it's over, ended peacefully enough. Letting him go is mercy, soon all will return to balance. Hearing that, Qiaomu glanced at the emperor's sword, asking softly, so you never truly meant to bow to the immortals, did you? The emperor sighed, I am a king, kneeling is no different from destroying my realm. There was simply no way out. He murmured, this success was mere luck, not my strength. Perhaps the human king's sword appeared by heaven's will and mortal fate combined. Suddenly, a golden bolt struck beside him, shaking the earth. Qingyi stepped forward calmly, declaring, Yonghe Emperor, the ascension ends here. Xuantian's sect has overstepped, the other sects are uninvolved. He smiled, if you wish, this poor Taoist will escort you back to Zhongzhou. The emperor laughed, clasped his hands, then ill trouble you, immortal master, to lead the way. Inside he rejoiced, save no need to die today. But afar, the heaven punishment elder frowned, thinking, did the emperor warn the great Dao sect beforehand plan his escape? His gaze shifted to Qiaomu, suspicion deepening, while the boy just waved and shouted, hey, you guys forgetting about me? The heaven punishment elder turned crimson with fury, nearly blasting a palm strike on the spot. He roared, launching a blazing palm skyward, shouting, this mortal insults the immortal sect, his death is deserved. Qiaomu just grinned, flashing a small tablet, sweet, my heaven punishment points just went up again. But before his laugh faded, the emperor's stern voice rang out, stop. He stepped forward, gaze sharp, while Qiaomu glared, fuming, clearly annoyed that the emperor ruined his fun again. Elder son barked, you would protect him. Does the human emperor think fate makes him immortal? Such arrogance! Suddenly, Qiaomu shoved the emperor aside, shouting, I need no savior! I don't fear death, only regret not ripping off those freaks' masks. Inside, though, he screamed silently, talk big all you want, but seriously, stop saving me already. The emperor's calm voice stunned all by great Yan law. One who rebels and strikes a sovereign is imprisoned for execution. Qiaomu gaped, clasping hands with teary eyes, yelling, Dink, you were truly a good guy! I deserve to die gloriously today! Elder son folded his hands, voice sly, so be it. When we return, Taoist Qingyi shall oversee him, let the world see that blasphemers never live long. Qingyi stayed silent, stroking his beard with a calm smile. He glanced at the shattered statue, eyes deep as an abyss, then nodded, rest assured, Taoist friend. Then he led the great Yan emperor away from the mountain gate. At the foot, crowds cheered and knelt, praying as the immortals appeared. The emperor walked on, stifling a laugh, thinking, since my coronation, this is the first time I've bargained ayatollah with immortals. Meanwhile, Qiaomu was escorted by 2 Xuantian disciples. The crowd jeered, some throwing vegetables, shouting, evil scum, offending immortals alive only by their mercy. Amid the throng, 2 small figures pushed forward. It was Ningxu and her master. Seeing the great sects gathered, her master whispered, we follow the ancient law, avoid their struggles. Just then, Qiaomu's and Ningxu's paths briefly crossed. Ningxu startled, heart-pounding, a familiar aura washed over her. She lifted her veil, forcing her blurred eyes open to see a little clearer. But all she caught was a familiar hem fading into the sunset. Qiaomu strolled lazily, hands behind his head, looking carefree, but his eyes blazed with conviction. Then Ningxu's clear voice rang out. She grabbed her senior sister's hand, blurting, Senior, that looks like him. Her hands trembled, voice quivering, is it really someone I knew? Her senior froze, recalling the image of Qiaomu licking blood from his blade long ago. She hesitated, unsure whether to speak truth or spare her. Finally she whispered, he was wounded, I could see well, but his surname seemed Qiao, like you said, maybe Qiao Zhong. Hearing that, Ningxu stumbled, nearly falling. Her senior caught her, careful, your eyes haven't healed. The still gaze art burdens you, even walking flat ground is risky. Ningxu's mind tangled, thoughts racing wildly. What trouble has he caused again? What's he even thinking? Yet fate turns endlessly, no one can foresee a mortal's path. As long as he still lives, there will surely come a day they meet again. Thinking so, Ningxu's lips curved into a soft smile. Her senior asked, Junior, you really know him? Ningxu simply answered, firm, no. As dusk fell at the mountain's base, a man sat silently by a stone grave, none other than Marshal Saint Ren. Behind him, a shadow appeared in silence, the air heavy with stillness. Yet Marshal Saint Ren didn't turn, still carving words into the tombstone, saying calmly, don't call me Karma anymore. He sighed, there is no more Marshal Saint Ren in this world. With the final carve complete, the rough stone bore 5 words and the 99th cycle. Before the grave, Marshal Saint Ren murmured calmly yet heavily, admitting Wu Jizheng was his greatest weakness. Just then, Wu Qian-kun appeared, asking why his foster father faked death instead of killing the Yonghe Emperor, and got a cunning explanation. Before the son could finish, Marshal Saint Ren rose firmly, declaring the martial world no longer needed a martial saint. He recalled 45 years ruling the martial realm, many followed him, yet none truly walked beside him. People only worship power, seeing him as an unbeatable icon. But when that icon fell, the martial world lost its way, like dogs without a master. Bitterly, he realized his very existence had become a wall for those who came after. Only when new masters surpass him could the martial path grow strong enough to face the aberrants. Wu Qian-kun worried, asking if misguiding them might destroy the warriors instead of strengthening them. Marshal Saint Ren gazed afar, sighing he didn't know, but anything was better than 45 years of stagnation under him. Then he asked about Xiao Zhong. His son replied the heavenly prison was too guarded to pass any techniques. Marshal Saint Ren insisted the promise must be kept. He'd find a way to pass the art, for that resilient seed deserved a test. Suddenly, he paused to instruct his son about a critical detail of the prison plan. Wu Qiankun turned pale, exclaiming the plan would kill the man. Marshal Saint Ren only laughed. You think he fears death? Then, changing tone, he praised his son's recent work and entrusted him with leadership of the Martial Summit Alliance. Wu Qiankun knelt deeply, accepting the order with utmost respect. He then looked toward Wu Jizheng's grave, eyes somber. He recalled the old saying that he and his foster father were alike, both lesser martial saints. Yet he still couldn't grasp the true meaning behind those words. 2 days later, at the city lord's manor, another story began. Wang Songsha sneered at his uninvited guest, who retorted mockingly about not being offered tea. Marshal Saint Ren recalled abandoning office for martial pursuit, boasting he became a saint while the other remained a mere official. Wang Songsha calmly replied he sought no immortality, only peace and full bellies for the people. Marshal Saint Ren mocked him, but Wang shot back fiercely, exposing his slaughter of the martial world and his fake death to escape guilt. The man smirked, saying the only thing harder than his fists was Wang's self-righteous tone, then struck out. Soon after, he tossed a storage pouch coldly, saying, "Open it." Inside lay something shocking. Wang Songxia frowned. Opening it, his eyes froze at the sight of a glowing scripture. He gasped it was the Xuan Tian sacred scripture and other immortal artifacts, while the other man said they were trophies from slain cultivators. Hearing that, Wang's eyes gleamed with barely hidden greed. Yet he kept a moral front, refusing politely, claiming the gift too precious to accept. The other only laughed, saying it was merely a grave offering for Wang's future tomb, and reminding him that an emperor's fate cannot outlive time. At that, Wang quickly pocketed the treasures, laughing and thanking him heartily. But the other shook his head, warning that using immortal arts to suppress aberrance was a long path. He doubted Wang could walk far. Wang Songxia calmly replied, "If we enlighten the people, why fear aberrance? When minds awaken, humanity finds its own way." He explained, the martial path trades life for time, while the immortal path trades fleeting time to preserve the mortal world. They locked eyes, both knowing their ways diverged beyond reconciliation. As tension thickened, Wang Songxia suddenly asked who died in his place. It turned out to be Wu Jizheng. The man stayed silent for a long while, then replied with a single cryptic sentence. At that moment heavy rain fell, washing away all sound. Before the grave, a lone figure stood under an umbrella. Wu Jizheng, staring coldly at his own name carved in stone. He murmured, "I told you even in death, I would never bow to you. Even if you were my father, I would never die in your stead." He reminded himself, the flesh and blood transmutation art was complete. He could shed flesh, hide his soul, await rebirth, and evade the martial saint's sense. He only hoped Xiao Zhong would grasp the key point of that secret art. And he entrusted his hope that one day, Xiao Zhong would slay the martial Saint Ren. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently rested on his shoulders from behind. Scene shifted to the heavenly prison. Xiao Mu, gleefully disguised as a cat, praised the flesh and blood transmutation for its wonders until a real cat meowed and startled him. The real cat glared with disdain and walked off, making Xiao Mu chase after it angrily, shouting he'd pluck its fur bald. A low chuckle echoed from the corner, complimenting the cat's spiritual wit. Xiao Mu jumped, wondering how someone snuck into the heavenly prison. The voice replied cheerfully it came through the window. The fat body was fake, small window or not, he could slip in. He introduced himself as Hai Wu Nai, imprisoned 30 years. Xiao Mu instantly grew cautious, mind racing. Maybe the old man was from the Martial Summit Alliance, but sensing only 9th rank aura, he seemed the jail's senior inmate. Hai Wu Nai said little, merely handed him a medical text to ease the pain, which made Xiao Mu shiver. The old man diagnosed him at a glance. Just then, guards called from outside. Xiao Mu, summoned by Lord Wei, as an iron ladder dropped into the cell. Xiao Mu shook his head, refusing the book, saying this body's beyond saving. Hai Wu Nai, surprised, asked what crime could summon the Empire's top investigator. Xiao Mu answered blandly, as if on whether murder. Hai Wu Nai sprang up, visibly shaken. Xiao Mu climbed the ladder, leaving the old man sitting dazed in the cold cell. Hai Wu Nai watched him go, muttering, "Who is that man to unsettle me so deeply?" Suddenly, a shadow stepped from the darkness, greeting Hai Wu Nai. "Long time no see." Startled, Hai recognized Wu Qiankun and asked why he'd come. Wu replied calmly, "Your technique has found its successor." Hai Wu Nai frowned, "If a successor exists, why am I still imprisoned?" Wu Qiankun answered, "That was Marshal Saint Ren's will." More shocked, Hai asked who the successor was. Wu Qiankun replied simply, "Xiao Zhong." Meanwhile, Xiao Mu was brought before Lord Wei, still cocky, saying, "If you're gonna torture me, hurry, I hate waiting." Lord Wei merely raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Your charge is attempted regicide." Hearing that, Xiao Mu grew even more excited, thinking this thrill was better than cultivating his spirit. He chuckled inwardly, eager to see the face of the so-called greatest investigator. Certain fun awaited. But instead of torture, Lord Wei patted his shoulder with a smirk, saying, "His Majesty only wants to ask about the Qiao family," making Xiao Mu groan in disappointment. Lord Wei laughed, "Why so gloomy? You're to be released and there's even a banquet waiting. Eat while we talk." At the mention of a last meal, Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, exclaiming cheerfully, "Perfect! It'll spill everything, no secrets held back!" 2 hours later, Lord Wei finished the report summarizing that the Qiao family were a reclusive clan, wandering for generations, never settling. Few in number, yet strict in conduct and harsh in training, their ancestors were hermits uninterested in fame, living righteously. Lord Wei sighed in admiration. Rare was a lineage that faced death lightly and held such deep virtue, then ordered Qiao Mu back to his cell to rest. Qiao Mu stared at the golden roast chicken on the table, then asked softly if he could take it. Wei Yin laughed and nodded, saying he'd wrap it up. So Qiao Mu left gleefully, hugging the chicken like a kid with candy. Wei Yin watched him go, a trace of unreadable thought glinting in his eyes. Suddenly a guard stepped forward, bowing, calling loudly, "Hero Qiao!" He introduced himself as Fang Yuan, expressing admiration for the Qiao clan's loyalty, vowing aid whenever Hero Qiao needed it. Fang Yuan even offered to carry the chicken, making Qiao Mu blink and ask if it was proper for a death row guard to act so polite. Fang Yuan just smiled, saying he'd idolized heroes like him since childhood. Back in the cell, Qiao Mu set the chicken before Hai Wu Nai, laughing that it was a gift, stunning the old man to see it was the capital's famed honey roast. Qiao Mu grinned, saying it repaid the earlier medical book, no debts between them. Hai Wu Nai smiled and nodded, praising the boy's rare straightforwardness. Then he turned to Wu Qian-kun, puzzled. Wasn't Qiao Zhong sentenced to death by the immortal sect? How can he still train so carelessly? Wu Qian-kun crossed his arms calmly. You've idled here 30 years, wasn't that meaningless too? Hai Wu Nai frowned. My art isn't ordinary martial skill, it's incomplete. One misstep leads to backlash or an explosive death. Wu Qian-kun replied coldly. The order came from the Martial Summit Alliance, but training or not is up to you and Qiao Zhong. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu ate his fill and fell fast asleep, making Hai Wu Nai marvel that maybe the boy really could master it. At the same time, Wei Yin sat sipping tea, praising Qiao Zhong's resilience, saying it rivaled Hai Wu Nai's. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. He added that Qiao Zhong's testimony was full of holes, yet rumors about the Qiao clan weren't baseless. Finding the truth would be tough. Wei Yin changed topic, asking how's old Hai these days. Fang Yuan answered, still reading, just promoted to 8th rank. Wei Yin blinked, promote over 80. Right then, in the cell, Hai Wu Nai's aura surged, powerful currents of qi filling the chamber. Qiao Mu jerked upright, bewildered. What was the old man doing at midnight? The Kai layers climbed fast from 8th rank past 7th in a flash. Without turning, Hai Wu Nai said calmly, someone wishes me to pass down all my life's knowledge in one go. Qiao Mu instantly thrilled, thinking of the technique promised by the Martial Summit Alliance, and asked what divine art it was. Hai Wu Nai smiled, not exactly divine, but one might call it an art of longevity. Light flared suddenly. Qiao Mu gaped at Hai Wu Nai in disbelief. He stammered, you meant the technique you'll teach me is the legendary longevity secret art. Hai Wu Nai chuckled, close longevity fist. Your Qiao Tu know why it's so special. Qiao Mu frowned in thought, then said, I heard it was created by an immortal and passed to mortals. Hai Wu Nai nodded, indeed, left by a cultivator surnamed Sun. Once, among the 9 great immortal sects, there was a longevity sect. They tried to merge martial and immortal paths, creating the longevity fist scripture, but it was unfinished, discarded, and eventually lost to the Qiao clan. Qiao Mu was stunned. The path was incomplete, even rejected by the immortals themselves, for long life alone could not make one whole. He suddenly thought, if Master Hai now speaks of a longevity art, doesn't that mean he's completed what the immortals could not? Hai Wu Nai replied calmly, for warriors, dwindling blood and fading vitality with age is nature's law, inescapable. Then he pressed his palm to the stone floor. In a blink, fresh green grass sprouted. But, he said, if blood and vigor never cease to grow, the outcome changes entirely. Qiao Mu slapped his thigh, exclaiming, so that's it! I finally get the principle! Hai Wu Nai explained, longevity fist is like a blood-filled balloon, keeping life energy inside slows decay. Yet when that energy runs dry, the body collapses instantly like a deflated balloon. Dangerous, yes, but with enough will, one may extend life beyond mortal limits. Qiao Mu grinned excitedly, that's true immortality. Just boost blood qi year by year. What's this art called? Hai Wu Nai pulled out a scroll, saying, I named it the Human Tao Scripture, though I first called it the Two-Dai Mountain King Canon. Qiao Mu burst out laughing, 2 names for one art. Sounds fishy. Do I have to climb mountains or plow fields first? Hai Wu Nai scratched his head. At first I thought 2D Mountain King was too humble, so I changed it to Human Tao to fit the ambition. In his mind, this would be a method anyone could practice, even those cursed with the worst talent. To him, the Human Tao Scripture wasn't just a longevity art for warriors, it was the path to awaken life itself for all mankind. Qiao Mu's head spun as Hai Wu Nai's glow brightened. He nearly toppled, muttering that this all sounded suspiciously lofty. Hai Wu Nai sighed, admitting the technique was unfinished, still missing its vital core. He warned, mistake a single step and you'll fall into madness or explode on the spot. Qiao Mu only shrugged and grinned. So what? I'd love to try this, half-life's boring anyway. Hai Wu Nai nodded. Then steel yourself, the transmission won't be gentle. Qiao Mu raised his hand eagerly, eyes blazing, ready, let's start already! But Hai Wu Nai didn't begin. His tone turned stern. First, tell me your martial ideal. Why do you seek strength? Then he suddenly struck a warning punch. Qiao Mu froze at the question, thinking, seriously, we're doing this first? Hai Wu Nai said solemnly, of course, because I truly can't understand you. You killed an emperor yet seek immortality, don't you see the contradiction? Qiao Mu sighed, replying flatly, who doesn't want to live long, while frantically fishing for a deeper reason. Both fell silent, the dungeon thick with heavy stillness. Qiao Mu took a deep breath, exhaled softly, then lifted his head. He said slowly, I train to be stronger, because the bigger and harder the fist, the more life is worth living. Haiwu Nai frowned, smiling wryly, thinking another muscle-brained fighter chasing power. But suddenly Qiaomu stood tall, eyes blazing, adding, because this world is full of injustice. Only with strength can I make the unfair fair by my own hands. If one weakly rushes in, he only brings ruin on himself and his kin, so what I seek is to understand the bond between people. Hearing that, Haiwu Nai's eyes softened, glinting with comprehension. Qiaomu scratched his head awkwardly, goosebumps rising, mumbling, "There, I said it. Any more questions, Master Hai?" The old man smiled kindly, "Following your heart to find truth, that's the rarest virtue of a true martialist." Qiaomu nodded, emotions stirring after countless deaths, witnessing suffering, ignorance, and endless injustice. He swore each rebirth to live meaningfully and shatter that wall of unfairness. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above, slicing through the moment. Fang Yuan stumbles, rubbing his butt and stammering that he only slipped because Qiao the hero's chicken smelled too good. He wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. Haiwu Nai glances over, pondering whether to silence this man who overheard the human path scripture. Qiao Mu waves and laughs, saying, "What's there to handle? We're both prisoners. This dungeon isn't my house. Another watcher's no harm." He shrugs and adds, "Besides, don't you crave martial mortality? Then share it so all can train. That's what makes it worthy of being called the human path scripture." Haiwu Nai laughs, toasting, "1,000 cups with a kindred spirit never bring drunkenness," thinking he wasn't wrong about this man, only regretful that they'll die before perfecting the art. Still, he feels fulfilled before death. Someone will carry his dream onward. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Emperor Yanghua stands before the human king's sword, eyes deep in thought. He murmurs, what did the founder mean by naming it human king? Just then, Qiao Zhong enters. The sword hums and glows strangely. Ancient records say the Qiao clan were hidden sages with many elders of power, but since Qiao Zhong hasn't reached the third spirit realm, their revival seems doomed. At that moment, Shuo Xing kneels, reporting that in the dungeon, Haiwu Nai has broken through to 7th grade and chats warmly with Qiao Zhong. Emperor Yanghua ponders, then nods. Has 80 now, jailed for 30 years, release him. Such a man can threaten no one. Shu Xing bows, then cautiously asks, and what of Qiao Zhong? The great Dao sect keeps demanding his execution. Emperor Yanghua says nothing, turning slowly toward the hall's window. After a silent pause, he gives one icy word, behead. Next day at the execution ground, Qiao Mu is led out amid drums and a roaring crowd. Yet he stands tall, calm as though heading for freedom instead of death. Nearby, Fang Yuan chokes up, whispering that Qiao Senior's image will live forever in his heart. The warden Tan Shiqing sneers and proclaims criminal Qiao Zhong, assassin of the sacred sovereign, offender of divinity, execution by royal decree. With a flick, he signals the executioner forward. A burly guard grips Qiaomu's shoulder, shouting, kneel, prisoner! Qiaomu replies coolly, killing is but a blink, but my knees shall never bend. The crowd gasps. Never had they seen a condemned man stand proud on the scaffold. Some scoff, calling him a poser chasing last-minute glory. Tan Shiqing scowls, barking, move aside! I'll teach him obedience myself! He steps up coldly, snarling, still pretending to be heroic before dying. Qiao Mu retorts, then watch how heroism looks after him dead. Furious, Tan Shiqing kicks straight at his knee. A sharp crack echoes, his kneecap shatters. He should collapse, yet Qiao Mu still stands firm in the square. Tan Shiqing stares wide-eyed, unbelieving. Blood runs down Qiao Mu's leg, yet his stance remains unbroken. He roars, I am Qiao Zhong, kneel not to heaven, bow not to earth, and never to that dog emperor or his filthy aberrants. The crowd freezes, some horrified, some awed by such defiance before death. Tan Shiqing trembles with rage, screaming, why are you still standing? Chop him now! The executioner hesitates, but he hasn't knelt. I don't care, Tan Shiqing bellows, slashing his hand to order. The blade falls, Qiao Mu's head rolls like a wind-tossed coconut, blood spraying wide. Silence grips the crowd, traitorous courtiers frozen in shock. In Fang Yuan's mind, Qiao Mu's voice echoes union with the Dao, no regret in life, no grievance in death. Carry the Qiao lineage onward. Fang Yuan trembles, wiping tears and calling out, Senior Qiao. He chokes up, his benefactor's kindness remains unpaid. Now forever gone, he recalls Qiao Mu's last wish to bury silver under a leaning ancient tree for the Qiao family to claim. Thinking that, Fang Yuan grips his spear tight, eyes red, whispering, Hero Qiao, rest easy. I promised you and I will keep that promise. Meanwhile, high above, a woman in white stands on a rooftop watching the execution ground. She smiles faintly, saying, interesting, you'll remember the Qiao clan. In another realm inside a sea of consciousness, Qiao Mu stands before the longevity lock, eyes bright with excitement. He wonders eagerly what strange reward death might bring this time. Then the system's robotic voice rings out, rank death confirmed, reward grand perfection, 200 skill points. Qiao Mu cheers for his prize. Immediately, countless techniques upgrade strength, disassembly, flesh and blood, even the 2D Mountain King scripture all reaching perfection, making him feel ready to explode with joy. Laughing wildly, he praises the divinier reward as truly worthy of its name. 3 secret golden law martial scrolls are added, and all his old skills reset to mastery. While checking loot, he notices his blood energy dropping to 70 and wonders if the system just refreshed. Thinking it through, he feels his body has endured decades of training in moments, so the drop must be a balance effect. In truth, that's his baseline thanks to 2D Mountain King scripture level 5, his blood recovers to 70 of peak. Just then, a metallic clang echoes in his mind. A chain on the longevity lock cracks apart. The system announces new trait, each death doubles skill points, but lifespan now decreases randomly, no display available. Kiyomu gapes. He could lose all lifespan anytime. Greater reward, greater risk. Suddenly the system warns brain overload, forcing consciousness shutdown, ignoring his shouts for answers. In a blink, he is forcibly resurrected in a strange land. He realizes his 2D Mountain King scripture reached level 5, surpassing Hai Wu Nai's 30 years of toil in seconds. Smiling at his youthful looks, he guesses the system fused techniques to grant perfect anti-aging. Remembering Hai Wu Nai's unfinished method, he believes more tempering will make him stronger still. For now, he decides to claim the unopened reward chest. That night at the Huangwu Cemetery, a lone figure digs quietly under the moon. The man mutters he must dig deeper to protect Hero Qiao's remains from beasts. As he bends down, a voice behind makes him freeze pale with fear. He drops to his knees in panic, begging forgiveness, while Qiao Mu folds his arms, amused it's that familiar kid. Fang Yuan looks up, overjoyed to see Qiao Mu alive, trembling as he's asked what's in that big bag. He answers solemnly, Hero Qiao lived bravely and dies honorably, how could I not bow in respect? But the man shakes his head, saying his not Qiao Zhong but Clamet Qiao Shuang Lin. Fang Yuan nods, introducing himself as a Tianla prison guard. Then he notices the bag of silver and the human path scripture, puzzled that it differs from the original instructions. Fang Yuan explains it was his pact with Senior Qiao to give the silver to the clan and return the scripture so they may continue teaching, making Qiao Mu secretly admire his sincerity. Qiao Mu asks if he doesn't regret giving up such a priceless manual, and Fang Yuan hastily waves off, saying it's a relic of his senior, how could he ever claim it? Mentioning the relic makes his eyes darken, weighed by years of buried resentment. Seeing that, Qiao Mu gently urges him to speak and unburden his heart. Fang Yuan sighs. His family once traded goods in Ding. Though adopted, he recalls a peaceful, loving household. His father's keen eye made him a wealthy appraiser of martial treasures. But fate struck. His father found the Blood Sun map, a rare spirit-refining relic, which brought disaster instead of fortune. After his father's death, the Wan clan seized everything, his sister Fang Fang vanished, and he joined the dungeon guards seeking clues. He later learned the killer was Wan clan's trusted aide named Ji. Burning for vengeance, he hesitated upon hearing that Wan Vine Hua had powerful backing from the Great Dao sect. Qiao Mu only patted his shoulder, saying weak men can't shoulder great grudges. But Fang Yuan declared a son's revenge must never fade. Qiao Mu's cold smile promised he'd handle it, secretly thrilled to test himself against Great Dao sect elites. Fang Yuan panicked, kneeling to plead fighting that sect equals defying the emperor himself, begging the senior to reconsider. Qiao Mu only laughed, saying, "This is Qiao clan's affair, those who follow us share our enemies." Seeing the boy still anxious, he reassures him with a firm pat, vowing to erase Wan Vinhua completely. Suddenly, Tan Shiqing appears, dropping to his knees and kowtowing to greet the immortal. Qiao Mu regards him, saying that years of devotion to the Great Dao sect have steadied his Dao heart. Tan Shiqing bows humbly, claiming he's only done errands unworthy of praise. Then the wide-robed woman from earlier steps forward, smiling faintly. "Errands? You're far too modest." Her tone chills, "Killing your wife for enlightenment, such cruel awakening is beyond common minds. Pity that no matter your zeal you lack the root, no immortal aptitude at all." Tan Shiqing turns pale, trembling yet bowing low to accept blame. He kneels, begging for guidance, saying his foolish but sincerely seeks the Dao. The woman glances coldly, thinking this blind devotee is useless to her cultivation, only tiresome. Then Cheng Yi speaks, saying though he can't cultivate immortality, the path of martial enlightenment may still await him. The woman chuckles, tapping her fan, "Welcome to the path of reaching Dao through martial arts." Cheng Yi nods, explaining that since the martial sage's death the world's in chaos, if this man succeeds, he might bear the martial mantle and rule in the sect's name. Tan Shiqing's eyes light up. He kowtows repeatedly, swearing eternal loyalty. Cheng Yi muses that if the great Yan Empire falls and its destiny fades, the human king sword will lose power, then he can found a new immortal nation. Decision made, he orders Tan Shiqing and Dao Jun to monitor Wan Vinhua in the capital, who faces a heavenly calamity, calling it their sex trial mission. Dao Jun bows to accept. Tan Shiqing weeps in devotion, while the woman smirks, patting his head like a pet. She murmurs, "Even a mere mortal grows interesting. When tossed into danger you'll be my little plaything for a while." Tan Shiqing clenches his fist, vowing to endure, earn merit, and one day enter the immortal gate to protect Wan Vinhua. That cold, windy night at the desolate execution ground, Hai Wu Nai stands silently, lifting his wine like a final farewell. He drinks slowly, lamenting that though fate bound him to his brother, they could not walk to the end together. With a bitter smile, he curses heaven and fate for sending his friend to the grave and dragging him back to duty, a cruel cosmic jest. He sighs, knowing his time runs short to perfect the human path scripture, resigning himself to never seeing it spread across the world. Yet he smiles, believing that with the 2D Mountain King scripture now in Qiao hands, its flame will one day blaze across heaven. High above, the girl Jundao lounges, mocking Hai Wu Nai as a failed Kulin scholar who only learned martial arts thanks to luck and the martial sage's pity. She adds that he once caused chaos in the immortal realm, angering Emperor Yonghua 30 years imprisoned, body ruined, yet his will to revive humanity unbroken. Jundao suddenly jumps up, slaps a scroll, laughing that this is far more entertaining than her master's fake martial sage tricks. Mentioning Qiao Mu excites her so much that even Hai Wu Nai blushes at the name. Jundao quickly draws a talisman, grinning mischievously like a child sneaking candy, eager to see what kind of god this man truly is. Within breaths, the talisman is finished and glows fiercely in the air. The light gathers, plunging down to absorb a strange wisp of primal energy. In an instant, it turns red and dissolves, burned away by invisible fire. Zhendao stares wide-eyed, stammering how did it vanish completely. Then bursts into laughter, clutching her belly, shouting, "Best entertainment I've had all week!" Without pause, she pulls another scroll, squealing with delight new material for her experiments. Meanwhile, in a nearby tower, a masked observer watches silently, eyes flashing green, thinking the great Dao sect is in true chaos, immortals barely cold yet demons already rise. At the Fia Qinj family estate, a gatekeeper spots Qiao Mu and cheerfully greets him as Lu Renjia, confirming the house is ready for rent. The man beams, nods repeatedly, then hurries off, thrilled that someone finally dared rent the cursed place. Qiao Mu merely smiles, saying, "Alright, go." Once is gone, Qiao Mu grins like he hit the jackpot finally inside the Fia Qinj family's old house. He recalls asking Fang Yuan last night about the treasure map. Fang Yuan had replied confidently the map was split into sun chart and moon chart, one hidden, one held by the sword ghost, and only the senior could reunite them. Now, Qiao Mu pulls the scroll from the study box, heart pounding like war drums, blood boiling in excitement. He carefully tucks it into his robe, murmuring like a monk, "Perfect. Done." Then suddenly freezes, recalling Fang Yuan's pain over losing his family relic, feeling a pang of guilt. After a pause, he chuckles cross-legged, saying, "Fine, I'll share the blessing, leave the kid some fortune too." Closing his eyes, he enters meditation, his body glowing as he channels all spiritual energy to activate the human path scripture. Energy gathers currents swirling around him like a mid-air storm. Minutes later, his face flushes red, veins bulging, before he spits a fountain of blood. Clutching his chest, bleeding from nose and mouth, he still laughs, muttering that this technique is truly a bottomless pit. Barely breathing, he forces himself up, shouting, "No problem! Just lost some blood again!" Instantly, his face turns pale as paper, stomach rumbling, followed by a few alarming pop sounds. Sitting stiffly, he forces a grin, just minor injuries, normal stuff, while cursing himself for attempting the art without enough ki. Glancing around, he suddenly spots a liver lying on the floor, freezing in horror. His face darkens as black smoke billows from his body. He mutters, "Well, that's it. I really exploded." Determined to save face, he closes his eyes, vowing, "This is a supreme art, even if my guts fly everywhere, I'll master it to the end." Opening his eyes, he spots teeth scattered on the floor, calmly muttering, "Just a few teeth, no big deal, top row's fine." Blood drips steadily, but he chuckles hoarsely, "Just minor bleeding, totally fine." When a rib flies out, he still grits out, "No problem, small issue." Trembling, bleeding, he insists it's merely his overpowered Q bursting out, "Blame me for being too awesome." He kicks a chair and yells, "System check complete," pretending he's in control. Finally, he grabs a ceiling rope, shouting, "If I die for the human path, so be it! System, don't make me regret this!" Then he stomps the chair, thunk, dangling like his practicing rope acrobatics at midnight. 2 weeks later, locals hear blood-curdling screams from that house. Everyone swears the Fiech ancestral home belongs to the King of Hell himself. The innkeeper slams the table, wailing that 10 renters died in 10 days, his business cursed and worthless. The pale servant bows, mumbling apologies. Every guest who stays there meets disaster, and the inn can't take the blame. The innkeeper slumps, muttering that anyone who enters dies mysteriously. It must be haunted, only a priest can cleanse it. The servant shivers silent, eyes glassy with fear worse than seeing ghosts. The innkeeper suddenly shouts, "Sell that cursed house. Who'd buy it? Only a ghost would." Just then, Fang Yuan strides in like a descending immortal, shouting, "I'll buy it," freezing the whole tavern. Without another word, he slams down a silver note, market price 100 taels. Sign now. The servant gapes while the innkeeper sneers, saying the house wouldn't move for 1,000 taels, and this fool dares offer 100. Fang Yuan simply picks up his note, turns away calmly, muttering, "Fine, don't sell, who cares?" But as he turns, the innkeeper lunges to stop him, face pale. His eyes gleam, voice suddenly earnest, "Your father and I were comrades. If I don't sell to you, who else?" Fang Yuan hides his hand behind his back, flashing 2 fingers in victory, secretly praising Brother Qiao's plan. Just mention money, and they fold. The innkeeper fawns, "Please, sir, let me show you your new home." Meanwhile, at a side table, Qiao Mu, disguised as an old tea drinker, sips and smirks, worth dying a few times for this. He glances at the system panel. Death rating D, reward 4 skill points, reserve 4, lifespan 54 years, respawn cooldown 15 weeks, blood energy 66.6. Qiao Mu frowns, has spent all points yet still can't break level 6 of the 2D Mountain King scripture. His blood will drop further each revival. Still calm, he figures his pace already surpasses Hai Wu Nai's decades, just a bit more, and the human path scripture will be complete. Outside the Fiji NG gate, a young woman stands beneath a tree, gazing at the house with sorrowful, determined eyes. She is Fang Fang, tears glimmering as she wonders if her brother truly bought back their old home. Thinking her brother finally lives well, she feels both joy and bitterness, eyes brimming. The ache swells sharper than any loss she's endured. At that moment, Manhwa strides up, hands on hips, barking, "Fangirl, go sleep. What are you doing out here at night?" He sneers, not greeting your brother. To which Fang Fang coldly replies, "You're no brother, just a leech who married my stepmother, stealing my father's wealth. There's no family left between us." Manhwa laughs loudly, grabbing her tight and boasting, "Being my concubine beats being a Fidodong lady." She forces a smile to please him. Inside the house, Fang Yuan gazes at two apple trees in the yard, recalling his father's words that siblings must stand together like those trees, life and death as one. Smiling, he says now that the house is reclaimed, he only wishes to find his sister soon. Qiaomu munches an apple, saying flatly, "That'll come later, first, deal with our enemies." Fang Yuan rolls out a scroll, whispering, "What move will you use, senior? Any news on the blood moon map?" Qiaomu smirks. Businessmen who hide things too long lose partners speak plainly. He asks, "Where did you trade antiques?" making Fang Yuan freeze, blurting, "Huh, how'd you know that?" Soon in a bustling marketplace, the shouts of vendors drown the clatter of carts. Qiaomu, disguised as a beggar, hangs the blood moon map on a tree, shouting, "Ancient painting, 100 years old! 10,000 taels, no bargaining!" The crowd jeers. Someone yells, "Scammer! Scribbles like that for sky-high price!" The antique dealer glances over, uninterested, pretending not to notice. Not far away, the sword ghost practices, cleaving boulders like loaves of bread, eyes blazing. He tilts his head, asking his subordinate coldly, "You're sure of what you saw?" The man bows earnestly, "Saw it with my own eyes, sir." The old man opened a scroll exactly as you described. The sword ghost's eyes gleam. So the blood sun map was only half? No wonder it never made sense. Combine it with the moon map to unlock the truth. Where is that old man now? Late at night in a quiet alley, Qiaomu walks softly, steps silent as a cat. Suddenly, a gust cuts the air. Sword ghost lunges from the dark, glowing red, sword slashing for the neck. But just before contact, his eyes widen in horror. He jerks back, retreating several yards, drenched in sweat, face pale as ash. His trembling hand grips the hilt, gaze locked on Qiaomu, panic flooding his chest. A deadly instinct screams in his mind. If he had struck, he'd be the one dead. At that moment, Qiaomu's body glows crimson like burning coal. He turns with a cold grin. His eyes slice through the dark, voice booming like a bell. "A mere spirit-refining warrior dares strike me. You must be the sword ghost." Sword ghost stiffens, pressing his blade to the ground, cursing his luck. "Great. Now I've pissed off a walking furnace. What kind of monster burns like that?" Sweat pours as he takes a stance, shouting, "Wait, we've never met, right?" Qiaomu replies coolly, "Heard of you, first time seeing a real third-grade spirit refiner." He clenches his fist, thinking, "Let's test what top-grade combat feels like. Don't disappoint me." The sword ghost panics, hiding his hands behind his back and bluffing loudly. "Wait, body training and spirit refining are worlds apart. I wouldn't bully an old man. Farewell," secretly hoping to scare him off. Qiaomu laughs coldly, the sound freezing the air. "Good. I also want to see how far 0 is from 1. Sword ghost nearly swears aloud he meant to scare the guy, yet got terrified instead. What madness is this? Trembling, he waves frantically, shouting, "No, no! Before you am 0 and you, sir, you're 100, no, 10,000! Qiaomu suddenly pauses, gaze calm as still water. Both stand frozen while the wind whistles through the alley like music for an unseen duel. Seeing him unmoving, sword ghost seizes the chance and bolts, sprinting like a dog chased by fire, still wondering why the old freak suddenly froze up. But before sword ghost could rejoice, Qiaomu springs up like a coil, landing a kick too fast to see right into his face. The strike hits like lightning, hurling sword ghost spinning through the street, crashing down in a heap. Qiaomu dusts his hands, saying flatly, "Third-grade spirit refiner. Far from enough to make me open heavenly demon disassembly." Groaning, sword ghost panics, shouting, "Wait, and with the Martial Dao Alliance, push me more and the organization will come for you." Qiaomu steps closer, voice icy. "This Martial Dao Alliance, how strong is it exactly?" Drenched in sweat, sword ghost nods frantically, flattering, "Very strong, super strong," secretly thinking the old man's finally scared. He launches into his speech. "The alliance was founded by Prince Tan the First to enter Dao through martial arts. After the martial sage's death, only he upheld the world's martial path." Eyes shining like a crazed fan, he points to the sky, yelling, "See, touch me, and you touch Prince Tan himself, you're doomed." Smack! A thunderous slap. Qiaomu snarls, "Silence! Tell me, what does it mean to enter Dao through martial arts?" Dazed, sword ghost trembles, stammering, "It means refining spirit beyond the body to forge the martial Dao golden body. Steel-hard flesh, uncut by blades, fireproof, one strike breaking 10,000 arts." Puffing his chest, he adds proudly, "Any fool can join martial peak, but our alliance, only true spirit refiners qualify. Top masters everyone." Qiaomu strokes his chin, murmuring, "Oh, so impressive, huh?" Sword ghost beams, "If you're interested, I can pull strings. With your power, they'd welcome you even without spirit refinement." Suddenly the sky rips open with streaks of red light, like blood splattering across the void. Sword ghost screams, clutching a bleeding wound, furious and terrified, threatening to sick the alliance on him. Qiaomu only smirks coldly, blood dripping from his hand. "If they're all as weak as you, not worth my time." His eyes flash as he says slowly, "Now show your full might. Survive my strike if you can." With that, he raises his hand, key spirals in his palm, red fire flaring like it's about to explode. Sword ghost gathers every ounce of inner force, eyes locked on his opponent's every move. In his mind, Qiaomu calculates, quickly tracking the motion, predicting a leftward strike. Confident, he thinks it'll be easy to dodge, just needs quick reflexes. Then whoop! A thunderous slap crushes his right cheek, making him roar like thunder. A second follows from the left. Sword ghost's other cheek balloons instantly. The blows keep raining, left-right rhythmically like drumbeats, his face twisting with each crisp smack. Blood gushes, eyes roll. Sword ghost reels, baffled how is still getting hit after seeing every move. At last, both are flung apart like snap strings, rolling through clouds of dust. Trembling on the ground, Sword Ghost begs for mercy, voice cracking like a man facing death itself. Kiao places a hand on his head, voice cold as frost. Before you die, let me tell you why. He growls that Sword Ghost once slew the Pleishman couple to steal their secret art so evil, reap vengeance. Hearing that, Sword Ghost freezes, mouth agape, stunned speechless. Then he panics, pleading to share the martial Dao Ascension secret, but Kiao dismisses him without interest. Desperate, Sword Ghost clings to his leg, gasping out details of the three realms of the golden body art between ragged breaths. Just as he's about to continue, blood gushes like a fountain, his face draining of color. In the next instant, his body collapses like a felled tree dead before another word leaves his lips. Kiao jolts back, eyes wide, muttering a doomed him screwed. He checks the wrist, no pulse, suspecting poison bugs or celestial seals. Carefully, he searches the body, finds a hidden scroll, and slips it into his sleeve. Kiao realizes the keeper of this secret art was silenced to erase all traces. Just as he turns, a sharp shout freezes him, sending chills down his spine. He turns to see a capital divine constable famed for tracking like a ghost. Hearing him, Wei bows politely, respectful yet cautious. But before words finish, Kiao's flaming fist smashes into his face. Stunned, Wei yells, "Wait! Old Qiao, what the hell are you doing?" Kiao's eyes blaze as he roars about his nephew Qiao Zhong's unjust death. He kicks out, wind slicing sharp, vowing vengeance till his last breath. Wei leaps back, spinning midair, but Qiao charges relentlessly. Dodging frantically, Wei senses pure madness and killing intent. Forced, he unleashes Ice Soul Divine Claw in fierce counterattack. Qiao blocks with a palm strike, thunder booming through the cliffs. Wei retreats fast, keeping safe distance from Qiao's reach. Qiao pauses, admitting that inner force was first-grade spirit refining level. Wei insists he means no harm, just investigating the Qiao clan, but Qiao sneers. He declares his name aloud, daring the court to mark him as enemy. As Qiao vanishes like smoke, Wei shouts after him to seek the healer at Qinglin Hall. Watching him fade, Wei sighs. Qiao clan blood runs fierce and strange. He realizes Qiao spared him to spread the tale, though risk to immortal sect looms. Turning to the dark, Wei growls, "Enough hiding. Come out and speak." A shadow leaps out, but before escape, Wei chases, shouting, "Stop or die!" Yet suddenly, Wei coughs blood, body trembling from exhaustion. He pants, muttering, "Qiao Song Lin's martial path far beyond me, I yield." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan kneels, hands clasped, voicing tearful gratitude. Qiao crosses arms, scolds, "Talk, don't worship me like a deity!" Without waiting, he hands Fang Yuan the scroll, recounting the sword demon's crimes and return of the Sun Moon paintings. Fang Yuan trembles, lifting the relic, awe and gratitude mixing on his face. He admits the relic is cursed yet divine, begging Qiao to safeguard it. Qiao gulps, eyes gleaming, pretending disinterest while craving the treasure. Fang Yuan pleads, circling Qiao like a child offering candy. Finally, Qiao snatches the scroll, laughing, promising Qiao clan's protection for the Fang family. Soon, both Sun Moon paintings lie on the table, red light swirling like fate's dance. Qiao rubs his hands, tracing the lines, mumbling to test its legendary power. He squints, unimpressed, looks pretty ordinary to me. Suddenly, both paintings bleed, crimson veins spreading across the canvas. Blood drips to the ground, blooming into red flowers as the world turns crimson with 2 suns and 2 moons. Qiao shouts in shock, "So this is the true face of the Sun Moon painting!" His body flares with light as the heavenly demon dissolution triggers uncontrollably. Eyes bulging, blood energy erupts like fire, bones trembling as something crawls inside him. From above, blood rains from the twin orbs, swirling around him into a demonic vortex. The energy drains his life force as if invisible beings are sucking his vitality. Crimson lights coil around him, flickering like flames licking his skin. Qiao's eyes blaze red, filled with fury and feral ecstasy. The system roars, Heavenly Demon Dissolution upgraded, activating Heavenly Demon Burst mode! Overjoyed, Qiao raises his fist and names the new art Scarlet Moon Blood Ignition Technique, but his joy ends as his arm cracks open, blood gushing like boiling oil. In agony, he curses Wei Yan's poison art for making his blood seethe like stew. He stares at his bleeding arm, terrified beyond words. Then, to his shock, the blood solidifies into a red sword like living flesh. He swings it once the red blade screeches, slicing air apart. He grasps the secret, merging blood with inner force to forge a blood sword of massive carnage. Qiao laughs proudly. "This blood sword art fits me perfectly, bloody yet divine." Next morning at Xinglin Hall, chaos fills the crowd awaiting treatment. Disguised as a bearded old man, Qiao smirks at the bustling scene. He thinks his own cold-expelling art failed, so hell test if this healer is truly legendary. Suddenly, shouting erupts outside. Someone yells that the doctor stopped seeing patients after days of waiting. The crowd joins in, some call him a fraud, others wail, while a bald man rolls on the ground moaning. Inside, a calm male voice says, "No worries, just a mild cold, won't die." Then Dong Xinglin steps out, prescription in hand, saying coolly, "Take it as directed, well in 3 days." The bald man coughs violently, then spits blood, making everyone pale. The crowd gasps, shouting, "Coughing blood? You call that a cold? Murdering quack!" Rumors spread, people dying lately. Maybe this man's just acting while stealing money. Amid them, a teen shouts, "You're being unfair! Divine healer Dong saved countless poor folks!" Someone mocks, "Save lives. More like show off for fame. Don't like it. Leave, stop causing trouble." Another snarls, "You must be paid by the clinic to scam people." The teen flushes red, fists clenched but holding back. Amid chaos, Qiao stands silent, sensing their blood energy too strong for sick men. He deduces the coughing blood comes from reversed Kai. These are planted troublemakers. Just then, a wailing woman bursts through, crying for help. She clutches a blue-faced child, sobbing, "Dr. Dong, please save my boy, he can't breathe!" Dong Xinglin rushes forward, checks the child's pulse, shouting, "Stand back! Let me examine!" as others push in, yelling for their turn. The man beside him grabs the troublemaker's arm, afraid he'll disrupt the treatment. Seeing Dong Xinglin bending to examine carefully, the father anxiously asks, "Doctor, how is my child?" Dong Xinglin freezes, shouting in shock, "Impossible, this is the condensed fiend fist." He explains such demonic afflictions never appear in crowds, only in wild forests. The father trembles, saying he fled from Tan County after a massacre by men, not beasts. The crowd buzzes, gossiping that the blood-refining sect slaughtered Tan's people to forge the 10,000-soul banner, and the immortal sect's purge wiped the town out. Hearing this, Qiaomu clenches his fists, fury boiling. Those corrupt cultivators are demons in human form. The father kneels, trembling, asking the cost. Dong Xinglin calmly says it needs phantom-dispersing powder and nasal surgery to remove the parasite, plus long recovery. After pondering, Dong Xinglin states quietly, "At least 50 taels of silver for full cure." A young man points and yells, "50 taels? Heartless bastard charging the dying!" Another joins in slyly, "Don't trust him, brother has milking your kid for money." As tension peaks, a small silver pouch suddenly drops to the floor. Qiaomu catches it midair, saying calmly, "Here's 50 taels, doctors save the boy." Dong Xinglin blinks in surprise, stammering, speechless. Qiaomu smiles lightly, "What, was that wrong?" then urges, "Take the child inside, quickly." The father kneels in tears, asking his savior's name. Qiaomu waves it off, Kiao Song Lin, just lending a hand. The youth nearby grinds his teeth, his plan ruined. Stroking his beard, Dong Xinglin realizes this is the famed Qiao Song Lin of the capital. The youth instantly changes tone, grinning wide, "So it's Hero Qiao, your fame precedes you!" The others join in, praising loudly, "Truly a righteous man saving lives without greed, a real hero!" Dong Xinglin frowns slightly, sighing inwardly. Clearly these fools are acting, skimming to squeeze more money. One mocks, "If you're so noble, pay for our medicine too," secretly gloating to see if Qiaomu stays saintly. Qiaomu snorts coldly, voice like steel, "No." The blunt reply stuns them all. Even Dong Xinglin looks thoughtful. A man yells, "Hero Qiao, will you ignore the poor's suffering? Hypocrite!" Qiaomu answers coolly, "You're wrong. I just refuse to let fake morality chain me or kindness be used as a whip." The man shouts, "What, you'll hit me in broad daylight? Look, the Qiao clan bullies the poor!" Without warning, Qiaomu grabs his hand, forcing his finger hard into his own chest before the shocked crowd. He staggers back, coughing blood, shouting, "Such powerful inner force!" The crowd erupts, some curse the three bullies, others say Qiao must frame the schemers, panic, screaming, "Not us! He's faking it!" Suddenly, Qiaomu rips open his shirt, revealing a gaping wound with his heart pounding and bloody words reading, surprised yet shocked, leaving all dumbfounded. The young man shrieks, voice trembling, "Heavens, my heart's about to explode!" Qiaomu staggers, collapses, coughing weakly, muttering, "So you're a master feigning weakness to trap me. Who sent you to wreck Xinglin Hall?" Hearing that, the crowd erupts like fire to oil, shouting, "Catch them! They dared harm Hero Qiao, bind them for the magistrate!" Everyone charges after the trio, chasing them down the street like a broken hive, yelling, "Don't let them escape!" Dong Xinglin rushes to help Qiaomu, exclaiming, "Hero Qiao, hold on, I'll save you!" Qiaomu mutters, "I can't take it anymore." As the salve touches his wound, Qiaomu's body jerks violently like struck by lightning. Then he suddenly leaps up laughing, "Ah, I feel great now," leaving Dong Xinglin frozen, jar still open in hand. Qiaomu crosses his arms, laughing, "Truly a divine healer, your cure's faster than wind." The doctor stares, "Huh? I didn't even do anything?" The villagers cheer in unison, eyes bright, "Dr. Dong is miraculous. Forgive us for doubting you!" Dong Xinglin glances at Qiaomu, thinking, so this is the legendary art of the martial void society. Strange man, but truly the hero Wei Yin spoke of. By dusk, his voice echoes through the courtyard, "We must thank Hero Qiao properly today." Carrying a lantern, he murmurs, "After all these years, I owe you a debt." Qiaomu grins, "Oh, you knew I'd come?" Dong Xinglin nods, "Lord Wei told me to aid you against the cold poison." Qiaomu frowns, "So this was arranged. But do you plan to endure this life forever?" Dong Xinglin replies softly, "The world's in chaos, I just keep what peace I can for the people." He adds gently, "Charity sounds noble, but too many greedy hands meddle, those truly ill can enter, while the healthy steal the spots. Saving lives matters, poverty itself isn't a disease." Qiaomu nods, "You've saved countless souls, already a celestial in my eyes. Leave those schemers to me. You've lit the fire of hope, I won't let fall winds snuff it out." Dong Xinglin walks toward the glowing room ahead, smiling, "Hearing that from Hero Qiao eases my heart." Opening the door, he adds, "By chance, a guest awaits, one with close ties to the Qiao clan." Inside, a man at a chessboard turns and smiles, "You must be Hero Qiao Songlin. Care for a game?" Qiaomu laughs cheerfully, "Gladly. I've heard you once aided my kin Qiao Zhong, an honor to play with you." Sitting opposite Hai Wu Nai, Qiaomu casually extends his arm for Dong Xinglin to check his meridians. The doctor inserts a few needles, gasping, "Incredible, your body endured a first-grade body refining strike unharmed." Qiaomu chuckles, "All thanks to Brother Hei's 2G Mountain King Sutra strengthening my blood." Hai Wu Nai smiles modestly, "You flatter me. That art shines only in your hands. Ah, I heard you possess the Blood Moon painting, rare aid for spirit refinement. May I see it?" Qiaomu pauses, thinking, so they're after the Blood Moon painting, not just tea talk. Dong Xinglin rummages in his sleeve, joking, "We're no greedy men, but he'll trade a mountain-guarding martial art for that scroll." Qiaomu startles, exclaiming, "A top-tier technique?" The old man produces a book titled Fragmenting Void Finger, explaining, "A high-level finger art, use your finger as a sword, strike midair, with added acupuncture secrets for healing." Qiaomu's eyes gleam, "A move that wounds without touch? Combine that with my blood sword art, unstoppable!" He grins, unrolling both blood moon paintings on the table. "Go ahead, admire them, only two pieces anyway." Haiwunai and Dong Xinglin step closer, stroking their beards in cultured gratitude. But the moment their eyes touch the paintings, both men tremble violently, faces pale as if seeing ghosts. They leap back at once. Dong Xinglin panics, hurling the scroll away, breath in chaos. He quickly strikes acupoints to steady his pulse, sweat pouring down his forehead. Haiwunai's face turns ghost white, body shaking, eyes vacant like his soul fled. Qiaomu blinks in confusion. "What's wrong with you two? It's just a painting?" Dong Xinglin wipes sweat, warning, "That scroll is deadly without spirit-refining mastery. Staring too long causes madness or death." Qiaomu gawks, "Huh? I stared all night yesterday, nothing happened." Haiwunai stares at him like at a monster. "Your blood keeps surging, doesn't it? Feels like bursting from your body." Qiaomu scratches his head, "Yeah, pretty much." Then grins awkwardly. "Well, I broke through right after, no big deal." The two elders turn green, exclaiming together, "You broke through?" Seeing his innocent face, both choke, spit blood, and faint on the spot, a tragic yet hilarious sight. Next morning at Xinglin Hall, everything seems calm, as if nothing ever happened. Qiaomu sits politely, letting Dong Xinglin take his pulse like a good patient. But upon touch, the doctor's eyes bulge, shouting, "Impossible!" Qiaomu startles, "What now? What did I do this time?" Dong Xinglin strokes his beard, blushing red. "Your blood flows like a river, your inner force surpasses third-grade spirit refining, yet you haven't even entered that realm." Qiaomu's eyes widen, "So I haven't broken through. Then what else must I do to reach spirit refining?" Haiwunai interjects slowly, "Since ancient times, martial cultivation passes 3 stages before touching the divine." He continues, "First is force training, the body-bound phase. Age weakens blood, halting inner power, that's the limit of 4th-grade warriors." Qiaomu props his chin, recalling how before meeting martial Saint Ren, his strength capped there, but spirit refining sharpened reactions and made moves unpredictable. Then he remembers a rumored 3rd step, using martial arts to enter the Tao, a mythical level few ever reach. He leans back jokingly, "So spirit refining's just a detour after hitting the wall in force training, kinda like modern immortality cultivation." Meanwhile, Haiwunai recalls Master Chen Yin's lecture, "Martial paths of force, skill, and spirit follow essence to key, key to spirit, each excelling in its own flow." Thus, spirit refining grew most popular. Martial Saint Ren chose it to reach the peak, though it may not be the true martial way. Turns out this branch roots tie to higher immortal sects, hardly pure martial lineage. Then Dong Xinglin turns to Qiaomu, half curious, half worried. "Could one with immense blood force but unmaxed inner power refine spirit? This defies all we know." Haiwunai's eyes gleam, suggesting eagerly, "Hero Qiao and Qiaoxuan, stay a few days so I can study further." Qiaomu eyes him warily, joking, "Study? What am I, a lab rat?" Dong Xinglin laughs, "Just want to learn more about who you really are." As the mood eases, Haiwunai changes topic. "How far along are you in the 2G Mountain King Sutra?" Qiaomu sighs, feels like torture training, making him nod in sympathy. Suddenly, Qiaomu says casually, "I'm already at the 5th layer," making Haiwunai nearly jump out of his seat. He circles Qiaomu like finding treasure, marveling, 5th layer in mere days, what others can't reach in a lifetime. Heaven-sent prodigy! Qiaomu just scratches his head modestly, saying, "Guess it suits my clan's style," though inside is secretly thrilled at how far he's gone. Haiwunai pats Qiaomu's shoulder excitedly, shouting that the martial path now has a companion given time. This flame will light the world. But mid-sentence, he coughs violently. Dong Xinglin rushes to support him, and Qiaomu panics, fearing the old man's illness is flaring. Pale but smiling, Haiwunai says meeting Qiaoxuan showed him his duty to spread the 2G Mountain King Sutra and leave light before time runs out. Hearing this, Qiaomu nods firmly, vowing to fulfill that wish with all his strength. He helps Haiwunai sit, then half-jokes to Dong Xinglin, "Such chaos today, run into an old enemy." The doctor sighs, murmuring, "One name, one Manhwa." He recounts how months ago that man came to buy the clinic, wanting to turn a healing place into a money pit. He refused outright. Since then, trouble after trouble, each day new thugs come, never a peaceful moment. Hearing that, Qiaomu's eyes flash, recalling the Fang clan's ordeal. He guesses one Ranghua is using dirty tricks to seize the empire's medicine trade. He asks why. With such long-standing repute, Dong Xinglin yields to such petty schemes. The doctor sighs. When disaster strikes, people cling to life, few stay rational. Haiwunai adds, "There's a puppeteer behind this, spreading fear so no one dares visit. To fix it, we either enlighten the masses or purge those freaks." Qiaomu closes his eyes, realizing those manipulators wield misinformation like politicians. Then he smirks, enlightening minds isn't his fort, but beating troublemakers surely is. Meanwhile, at the Wan estate, Wan Ranghua rages at 3 trembling subordinates, furious their tiny blunder ruined everything. Fang Fang tries calming him, afraid his fury might trigger illness, but Wan roars louder, lamenting that his plan to seize the capital's medicine market is ruined. His roasted duck flew away. One minion stammers that Xiao Songlin's sudden interference left them no time to react. Hearing that, Wan's rage explodes. He smashes the table and drives out the useless lot. As they flee, he grits his teeth, hissing, Qiao Song Lin, you killed my sword demon and now wreck my plan. I will repay this debt in blood. Fang Fang fans the flames, adding that Fang Yun also aids him, stoking Wan's wrath higher. Wan sneers coldly, voice dripping with venom, fight me. How, wait and see, it won't be easy. Elsewhere, strolling calmly, Qiaomu mutters, if chaos brews in the capital, start by smashing the ringleader, no need for schemes, just kick down the door. A grin curls his lips, he murmurs, Wanronghua, better prepare him coming to pay a visit. But before he finishes, a figure lunges at him, he twists aside, dodging a stab near his ribs. The woman bends low, glances back, then screams furiously, indecent! She points accusingly, shouting that Qiaomu molested her in broad daylight. Voice trembling, tears flowing, she sobs that she no longer wishes to live. Soon she weeps theatrically, drawing a gossiping crowd. People whisper that yesterday's hero now assaults women, demanding he be taken to the authorities. Amid the chaos, Qiaomu stands still, eyes narrowing, same setup as before, a hidden hand pulling strings. His lip curls into a cold smile, he shouts, I molested you, huh? Fine, prove it. Qiaomu turns sharply, voice stern as a judge, anyone who accuses must have proof, or else. He points at the weeping woman, demanding, you claim I harassed you, what evidence? The crowd erupts, mocking him, saying, what, you want her to strip right here? Qiaomu gives them a half-glance, then walks away, leaving a cold line, tell Wanronghua his cheap tricks don't work, I'll come find him myself. But after a few steps, he suddenly halts, an uneasy chill rising. His instincts flare, he stares at the woman, seeing strange energy swirling around her. That's sorcery, he shouts. She smirks coldly, correct. Wanronghua is useful, but killing you myself would be such a waste. Normally, the script would end with a wrong hero, shame before all, dying tragically in despair. But instead, Qiaomu just turns to leave, making her voice ring out playfully. Truly peculiar, you really caught my junior's eye. Qiaomu frowns, baffled. What nonsense, what junior? She lifts her chin proudly, gathering spirit power. I am Dao Su, first disciple of the Dao sect. My junior Dao Jun, cold-faced but stubborn, dodged our rematch because of you. With that, she flashes forward, shouting, let me send you to your ancestors? Qiaomu summons his blood sword to parry, yelling, you cultivators are all nuts? Their blades clash in sparks. Qiaomu feels waves of icy force making his sword tremble. In an instant, frost engulfs him, blood freezing, breath choking as if turning to ice. Just before the killing strike lands, a blinding light explodes. The brilliance blinds Qiaomu, he stares wide-eyed, stunned. Across from him, Dao Su smirks, so you finally show yourself, little brother, I've been hunting you forever. The light streaks forward, shielding Qiaomu and blocking the blow. The impact dissolves into glittering rays scattering through the air. From within the glow, a calm figure steps out, smiling lazily, congratulations, senior sister, causing trouble as usual. Qiaomu gapes, Dao Jun for real. Wait, since when did an immortal sect disciple save him? Hold up, Dao Jun's a man! Dao Jun waves lightly, melting the ice on Qiaomu, then comments, your frost aura's purer than before, late foundation stage now, aren't you? Dao Shu inhales sharply, spare me the teasing, you've been late foundation for ages. Today I'm taking the win! She lunges again, blade blazing with fury like a storm's heart. Dao Jun summons his artifact, flicking a hand to shove Qiaomu away. Back off, I don't plan to watch you die pointlessly. Stumbling back, Qiaomu steadies himself, eyes fixed on the battle. Killing intent and spirit power collide, shaking the whole street. Civilians flee in panic, screams echoing as Qiaomu sighs, truly man-made disasters. Amid smoke, he spots a woman clutching her child, frozen in terror against a wall. Without hesitation, he rushes in, pulling them clear of the chaos. Gritting his teeth, he growls, damn it, with attacks this wide, how am I supposed to save everyone? Above, Dao's voice booms, Junior, you only block and never strike, what's your plan? Don't think it'll hold back forever? Dao Jun replies calmly, this is the capital's heart, mortals swarm like ants. Destroying it, master will punish us both. Still speaking, he directs his artifact in orbit, eyes locked on her. These people are the roots of humanity, they must not be harmed. Dao Su sneered, don't try to scare me with your master, and stop using mortals as shields. Then their powers clashed again. Surging wildly, Dao Su shouted, just a few mortals' lives! He'll remember them in 10 years. War would kill them anyway. She raised her sword coldly. I just make their death come sooner, what's wrong with that? She barked, enough talk, take my strike! A terrifying burst of energy exploded from her blade, obliterating everything ahead. Below, people screamed, a young man tried to lift his father, but the old man shouted, go! Don't worry about me! At that instant, a figure appeared, blocking the lightning-like beam. Qiaomu took the blow, trembled violently, spat blood, and yelled, run now! The father and son froze in shock. The father, trembling, knelt and said, you should flee, sir. You have martial power, you can still save others. He bowed and added, or just mortals living this long is already mercy. If death comes, so be it. Blood dripping, Qiaomu smirked faintly. Yeah, you're right, but I never believed in fate. Then he turned, facing the roaring wave of spiritual power. He roared, what is heaven? What is fate? All I see are two immortals treating lives like dirt while a blood-soaked abyss opens to swallow the world. Looking up at the dueling immortals, he shouted, if no one resists, we'll all be crushed sooner or later. He inhaled deeply, igniting every drop of his blood essence as his body glowed. Then he raised his head and shouted, it's time! His killing roar froze the immortals. Qiaomu sneered, don't want to wreck the world, huh? Fine, I'll send that crazy lady north to chill with the ice! Daox's face darkened, voice thundering, mortal lives are weeds, yet fools still dream of saving the world. She hurled the Xuanbing pearl, its icy key forming a giant glacier sphere crashing down. Qiaomu's body blazed as his inner energy erupted fiercely. He gathered all his strength, forming a radiant white barrier in midair to meet the icy strike. Sweat poured, his lips tight, muscles taut, body trembling under pressure. Gradually, the monstrous attack weakened and shattered into drifting shards of ice like summer snow. Still standing, panting hard, he exhaled frost as white mist spread, freezing the ground beneath him. Above, Dao Su froze, eyes wide, impossible. He blocked the Xuanbing pearl. Meanwhile, Dao Jun smirked, impressive, barely surviving one move and already wheezing. Yet you wanted to team up against me. Dao Su fumed, blood seeping from her lips. Junior brother, our duel, is it over yet? Qiaomu smirked hoarsely. Who said him teaming up? You can't handle her, so he'll try. Watching's gotten boring. Dao Jun laughed and shook his head. You're just forcing me to contain the shockwaves and guard the mortals, huh? What a roundabout way. He sighed. Fine, protecting mortals is our sex duty anyway. It'll help. He formed a hand seal, and golden light spread across the sky. A massive barrier appeared, sealing the battlefield away from the city. Seeing it, Qiaomu exhaled. Nice, now I don't have to worry about anyone running around screaming. Dao Shu turned furiously, eyes blazing. What are you doing, junior brother? Dao Zhen calmly bit into watermelon. Just keeping you safe. If you wreck too much, master'll make you squat for a month. He shrugged. Besides, how could I miss such a great show? At that moment, Qiaomu's eyes sharpened, his body flashed, and he dashed toward Dao Su like lightning. Dao Shu instantly raised layers of icy shields, shouting, fool! Think blocking one strike makes you strong. My Xuanbing pearl was just warming up, now die! A storm of ice blades rained down, slicing the air and tearing Qiaomu's flesh, splattering blood across the frozen ground. His vision blurred, sounds faded, and darkness swallowed everything. Then a crushing blow hurled him high and slammed him into the ground, carving a deep crater. Dao Su sneered midair. Oops, sorry junior brother, I broke your toy. But before her laugh ended, Qiaomu's eyes flared crimson, burning like wildfire. The light shattered every energy chain binding him, shaking the earth violently. Blood surged like a raging spirit as he rose trembling, eyes blazing and locked on his foe. He became a living tempest, charging straight into the massive ice blast without fear. His counterstrikes thundered one after another, swinging his sword. He roared again. Keep going! More! Above, Dao Jun calmly munched melon, remarking, exploding blood key, huh? A brute pushing flesh, this far rare sight, but sadly mortals can't rival immortals. Amid the spiritual storm, Dao Su gathered power, sneering at the bloodied Qiaomu, a grasshopper, kicking a chariot. Your life's worthless. Saving mortals means nothing. Qiaomu rasped a laugh. You call yourselves calamities. But even in a storm, someone must stand tall and steal hope back. He raised his head, voice firm. You call me a grasshopper, I call myself Jingwei, filling the sea. Even saving one life matters more than your 1,000 doctrines. Dao Su gritted her teeth, power surging, and mocked, brutes like you only know how to talk tough. She poured all her kuai into a fatal strike, launching a blinding beam at Qiaomu's chest. The impact thundered, flinging him far, his body crashing into the ground amid clouds of dust. He lay still among the ruins, blood pooling, breath all but gone. Outside the barrier, the crowd wept. A mid-liege man bowed, trembling. Hero Qiao, rest in peace. A little girl banged the barrier, sobbing, Uncle Qiao, wake up! Her cries echoed through the street. Above, Dao Zhen stood silently, face unreadable. He took another bite of melon, thinking, so senior sister held back, yet he went all in, fascinating. Qiao Mu, you grow more intriguing. In the air, Dao Su shouted, junior brother, He's dead now, it's your turn. Dao Zhen sighed, fine, one more round then. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the sky. Both turned to see Qing Yi descending in radiant light. They cried out, Master! His gaze was icy, voice stern. Dao Su, have I spoiled you so much you've grown insolent? At least your souls remain intact. You both come back with me. Dao Zhen bowed, yes master, then glanced down, thinking, so he stalled for time to await master's arrival. Clever indeed. Qing Yi waved his hand and said one word, disperse. Instantly, all the ice within the barrier melted and sunlight returned. The people looked up, cheering, the ice is gone! We're safe! Hero Qiao, come out, it's over! Then they knelt as one, kowtowing toward the heavens, chanting, thank you, immortal masters! Thank you, immortal masters! Only a small girl beside Qiaomu's body screamed, demons! You killed my mother, you killed Uncle Qiao! A terrified woman hushed her, whispering, quiet, or you'll be punished. Hearing that, Dao Shu glared down, shouting, you cursed brat, wanna die? Qing Yi coldly replied, let it be. He narrowed his eyes and said lowly, Tan Shi Qing, the pawn we set is ready to move. As for mortals, give them some benefits, and they'll forget soon enough. Dao Zhen stayed silent, gazing down, thinking, can it truly be that way? Cursing the immortal sect under broad daylight. Below, a child yelled, when I grow up, I'll learn martial arts and defeat you all. Dao Zhen frowned slightly, perhaps the world really is changing. In a quiet chamber, Tan Shi Qing sat brooding, eyes fixed on a letter fading with age, torn by hesitation. The last line still stood clear, at all costs. Preserve the immortal sect's honor, the killing of Qiao Songlin must never be exposed. Meanwhile in the palace, Hai Wuya, in court robes, stood before the throne and declared, Your Majesty, Qiao Songlin sacrificed himself to save the people. His name deserves eternal honor. Bowing deeply, he spoke firmly, yet some spread lies, blaming him. How can a true hero die branded a criminal? The emperor rubbed his temple warily and waved, I'm tired, we'll discuss this tomorrow. But Hai Wuya remained kneeling, voice ringing. Hundreds live thanks to him. If your majesty shields the great Dao sect, the people's trust will crumble. The aberrants are at our gates. If we keep retreating, where will we stop? The emperor leaned on the table, asking gravely, Minister Hai, do you recall the war 40 years ago? The bloody scene flashed in Hai Wuya's mind as he answered slowly. That year, Marshal Saint Ren led 100,000 soldiers to quell the chaos before reaching central Zhou. All perished at West Han City, later erased from maps. The emperor closed his eyes, voice heavy. I saw Marshal Saint Ren die by an immortal's hand. That gulf is too vast. What could I do? Hai Wuya bowed lower, thinking he has no plan to change fate, yet gambles with lives. Then said aloud, Your Majesty, if the people's faith is lost, even the will to act won't be enough. The emperor murmured those words, not enough strength. In his mind, he saw the glow of the human king's sword, thinking, the immortals fear this blade. If used wisely, it could turn the tide. But if hearts grow cold, the nation's fate will end. Then came the echoing command, Convey my decree! In a bustling tea house, news spread fast. Hai Wuya really submitted his memorial. The Six-Fan Gate is investigating the Great Dao sect. The officials claim it was an internal immortal sect dispute. A waiter added, the culprit cultivator's been punished with 10 years of self-sealed sword meditation. Qiao Songlin's confirmed as a hero. If his kin refuse the body, the court will handle the rights. Jiang Shen frowned. Strange, this response is unlike Yang He's usual ways. Something bigger's hidden behind. Then he laughed and waved. Forget it, too much guessing just knots the brain. Yet he slammed the table, eyes firm. Still, I think the people are finally speaking up. The times are changing. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Great Dao sect, Qing Yi turned sharply. This matter isn't entirely your fault, but Dao Shu will be confined for 10 years. No contact with mortals, act with caution. He then ordered coldly that subordinates continue aiding Tan Shiqing in handling matters linked to Wan Ronghua. Dao Jun smiled and accepted. Though doubt stirred, 2 spirit summonings failed. Could someone from the Qiao clan still live? He looked to the sky, biting his lip. If they're all that extraordinary, dying by their hands might not be shameful. As night fell, a shadow flitted across the rooftops, gliding like the wind. Worse, Jumu instantly followed that trail, moving so fast he left fading afterimages. Before him appeared a virtual data panel showing his recent death, skill rewards, resurrection count, and heavy body debuffs. Wiping his tears, he chuckled, thanking senior sister Dao Shu for the bonus points, promising next time he'd send her to Western Heaven himself. Gazing toward the Wan estate, he muttered, one thing at a time to clear the way for Hai Wuya's faction before the real game begins. Then Jimu hid atop a roof near Wan Ronghua's mansion, watching the guards, whispering, wait a bit, Sister Dao Su. He picked up a palm-sized stone, murmured an incantation, and mimicked a familiar voice to distract those inside. Inside, Fang Fang was lamenting losses to Wan Ronghua, who only said coldly, lost is lost. Wan Ronghua frowned, mentioning rumors that someone from the Qiao family still lived. If his dealings with the Great Dao sect were exposed, disaster loomed. Suddenly, something plummeted from the sky, aimed straight at his head. But just before impact, a swift hand caught it midair. The room erupted in chaos, screams everywhere. Qiao Mu realized a real expert had appeared. A guard shouted, pointing westward to the roof. Qiao Mu's face stiffened, had been exposed. Instantly, a figure darted toward him, moving faster than light itself. It was Tan Shiqing, standing tall on the roof, his face eerily identical to Qiao Zhong's. He narrowed his eyes, voice low and hoarse, tonight, all loose ends end. Qiao Mu laughed, quoting Master Tan's own teachings in reply. Raising his hand, he shouted, accusing Tan Shiqing of following the Great Dao sect's orders and betraying humanity for evil. Shameless. But Tan Shiqing stayed silent, eyes cold as frost, emotionless. Suddenly, he drew an old artifact and hurled a sudden strike toward Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu dodged aside, mocking, we're using old tricks already. You really look down on me. Unexpectedly, the object curved midair and smashed into Juma's face before he could react. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his wound, muttering, so this is first-rank martial might, controlling weapons like extensions of will. Still, he gathered his inner force and countered, his power no weaker, though his control was rough. Time seemed to freeze as the 2 energy waves collided, marking the start of their deadly duel in the night. Then Tan Shiqing coldly ordered the arrest, and soldiers swarmed from all sides, encircling Jumu. He slipped between them deftly, laughing and taunting Tan to stop hiding behind pawns and fight him. Onyonon, thinking these fodder weren't worth the effort. Yet Tan Shiqing just watched, mocking, only fools fight solo when formation wins the war. Qiao Mu's eyes flared with fire as he roared back, agreeing to raise the duel to a new level. He dashed forward like the wind, striking with precision, dropping each soldier before they could react. As red light surged around him, he hurled a fallen body toward Tan Shiqing, shouting, returning this exactly as given! Tan remained calm, hand on his weapon, praising, bold, your blood force rivals even a 4th-rank warrior. Then he drew his sword, cleaved the corpse aside, and lunged at Qiao Mu like lightning. Using the roof's slope, he gained speed, his assault turning ferocious. From above, he slashed down at Qiao Mu's left shoulder, roaring, know your limits! Qiao Mu smirked, analyzing instantly a feint left, true cut right hell switch mid-swing. So he twisted sharply left to evade. But the blade struck his left shoulder for real, shocking him. His prediction was completely wrong. Qiao Mu staggered back, blaming himself. A body-refined warrior's speed is monstrous, my reaction's too slow. Losing was inevitable. Tan Shiqing burst out laughing, mocking the fool who dared trust instinct before a death-rank fighter. Without pause, he drove his blade straight into Qiaomu's stomach, dripping contempt in every word. Qiaomu clenched his teeth, forcing calm. If he let the man invade his mind, he'd be doomed. The blow sent him flying, his body bouncing off the ground like a rag doll. Blood soaked through his torn flesh, there was hardly an unbroken inch left. As he struggled to open his eyes, Tan Shiqing charged again, roaring to end it. Going somewhere? Qiaomu snarled, leaping up to counter, shouting, "Then let's go all out!" He opened his system, burned every last point, 60 points consumed, skill unlocked, shattered void finger. A torrent of skill data flooded his mind, nearly splitting his skull. Seconds later, clarity returned. Qiaomu grinned, eyes blazing with battle fire. He unleashed the shattered void finger, striking straight through Tan Shiqing's chest, blood gushing in streams. The sword slipped from Tan's hand as his body was hurled backward, slamming into the stone wall. Qiaomu stared at his trembling hand, awed by the devastating power of the new skill. Raising his arm proudly, he smiled in defiance while Tan secretly trembled at that terrifying force. Narrowing his eyes, Tan decided instantly this man must die. He roared, his body blazing gold like molten steel. The golden aura spread fast, its crushing pressure warping the air. In a blink, he was encased in shimmering gold light, readying his ultimate form. Qiaomu's eyes widened, laughing softly. Power-up phase, huh? Guess you've got stage 2 too. He struck first, but his attack didn't even scratch Tan's gleaming skin. Frowning, he recalled the sword demon's words, touch like tempered iron. Could this be the Martial Dao Alliance's golden body art? Suddenly, Tan seized Qiaomu's wrist, eyes flashing murderously. His golden hand clenched like living metal, ready to crush bone. He threw a full-force punch straight into Qiaomu's gut. The impact blasted Qiaomu across the courtyard, embedding him in the wall. Tan stepped forward coldly, touched the one chosen by the immortal gate, and this is your fate. Blood dripping, Qiaomu still laughed hoarsely, golden body strong, sure but not enough. Lifting his head, he smirked, my goal for tonight already achieved. Just then, frantic shouts echoed from afar, "Master! Master! Something's happened!" making Tan glance back. The cries spread through the manor, panicked and relentless. He froze, horror striking. Manhwa dead. But how did I sense it? His eyes widened, he muttered, "Could it be the moment I struck?" He flipped the board. Suddenly, Tan clutched his head, convulsing violently, screaming, "Qiao Songshen! Qiao Songshen!" Blood streamed from his eyes as he hissed that name with burning hatred. In a frenzy, Tan lost control, fists trembling as he roared in madness. He howled and hurled a monstrous punch at Qiaomu while voices around urged, "Kill him!" Each blow fell like a storm, his screams mixing with anguish. He'd slain his own wife to prove loyalty to the immortal sect, only for it all to collapse. Suddenly, Qiaomu appeared behind him, gently placing a hand on his head and murmured with a cold smile, "So this is how a wedded pair ends." Qiaomu's face hardened as he roared, "Tan Shiqing, you're nothing but the immortal sect's loyal dog!" With that shout, the shattered void finger pierced straight through his opponent's forehead, blood spraying everywhere. Tan staggered, trembling, muttering in disbelief, "You're from the Qiao family too." At once, a system panel appeared, death confirmed, skill points and remaining revives updated. Qiaomu stared at the corpse, thinking, Tan Shiqing practiced the Martial Dao Alliance's golden body art and served the great Dao sect. They're all scheming together. Then he vanished from the scene, voice echoing coldly, "If you want revenge, come find the Qiao clan." Silence fell. Tan's body lay motionless in a pool of blood. Beneath him, a crimson ring slowly appeared, glowing with eerie light. The alley blurred, falling into emptiness, no soul in sight. Panting, Fang Fang muttered, "Master's dead, staying means dying too. I should run." Just as she turned, she froze stiff. Someone emerged from the darkness. The newcomer smiled kindly, extending a hand. "Sister, it's been a while." Fang Fang stammered, then screamed, "Fang Yuan! Don't pretend you came to gloat, didn't you?" Fang Yuan replied calmly, "I'm just following orders. The Empire's talent corruption case is under investigation. One clan will surely be implicated." Fang Fang laughed bitterly, "Selling a life for a few taels a month. If you needed money, you could've asked. I married rich. I've got more silver than father ever had." Fang Yuan drew his blade, voice low and tense, "You're talking about Manhwa, aren't you?" Rage burst out as he shouted, "He murdered our parents, and you became his concubine?" He leveled the blade at her, accusing coldly, "You colluded with aberrants, stirred chaos, and helped destroy the Qiao family?" Terrified, Fang Fang stumbled back, protesting, "I had nothing to do with them. That old man just bragged too much." Screaming hoarsely, she raged, "You just want my inheritance! Father was unfair. I'm his real daughter. Being Wan's concubine at least got me a share." Before she finished, lightning flashed. The blade swept through the air. A clean slice, her hair and ornaments scattered to the floor. The fallen jewels clinked with a chilling echo. Fang Yuan's eyes welled up as he said softly, "Father gave me the antique shop, but most treasures and paintings went to you. He knew your greed long ago." He sighed, "That house was just loot to you. But to me it's all that's left of our parents." His tone turned cold. "From now on, Fang Fang is dead. Before me stands only Wan's concubine. Speak further in prison." At dawn, the system displayed new data, shattered void finger stats, remaining points, and blood level updated. Qiaomu, holding his cat, mused that every time he used a skill or revived, his spirit drifted into some faraway cultivation realm. Stroking the cat's head, he murmured, "System, can you explain that?" Watching the screen, he grew solemn. Too many things now lay beyond his understanding. He must find answers before his blood power ran dry, and accelerate his Jishan King banner training. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in the sky, making him look up in shock. From above, a figure descended, smiling brightly. Are you perhaps the mighty one of the Qiao clan? Qiao Mu rested a hand on his knee, sneering. Quick work, you found me already. Good. This desolate place is perfect for a fight. The stranger raised both hands peacefully. Don't misunderstand, killing you means nothing. The Qiao clan faces a death far more meaningful. Qiao Mu frowned, snapping. Speak clearly, no riddles. Dao Jun said gravely, recalling his failed spirit summons. Qiao Songshen was dead, yet you appeared. Are you two the same? What secret art does your clan wield? He stepped closer, voice laced with meaning. Do you know how deep the secret of the aberrant war in Qiao province runs? The so-called massacre of 10,000 was just a stage show. Dao Jun leaned on his chin, tone darkening as he recalled the past. Those few who survived the Great War are now prisoners of the immortal sect, trapped in forbidden lands for life. He turned to Qiao Mu, asking gently, Hero Qiao, can you really let them suffer like that forever? Qiao Mu crossed his arms calmly, replying, oh really, I don't buy it, stunning Dao Jun with that cold indifference. Suddenly, Qiao Mu stood, gaze sharp, retorting, the gap between immortals and soldiers is vast. How could they defend a city for 40 years? Grass doesn't even grow there! You think I'm that gullible? Dao Jun explained the area was sealed by a massive illusion array, mortals couldn't approach, and the captive survivors must serve some darker plot. He added, that formation's a perfect trap. Anyone who enters dies, imprisoned forever in a false world. Hearing that, Qiao Mu's eyes lit up. He grabbed Dao Jun's shoulder, demanding, then tell me how to get in! Dao Jun grinned, producing a talisman. Excellent, just as I hoped. This charm breaks the barrier and opens the ancient city. If fate allows, you'll meet Lu Yanbo, the top master from 40 years ago. Call it your entry ticket. Taking the talisman, Qiao Mu frowned. Wasn't that so-called top master defeated by Marshal Saint Ren? He eyed Dao Jun warily, thinking, he came to me for a reason. This isn't just an invitation. Then he told himself, no tiger's den, no cub. If I die there, so be it. With that resolve, he turned to leave, determined. Behind him, Dao Jun waved with a smile. I'll be waiting to see how your story ends. Sometime later, in a small town near Anjiang, the tale continued. In a humble eatery, Qiao Mu, disguised as an old man, was served noodles. The shopkeeper joked, heading out past the pass, old sir. Not so simple, prompting Qiao Mu to frown. Why? The man chuckled, the Iron Madam guards the gate strict and deadly. No ordinary man passes. If you wish to honor your dead, go north to the Tom Forest where 10,000 soldiers lie. Hearing that, Qiao Mu recalled his route. I passed it yet can't leave the town. Why did the court build this pass? The shopkeeper shrugged vaguely. No idea. Just know those who leave seldom return. Before the pass, those who entered the desert never came back. Lowering his voice, he added, they say shadow wraiths roam the sands, meet one and you die. The tavern buzzed, some mocked the tale. Others argued the pass was to stop people from performing forbidden rites that might anger whatever dwelled there. The shopkeeper barked, enough talk, eat up or pay extra for tea. Someone joked back, and laughter filled the room. The laughter died as a shout came from outside. Hez here again? Come see. Everyone rushed to the gate. Qiao Mu looked up and asked, shopkeeper, what's going on? The man squinted toward the gate. Someone's challenging the Iron Madam again. Many tried before, none survived. Only one man still comes every day, for over 10 years. Outside the walls, two masters faced each other as a voice rang out, Iron Madam! Face me once more! Qiao Mu carried his bowl outside, eating as he watched, thinking this one's blood and Qi are strong, inner force steady, clearly a master. Suddenly his eyes widened. He recognized the familiar technique. As the gate opened and a figure stepped forth, Qiao Mu instantly knew that was the Holy Spirit offering technique from the ancient Wu Ji guild. Taiyan Ningzi rode out slowly, spear in hand, radiating lethal grace. The sight made Qiao Mu duck into the crowd, a bad hunch stirring inside him. Hai Xianqing pointed at her, shouting, 14 years? Will you let me pass or not today? Taiyan Tiengzi's eyes glowed red. And T's pass is the rest of 100,000 souls. Disturb it and it'll kill you. Hai Xianqing sneered, same line as always. Getting old lady. He struck his chest. Glowing words appeared, hear me. My father's reinstated Minister of Rights, second rank. Qiao Mu gawked. Minister Haiwunai. His Haiwunai son. Taiyan Yinzi asked coolly, got a royal pass. Hai Xinsheng snapped, my father is the pass? She yanked her Reen's eyes like ice. No pass, no mercy, even if your dad comes, she charged. Hai Xiansheng erupted in red aura. Then I'll smash the gate myself, and lunged. One strike later, he was airborne, landing hard like a sack of rice. The crowd froze, staring as dust and dignity flew together. He hit the ground, papers and letters scattering everywhere. An old man measured the distance. 3 inches farther than yesterday? The villagers burst out laughing. Progress, Hai Xiansheng, rank and skill both up. He blushed. Too kind, too kind. I'll win soon. Qiao Mu squinted. Win. She flattened him in one move. The innkeeper chuckled. Everyone here's kin of border soldiers. They all try to send letters past her, none succeed. He pointed at Hai Xiansheng. He knows, yet has come daily for 14 years. Watching others help him pick up the letters, an elder sighed. Once proud, now just a lonely shadow. Qiao Mu gazed at Hai Xiansheng's back. 14 years unchanged, like father, like son. Hai Xiansheng muttered sadly, even with father in office, I can't get a letter through. Qiao Mu handed him a letter gently. Don't mope. As long as you breathe, there's hope. Qiao Mu smiled. Relax, it's complicated, but I'll handle it, his voice calm and confident. Hai Xiansheng blinked. Who are you? Qiao Mu strode forth, joking loudly. Hey lady, slow down, let me cross for fun. Taiyan Yingzi asked coldly, who challenges me? Instantly, Qiao Mu turned his horse, eyes calm but spirit blazing. Her gaze sharpened, his blood energy roared. Not ordinary, she thought, then demanded, name yourself. Qiao Mu smiled kindly. Xiao Shuangshen, surely you've heard of me. He stepped forward, voice thunderous. Then remember this name well. His inner force surged like a tide, shaking the ground toward the armored woman. He unleashed blood sword art, forging a crimson blade that ripped through the air. Pressed hard, she spun her spear so fast the eye barely caught it. Qiao Mu's aura turned crimson black, gaze locked, cold as an eternal glacier. Her mask shattered, fragments glittering in the sun. Qiao Mu stood firm, hand glowing red. Now may I pass? She turned, face aged yet serene. And T stops mortals, not true masters. Hearing that, Qiao Mu pondered, gazing at her time-worn face. Shed guarded this border in silence for years. She spoke, sir, follow me into the pass. He half joked, with your face revealed, your voice even sounds gentler. As they entered, Hai Xiansheng raised his hand. Let me come, I can carry baggage. She snapped, cultivate 40 more years first. Crestfallen, he handed his bundle to Qiao Mu. Please deliver these letters, Hero Qiao. Qiao nodded. Rest easy, they're mine now. He waved, wait for good news. The crowd shouted, Hero Qiao, take care. He waved back as the villagers cheered, safe travels, mighty hero. Once their figures vanished, heavy gears groaned and the gate closed, sealing off 2 worlds. Inside, Tina and Enzi dismounted. Ahead lies the desert, stocked dry food and water. Qiao bowed. I have a question. She tilted her head curiously. He said, I sensed odd energy. Have you practiced martial saint spirit offering art? Linked to the Wuji Society. Perhaps, she gasped, that technique. She turned firmly, never trained it nor tied to Wuji Society. I guard this place for my own vow. Qiao smiled faintly. So be it. Yet doubt lingered, where had that aura come from? Perhaps the road ahead held the truth. Slinging his pack, he set off, bidding farewell. Behind, Tai Entin Engzi whispered, be safe, praying he wouldn't repeat past tragedies. Soon the endless desert unfolded, dust, no direction, no end. Alone amid the sands, Qiao vowed, if faith still lives here, hell free them, if it's deceit, hell turn away. Chewing rations and studying an old map, he mused, this land once saw lonely warriors fall. As Daojun said, find the grand array, break the seal, reach the ancient city. Then strange sounds echoed from a ravine. A haunting voice came, like from another world. Visions of marching troops and clashing armor filled his mind. Without hesitation he dashed forward, shouting, could these be the remnants of that lost army? But the closer he got, the more his eyes froze. Below, a ghostly battalion moved slowly, chills ran through him. Were these the legendary wandering dead? The phantoms marched in rhythm, then faded into milky mist like drifting souls. Moments later, all turned to haze and vanished. Qiao blinked, the scene gone, only dust remained. Ironically, no trace left. Sitting on a rock, he thought, this must mark where the sect once built its grand array, unaware of a dark figure stalking behind. Feeling killing intent, he spun around and roared, who hides there? Show yourself! His voice thundered through the emptiness. Yet only the silent desert answered, no one, perhaps too fast or never real. He drew out Daojun's ancient talisman, guessing the ancient city lay nearby. Let's risk it, he muttered. The charm flared and burned to ash, releasing a strange surge of power. At once, the dense white mist before him split apart, opening like spectral gates. Through the rift appeared an old outpost, its stones still bearing marks of an ancient garrison. Qiao Mu widened his eyes below. Ghost soldiers swarmed toward the city gate. Realizing it, he cried, they're attacking. Daojun was right, the souls still fight after all these years. The ghost army roared, ramming a giant log into the gate with a thunderous crash. The gate burst open, middle-aged soldiers rushed out. Their leader shouted, hold the line, and lunged his spear into the phantoms. Struck, the ghost soldier's body faded and vanished like morning mist. In its place fell a thin paper figure, silently drifting down. The defenders wasted no time, bows raised, arrows flew, vowing none would pass. Suddenly, 2 ghost spears flashed, piercing a soldier's shield and chest. The scene turned brutal, the ghosts pressed him down, blood soaking the sand. In his final breath, the warrior thought, so my time has come. Then Qiao Mu descended like a red flame, sword energy blazing as he struck into the black death field. The saved soldier gasped, someone from outside, reinforcements at last. Qiao Mu gripped his spear. You've guarded this place 40 years, rest now. I'll take it from here. He spun, palm bursting like a storm. From here on, it's my fight! A ghost soldier struck from above. Qiao Mu blocked, steel screaming. He countered in a flash, slamming the foe back in a burst of dust. 3 more spears sliced from behind, swift as tearing wind. Qiao Mu swept in a circle, knocking all aside, then charged forward relentlessly. Sand exploded beneath his leap, his body soaring through a golden whirlwind. He crashed down, spear pounding the ground. Ghosts burst apart into fluttering paper. Soldiers below stared, some hailed him a savior, others doubted any man could shift fate alone. Across the field, his spear danced like wind, every strike dissolved another phantom. Amid flickering firelight, his heart sank. No matter how many he cut down, the end would not change, his strength would fade soon. Suddenly, a black cat-shaped spirit burst from him, green light flaring. Wu Chang, why are you here? The death aura is thick, you'll die, he shouted. The spirit's eyes glowed, a long meo reverberating, shaking the air strangely. Emerald light flooded Qiao Mu's eyes, his pupils shone like divine mirrors, piercing illusion. Within the ghostly glow, he saw countless faint lights drifting afar. Where are those souls being taken? He cried. The spirits streamed onward, pulled by an unseen force beyond the illusion barrier. At last, all the lights converged into a strange chessboard held by a shadowed figure. Beside him, a smirking youth whispered, Dao Shun Shixiang, 300 paper soldiers for 13 yen souls, you lost this round. Dao Shun smiled serenely. Those still alive are no fools, the later game will be far more interesting. The youth frowned slightly, but Dao Shun chuckled. That foreign warrior hell make a fine ingredient soon enough. Through the dim haze, Chiaomu's figure blazed amid swirling paper effigies standing tall in the ruin. Outside the ancient city, a joyful shout rose, thanks to you. We held the gate. Please, come rest inside. Hai Siwan and his remaining troops knelt, armor scraping the ground, shouting in unison as the loyal Western army of Great Yan, bowing to their savior. Qiao Mu quickly raised his hand. You've stood firm like iron in awe. Hai Siwan added, as soldiers of Yan will fight till our last breath. Hai Siwan then asked, your combat skill, were you once under Great Yan's banner? Qiao Mu paused then nodded. Yes, he said quietly, thinking, I once served with Gu Yan for a short time. His words stilled the camp, every gaze turned toward him, full of respect. Hai Siwan sighed heavily. Master Qiao, will you come with me somewhere? A firm voice echoed from the wall, I will. As they walked, Hai Siwan spoke softly. Only a few old soldiers remain, women and children keep the rest alive. Of 10,000 once 300 survive, the rest lie in the valley graves. Hearing this, Qiao Mu fell silent. Gazing at the dusty tombstones, he realized the outer cemetery was fake. This was the true resting ground of Yan's souls. Hai Siwan smiled sadly. You said you were once a Yan soldier, was that jest? Qiao Mu said nothing. He continued, you must feel it too, every day someone still prays the court remembers us, that this city won't fade away. His face hardened, he roared, 40 years, all illusions! His voice cracked. We all know we'll be forgotten in the sand one day. Qiao Mu watched, eyes distant. Suddenly Qiao Mu asked, Captain Hai, have you heard of Hai Wu Nai? The old man froze. My father, he lives? Qiao nodded. He does now, Minister of Rights. I once studied under him. Smiling gently, Qiao continued, before coming here, I met a man called Hai Xiansheng. Is he your brother? Has waited outside in Thak's Pass for 14 years. Hai Siwan's dry lips trembled, then curved into a gentle smile. I joined the army at 20, now 60, never once gone home. His gaze swept over the endless tombs. Knowing father lives and my brother still waits, that's enough. I asked for nothing more. Qiao Mu looked down from the battlements. Any other officers left? Hai Siwan replied briefly, all rest here. Then he looked toward the graves. Since Li Change fell 20 years ago, I've only led these remnants to protect the civilians. Staring at Li Change's tomb, he muttered, today, my heart feels emptier than ever. Qiao Mu asked softly, and Marshal Saint Ren, the old general, why did he survive while you stayed? Hai Siwan fell silent, then said gravely, General Wu Shengren was never one to flee. His mind replayed the chaos in the dusty camp, soldiers shouting retreat, while Wu Shengren roared, Li Chang! You think it'd run from death? Outside, all heard the shout. Li Chang barked back, General, you're our mightiest warrior, the last hope. If you die, who will uphold the cause? Wu Shengren billowed, then why don't you go? Li Chang only smiled, because I have no one waiting for me. His voice thundered, we've done all we can, we're surrounded. Dying here helps nothing. You must live, only by living can we one day rebuild our land. Those words burned in Wu Shengren's heart. He knew Great Yan needed a living pathfinder on the martial road, not another corpse of glory. Then both men turned to the camp gate. Soldiers knelt, crying, General Wu, please retreat! The plea echoed through the dark night, trembling his voice. Li Chang stepped forward, thrusting a black satchel into his hands. No time left, General, take it? Wu Shengren asked quietly. You think I've already decided to stay? Li Chang said nothing, pressing the satchel into his grip. Inside are generations of martial essence, my spirit-offering technique, and my wife's. Carry on the Tao of war. His hands tightened, eyes blazing. Martial arts must be passed on, not hoarded. Only through inheritance can the Tao endure. Wu Shengren froze, his eyes hardening as emotion surged while his men bowed low. Li Chang turned, voice calm. If this art spreads across the world, our bloodline will never die. The soldiers departed, maintaining formation though they knew death neared. Amid smoke and dust, Li Chang shouted, General Wu, you must live! Wu Shengren's cracked lips quivered, words lost in his throat. Watching their retreating figures, he whispered hoarsely, General Wu, as if calling himself. Mounting his horse in the chaos, tears fell but his face stayed proud. Back in the present, Hai Siwan touched a stone stele and murmured, rest well, comrades. Then he knelt, voice low and wary. General, he held this city for 20 years. Even now the Qin army never ceased its siege. Qiao Mu watched in silence, thinking Wu Shengren, once a hero, now branded a demon, 40 years lost in fog. Was it obsession or despair that turned him so? Hai Siwan finally spoke, enough old tales. Master Qiao, I have a favor to ask. Demons! Hai Siwan turned solemnly. Please pose as an imperial officer claimed to be Great Yan's vanguard, sent to aid us. Use my name, they'll believe you. Looking straight at him, Hai Siwan said firmly, with my word, none will doubt you. The aberrations still plague this place, but our people are spent. Of 10,000, only 300 remain. How long can that last? His voice rang heavy. If doom is certain, at least let them taste a final peace before the fall. Outside, townsfolk gathered at the square, eyes full of worry and hope. Why hasn't the captain returned? Someone murmured. Then the old gate opened. Worn soldiers entered carrying shrouded stretchers. Cries rose, they're back! They're back! As the troops trudged in, heads bowed, whispers spread, fear of more dead. A woman rushed to a stretcher, recognizing her husband's and child's tokens, wailing, father and son went to war, both meet the king of hell. Grief spread, people wondered if the outer world had forgotten them. Suddenly, from afar rode a lone figure, Qiao Mu, spear gleaming, voice like a bronze bell. No! The outside world has not abandoned you! Eyes blazing, he declared, I am Qiao Shuangshen, captain of 10,000 under the Great Yan Celestial Crusade. Great Yan has never forgotten you. Your courage and blood are carved into history. Smiling, he added, am not alone. Reinforcements stand behind me. And Captain High Lives! The crowd erupted cheers, tears, disbelief. We're saved! Amid the uproar, someone shouted lies, yet most wept with joy, voices merging into one cry, glory to Qiao the Vanguard! Welcome, Qiao the Vanguard! Not far away, a man leaned on a stone table, gazing at the gray sky. Qiao Prefecture outside has long rotted, he thought. These defenders are humanity's last wall. Great Yan's flame flickers only in their hands. His cold eyes swept over Qiao Mu, carrying an ambition too deep to read, making Qiao frown. He sensed something dangerous. Then came a soft, wet voice, flowing like rainwater. Old love is dust, beauty long faded 30 years, yet I still lack the courage to carve her gaze again. The tone was so tragic it made one's hair stand. Qiao Mu froze, thinking, has seriously this lovesick? Lu Tiancheng chuckled, shrugging, come on, old Qiao, let's go in. But as the door opened, Qiao Mu stiffened, his breath caught. Before him stretched an icy chamber filled with lifelike stone statues of beautiful women in every pose. In the center, a man lounged across one statue's lap, half smiling. Brother, long time no see. He teased, still hanging around those old monks. Ever try relaxing with a few beauties instead? Lu Tiancheng's eye twitched. Have you lost all shame? He barked, turning to Qiao Mu. Now has embarrassed himself enough, Qiao Mu thought dryly. So this is Jian Jixian. Looks more like a statue addict lost in a fever dream. The so-called Jian Jixian stroked the statue's leg, sighing theatrically. Brother, I love them all, truly my heart shattered, each shard lodged in a different woman. He waved a hand and sneered. You mock me because you envied me in youth. Hey, Lu Tiancheng said sternly, I chose the sword path over lust. Qiao watched calmly, unable to tell if this man was a mad fool or a hidden master. Still, Qiao knew useless or genius. When the ghost army returned, this oddity could not be ignored. Mischief sparked, Qiao quipped, barehanded, no sword, yet call yourself sword-carving immortal. Quite the cosmic joke. Lu Yenin ignored him, coolly drawing a blade no longer than a finger. How shallow your learning, pity. Lifting the tiny knife, its steel glinting, he said, this cuts no worse than a sword. I hold no blade, for my heart holds none either. I've stepped beyond the realm my dear brother never reached. Qiao's eye twitched, he whispered. What did he just say? Lu Tiancheng groaned, means he's lost all sword intent. Qiao muttered, so basically retire. Lu Tiancheng sighed, voice autumn soft. 30 years ago he vanished. I searched everywhere, only to find him half alive in this forsaken city. Qiao frowned. I heard he once dueled Wu Shengren 10 years ago and lost. Lu Tiancheng's eyes widened. What? I never heard that? Qiao said darkly. Perhaps he was wounded, then his spirit broke, and since that day has refused to draw again. Lu Yenin interrupted lazily. Wrong. We never fought. That grim martial saint just took my nod too seriously. He spoke evenly, bored. I'm just a wandering cultivator, not meant to bear the world's fate. He was born for that burden, I only seek peace. Lu Tiancheng roared, drawing his sword. A true cultivator serves the land, how dare you speak such filth? Qiao stepped in, asking quickly, so you're hiding here because… Lu Yenin kept carving, not even glancing up. Old man, spare me. That baiting trick won't work. Qiao fell silent, thinking, a man beyond reason or shame, only one way left. He smirked lightly. The famed sword-carving immortal, once known for passion and prowess, now just a weak-old sculptor drooling over stone beauties, what a waste. The jab struck true. Lu Yenin froze mid-carve, his aura shifting like a storm about to break. He sneered, you half-man freak dare mock me. I've no time for a fumbled old goat. Qiao Mu slung an arm around him, laughing boldly. He bragged about a secret art that made his body tougher than steel. Hundreds of masters couldn't drop him in one blow. Yenin waved dismissively, scoffing that such tricks only fooled peasants. Qiao grinned, then watch and learn. He struck the nearest statue with a mighty blow that made Yenin gape in disbelief. Suddenly, Xiao Shu went berserk, grabbing his throat and calling him shameless, but Qiao choked out, look again? Suspicious, Yenin turned his head toward the spot Qiao had hit. His jaw dropped, the statue's lower half was caved in, precisely at its weakest point. Straightening his robe, Qiao lectured solemnly. At its peak, this art turns one's body into a sword, piercing the foe's death point. Yenin's eyes lit up, he called it true sword enlightenment. They both burst into laughter, clasping hands like newfound brothers, while Lu Tiancheng watched from afar, deeply unconvinced. Yenin bowed deeply, declaring Qiao his sworn brother and eternal comrade. Qiao beamed. If we're brothers, let's speak openly. Gold or secret manuals mean nothing next to brotherhood, he added grandly. Then Qiao invited him to help save the old city, offering to share his art. Yenin's face turned cold, he refused. Lu Tiancheng fumed, but Qiao held him back, asking why. Yenin only sighed, eyes clouded with unspoken weight. Lu Tiancheng urged him to fight. Yenin declined, but hinted he wished to train instead. Qiao grew suspicious, perhaps the city's curse bound him for 30 years. He pressed, trading arts until Yenin reluctantly handed over a manual. Qiao smirked, calling his stubbornness oddly endearing. Lu Tiancheng just sighed as they reached a gate marked unauthorized entry forbidden. Qiao frowned. Why forbid the backyard? Yenin said coolly, just a few unfinished statues, nothing worth seeing, and steered them back towards sparring talk. Qiao nodded calmly, walking away with Lu Tiancheng as if nothing were amiss. Yet inside suspicion burned. If it was truly harmless, why such secrecy? Suddenly, Lu Tiancheng's eyes lit up, had thought of something. Could he be hiding thousands of spirit swords beneath the courtyard, waiting to unleash them someday? He asked. Kiao mused, maybe but more likely, his hiding nude statues of perfect beauty. Lu blinked, then agreed gravely. Their talk drifted to loyalty and friendship. Lu begged Kiao to stay a few days more, though the city's emptiness gnawed at Kiao's gut. When asked about it, Lu shook his head, but soon, noise rose ahead, townsfolk muttering that the promised reinforcements were just one old man. Kiao reassured them calmly and headed for the camp, where Captain Hai comforted the crowd amid questions about why the court sent only one savior. Then Kiao raised his voice, calling for Zheng Adai. An old soldier, white-haired and trembling on a cane, stepped forward. "That's me." The elder pulled a letter from his tunic. "Someone sent this for you." Zheng Adai frowned, bewildered. "Who'd write to an old ghost like me?" Kiao asked. "From Dongsheng, right?" The man's eyes widened. "Yes, exactly from there." Overcome, he dropped his cane, hands shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he held the letter. It's from my mother," he whispered, voice trembling. The onlooker opened the letter, eyes misting with emotion. "It's my mother's handwriting," he cried, as the crowd surged to see if their own letters were there. Hai Dui sighed while Kiao Mu calmed everyone. Then Lin Miao burst into tears. Her uncle had passed the scholar exam, moving the whole camp. Zhong Lai read out names like Gu Wulang and Han Tai Niao, reporting their wives' deaths and gentle wishes from the afterlife. More names followed: Huang Xiaokai, Lo Qiu Tan, Tao and Yao, each heavier than the last. Every name echoed like a funeral drum, silencing the square. The letter ceremony dragged on till sunset, the reader hoarse yet unrelenting. At last, Hai Siyuan saw everyone with letters and felt relieved, until Kiao Mu approached with one more envelope. Hai Siyuan accepted it reverently, trembling as if receiving a sacred relic. Tears fell as Kiao Mu raised his voice. "We'll all return home together!" The veterans around him wept openly, sobs spreading through the ranks. Then, raising their fists, they shouted through tears and laughter, "Home! We're going home!" Master Lu watched from the wall, weeping beside him. Kiao Mu and Hai Siyuan smiled at the joyful people, then discussed martial training in the Mount 2D King's scripture, vowing to free the city through strength. Moved, Hai Siyuan turned and called out to Master Kiao. When Kiao Mu turned, Hai Siyuan bowed and offered him access to martial scrolls once guarded by Le Changji. Kiao Mu laughed heartily, accepting the luck, and Hai Siyuan promised to guide him there that night. That night, the moon hung low over the silent and sea city, its silver light like a cracked mirror. True to his word, Hai Siyuan led Kiao Mu into the vault of martial scrolls, inviting him to choose freely from the city's finest techniques. Kiao Mu was amazed by the trove, marveling like a child among treasures, while Hai Siyuan highlighted two gems, the Martial Code of the Army Way and Spirit Thread Manual, by Li Changji. Kiao's eyes lit at the latter. Suddenly, he asked if Hai Duyi knew Iron Lady. Stunning Hai Siyuan, did Kiao know the wife of General Li? Kiao Mu realized Iron Lady was Li Changji's wife. She had held the Spirit Thread Manual, waited 20 years on the frontier, believing her husband still lived, and died keeping that vow. Under the dim lamp, Hai Siyuan wept, softly calling matriarch, then asked if Kiao Mu had chosen a technique. Kiao said there were too many, so Hai Siyuan suggested the Martial Code of the Army Way, a grand manual of war and economy, and handed it over. Kiao respectfully accepted and borrowed History of Ansi City. Learning it recorded every fallen soul. He sighed that more should know of it. Hai Siyuan was moved and revealed that 30 years ago, one child had been sent outside. Kiao Mu asked the child's name. Hai Siyuan thought, then said it was Gu Jun, taken by a Taoist named Qingyi who gave him a new title. Hearing that, Kiao Mu froze, shivering in disbelief. Memory surged. Dao Jun, that very title? So he was from NC. Why had he brought Kiao here, and why had the city been sealed for decades? The next morning at the Great Dao Sect headquarters, Dao Shun grumbled about wasting 100 spirit stones in training. His peer calmly replied that resources were scarce. Those who gain much must pay much. Suddenly a teasing voice called, "Short on cash again, Junior." Dao Shun turned to see Dao Jun, bowed, and heard him say he'd just returned with a marvelous Dao soldier strategy manual, offered as a gift. Dao Shun eagerly accepted, asking what sort of spell it was. Inside were tiny bean soldiers with flags, the Biano soldier art, an ancient spell long lost. Astonished, he asked if Dao Jun truly meant to give it. Dao Jun squeezed his hand, smirking, "Not for free. Join me in the desert to kill one man." His cold voice echoed, "You've met him, Chiao Song Sen. Just a mortal but an old acquaintance. Has breached the mortal boundary." Dao Shun grinned wickedly, vowing, "So it's him. Don't worry, brother. Once I master this art, it'll bring back his head." A month later, in a small courtyard, Lu Yannan and Kiao Mu chatted beneath a tree. She said his daily teachings had revived the whole city. Kiao asked how she knew, and she smiled, showing the Mount 2D King scripture, saying she'd reached the 5th level body trained, but spirit unopened. Kiao explained the 3 spirit tiers: sensing destiny, sensing the outer world, and finally, spirit command. Narrowing his eyes, he said Shed at least reached the 1st tier. Her awareness spanned the city, though Shed never left her room. Lu Yannan only turned another page, silent as if she hadn't heard. Kiao Mu stared long, about to ask something when Lu Yannan cut him off. No need, he recalled seeing a drifting soul on a distant mountain. But Shed coldly said she didn't know. Then she coughed, saying scriptures alone couldn't win against abnormals, hinting he'd grasped her sword art's secrets, muttering skyward, "Old men playing cool children's games." Light flashed, revealing heaven-cleaving sword art. Chiao frowned that it seemed incomplete, perhaps lacking inner energy. Then a horn shattered the sky. Instantly, Kiao Mu leapt up, an emergency summon. He shouted forward, and shot off like smoke, spear blazing. Lu Yannan stayed still, eyes deep as a calm lake. Haidui ordered the army to march, vowing to shield civilians and show the papermen true swordsmanship. Through the smoky distance, a vague monstrous figure appeared, radiating dread. Haidui froze, eyes wide in disbelief. As the giant beast advanced, the earth quaked. Haidui roared for all to fight for their homeland. The soldiers charged, but Haidui's spear barely scratched the monster before he was hurled aside. A strong hand caught him just in time. Master Lu appeared, calm and steady, declaring aid. Haidui warned of the creature's demonic vines and cunning. Yet the beast's iron limbs ravaged half the formation in moments. Its tendrils swept the rear. Haidui and Master Lu fought amid spreading vines, realizing the monster was merely testing them. Waves of tendrils crashed again, swallowing troops and shaking the walls. The ground quaked. Haidui caught a fallen soldier who trembled, asking how they could win. Furious, Haidui roared that if the city fell, all would die. Morale surged as the monster snatched him and another soldier. Suddenly, a blazing crimson spear crushed the tendrils. An old general strode forth, rallying the vanguard, while a silver-haired man afar smiled, whispering, "The true master has arrived." Then a mighty warrior charged, battle cry echoing like thunder. Qiao Mu raised his spear, shouting that reinforcements had come. Urging all to live, he burst forward, slicing vines as his blood technique activated. He stomped, soaring like an eagle into the storm. His spear pierced the beast but missed its core. His life force plummeted, only 20 points left. Far off, Lu Yannan paused her carving, murmuring that sacrifice only counts when time. Chio pressed on, but the beast endured. Vines regenerating had soon collapse. Still he stood, suspecting a hidden controller. Then shadows wreathed, vines crawling like snakes. He spun to see a vast net of vines descending, channeled all his energy, and roared his final cry amid blazing light. His spear shot skyward, red radiance erupting, shaking the battlefield. When the dust cleared, Qiao Mu lay still, Haidui kneeling beside him in tearful guilt. Suddenly Master Lu's hoarse voice rang out behind Haidui. He warned that the beast wasn't dead. Qiao Mu, half-conscious, told them to keep fighting, closing his eyes peacefully as if accepting fate. On a distant hill, Dao Shun sighed, gaze heavy as if bidding farewell to a fallen hero. He looked at the overturned wooden board in his hand, smirking coldly, thinking the game was over, though unsure whether to retreat or keep burning spirit stones. Absorbed in thought, he didn't notice the huge hand reaching silently from behind. In a blink, it slammed down, pinning him like a bug. A deep voice rumbled, "So this is where you were hiding." Pale with shock, Dao Shun stammered. Qiao Mu stood there delivering a heaven-shaking punch, then thanked Wu Chang, the giant cat who saved him, naming it Immortal Provision Master. But Dao Shun shrieked madly, calling himself an immortal of the Dao sect, vowing to forge all into Dao soldiers, eyes burning red with hate. Qiao Mu stayed calm, seeing through him. The battlefield was a sealing trap meant to imprison old soul warriors and turn them into tools. Still pinned, Dao Shun laughed arrogantly, boasting he had foreseen it and would reveal all his schemes anyway. He bragged about a soul-harvesting realm powered by spirit stones. Once the last soul was taken, the land would collapse. Qiao Mu stomped, snapping his arm and shattering the board. Grinding his teeth, Qiao Mu cursed him for turning comrades into Dao soldiers, repeating the same atrocity for 4 centuries. Rage flared. His kick sent Dao Shun spitting blood and collapsing. Yet Dao Shun sneered, "Mortal." Qiao Mu roared, "I am the reinforcements," and crushed his skull, absorbing the faint life left to stay standing. Outside, soldiers charged again, exhausted yet fearless, believing Master Qiao Tianfeng would bring victory. The monstrous beast trembled violently, its body cracking apart. It collapsed with a quake, leaving behind a giant bean. When the dust cleared, Qiao Mu emerged, dragging the unconscious Dao Shun, shouting, "Immortal Slayer Qiao Tianfeng has returned." As the smoke lifted, his face shone in the light, and the army fell silent in awe. Hai Siwan burst into tears, crying out in disbelief. Qiao Mu bowed calmly, explaining that his third uncle had chosen death, and Haidui should not blame himself. The abnormals had paid for their crimes. The soldiers cheered, calling Qiu their savior. Hai Siwan invited him to a victory feast, but Qiao's smile faded into quiet sorrow. Then Lu Yannan coldly reminded them killing a great Dao sect disciple was no triumph. Vengeance would come, and the city could be crushed at any time. Hearing this, Sun Jiang's joy vanished, and Master Lu turned red with rage. He smashed a statue, shouting that without those fallen soldiers there'd be no city to sculpt. When the statue broke, Qiao Tianfeng's face appeared, and he trembled, asking if Lu Yannan truly felt nothing for his death. Lu Yannan only smirked, half sorrow, half disdain. Then he tilted his head bitterly, saying he was useless. Master Lu roared that even children bore more duty, but Lu Yannan coolly asked why did the abnormals only surround the city instead of wiping it out. Glancing sideways, he murmured, "The place we guard is actually a secret realm none of you have ever known." As soon as he spoke, Master Lu's face changed as though a hidden truth had just been lit by a faint ray. Lu Yannan sat beneath the stars, voice low, saying the souls of fallen warriors were imprisoned by abnormals as rations. The braver they were, the harsher the harvest. This desert was once a soul farm for the immortal sect. Master Lu froze, pale as if touching an unbearable truth. Lu Yannan chuckled faintly. Those 300 soldiers had chosen to fight to their last breath, rather than wait for death. That loyalty was all they had left. He nodded, saying some things could only be done with all one's might, the rest was up to fate. After a quiet pause, Master Lu left, while Yannan sat before Qiao Tianfeng's statue reciting poetry on a rooftop opposite. Qiao Mu appeared, their eyes meeting in heavy silence. Qiaomu smiled sadly, asking, if you knew this was the immortal sect's secret realm, why did you once stand with them? Lu Yannan turned away, voice faint, nothing more to say. Qiaomu placed 3 secret scrolls before him, saying they came from his third uncle, and that had created a new technique based on them, asking Yannan to take a look. At once, Lu Yannan darted forward, eyes gleaming with excitement, stammering thanks and calling Qiao's second brother. Qiao only sighed helplessly until Yannan's tone turned sharp. He had a killing move within a killing move to pass on. He solemnly explained that once this sword strike was released, it could never be withdrawn. All essence, energy, and spirit focused into one blow, the heaven-cleaving sword art. Finishing, he lifted a slender branch as a sword, warning, watch closely, the next strike will shake the heavens. Though it was only a twig, its aura crushed the air itself, making every breath heavy. Qiaomu held his breath, thrilled to witness such peerless sword mastery. Lu Yannan's eyes gleamed silver, merging moonlight with killing intent. Yet the phantom blade dissolved like mist. Both stood stunned. Qiao forced a smile. That was the ultimate move. Lu Yannan calmly replied, when there's no sword in hand or heart, that is the highest realm. Qiao grumbled that 30 years of training for twig swinging was absurd. Clenching his fist, Lu Yannan's eyes blazed with pride. He'd never abandoned the sword path, only forged it in darkness. Then he laughed arrogantly, declaring himself emperor of those who embrace fate. Qiao raised his hands in defeat, helpless before this eccentric brother. Just then, a faint notice appeared. Heaven-cleaving sword art downloading. Qiao pondered, realizing it required perfect unity of body, energy, and spirit, a level only spirit cultivators attained. Lu Yannan smiled, saying softly that only a spirit refiner could wield it, teasing that though Qiao had both talent and looks, he was still one step short. Qiao smiled back, asking if his brother had a way to help him ascend. Lu Yannan nodded eagerly. Second brother, turn around and see. Qiao turned to find rows of exquisite stone maidens. Yannan explained they were his training works and that this place was a disguised holy land for spirit refinement. With smug pride, Lu Yannan said each statue embodied his sword intent and emotions, every carved line a fragment of his soul. He emphasized that each statue held a spark of spirit and sword light, the distilled essence of his cultivation. Then he revealed the courtyard itself was a secret formation. Whoever survived its tiers of stone beauties would achieve spirit refinement. Though destruction was more likely, he called himself a genius for even conceiving it. Qiaomu laughed, tossing back the book in salute, saying, how could I skip something this fun? He approached the statues, heart pounding with excitement. At last, the spirit-refining moment had come. While Lu Yannan smiled, warning softly, be careful, second brother. Then Yannan formed hand seals. The array blazed to life, power rippling through the air. The statues cracked open, shards falling to reveal glowing metal bodies radiating divine aura. Lu Yannan turned and left, sealing Qiao amid the living statues. Qiao muttered that he was a madman, while Yannan closed the door, mind heavy with thoughts of sacrifice. As the gate shut, he heard Qiao Songsen's name echo faintly in his head. He smirked, thinking even saints like Qiaomu were just men after all. Meanwhile, at the Great Dao sect, quiet changes were unfolding. The sect had learned of Dao Shun's death and begun tracing the killer. Dao Jun studied the relics, suspecting the foe's cultivation far surpassed theirs. Even the Bean General wasn't so easily slain. Calculating grimly, he realized even Qiao Songsen's soul had escaped the soul trap. This was serious and must be reported at once. A deep voice came from behind, saying his master was still in the capital, too occupied to return. The newcomer was a reclusive elder of the sect titled Qingjong, rarely seen outside. Dao Zhen bowed. Qingjong praised his handling of the Prince Qun affair, though Central Zhou was chaos and the new immortal kingdom unstable. After the elder left, Dao Zhen mused that beyond the losses in southern Zhou, other sects were stirring. Founding an immortal kingdom had become the grand game of the celestial orders. Then Elder Qingjong gravely set his shoulders some of the senior brother's duties. Dao Zhen accepted and volunteered to go to the desert himself. Suddenly the elder smiled faintly, eyes abyss deep, asking if Dao Zhen intended to use Qiao Ya to seal the secret realm, startling him. The elder's tone darkened. Though Dao Zhen was now a full disciple, he was strictly forbidden to return to that old place. Dao Zhen calmly replied he meant no violation, only sought clarity, and asked if the elder had his own plan. Qingjong's slight smirk and shadowed gaze made Dao Zhen uneasy. He sensed the elder had designs of his own, while elsewhere, Qiaomu continued his brutal training with Lu Yannan. At that moment, he gripped his sword, aura flaring fiercely. The blade slashed out, but the statue tilted aside with uncanny agility. It countered instantly with a thunderous punch that sent pain through Qiao's body. He realized these weren't ordinary statues. Luckily, his supreme healing art sealed the wounds at once. Qiao sheathed his blade, eyes cold and resolute. Energy surged from his core. He unleashed the heavenly demon blood technique, his ultimate strike. Sword key exploded, reducing a statue to ash. Exhilarated, Qiao advanced, laughing as the rest recoiled in fear. But suddenly they united, attacking from all sides in perfect coordination as if guided by one sentient will. Qiaomu instantly realized the statues were forming a sword array first-grade level, making him shudder. The real battle had just begun. At that moment, Lu Yannan lay on a high branch, murmuring in surprise that Qiao had already entered stage 2, something never seen before. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. He jumped up, frowning, hissing, that familiar aura again, the old freak has returned. He waved a hand, sending off a tamed spirit bird to summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu fought on, stamina fading, his counterattacks weakening. He could only endure and seek a way out. He drew a deep breath, stand steady, gaze like steel. He would not retreat half a step. Swinging four petal leaves, his sword spun into a butterfly-thin barrier, stalling the statues while he recalled Sword Sage's cryptic words. Suddenly, nearby swords converged into a swirling light, blazing brighter and brighter. From above, a pillar of light descended, forming a massive sword that struck the ground, hurling Qiao back. He seemed finished, but laughter rang out. Ladies, where are you going? He rose unscathed, system reading blood 90, heaven cleaving 8 swords at 20. His eyes blazed. This was no mere illusion, but a will testing his spirit. Smirking, he felt sword body and mind merge. The realm was opening. The statue's energies fused into a single radiant sword. He recognized it as Heaven Cleaver's true form. Closing his eyes, Qiao gathered all divine thought, guiding the spiraling sword intent into his core. Streams of light and refined energy converged at his heart, forming a living rhythm. Within his consciousness appeared a faint seedling, the nascent form of true sword Tao. It grew clearer, shaping into a complete soulsword, silent yet razor-sharp. As he opened his eyes, the system chimed, synchronization complete. Display Heaven Cleaving 8 swords, downloading, fusion rate accelerating. Qiao stomped, the thunderous echo shaking the entire training realm. His body became a storm, aura exploding, speed and swordplay far beyond former limits. From the yard rose indistinct sounds, whether cheers or the madness of cultivation, none could tell. Meanwhile, Hai Siyuan and Master Lu arrived before Lu Yannan. Hai asked sharply why they'd been summoned. Lu Yannan merely hummed, half smiling, half cold, eyes unreadable. The attitude enraged Hai Siyuan, but Master Lu restrained him, urging patience. Then Yannan calmly said, Qingzhou may soon act in Gu City. Hai Siyuan froze, blurting, impossible. Gripping Yannan's shoulders, he trembled. We just survived, now you say we face an immortal sect elder. Yannan replied evenly, has no common elder. Qingzhou stands equal to the Dao sect patriarch himself. Hai Siyuan's face drained of color. Master Lu hesitated, asking how Yannan knew so much. Sipping tea, Yannan smiled faintly, guess why I came to Gu City, then pointed toward the training grounds where sword echoes rang. He is now my third brother, and the one who was my second stands outside. His voice slowed, recounting, 30 years ago, Qingzhou sought me out, calling me a born sword seed, forcing me to sever my bloodline and join the immortal sect. Hai Siyuan gasped, but before he could speak, Yannan's lips curled into a bitter smile as he continued his tale. I pointed at the old man's face and yelled, you're a sword seed. Your whole family is, then got locked up in the city. Memories flashed, his eyes turned cold, recalling Qingzhou's judgmental stare condemning me to stay in the lonely city and sever all ties. The old man carved a seal into my heart, forcing me to relive every slaughter whenever I drew my sword until madness freed my bloodline. Hearing this, Hai Siyuan's eyes reddened. Turns out he bore the curse alone for 30 years, silent under that seal. Lu Yannan merely yawned, saying coolly, what's the fuss? Apart from my own Dao heart, no one can bind me. Then he froze, lost in thought, wondering what any of those past actions truly meant. Memories rushed in: his father's betrayal, his mother's departure, a cold sect, false mortal's life a farce, yet he recalled someone's words, follow your heart. Thus Lu Yannan murmured, as if to himself, in the end, only the heart is real. At once he rose, eyes sharp as blades, calmly saying, since Qingzhou targets me, I won't wait to die. Lu Xiansheng nodded, hope flickering. Lu Yannan warned, don't hope too much, I'm only 60% sure. Dare you wager your fates on this? Their eyes met, sealing a one-way path. Hai Siyuan gritted his teeth, answering firmly, we have no way back. Lu Yannan smiled, turned to lead the way. Lu Xiansheng followed, torn between admiration and worry, thinking Yannan still hadn't learned caution. Soon Lu Yannan brought them to a strange place. As he opened the door, the sight inside left them utterly stunned. In the room stood a glowing green sword, beneath it a miniature of NC City carved with lifelike detail. Lu Yannan formed a hand seal. Hai Siyuan asked what it was for, but he just smiled, saying, watch closely, you'll see. He sat, channeling energy into his fingertip, light gathering like a falling star. The model of NC City trembled, rose slowly, shrinking midair. In a blink, it fit in Lu Yannan's palm. Hai Siyuan gasped, that's not martial arts, it's immortal magic. Lu Yannan nodded, confirming the art of a true sword immortal. Pride filled his voice, I am a sword immortal among mortals, I bow to none, ill ascend my own way. Lu Xiansheng watched, proud that the once scorned man had grasped the Tao in just 3 years. Then Lu Yannan raised a brow and pointed lightly at Lu Xiansheng. Lu Xiansheng shrank instantly, sucked into the tiny NC City in his palm. Lu Yannan smirked, saying slowly, if I fight Qingzhou, the world may crumble, you're safer inside. Next, he told Hai Siyuan to gather all townsfolk and have them drip blood on the stone statues to hide their aura. Hai Siyuan bowed and hurried off. Just then, a stone statue lunged and pierced Qiaoma's shoulder. Blood splattered red across the ground. Wounded, he said calmly, I once wondered if the demonic core dissolves yet I still break through, could flesh itself form another path. Then he began a new secret art. Thus, flesh transmutation evolved into 2 arts, flesh mutation and flesh clone, rooted in the blood fusion secret he learned from Wu Jizheng at Xuantian sect years ago. Through it, he mastered fleshborn clones, but the path was cruel. Early copies went berserk and turned on him. Now, through sword intent born in life beyond death, Qiaomu fully controlled his clones, moving as one, each body draining energy but not power. After countless near-deaths, he amassed enough flesh bodies to form an immortal army. Grinning as he ordered, go! The real show begins! Across the field, stone statue's eyes blazed to life. The final battle had begun. From afar, Lu Yannan watched intently, studying every shift in Qiao's cultivation. A smirk touched his lips. Such talent! He mimicked sword-splitting Dao itself, though that body carried a power unlike any mortal martial artist. Lu Yannan chuckled softly. I'm already one step ahead of you, Qingjuo. Without delay, he chased the aura he sensed, thinking to buy time for second brother's breakthrough, while arranging rows of stone maidens as a defensive screen. Then a bald elder descended from the sky. Qingjuo, grand elder of the great Dao sect, the one who once imprisoned him. The man sneered, mocking yet grudgingly impressed that Lu Yannan had reached Dao despite 30 years in chains. Lu Yannan gave no reply. He shot skyward, his sword splitting clouds, cold and fierce as falling snow. Each strike exploded midair, steel light blinding. Qingjuo blocked lazily, taunting, nice vigor, but still short of your master's Dao. His counterattack flashed violet like lightning. Lu Yannan dodged, realizing this blow was stronger than the one that once captured him. The shock shattered nearby statues. As he landed, Qingjuo mocked again. Your master's sword embryo was worth the trouble, the words cutting deep. Lu Yannan's gaze iced over. Still acting high and mighty. Pathetic 30 years at nascent soul stage and still stagnant. Qingjuo sneered, saying his lifebound artifact lay here, and reclaiming it would reduce the city to ashes. Lu Yannan roared, sword blazing green. You deceived me, locked me up for 30 years to test mortal desire, and trapped my senior in your twisted maze. Realizing Qingjuo sought in, not second brother, he grinned, ready to stall. Violet flames burst around Qingjuo, forming blazing lotus flowers. Let me show you true sword Dao, he thundered. Behind him, 10,000 swords appeared. Sun sword, grand heaven sword shining like thunder gods descending. In an instant, all charged forth, sword Kai raining like meteors toward Lu Yannan. He moved like lightning, weaving between deadly strikes. But the sword formation seemed alive, pursuing his every step. Qingjuo's voice echoed, foolish child, still much to learn. Return and I'll guide you to the true path. Then smoke cleared, revealing a stone statue with Lu Yannan's face, making him hesitate. Suddenly, a sword pierced the statue, exposing the trap. Lu Yannan lunged out, growling, I walk my own path, no one draws it for me! His sword surged like a storm, slashing space itself apart. Yet Qingjuo blocked with a short staff, sneering, using a substitute statue, child's play. Lu Yannan countered furiously, sword style ever shifting, but Qingjuo easily deflected. Yours is a brute's path, not sword Dao, he mocked. Don't preach to me! Lu Yannan roared, unleashing all his strength, plotting to seize initiative. Gripping his sword tight, eyes blazing, he faced Qingjuo's stern glare. So stubborn, the elder said, whipping his staff. Purple chains shot out like vipers, coiling around Lu Yannan's arms. The purple chains pierced his flesh, making Lu Yannan tremble in bone-deep agony. Black blood oozed with dark poison. His arms numbed as he knelt, glaring with hatred, while Qingjuo said coldly, cutting your arms severs mortal desire. Follow me on the true sword path, and I'll grant new ones. Will you still cling to useless bonds? Rage flared in Yannan's eyes. He vowed their next meeting would never end peacefully. Memories surged. Kaka once carried him down the mountain, wounded yet wordless, believing Yannan would rise again like a phoenix. Remembering that, Yannan found himself back in the lonely city, questioning Lu Sheng. The word younger brother struck his heart. He dashed into battle, determined not to let that foolish brother die in vain. Over 30 years ago, Qingjuo had pursued Yannan relentlessly, trying to recruit him, only to be shouted away, yet he kept preaching martial virtue and Dao. The old man never stopped babbling, praising the great Dao sect, threatening rival schools, boosting even emperors bowed to them. Yannan replied flatly, uninterested in fame or power, even joking, if you're sincere, bring paintings of beauties, well talk then. Furious, Qingjuo shouted that lust corrupts the body. Yannan brushed him off coldly, telling him to seek his own escape instead of forcing others. When Yannan later returned, Yanbei bombarded him with concern, fearing he'd fought while unhealed, but he just smirked, mocking himself as a cripple cast out by fate. Then Yannan turned to scold Xuancheng for foolishly abandoning comfort to care for him, calling it self-inflicted misery. Yanbei's anger erupted. He punched his brother's chest, shouting that after years together, did he still not know his illness? Even as danger loomed, Yanbei said firmly, the blind fools of the sect can't grasp your sword Dao, but one day, Nan will rise anew. The words made Yannan clench his fists, roaring inside, I wield the sword for myself, for no one else! Later, on the street, Qingjuo sneered, what binds you isn't desire, it's that brother of yours. Cut him off and you'll transcend. Yannan raged, calling him mad, swearing 800 cuts wouldn't be enough. Just then, a deep familiar voice Lu Yanbei's rang out, freezing the air. Qingjuo's lips curled into a sly smile, eyes gleaming with hidden intent. Instantly Yannan grew wary, barking up to tricks again, trying to escape, aren't you? At that moment, Yanbei stepped in, dazed by the chaotic scene, unsure what was happening. Amid the crowd, he looked around in confusion. Nan was gone, only cold emptiness remained. Suddenly, Yannan found himself falling into darkness, seething at his brother. If not for you, I'd have accepted my fate long ago. Then he laughed bitterly, muttering that both their lives were cursed and wishing never to meet again, before walking off to buy new wine. Unexpectedly, in the crowded street, he ran right into Lu Yanbei, an encounter thought impossible. Recognizing him, Yannan glared and questioned, while Yanbei wept with joy, saying he'd searched everywhere, following a distant disciple's hint. Yannan's anger flared. He shouted, cold inside, realizing this must be Qingjuo's trap to drag both brothers into peril. Yan Bei gripped his brother's shoulders, voice firm as iron. No matter what, you're still my brother. Yan Nan froze, emotions crashing like waves within him. He turned away, avoiding his brother's gaze, wondering why this man still refused to let go like everyone else. Regaining focus, Yan Nan bit his sword hilt, eyes turning to ice, and charged at Ching Zhuo, blood splattering the ground as he fought on, every strike fierce, desperate for one more breath of endurance. Though torn apart, Yan Nan shed no tears, only the blaze of will burned in his eyes. Remembering how his brother once shielded him, he screamed and charged this time. He would stand guard for the only kin who still believed in him. The battle ended in a smoky haze, everything swallowed by chaos, life and death unknown. When the smoke cleared, Yan Nan's body lay motionless, breath fading away. Ching Zhuo approached, half pitying, half mocking. Your tongue's still sharp, he said. Yan Nan rasped a laugh, admitting 30 years of losing to others, to himself, to life. Suddenly, behind Ching Zhuo flashed a blade. Qiao Mu appeared, unleashing heaven-cleaving sword, tearing space apart, but the enemy parried in time. The clash thundered like the heavens breaking. As the dust settled, Ching Zhuo still stood, eyes aflame, voice low and venomous. He swung his staff, 3 red tassels whipped out like venomous snakes. In a blink, they pierced Qiao Mu's body, dropping him limp midair. Coldly, Ching Zhuo preached, saying mortal struggle is futile, that after all these years, Yan Nan still failed to grasp celestial Tao. With that, he tossed Qiao Mu's corpse aside like broken junk, then sneered at Yan Nan, calling him an actor chasing immortality, only to freeze as both Yan Nan and the body vanished. Elsewhere, Qiao Mu was carrying Yan Nan, gasping and blaming himself, saying a shadow cat's illusion bought them a moment's escape, but Ching Zhuo would soon find them. Hiding deep underground, Qiao Mu checked his brother's wounds, scolding, "Why was your sword so powerless? Couldn't even pierce that old freak's defense." Lu Yan Nan panted. Qiao Mu felt his pulse, realizing he was drained yet had fought on, mad but admirable. Frowning, Qiao Mu asked, "Did you say you had 60% chance? Were you bluffing again?" Yan Nan calmly replied, "Everything comes with a price." His eyes flared as he asked, "Then how much of that price can you bear?" Qiao Mu laughed boldly, saying, "We've never feared death. If my blood can feed your sword, take it. 2 of my clones would gladly join." Hearing that, Yan Nan secretly admired him. Few in the mortal world reach such insight. Then he asked softly, "Those 2 brothers your flesh clones, aren't they?" Qiao Mu nodded. Yan Nan smirked, saying, "No need for your life. A mortal blade can't kill one beyond the world." Qiao Mu hesitated, offering to transfer key as a golden sigil appeared on his brow. Yan Nan laughed, praising his grasp of the decapitating mystery. Yan Nan explained that during the battle, he realized the Mystic Realm's core was Ching Zhuo's lifebound artifact. If reclaimed, the entire space would collapse into nothingness. Qiao Mu's eyes lit up. "So if we force him to trigger it early, the realm will fall." Yan Nan nodded. "Exactly, and the lonely city will be freed." Yan Nan closed his eyes, blue light gently radiating as he murmured, "The next step depends on you, second brother." The glow spread, leaving Qiao Mu awestruck. Suddenly, Yan Nan's body dissolved into that light, transforming into something beyond flesh. From it emerged a jade-green sword. His voice echoed, "A mortal's sword can't slay an immortal. To win, one must transcend." He told Qiao Mu to unleash heaven-cleaving sword. With his true self, he would become the guiding blade. From then on, they became twins of one soul. If one fell, both would perish. In the lonely city, the sky split by violet light as Qiao Mu stood atop the ruins, wielding the emerald sword that was Lu Yan Nan's very being. From within the sword came a calm voice, "I'm right here," and the air rang like a celestial bell. Ching Zhuo's eyes bulged in horror. He couldn't believe Yan Nan had become a living sword. He howled madly, calling him a fool for forsaking immortality to forge himself into a blade. Decades of cultivation turned to ashes. Unwilling to accept it, he shouted for Yan Nan to return to the sect to rebuild his body, but Mu cut in coldly, saying Yan Nan chose the sword path for freedom, not divine chains. Qiao Mu rose, his tone frost-cold, mocking the false ideals Ching Zhuo worshipped. Lifting the green sword, he asked, "Is your immortality worth trampling over the lives of others?" Angered, Ching Zhuo snarled, threatening to bury them both under the lonely city, but Qiao Mu swung the blade, its glow firm as a cliff in storm. Instantly, the sky blackened, as if night itself was dragged down by unseen hands. The whole city fell into darkness afar. Hai Siyuan and Yan Bei watched, hearts trembling, wondering what kind of man would give his life to keep a promise. In the battlefield, Qiao Mu and Ching Zhuo clashed, sword ki and spirit force shaking heaven, both still testing, not yet at full strength. When blades met, their eyes locked through smoke, each burning with unwavering resolve. A mighty impact threw them apart, tiles shattering. Ching Zhuo muttered in disbelief that a mere mortal could endure so long, while Yan Nan's voice mocked from the sword, "This is premium quality, you know." He added wryly, "Those martial ranks you boast of are imperial bureaucracy. True Tao cannot be caged by mortal rules." Fired up, Qiao Mu shouted, "Limits exist to be broken. Only those who cross them touch the true Tao." Ching Zhuo's face stayed cold. "Premium? Hardly. You've boosted immortal strength briefly, but it's still not enough." Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, "No matter your power, there's still a chasm between you and the immortals." Then, with a blur, he shot skyward like lightning. Amid clouds, he traced ancient sigils. Eerie light spread, storms roared, the city quaked. Qiao Mu realized he was forcing the realm's recall, while Yan Nan's voice warned, "Only one strike can break this. Our minds must unite." Qiao Mu gripped the hilt tight, his voice booming, "Without those who blood first, who would dare walk today's path?" His blade drew a perfect arc in the air, the heaven-cleaving sword unleashed. It flew toward Qingzhou, who stood still, smirking, believing it could never reach him. But in a flash, the sword Klai blazed like lightning, breaking every law, piercing the void. Qingzhou froze impossible! A mortal releasing sword Q spanning dozens of meters, he frantically cast seals, forming a shield in panic. A thunderous explosion split the earth, dust billowed high. Qiaomu stood smiling at the center. It worked. Yannan's voice warned, "Brother, your life force is draining too fast." Then Qingzhou reappeared above, holding his life-bound artifact, sneering, "Game over." Raising his hand, he drew the city into a shrinking shadow sphere, laughing, "Mortals are but ants." Enraged, Qiaomu channeled blood arts, roaring Lu Yannan's name. Instantly, Yannan manifested, trying to stop him, knowing his brother was spent. Forcing a spell now meant suicide. But Qiaomu vowed, "If not with one heart, then I'll trade my life for victory." In that fleeting moment, Qiaomu burned his essence, eyes shining, not fighting death, but for the weak within the city, to carve them a path to live. Those words struck Yannan silent, each syllable hammered his long-frozen heart back to life. Qingzhou laughed loud, half mocking, half admiring. Such boldness deserved respect, though wasted on the wrong path. He crushed the city effigy, preaching smugly, yet blood cracked from his palm as blue light burst forth, fusing with Qiaomu's crimson aura, shaking the realm itself. Stunned, Qingzhou gasped. Yannan had sacrificed his soul, merging with that reckless youth to become a guardian blade. Strange echoes roared in his mind, fear and awe mingled, their sword intent shattered his binding spell. He swore to capture them alive, to force them into the immortal gate, for they embodied the true sword Tao he could never reach. Then Qiaomu rose, eyes clear and unwavering like a mirror wiped clean of dust. He launched forward like a living arrow, striking down with the blade, pronouncing fate's sentence upon the aberrant. The slash surpassed all expectation. The massive guardian bell cracked, and Qiaomu went pale, pouring out every ounce of strength. As the metallic hum faded, he staggered, coughing blood, yet everyone knew one more heartbeat, and that bell would shatter. Inside, Qingzhou laughed triumphantly, taunting that the battle was already decided. Then a thunderdrum roared across the heavens. The ancient sound froze the field. Qiaomu looked up in shock. Ancestral spirits were drumming upon his own righteous aura. Suddenly, golden-armored soldiers from the Shiyuan Institute marched forth, led by Shi Jun. Their faith merged with Qiaomu and Lu Yannan, sword intent surging like a holy flood. Instantly, Qiaomu's golden sword pierced the great spirit bell, the very shield Qingzhou once boasted of. The bell shattered piece by piece, its echo dying like a proud dream undone. Finally, sword light engulfed Qingzhou, destroying his last barrier. The sky cleared, bright with victory's hope. Everyone stood awestruck, wondering if all they'd seen would remain only in memory. Then NC City collapsed in fading light, but miraculously, none were hurt, only cries of joy were free! Swift steeds thundered by as fallen warriors' souls mounted once more, carrying letters and promises home, tears of reunion gleaming. On the city wall, Lady Li still waited until Lai Zhongji appeared in silver armor, whispering, "I've kept you waiting too long." She simply looked at him, eyes brimming, memorizing every line of his face. Tears slid down her cheek as she choked, "My husband, welcome home in triumph." That night, the entire Shiyuan city slept in sweet dreams, where everyone met their lost loved ones again in peaceful slumber. Yet while the city dreamed, another battle quietly ignited far away. Qiaomu collapsed, breath shallow, life ebbing like a dried riverbed. Lu Yannan and Hai Siwan rushed to him, begging him to hold on, swearing no more heroes of the Qiao clan would fall. But in Qiaomu's ears, only lonely echoes remained. He clung to fading thought, whispering to himself to live, just one more breath. Worse, the system blared warnings, life force at 6%, initiating stasis protocol. He smiled faintly through delirium. "Perhaps this is the death worth having, the first peace I've ever felt." The system's cold voice declared, life force 1%, light of life fading. Then, through the rain-drenched air, a familiar silhouette emerged in the white mist. Qiaomu clenched his fist, his body moved on its own, training even within the dream. Suddenly, a spark lit his vacant eyes. He jolted awake like one climbing back from death's abyss. Staring at his hands, he whispered, "I'm alive again," then glanced around, realizing this place was utterly foreign. Memories of brutal training flooded back, each movement, each breath reborn in his mind. His gaze flared bright. Qiaomu finally remembered what he'd long forgotten. "Yes, I see it now." He realized every death dragged him into this training realm, where time twisted and memories sealed only upon rebirth did all skills unlock again. Looking up, he saw a crimson vortex above, likely the dreamcheer calibrator. The deeper the death, the harsher the trial, the richer the reward. Then the chains on the longevity lock burst. The system chimed, congratulating Qiaomu for achieving death rating S, granting quintuple rewards and temporary power boost. A cold voice confirmed his deductions about the dream realm were correct and displayed the remaining time before exit. Seeing 4 hours 45 minutes, he froze, half laughing, half bitter, unsure if this was a reward or a cruel joke. The system calmly explained that every power gain costs lifespan, but since version 2, evolution rates doubled without consuming extra years. To his surprise, it added that at level 3, dreamtime runs 5-fold faster, and all memories and realms achieved will be fully synced upon rebirth. Qiaomu sighed, half impressed, half sarcastic. Finally, it warned that surpassing level 3 would drain real-life years, survival chance only 5%, appeal rights or not. Qiaomu stood still, thinking this system didn't grant immortality, merely stretched a mortal life's limits. Under warm sunlight, he looked up. Time here seemed endless. A single day could outlast an age, enough to forge centuries into millennia of cultivation. Yet as that thought rose, another worry followed: how to escape if things turned grim. He screamed in despair, "Don't tell me I must train 40 dream years straight. I'm human, not a beast, at least give me a break." As if the cosmos heard, a shimmering house appeared amid the void before him. Stepping through, Qiao Mu froze. The place replayed scenes from his past Qingyun Temple and Sea City, even the village where he met Shunai, all hauntingly vivid. He smiled softly, realizing the truth: this was a dreamscape, and he held full creative control. With excitement, Qiao Mu raised his hand, commanding, "Grant me 100 supreme techniques never seen before!" Yet only a breeze passed, no scroll, no secret art appeared. He sighed, accepting that this realm could only recreate what his memory held, and wandered on. Deeper within, he glimpsed faint silhouettes lurking in shadow. Approaching, he found they were statues, faces warped, likely due to faded memories of subordinates Wang Songhe, their features twisted strangely. Curious, he pressed a hand to his temple, channeling Kuai to project his clearest image, his younger sister's face. Light flared around him, energy surged like fire, tearing the night apart. A woman's figure emerged from mist, so breathtakingly real that Qiao Mu gasped aloud. To his shock, the body was Shunai's, but the face bore Luan Nan's features, a bizarre yet strangely captivating fusion. Instantly, Qiao Mu froze, mind tangled like noodles, memories boiling like a hot pot of chaos. Taking a deep breath, he decided to try again with a more accurate reconstruction method. This time, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed, recalling his journey from Nanzhou to Zhongzhou, battles and friends fading like mist. Suddenly, his heart trembled among all the chaos. One person's image remained unshakably vivid. Opening his eyes, Qiao Mu saw the spirit image of a martial saint, knowing it was a mental construct perfect for training. Then he shot forward like an arrow, launching into the opening strike of his practice duel. His punch thundered against the foe's gut, echoing for a year as he tirelessly trained with his imagined saint. After a year, Qiao Mu sighed at the sky, feeling stuck, like he'd been sparring with an empty shell. With a strained grin, he mocked, "Is this all we've got?" Then dove back into endless training, seeking a breakthrough. Yet he never noticed something inside him drifting off course. 3 years later, Qiao Mu's body was gaunt, life force drained, eyes hollow and haunted. In the endless flow of time, he became a lonely soul, endlessly fighting soulless phantoms, progress lost in fog. At first, he could still block, dodge, and counter, fooling himself into thinking he was improving. But soon, his method's limits showed. Each movement began to lose meaning. The more he trained, the deeper he sank into futility, emptiness seeping into every strike. When Qingzhou attacked, Qiao Mu didn't even dodge, knowing it was all hollow illusion. As the martial saint struck down, it felt like repeating an old exercise, flawless but pointless. Worse, Qingzhou kept attacking while Qiao Mu moved mechanically, soul drained of life. Without some disruption, he might have been trapped forever in his self-made dream. As sanity slipped, Qiao Mu began to dance and laugh like a child, voice echoing through the void. He laughed wildly, "Catch me, there's a prize if you do," eyes gleaming with madness. Just then, a familiar female voice called his name through the emptiness. Qiao Mu turned to see a beautiful woman approaching with clothes in hand, gently saying, "Put something on." "Overcome," he cried, "Shuji," as she smiled shyly and handed him the outfit. Instantly, Qiao Mu rushed forward, embracing her like a starving man finding his beloved again. Holding her tight, he beamed, had finally recreated the one image his heart could never forget. Looking into her eyes, he marveled at how vivid and real every detail felt. Unexpectedly, Shuji glanced down herself, blushing at how realistic everything was. She tossed the clothes at him, snapping, "Put them on," while Qiao Mu fumbled, laughing nervously, "I meant your eyes," memories flashing in his mind. Realizing it all, Qiao Mu raised his hand, smiling brightly, whispering, "It's been so long, Shuji." She smiled warmly, replying, "Yes, it has," and sat with him as he spoke of this dream world, unreal yet peaceful thanks to her. From then on, the two trained together in that hazy realm, day after endless day. Sometimes they played around, climbing trees and laughing like carefree children. Seasons flowed quietly, spring to summer, autumn to wintertime, itself losing meaning. Through countless days side by side, real or dream, they never parted. Time became meaningless there, memories fading, leaving only tranquil peace. Outside in the desolate town near Anxi, no one remembered this was where it all began. Suddenly, Qiao Mu opened his eyes, breath ragged, an unfamiliar sensation flooding him. Looking around, he was stunned. This wasn't his dream anymore, but a real, moving world. A cold system voice declared, initiating host's new life cycle. Glancing at his body under sunlight, Qiao Mu gasped. He had truly come back to life. From afar came steady tapping and slow footsteps. Someone was approaching. Qiao Mu leapt up, heart racing, eyes lighting up at the familiar figure Shuji. She appeared for real, cane in hand, smiling gently. "I finally found you, Qiao Mu." He trembled. "Am I still dreaming?" Shuji tapped his forehead, laughing, mumbling again, "Why not ask if I'm real?" Qiao Mu gripped her hand, voice shaking. "It's not a dream, right? How did you get here?" She smiled, lips curling. "To seek my Tao, of course," then gently led him onward while he pondered 30 dreamlike years, now meeting her again in reality, fate or design. Just then, a mournful horn echoed from afar, cold enough to pierce the void. Startled, Qiao Mu turned toward the sound, unease rising within. Ahead, a funeral procession trudged by, carrying a white-shrouded coffin, chanting farewell to Master Qiao. Seeing his own funeral sent chills up his spine, heart tightening in dread. Along the road, cries mixed with farewell drums and clinking coins, honoring Qiao Shuangshen, the great hero. Qiao Mu froze. They were mourning him, revived only to attend his own funeral, grimly absurd. Amid the weeping, Hai Siyuan sobbed, Lady Shu brought 1,000-air ginseng, gave it to General Li, yet still couldn't save brother Qiao. Another patted his shoulder, sighing, Master Wang Jing's inner power only prolonged his life half a month, fate decided. Hai Siyuan bowed silently. From afar, a man with Qiaomu's face but a foreign soul watched, realizing it was all a distorted cycle of rebirth. Quietly, Qiao followed the mourners. Knowing they didn't realize he lived through the system, they'd spent their power and treasures to save what they thought was a corpse, weighing heavy on his heart. Deep down, he felt small among heroes, walking a lonely path without true kin, only Shuji shielding him from the world's cruelty. Beside him, Shuji mused, strange that Hero's surname is also Qiao, could he be your kin? Qiao wiped his sweat, stammering, probably same clan, some distant branch. Then fire of righteousness flared in his eyes, his voice resolute, this debt, ill reclaimed from the empire myself. With that, he turned away, leaving Shuji watching with mingled pity and admiration. She smiled softly, murmuring, you're the wisest fool I've ever met, then followed him, her quiet firm and sure. Meanwhile, at NC Gate, once a brutal front line, Iron Lady was writing a report. The Zhengxi army had held this region for 40 years. Setting her brush down, she fell into silent thought, eyes shadowed with vague worry. Then realization struck, the vast labyrinth wasn't natural, but a mutant's trap to harvest soldiers' souls for dark arts. Suppress it, she declared firmly, setting the brush aside and summoning troops for urgent orders. Handing over her letter, she told a soldier to deliver it swiftly to court. He bowed, Sir Bai already sent one. His tone darkened, half a month, no reply. And Seagate is under Prince Qin's command, reports reach only him. Iron Lady's unease deepened, a grand conspiracy loomed. Suddenly, a loud crash, doors flew open, a stranger strode in, barking, why so many reports? Just send it straight to Emperor Yonghe! Guards drew swords instantly. This was a military zone, no outsiders allowed. The newcomer lifted his straw hat, revealing a familiar face and smile, I am Qiao. Iron Lady narrowed her eyes, it was Qiao Mu. He bowed, calm, I came to deliver this myself, it concerns the Qiao bloodline. An officer smiled respectfully, ah, the righteous Qiao hero, your fame is well earned. We're under heavy watch and can't move openly. If you'll act for us, we're deeply grateful. She carefully noted in the report, though the journey takes 3 perilous days, protect the Qiao family at all costs. Without another word, he accepted the mission, eyes steady, ready for any danger. Then Tao Zhang spoke serenely, recalling how Lichang and the people of Goose City once risked all to keep hope alive. Qiao Mu donned his hat and left quietly, resolved like steel, stirring Iron Lady's admiration. At once, Qiao Mu and Shuji rode off, cutting through deserts and ambush-laden forests. The siblings didn't falter, swiftly subduing every bandit blocking their way. By the 4th day, however, their foes were no longer mere rabble. That night, in the silent forest, they camped by firelight as the wind howled warnings. As the flames dimmed, Qiao Mu asked softly if she sensed anything amiss. Then he analyzed grimly, their pursuers must be immortal sect warriors, all high-level spirit refiners. Unexpectedly, Qiao Mu just smiled mysteriously, murmuring that the event was likely about to unfold. He added calmly that by dawn they'd reach their delivery point. Meanwhile, night draped the roof tiles of the royal manor, still as the calm before a storm. Inside, a trembling servant knelt, begging the new king for mercy, promising aid for tomorrow's campaign. But the new king waved coldly, making the man panic further, pleading for one last chance. Then from the shadows came a voice sharp as steel, no escape. The memorial has entered the imperial city. The servant quaked, recognizing Lord Han, stammering excuses about the Qiao family being intercepted. Yet Luo Han only sneered, saying the decoy worked perfectly, the true report was sent long ago. Thus, the real courier had reached the capital, ready to face the full imperial court. Soon after, Hai Wuya stepped into the hall, solemnly reporting that 100,000 soldiers still guarded the frontier. The court erupted, claiming Minister Hai was delirious, grieving his son too deeply. The emperor slammed his hand on the throne, the echo silencing the hall. The air froze, the emperor frowned, calling the defense tale mere rumor, yet Hai Wuya begged to present a living witness. Immediately, a eunuch took the decree and hurried out to summon the witness before the throne. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the hall's doors as a lone figure stepped across the cold tiles. The man emerged in full armor, Hai Siyuan, looking exactly like Minister Hai in his youth, stunning the court. He simply bowed to his father, eyes calm yet stormy beneath the surface. Hai Wuya gazed at his son, memories flooding back of 2 children once kneeling and weeping before him. Back then, Hai Siyuan tearfully confessed his failures, swearing with his father to expose the immortal sect's betrayal of Ansi City. Now, Hai Siyuan bowed deeply, declaring himself captain of the Zhengxi army, reporting that the troops still lived and wished to speak. When questioned by the king, he raised his head resolutely, affirming the army's survival thanks to the Qiao family's elder who saved them. Then he knelt, forehead to stone, showing absolute loyalty and righteousness. His heavy voice recounted 40 years of defense, only 200 remained, still guarding the weak, ready to die rather than surrender, returning General Li's tiger seal. The king accepted the seal, deeply moved, praising his faith, and ordered Hai Siyuan to recount the entire 40-year ordeal. At once ministers erupted, one official leapt up, protesting such claims insulted the immortal sect's honor. Hai Siyuan turned sharply, voice cold, asking if the man was accusing him of slandering the Grand Dao sect. Yet his words faltered, even he struggled to believe what had said. Then priest Zhongjin bowed low, choking with guilt for abandoning General Lai and leaving Gu City to stand alone. General Zhang stepped forward, demanding coldly, "You claim a man named Qiao killed an immortal. How could a mere mortal slay one?" Hai Siyuan froze in disbelief, asking if General Wu had died, but Zhang only sighed that his words were madness. The court grew worse. Laughter and mockery spread, some praising the immortal sect's divine favor, others calling Hai Siyuan a liar stirring war. Another official sternly warned that if the immortal sect heard this, all Juzhou would fall to chaos and had faced treason charges. Hearing that, Minister Hei's eyes filled with tears, so the lives of 100,000 brothers meant nothing but a farce. A general in ornate armor shouted angrily, rebuking him for bitter words unworthy of a teacher of virtue. Yet the emperor sat silently, heart aching for a loyal minister mocked in his golden hall. Still, he hesitated to strike against the Grand Tao sect now would plunge the realm into war, so he swallowed his rage. Then, from outside, a thunderous voice roared, one who had lost everything demanding justice for honor and humanity. The doors burst open, guards flung aside, Qiao Mu strode in, eyes cold, rage etched into every step. The king shouted for his capture, but Qiao Mu only sneered, saying he had no time to fight palace dogs, sparking murmurs that Minister Hai had abetted him. Before anyone could speak, he roared, Goose City stood firm 40 years without surrender, yet you all keep bowing in cowardice. His words cracked like a whip across the silent court, shaming every bowed head. Then he recalled how his uncle Qiao Shuangshen once entered the capital seeking aid, a plea the court should have answered, not his descendants. With that, Qiao Mu pulled an old decree of Ansi from his sleeve and hurled it into the king's face. The king trembled, torn between fury and shame, while Qiao Mu thundered, demanding if a shred of honor still lived in their hearts. His question echoed through the hall and none dared utter a single word in reply. Instantly, they turned on Minister Hai, scolding him for bringing a lowborn man to insult the emperor and disgrace the nation. The court erupted like a shattered beehive, noise and fury shaking the royal pillars. On the throne, the emperor's face darkened, killing intent rising, gaze burning like fire. Yet inside, he wavered. He couldn't bear to execute Qiao Mu, but sparing him would shame the Son of Heaven. Suddenly, the sword behind the throne trembled, golden light bursting forth and shaking the hall. It was the human king's sword, glowing for only the second time since the Qingyun Temple incident, long thought dead and cold. But ever since Qiao Mu appeared, the blade blazed again, illuminating the golden hall. The emperor recalled the national preceptor's words, where the people's hearts lie, there lies the nation's fate, realizing the sword itself bore witness. Enlightened, he rose, eyes fierce, and slowly drew the sword from its sheath. The ringing steel silenced the chaos. 100 ministers froze, barely daring to breathe. In a solemn, steady tone, the emperor confessed his shame, then praised the loyal Qiao clan, vowing to destroy the immortal sect that deceived Great Yan for 40 years. Qiao Mu merely smirked, half wary, half cold, eyes fathomless as a void. Then he spoke gravely, the Qiao are but dust, what matters are the souls of the 100,000 fallen still left in darkness. At once, Hai Siyuan broke down in tears, bowing low and pleading for justice for his brothers in arms. The emperor, deeply moved, declared their deeds worthy of honor, appointing Hai Siyuan as noble virtue general and rewarding all surviving soldiers. Yet Qiao Mu sneered, saying titles couldn't repay true sacrifice, the dead deserved more than paper honors. Hai Siyuan gave thanks but felt bitter inside, knowing today's glory was built on Qiao's blood while he merely rode the tide. Suddenly, Qiao Mu laughed heartily, urging the court to care for the martyrs' families, not leave them forgotten. His words made the emperor flush with anger, yet Qiao Mu calmly continued, demanding silver homes and fair living for widows and old veterans. Beside him, Hai Siyuan silently watched, engraving in his heart that the only man he truly revered now was of the Qiao line. That night, Qiao Mu returned to his humble chamber, the oil lamp flickering shadows along the wall. As the light swayed, Shuji stared blankly at piles of gold before her, stunned by the imperial reward from Emperor Yonghe. Qiao Mu chuckled dryly, pushing it aside, joking about retiring to a small riverside house to raise fish and plant lotuses. But then his gaze dimmed. He sighed that Great Yan under this emperor might not last. Shuji only smiled, saying, I haven't lost hope yet. Curious, Qiao Mu asked what secret lay in her eyes, how she managed to find him across the mortal world. Shuji replied softly, that's a long story, then began recalling the buried memories of Qingluan Peak. Back then, she was just a novice disciple, wooden staff in hand, walking under the worried gaze of her 3 senior sisters. They whispered among themselves. Lately, Shed seemed soulless and quiet, yet strangely, yesterday Shed broken through to the 4th level of Q refinement after a single meditation. Torn inside, Tanshi had once sworn to slay the martial saint for revenge, but now that he was gone, she no longer knew why she cultivated. The echoes of old songs stirred her heart. Was she training for the Tao, or for hatred? Then her late master's voice rang again, Tanshu, seek your own Tao, leaving her lost and unsure where to begin. What is my Tao, she wondered, eyes misty as if peering into an endless void. Her 3 sisters exchanged worried glances, then the eldest suggested taking her down the mountain into the mortal city, hoping Shed rediscover her spark among the people. Amid the crowd, the eldest sister excitedly dragged her to a dice table, shouting for luck and stirring a buzz. When the dice opened a perfect win, the eldest sister laughed, praising her heaven's eye and urging her to master it. They split the winnings as incense money, though Tanshi hesitated, asking it was right. The eldest only nodded confidently. Soon they joined another round. The eldest squinted and whispered, Junior sister, what do you see this time? Tanshu closed her eyes, light flashing in her pupils, and said gravely, "I sense great killing intent approaching." The eldest barely laughed before the second sister struck a palm, scolding her for teaching gambling nonsense. Furious, the second sister dragged Tanshu away, lecturing about recklessness and consequence. Sternly, she reminded Tanshu to keep her heart pure, use her gifts to dispel evil, protect the people, and led her from the noisy streets. Unexpectedly, a furious woman approached, tossing a silver pouch onto the table. Begging for the name of a traitor, even the second sister's persuasion couldn't stop her. At last, Tanshu sighed and revealed the adulterer's location, but that night, a fireball fell from the sky where she stood. The second sister yanked her aside just in time. The fireball exploded, scattering earth and flame. When the smoke cleared, the third sister fell from the sky, covered in blood. Barely breathing, the second sister rushed to her aid. Then a man descended on a flying sword, voice arrogant and disdainful, calling them lowly wanderers meddling in Shantian sex affairs. The third sister stood despite her wounds, replying firmly that true Tao lies in the heart. Mortals too deserve protection, not righteous slaughter. Enraged, the cultivator hurled flames, calling them blind fools, laughing that the weak existed only to be crushed. The third sister tried to defend, but her spiritual power was drained from saving villagers. Her face turned pale. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, pulling Tanshu behind and removing her blindfold, her body glowing with blue spirit light. Her eyes gleamed icy blue, her voice cut like a blade. "Oh, you dare try me," and the foe hesitated. As another fireball fell, it vanished midair. The immortal gawked, unable to believe his true flame had been neutralized. Tanshu said nothing, raising one finger. Blue lightning flashed, violet light burst above, igniting the night sky. Blinding brilliance flared. Tanshu's eyes shone like twin suns of divine light. In the dark, the immortal felt a freezing force pierce his mind, screaming, "Run!" Before he could turn, his body convulsed like a struck fish and was blasted away by recoil. The two sisters stared in awe, eyes shining with pride, congratulating her on stepping into a new realm. The third sister smiled faintly in relief, while the second huffed, secretly conceding her junior was a rare genius. Both ran to embrace her, tearfully asking if her heart's burden had eased, for the sect's future now rested on her. Tanshu smiled gently, bowing, "Thank you, sisters." Gazing at the clear sky and drifting clouds, she thought of Qiaomu, her old hatred now ashes. Though she knew not where he was, she vowed to follow his path, to cultivate for the world, not revenge, and told her sisters she'd descend the mountain to seek a true master and protect Qiaomu. As the memory faded, back in the present, Tanshu's eyes glowed after removing her blindfold, shining like sun and moon united. Qiaomu looked deep into them and realized that was why she could pierce the past, see the future, and perceive the hearts of men. Tanshu turned away shyly, murmuring for him not to stare so long, making Qiaomu laugh and praise her divine art. A daring thought flickered in his mind. With such power, solving cases or making fortune would be easy, but she calmly said not all could be seen, for heavens will decides. Then Qiaomu suggested she look into whether the Grand Dao sect was allied with the Martial Dao League. Tanshu nodded in agreement. She gently placed her hand on his face, chanting softly as her voice drifted like wind. Her eyes glowed, visions surged, blood smoke, blazing warfields flooding her mind. Pain racked her, she trembled and pulled her hand back, sweat beading her forehead. Qiaomu quickly asked what she saw. Clutching her head, she whispered she couldn't see the mastermind, only that a great battle between him and the League was near. Her gaze distant, she uttered a name, Evil Prince Qun, warning that Zhuzhou would soon drown in chaos. Qiaomu fell silent, eyes dark, realizing Great Yan would soon face war again, while Emperor Yonghe kept retreating, surrendering the realm. He chuckled wryly, asking if she suspected him of stirring rebellion. Tanshu only smiled. "You are Lord Qiao, I believe you still keep your human heart." Then Qiaomu coughed, eyes clouded by memories of a past life where none stood beside him. Tanshu softly asked his cultivation path ahead, but he only sighed, saying peace required crossing endless trials. Yet when she asked his first step, resolve lit his eyes. He must rescue the benefactor imprisoned by the Grand Dao sect, no matter the cost. At that moment, he recalled Lu Yannan from the Qingzhou battle, the man who seized the heaven-piercing sword and fate death, likely taking Lu Yannan away, leaving the elder to die for nothing. Tanshu seemed to understand, asking if he meant the azure immortal sword held by the Grand Dao sect. Qiaomu calmly replied he wouldn't rush this time, he'd uncover the truth first. He smirked confidently, "If my eyes can't see, my ears will hear. Tomorrow we go to the listening pavilion." Soon they arrived at a tea house named Tian Ranju, nestled in the bustling heart of the city. Inside, a young woman fanned herself while storytelling, describing how the Minister of Rites led the imperial tribute to fallen soldiers in Beidou. Suddenly, she revealed herself as Tian Li, a key figure of the listening pavilion, keeper of secrets buried for 40 years, once disguised as a Qiao clanswoman, tying the tale full circle. Tanshu was surprised the storyteller was a woman, while Qiaomu calmly explained she was Heaven's Eye, master of intelligence across the realm to trace the heaven-piercing sword. She was their only lead. When Tanshu fretted over the cost, he said, "Here, information trades for information, not gold." He grinned confidently, telling Shuji the task was hers. They'd wait till the performance ended to approach, leaving her momentarily stunned. By dusk, Tianli stepped offstage, retreating behind a curtain under curious gazes. Just before the door closed, she turned smiling, calling out Qiaomu and Tanshu by name, saying they must be here for the heaven-piercing sword, and invited them inside. Outside, both were astonished. Xiaomu chuckled, amused that she even knew Tan Shu's identity truly worthy of the title Heaven's Eye. He entered with open arms like an old friend, saying he understood the rule information for information. Tianli raised her fan, lips curving mysteriously, saying Xiaomu misunderstood slightly, freezing him mid-step. Tilting her head, eyes glimmering yet cold, she added, not everyone has the right to trade information with me. Xiaomu frowned in confusion. There's qualification too. She merely smiled serenely in reply. As soon as she finished, Tianli stepped closer, soft breath, sharp aura, saying the Q clan always played by different rules. Her smile fluttered like spring wind, but her voice cut like a blade, claiming the Q family had long piqued her interest. Q Mu shivered, tapped Tan Shu's shoulder, muttering with a forced grin that talking was fine, but fighting was off the table. Tianli laughed coldly, saying the Kius records were top secret and only Q Song was ever verified, so how could a new one appear? Her words chilled Q Mu's spine. He sighed, realizing hiding was futile, and agreed to speak. Tianli folded her fan, smiling sweetly but with sharp eyes, inviting him to begin. Q Mu spun a tale about the Q clan from southwest continent. Tianli nodded once, again, then cut him off the third time. His sweat proved the lies were useless. Annoyed, Q Mu accused Ting Jiaolu of digging secrets and framing others. Tianli calmly raised a scripture, saying she could tell truth from lies. Her thousand-mile eye title wasn't for show. Q Mu squinted, mind racing, truth flickering behind his gaze. Then he pointed to himself and said calmly, I have 10 residual seals, living proof. Tianli tilted her head, counted softly, 8 actually. She then laughed like sunlight, calling him a tricky one, making Q Mu blush and curse. Damn, she really saw it all. Tan Shu, silent till now, asked softly if that third eye on his forehead made him a half-human. Hearing that, Tianli froze, stepped back, trembling that Tan Shu could see heavenly secrets, truly fame not in vain. Tan Shu offered a trade, but Tianli refused. Ting Jiaolu only listens, never reveals. To defy heaven is death. Sal. After a pause, Tianli folded her fan and proposed they each ask 3 questions. Whoever couldn't answer would lose. She brushed her hair aside, revealing a real third eye. Voice, I see if you lose, I'll enter your mind, see to find the truth myself. Q Mu sneered that it was like dueling in Infos being guild. Tianli's face darkened. Play if you dare, or leave. Tan Shu warned letting someone into your mind see was deadly. If they bore ill will, the host could die. Q Mu merely smiled, saying not to worry. He declared calmly, let it happen. Whatever comes, I'll bear it. Then he nodded, fine, let's begin. Tianli shrugged with mock courtesy. The path is open, please enter. She stepped forward, fan hiding a smirk, confident of victory. Her secret device linked directly to Ting Jiaolu's master, the all-seeing one. Q Mu stayed relaxed, thinking she was stuck in the old world's logic. Time to show her what real new knowledge could do. He asked slowly, does the Riemann hypothesis have infinitely many zeros with real part 1/2? Tianli, hearing those bizarre words, thought they came from a realm beyond humanity itself. Tianli frowned warily, asking him to repeat. Q Mu leaned closer, voice cold as ice, saying if she missed it, then hear this, then fired his second question about elastic collisions. Her face paled, instinctively stepping back, but Q Mu trapped her against the wall, hand blocking her escape. His eyes gleamed like a specter's as he delivered the third question. 3 people with 10, 30, and 40 chances. What's the probability at least one succeeds? In Tianli's mind, storms raged. The first question sounded like a chant, the next 2 simple yet senseless, dragging her consciousness into a void. Suddenly, Q Mu's aura exploded, a force from another dimension crushing her spirit beyond reason. To others, they were mere questions. To Tianli, they were mental assaults, each word a serpent slithering through her brain, threatening to burst it. Dizzy and overwhelmed, she felt her soul slipping away, clinging to the last thread of awareness. Q Mu smiled calmly, voice sharp but soft. You failed my 3 riddles, I answered yours. The outcome's clear. Miss Tianli admit defeat. She could only bow in surrender, realizing her vaunted arts were nothing before true intellect. Once calm again, Tianli sat down, voice low, confessing that even Ting Jiaolu hadn't found the trace of the sword of the plucked immortal. Q Mu smirked fox-like, teasing that her elaborate setup turned out empty-handed. Tianli admitted with a nod, indeed, even she hadn't foreseen it. Though defeated, Tianli stayed composed, saying his guess was right. Qing Chu might still live, since great Dao sect disciples carried life tokens that rarely failed, had merely used a strange method to erase all traces. Lowering her voice to a midnight hush, she advised starting the investigation in the Great Qin province. That land, she said, belonged to Prince Qin, a newly infeft territory now stirring the world's greatest upheavals. Tan Shu pressed curiously, asking who this Prince Qin was and why he bore a different surname yet held his own fief. Tianli fanned herself idly, saying the title had long been nominal, only recently made official. She explained that after the martial sage's passing, chaos spread. Ming Qinhuan claimed to unite Dao and martial paths, vowing to revive righteousness. He had quelled demonic sects and cosmic anomalies, gaining fame across continents, surpassing even Great Dao sect. And 2 months ago, was granted the title Prince Qin by Emperor Yang He, ruling from north-central continent with vast lands. 7 others across the realm received similar honors, each power equal to major sects. Tan Shu gasped that this meant Emperor Yang He was openly challenging the Celestial Gate. Q Mu smirked that not quite. The Martial Dao Alliance and Great Dao sect had long colluded. These 8 titles were likely the Celestial Gate scheme, the Emperor merely upon a suspicion, matching his earlier theory. Tianli nodded calmly, showing she had expected that conclusion all along. In Kyuma's mind, the realization dawned the enfeoffment was a masterstroke of manipulation. The celestial gate won hearts, while distancing from the throne, leaving the empire hollow and the new princes as mere shields for a deeper plot. Thinking that, he turned to Tan Shu, voice grave, saying the plucked immortal sword was missing. The martial Dao League tangled with the celestial gate, and the old troops of Lonely City were being moved to Kyun. If there's a plot, it'd be effortless, so Great Qin province must be visited. Kyumu faced Tianli coldly, asking if her advice to investigate there was only because of the League's collusion. She smiled mysteriously, saying smart people deserve proper conversation. Then she laid her fan down and explained that to bolster Prince Qin's fame, Great Dao sect often staged fake miracles across the land. Kyumu chuckled, stepped closer, eyes teasing, saying so that's it, he must see the play himself. Asking for more intel, Tianli waved quickly, insisting that's all she knew. He eyed her skeptically, accusing her of using them to probe Chun Palace and feed secrets to Ting Zhaolu. Leaning back, arms crossed, he said evenly that even without her, he'd find clues, just curious which of her couriers would deliver them this time. Tianli frowned, pride pricked, but managed a thin smile, admitting he wasn't entirely wrong. Then she warned seriously that Prince Qin's forces weren't complex, soldiers manageable, but beware the two chief enforcers Tai Lang and Luo Han, whose spirit cultivation was complete. Fighting them meant pulverized bones, and Prince Qin himself neared the Golden Body's peak. Some even said he'd reached superlative level, and as for Martial Dao League's Golden Body art, there was no known counter. Hearing that, Kyumu asked if this was the intel she was trading. She shrugged lightly, saying it was just a casual exchange, the rest was up to him. Without another word, Kyumu rose and called softly, Sister Shu, let's go. Wait, Tianli's voice came from behind, gentle yet urgent, halting them both. They turned, puzzled why she stopped them now. Tianli hesitated, torn between revealing or withholding, then whispered that the matter also involved half-demons. Tanshu reassured her firmly that as long as it didn't harm them, the secret would stay sealed. Kyumu tilted his head curiously, asking what half-demons were and why they could be spoken of. Tanshu nudged him, saying, let's go, it's a long story. Behind them, Tianli's fading voice drifted like mist, half regret, half warning. Meanwhile, in Great Qin province, the city burned, flames devoured streets, smoke blanketed the sky, and cries for help echoed everywhere. The chaos came from a demonic cultivator who had appeared, slaughtering innocents without remorse. He stormed into a small home, killing intent raging, about to massacre all within. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared, voice booming like thunder, demon cultist, how dare you cause chaos on Prince Qin's land! The arrival swept away despair like wind through smoke, filling hearts with hope. It was Tai Lang, the battle general under Prince Qin, his steps thunderous, aura shaking the battlefield. Without wasting words, he lunged at the demon, their clash exploding like stormfire. Their palms met, sending shockwaves cracking the ground, pure destructive force. Power burst like collapsing mountains, hurling the demon back dozens of paces, blood spilling from his lips. Yet the fiend still countered, eyes bloodred, roaring like a beast. But Tai Lang gave no mercy, his lightning palms struck again, ending the demon's life in a single blow. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting praise Lord Tai Lang Invincible, the Iron Claw of legend, their hearts ablaze with awe and gratitude. Blood still dripping from his hand, Tai Lang calmly withdrew his palm, cold-eyed, majestic as a god descended. He bowed slightly, murmuring apology for arriving late and frightening the people. They waved frantically, thanking him for saving their lives. Tai Lang merely nodded, saying curtly it was his duty and they should return to the city, not wander again. Behind him, gratitude echoed while the warlord brushed off his robe and left no reward, no fame, truly a hero under Prince Qin's banner. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded forest far from the chaos, silence pressed like ice. In the shadows, Tai Lang bowed apologetically, thanking an immortal master for helping him stage the scene just now. Opposite stood the female immortal Dao Su, who used martial tricks disguised as spells, replying coolly that it was just a farce mortals praised too easily. Tai Lang scoffed that mortals knew nothing, clinging to foolish martial dreams and inventing things like the golden body art to fool themselves. Dao Su frowned, lamenting her exile to this dull frontier, dragged from cultivation walls to this tedious Great Qin province. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke from behind, cold with mocking tone. Both whirled around, alert and tense. From the darkness stepped Kyumu, half smiling, half mocking, saying he'd expected new faces, not too old acquaintances. Dao Su froze, exclaiming he was of the Q clan. Kyumu laughed lightly, joking that his family name was finally gaining fame in the martial world. Tai Lang roared furiously, Master, this man must not live. Dao Su formed seals, voice icy, no need for talk, your Q clan's the reason I was exiled, kill him. Yes, Tai Lang shouted, shooting forward like an arrow straight at Kyumu. In a flash, his iron claws sliced the air, grazing Kyuma's shoulder. Blood spilled, yet he smirked, saying, a core formation cultivator. Good, let's test my new second-rank strength. He swept his hand, blood gathered and solidified into a crimson sword vibrating with fury. Tai Lang roared, steel claws striking out, force detonating like thunder. Kyumu raised his blood blade to meet it. The collision blasted the forest apart, rocks and soil flying. Tai Lang was secretly shocked his strength equaled top grade, yet the blow was easily met, then his figure vanished into air. Kyumu narrowed his eyes in admiration. The man's movement was almost his equal, but strange, that strike carried no true killing intent. He glanced up, spotting Dao Su floating coldly above. Had she not joined the fight at all? Just then, Tai Lang appeared behind him like a ghost. His claws lunged straight for the vital point, killing aura bursting. But Qiumu ducked instinctively, making Tai Lang gasp, "What?" Qiumu spun, slashing a crimson arc through the air, lightning fast and deadly. His voice cut coldly, "No need to drag this out, you're useless now. Let's end it." Tai Lang roared, countering with full force, but was hurled back like a sack, crashing hard to the ground. Qiumu twisted his sword, launching the finishing blow within a heartbeat. Suddenly, thick ice pillars surged from the ground, blocking the strike, a trap from Dao Su. Frost spread, binding Qiumu in solid ice. Dao Su flicked her hand dismissively, voice dripping scorn trash. Tai Lang smashed the ice apart, bowing low, apologizing for letting himself be wounded. Dao Su stepped closer, glancing at his blood, saying coolly that without the golden body art's protection, he'd already be dead. This opponent's power was abnormally strong and not to be underestimated. Before she finished, Qiumu's voice rang from above, cold as steel. "Who do you think you're underestimating?" His figure appeared atop the trees, lips curved in a half-mocking, half-rolled grin. The real game had just begun. With a thunderclap, he dove like lightning, blood sword blazing. "Think the Q clan's gone. My brother's life, he'll reclaim it today!" Dao Su gasped. "Has still alive!" Both dodged instantly as his blade tore the air, splitting the ground where they'd stood. At that moment, Qiumu's fallen body twitched like a soulless puppet slowly rising. Dao Su frowned toward Tai Lang, whispering, "You held back." He replied firmly, "No, I used full strength." Then both Qiumus raised their swords, attacking from two sides, forcing the enemies to split. One charged Tai Lang's sword, shadows swirling, no opening at all. The more he fought, the more uneasy Tai Lang grew. This new one was no weaker than the original. He realized grimly that the opponent's skill rivaled his own, a truly dangerous foe. Dodging a deadly strike, sweat beaded his brow as he stayed utterly focused. The clash raged, metal clanging, every step pushing Tai Lang farther from Dao Su. Sensing the ploy, he roared, "Trying to separate me from my master. Think you'll lose unknown." Qiumu stepped closer, smiling coldly, "Try me. This time victor's mine." On the other side, Dao Su fired ice arrows relentlessly. Each time she shattered a Qiumu, another emerged from the fog. She sneered, "Trash like this, ill cut down however many there are." Another clone burst apart into icy shards, blood misting through white fog. Believing it over, Dao Su turned and sighed. But suddenly, a frozen hand shot from the ground, clamping onto her ankle. She gasped, eyes wide, breath caught in her chest. Another Qiumu dropped from above, roaring like thunder. "Don't think the Q clan's finished!" Dao Su snarled furiously. "How many of your cursed clan hide in the shadows?" Qiumu figures surged from the mist like waves, surrounding the forest in every direction. Yet each was shattered in a few blows, dissolving like phantoms in wind. The storm quieted, blood fading into the cold mist. Then one more Qiumu stepped out of the smoke, repeating like a mantra, "Don't think the Q clan's finished." Dao Su screamed, "How long will you mock me?" From another side, a scarlet slash sliced through the air, severing Tai Lang's arm with a cry of agony. The severed limb hit the ground, blood soaking the soil, steam rising where heat met frost. Qiumu didn't pause, he rushed in, smirking. "To deal with you, I don't even need my demonic blood arts. Drop your weapon and kneel." Tai Lang said nothing, his remaining arm lifted, torn skin revealing rows of metallic spines deflecting the sword. The fierce counter made Qiumu falter a step, eyes sharpening instantly. Spikes erupted from Tai Lang's back like spider legs as he bellowed, "Boy, it'll show you true martial path!" Qiumu steadied himself, gaze icy, facing the storm of spikes without fear. Two bone spears pierced the ground where he'd stood, but he was gone. Voice drifting mockingly, "Think a few bones make you a classic war saint. Modern brutes sure no branding." His words cut deep as his aura flared, "And this abomination you call human. So this is the golden body art your martial Dao League worships." Tai Lang roared with laughter, charging forward. "This is the fusion of immortal arts and martial way. The supreme path granted by my master." His speed and power surged, nearing supergrade, even surpassing demonic dissolution. His golden body art reached the Ironbone realm once spoken of by the sword demon, rivaling his own teacher. In that instant, Tan Shiqing's blood sword shattered, leaving Qiumu stunned. His attack had no effect at all. Tai Lang laughed triumphantly, tilting his head back, his voice booming with arrogant pride. He didn't stop soaring through mist, treating his opponent's mortal flesh as meaningless dust. Raising his hand, he declared that his perfect body was the pinnacle of martial cultivation, before which all should bow. Then he unleashed his ultimate strike, frosted spikes bursting into a blazing cross of light in midair. In response, Qiumu dropped his sword, clenched his fists, and sneered, his aura erupting violently as he mocked the man for abandoning his own meridians. Suddenly, he shattered all the icy spears barehanded, shaking the very air. The counter left Tai Lang wide-eyed, disbelief flooding his face. Qiumu blurred into a shadow, striking like lightning straight for his chest. Blow after blow pounded down, each one cracking steel bones. Tai Lang screamed, unable to even breathe. Finally, the last punch smashed into his skull, an explosion sending him flying like a broken doll. Blood gushed as his mask shattered, metal fragments scattering while red soaked his body. Victorious, Qiumu turned coldly, judging the fallen as one lost to heretical delusion. He walked through the wreckage, frost shards crunching underfoot, declaring calmly that all mutants fall before a steadfast heart. A breeze swept by, blood still damp on his sleeve as he looked skyward, briefly thinking of Sister Shu's front. Elsewhere, Dao Shu shrieked in fury, casting spell after spell, cursing the vermin to vanish. Desperation mounting, she screamed, their numbers unending, swarming endlessly. Before her, a black sea of twisted bodies surged, chanting monstrous incantations. In the dark, thousands of figures identical to Kyumu appeared, blood swords in hand, charging fearlessly. In grim irony, Dao Su realized amid chaos that the Q clan had long rooted themselves deep within Prince Qin's lands. Though terrified, she could only watch as they rushed her like moths to flame, none hesitating, none retreating. Then, blue light burst beneath her feet. Lifting her skyward, she forced herself calm, certain the clue lay hidden somewhere. Hovering high above, she looked down with disdain, thinking mortals below could never touch her realm. Yet before that thought settled, the horde below crouched, preparing a furious counterattack. In an instant, they leapt like arrows, shooting toward her position in the sky. Amid chaos, spirit light flashed on her face, her lips twisting in a crooked smile as she laughed coldly, realizing they were reacting to her very thoughts. Understanding that, she steadied herself, eyes sharp once more, shedding all fear. With a shriek, she unleashed 10,000 shards of razor ice, slashing at the incoming swarm to see if they could withstand it. Under the blizzard of blades, each figure dissolved into white mist, the sky clearing again, gleaming cold and pure as if freshly cleansed. Yet she smirked, dismissing her own spell as a childish trick unworthy of her notice. But mid-laugh, an icy blade pierced through her chest, freezing her in shock. Dao Su spun around to see Kyumu behind her, his faint smile condemning her arrogance. Her body went limp, falling like a withered leaf, whispering an unfinished question. The thud echoed. She lay still as Kyumu landed lightly, calm as though he hadn't struck at all. Struggling to breathe, she stared at the glowing red blade, trembling. How can a mortal wield such power? Kyumu straightened, eyes glinting cold, pointing his sword at her. I never came here as a mortal. As he spoke, a figure appeared above Sister Shu, her deep blue eyes revealing her true identity. It turned out that earlier, they had watched from a rooftop as Tai Lang spoke with a Taoist, whom Kyumu realized was only a puppet substitute. Then Sister Shu, blindfolded in white silk, had said calmly they could act yet or risk exposing the whole plan. She explained her art merely disoriented minds, its strength depending on the gap between cultivations. Kyumu had just scratched his head with a playful grin, treating the scheme like a light-hearted game. Back in the present, Dao Shu slumped down, gasping bitterly that she'd fallen into illusion the very moment she struck. She snarled in disbelief. Two members of the Q clan couldn't possibly have deceived her from start to finish. Kyumu laughed smugly, glancing at Sister Shu, boasting the foe had faced only his flesh clone, his mind over flesh technique. Suddenly, the seemingly dying Dao Su leapt up, face twisted with hatred, screaming that she'd drag them to death even if it killed her. But as she moved, Sister Shu's blue eyes flared, light lancing through, locking onto her mind. Instantly, Dao Su's consciousness plunged into chaos, her soul drowning in darkness, all control lost. Her body convulsed, veins bulging as Sister Shu's icy gaze forced her spirit to unravel. Within the dying glow, a divine seal shone in Sister Shu's eyes, majestic as judgment from the heavens. Daoxus' eyes ignited with blue fire, burning her spirit to ash until only faint embers remained. At once, the azure light in Sister Shu's gaze wove into tiny bolts of lightning, chaining the air like heavenly bindings. Dao Su collapsed like rotted wood, while Sister Shu herself fell weakly, caught just in time by Kyumu. He asked anxiously if her eyes were harmed. She shook her head, saying rest would suffice, and that she had glimpsed what she needed in the foe's memories. On the ground, Daoxus' body was cold and lifeless, all energy drained away. Sister Shu calmly confirmed Q must guess Juqing wasn't truly dead. His soul had been summoned back by the great Dao sect, though the immortal sword was lost. Kyumu frowned, speculating that Juqing might have preserved consciousness when turning into a sword or had prepared an escape. Sister Shu dismissed it, saying the real urgency was the coming purge ordered by the great Dao sect for Prince Qin. Hearing that, Kyuma's face darkened, aura surging, eyes stormy like thunder before rain. He rose to rush out, but Sister Shu caught his wrist sharply. Don't be reckless. She shook her head firmly, her calm voice asserting that neither of them was yet strong enough to face such power head-on. In her mind's eye appeared Prince Qin's manor filled with forbidden troops and wards to charge in would mean certain death and worse. She had now seen the true face of Prince Qin. Kyumak widened her eyes and asked who it was. Shu Ti replied it was Qin Shiking, the chief warden. Hearing that name, Kyumak propped her against a tree, shocked. Wasn't Qin Shiking dead? Shu Ti nodded, saying his body was just an empty shell steered by his soul. She explained it was the first stage of the golden body art, copper skin, where the flesh hardens like black iron, impervious even to celestial spells. Her tone sank as she spoke of the next stage, bone forging, where the body transcends humanity, morphing freely. Tai Lan had reached it, yet still fell to Kyumak. Calmly, arms behind her back, she said that in the first two stages, spirit and flesh remain linked, but at the golden body level, the body's merely a shell. Destroyed or not, it no longer matters. That's why they can't die, Shu Ti murmured while Kyumak frowned, so killing Qin Shaking only made him stronger. Body gone, soul buff, nonsense! Shu Ti clenched her fists, saying their method for destroying Dao Su couldn't work on him. Sternly she warned his body itself is crafted from celestial laws, forcing alchemy would backfire and alert their enemies, so even to save the veterans, they mustn't act rashly. Her voice softened yet trembled with worry. If Kyumak kept relying on that power, once the great Dao retaliated, he wouldn't survive the backlash. After a long pause, he nodded. First, they'd evacuate the veterans and use Shu Ti's foresight to keep the enemy off guard. Night fell in Qin King's hall. Luohan knelt beneath dim lamps, reporting that Daosis and Tai Lan's soul tokens had shattered, and the immortal sects suspected the Q clan. The minister frowned. How could such high-level beings fall to mere mortals? Qin Wang sat in shadow, voice deep unsurprising. Since even Zhu Qing was injured, arrogance killed them. Then he asked for Q Mok's whereabouts. Luohan bowed, saying there were no clues yet, only that they avoided direct conflict. Qin Wang sneered and ordered NC pass sealed, all veterans seized for purging. His eyes gleamed, a cruel smile curved. Had personally welcomed those heroes with blood and steel. Meanwhile, at NC Pass, once a royal retreat, the air hung heavy, waiting for a storm. In the main hall, a middle-aged man downed huge cups of wine, drowning himself in endless drunkenness. Beside him, a scholar in round glasses frowned in concern, but General Hai only smirked. A soldier like me lives for the realm. Now the court's fallen, perhaps fate has too. He rasped in disappointment, unable to grasp how a monarch could make his people suffer without remorse. Memories surged. The emperor had once decreed in the palace study that offending the immortal sect was forbidden, while General Hai knelt, begging to sever the sacred line to weaken the great Dao clan. His voice broke. Tax burdens crushed the people, yet the court stayed deaf, pushing them to ruin. But the emperor roared, "Enough!" saying the people must endure first, and history would judge right and wrong. Words as cold as knives. Snapping back, General Hai slammed his cup down, wine splattering as he bellowed, "Fools! Utter fools! The whole court kneels like cowards!" When his fury faded, he gazed at the stars and sighed. More hatred from the people only lulled the king deeper into delusion. Under the pale moon, turmoil rose in his chest. He whispered, "Perhaps it's time for a new ruler," making the scholar gasp and plead for silence, fearing treason. Just then, a soldier rushed in, envoy from Great Chun Prefecture, summoning the general for an urgent meeting and ordering all surviving brothers to gather. Silence fell. General Hai met his companion's eyes. They both nodded, knowing trouble was near. A cold wind blew as he rose. The scholar tried to stop him, urging rest, but Hai replied easily, "No, I must go." A flicker of excitement crossed his weathered face. He longed to meet Qin Wang, the man who dared battle the inhuman, perhaps a true hero. Soon, the armored troop marched quietly through the foggy night, following their guide down a misty street. Still tipsy, General Hai laughed and asked the leading cultivator's name. The man answered coldly, "Im Luohan, enforcer under Qin Wang," which only deepened Hei's curiosity about the summons. The cultivator merely glanced back, uttered a short phrase, and strode on ahead. Watching him fade into the dark, Hai felt a chill. This man was neither mortal nor of righteous sex. The path grew pitch black, no lamps at all. Hai asked why not take the main road, but Luohan said coldly, "That route's sealed, even Qin Wang's command can't break it." Then came heavy panting from behind. A soldier collapsed, begging for rest. Luohan turned, voice low and clipped. "What's wrong?" Hai answered for him. The march was long, the old veterans exhausted, only asking a brief stop. Seeking peace, Hai clasped his hands politely. "Please, Forge Master Luo, forgive them, they're wounded veterans, their pace slow." The reply was a mocking snort. Luohan jerked his chin and spat a single word, "Trash." That single razor-sharp word struck Hai like a blade. Dread crawled down his spine. In the dim light, Luohan's face emerged, eyes cold. He murmured that a few mortal lives were nothing compared to 3 million wrathful spirits outside. Instantly, Hai roared and ordered troops to formation. The bespectacled man and the soldiers drew weapons, ready to fight. Tension strung tight as wire, yet Luohan stayed calm. Hai stepped forth, thunder in his voice. 40 years of slaying abominations, and he knew this one was a fiend. Luohan smirked, praised his sharp tongue, but even as he spoke, white mist coiled at his feet. In a flash, his body blurred into lightning, lunging forward. "Let me send you to your grave." But a crimson sword light tore through the air toward him. Caught off guard, Luohan froze mid-stride, smoke swirling around his halted form. All eyes turned to where the sword light came. 2 figures lounging casually atop a tree branch. None other than Q Mok and Shu Ti. Q Mok grinned, joking, "Moon's dim, wind's high, perfect night for a little slaughter." As the smoke cleared, Luohan's body was soaked in blood. The red blade of Q Mok's sword pierced straight through his chest, glowing menacingly. Q Mok and Shu Ti stood calm as strolling through a garden. He sneered, saying only a madman would come alone. Luohan, leaning against a wall, gasped but accepted defeat. If he fell to Kia's blade, so be it. Luohan nodded faintly in respect, but Q Mok's smile stayed cold, mocking that a steel body with an empty soul was no true Dao. Enraged, Luohan snarled, "They, like Tai Lan, were immortal, no mere sword could kill them." Shu Ti replied coolly, "If body swapping could grant eternal life, why had the immortal sect still chased divine incense for millennia?" Her words, soft as breeze but sharp as blades, sliced through Luohan's conviction. He suddenly realized, once the body's gone, the soul is but a rudderless boat adrift in samsara. Shu Ti's calm eyes watched the dying man. She said the moment he severed his flesh, his life became a candle flickering in the wind, and Tai Lan's Shove turned to dust long ago. The 2 generals witnessed everything, stunned to realize the Great Chun Prefecture's legend was merely the immortal sect's mask deceiving the world for ages. A tear slid down General Hei's cheek as he choked out, "Where could lost souls like them still belong?" Q Mok replied, "There's still one place," naming Song He Wang, once a famed general of South Province. Sternly, Q Mok continued, "Song He was quietly rising in rebellion in the south. Though poor, his spirit remained strong. If they united, he'd lead them to his banner." A soldier hesitated, whispering if that man was trustworthy. The one ahead turned back and nodded firmly. Q Mok spoke true. The bespectacled scholar wavered, mentioning Hai's father. Hai only smiled sadly. He'll understand. If the throne doesn't change, the nation dies. He bowed, asking Qmok to lead the way. Hearing her name, Shuti startled, blushing and stammering, "And me? What do you plan to do with me?" Before an answer came, hurried footsteps echoed through the clearing, trouble approaching fast. Elsewhere, Luhan staggered to his knees, bloodied, bowing before a shadow shrouded in night. Trembling, he reported the Q clan had intervened while escorting the veterans, wounding him before he could recover. He recounted the whole encounter. Kneeling low as the shadowed figure stepped forward, he barely survived just to report the enemy had fled Great Qin Prefecture. As the figure stopped before him, a voice hissed coldly through clenched teeth, "Escape, futile dream." Half of Qin Wang's face lay in darkness, eyes like ice. He said slowly it was wise not to face him directly. Even Thailand perished, the Q clan showing up only made cleansing easier. Yet Luhan blooded his lips, smirked slyly, mockingly praising Qin Wang as truly peerless. In a flash, he lunged like lightning, fingers blazing red like blood-forged blades. His body twisted grotesquely, hair sprouting wild, face contorting into something inhuman, with a hideous grin left behind. It was Qmok in disguise. He laughed hoarsely, voice dripping mockery. "So, Qin Wang, how do you plan to deal with me now?" But Qin Shiking merely raised 3 fingers, pinching the blades tip, his face calm, as if everything had been foreseen. With a slight squeeze came a chilling crack. The famed blood sword shattered, scattering into sparks that vanished midair. Meanwhile, in the dark alley, Qmok watched the real Luhan dying, thinking coldly someone must distract the enemy, so the group can reach South Province. Shuti fit that role best. Then he scratched his head with a wry grin, half joking, half sincere, that bait duty suited him more, and she should focus on saving lives. Her face paled, heart pounding. She asked anxiously, "You mean to infiltrate Great Qin Prefecture alone?" Yet Qmok only smiled softly, voice calm, "When the time comes, I'll know what to do. Don't worry." He then grabbed Luhan's collar, eyes sharp as blades, demanding the final hiding place of Qin Wang. Suddenly, Luhan's body glowed gold. He rasped weakly that Qin Wang's perfected body merged with celestial law, turning every attack into inner power. Back in the present, Qin Shaking stood unmoved, lightning glowing from his hand, sneering, "So, Luhan's dead by your hands." Qmok dodged, smiling outwardly but shaken inside, realizing that man's body was truly a golden body construct. He gathered blazing crimson energy at his fingertips. In a flash, shattering void finger struck forth, piercing the foe's forehead like lightning, splitting the sky. Yet Qin Wang only smirked, mocking that trick, the Q clan's best nursery scare. The wound on Qin Shaking's brow sealed instantly. He sneered, "Did you think him still that weakling of old?" Golden runes blazed across his skin, crawling down his arm as bones bulged and warped grotesquely. Then golden light cloaked him whole, his right arm elongated into a sword. His voice rumbled, "Cold once was mercy, twice is death." With that, he lunged forward, swift and savage as a tiger strike. Cutscene. The narrator briefly thanked viewers for watching Soul Contract, but suddenly, Qin Shaking twisted midair, slashing diagonally at Qmok's chest. The unexpected blow landed clean. Blood spurted. Qmok froze, realizing his demonic blood shield spell had shattered. Staggering, he clutched the wound as red-black sparks flared violently around him. Then he saw the gash still glowing gold. His regenerative art had been completely nullified. Qin Shiking laughed, left hand also turning into a sword, boasting, "Everything I destroy becomes part of me. That's true golden body." Raising both glowing blades skyward, he proudly named the technique Unforgiven Sin. Opposite him, Qmok tore open his bloodied shirt, revealing scorched, mutated skin, signs of a body long altered. Glancing at the 3 deep cuts, he muttered with a faint smirk, "Women, huh?" Seeing his foe falter, Qin Shiking roared with glee, "Clever tricks, but you're still leagues beneath this king." He advanced like a beast to prey, snarling, "Let's see how much flesh you've left for me to harvest." Qmok braced himself, refusing to yield a single step. In that instant, he calculated fast. Physical blows absorbed, inner energy hurts but can't sustain that. Body's a living monster. Qin Shiking's twin sword arms gleamed as he closed in, sneering, "What's wrong? Where's the Q clan's famed arrogance now?" Suddenly he shot up like lightning, shouting, "Defying the immortal sect is sin. Tonight I'll enact divine punishment." Twin blades slashed down, golden arcs tearing the air, wrapped in storming, killing intent. Qmok spat blood, growling fear. Never heard of it. The twin golden blades blazed, slicing through the night in blinding light. Qmok countered with a crushing punch. Red and gold energies collided, exploding, shaking space itself stalemate. He gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with feral resolve and killing will. Using the recoil, Qmok thundered another punch, smashing aside both swords and driving his fist straight into Qin Shiking's face. The steel-like blow snapped Qin Shiking's neck sideways with a brutal crack. Still, Qmok pressed on, fist bleeding, while Qin Shiking spun midair, laughing hoarsely, "Ah, youth so gloriously reckless." Then his twisted neck jerked straight like a serpent. His voice hissed, "Reckless. Pay the price." Instantly, fire burst from Qmok's wounded arm as Qin Shiking howled madly, "Your flesh shall merge with mine, your soul, my sacrifice to immortality." Crimson flames engulfed Qmok, burning half his body. His face split, one half smirking defiantly, the other bearing Qin Shiking's mocking features. "Taunting child, is that all you've got?" Qmok roared like thunder, "Ask Martial Saint yourself in the underworld." Then unleashed blood demon dissolution, invoking the Crimson Moon art. In an instant, Q-Mok's body swelled, blood surging through every vein. His clothes burst apart as Qin Shiking froze. Sensing his blood energy surpass life's limit, Q-Mok only laughed wildly. "You're right, I was part of you all along." "Hoarse but fierce," he growled, "you think to absorb me. Now our bodies are one, let's see if your metal shell can endure my sea of blood." Qin Shiking screamed, "Madman," but Q-Mok laughed louder. "Say hi to Marshal Saint for me in the underworld." Then came an earth-shaking explosion, fire and shockwaves devoured all. Q-Mok smiled faintly, whispering, "Shuti, forgive me, escape's no longer an option." After the blast, he sat before the battle evaluation screen, muttering analysis, physical strikes useless, inner force non-lethal, only mutual annihilation works. He chuckled softly, concluding, "Then let's burn together." Qin Shiking hoped the system gives me bonus points this time. But the screen lit up with a huge message: reckless violent behavior rated foolishly brave. Staring blankly, Q-Mok froze, feeling like he'd fallen from heaven to the abyss. Then a familiar woman's voice scolded, "You're causing chaos again, aren't you?" Q-Mok spun around, shocked by the figure before him. Seeing Shuti, he panicked like a guilty child, stepping back, babbling, "I was just stalling for time, things escalated too fast." Shuti sighed, stepping close, her breath brushing his cheek. Her eyes turned sharp, she said quietly but firmly, "Mutual destruction may still not be enough, Qin Shiking lives." Q-Mok frowned, replying coolly, "Not dead. He figures someone like him doesn't die easy." Suddenly his eyes widened, he sensed something off. He shouted, voice trembling, "Shuti, how do you know that? You're not real!" Scene cut, moonlit silence, two figures sitting across from each other beneath a flickering flame in an old house. In the still room, General Hai spoke gravely, "Never thought immortals would spare my life." The bespectacled man nodded, praising Miss Q as unlike any common aberration. The man turned toward the dark road, warning softly, "Stay alert." Q Qinjiang promised a countermeasure against the Dao soldiers to turn fate for the Q clan. General Hai clenched his fist to his chest, eyes firm, "Even if it costs my life, I'll protect her." Meanwhile, deep within a quiet chamber, Shuti meditated. Amid blue light beside her lay the Qiankan pouch and motionless Luohan awaiting the destined battle. In another realm, flames consumed the great Qin estate, infernos rising to burn even the heavens. From the golden blaze, a figure emerged, towering like a god amid ashes. It was Qin Shiking, face twisted with hatred, veins bulging as he roared, "Qiu clan, from this day heaven and earth hold no room for us both." Dawn broke over the courtyard where Q-Mok sat by a stone table, body shattered yet not gone. He sneered, "This so-called golden body art should be named the Dog King technique." Shuti beside him replied softly, "A Dao soldier's but a soulless vessel, destroying the shell may not end the spirit." Q-Mok said gravely, "Unless we uproot both the Dao sect and Qinhuang, they'll return to deceive the world again." Rumors of Ko City spread, but not enough to shake their core. Calmly, Shuti nodded, analyzing those two matters intertwined. It was fear of Ko City's truth that drove the Dao sect to strike first. Her voice hardened, eyes glinting with killing intent. "If I reveal a truth more shocking than Ko City itself, public opinion will turn, and the Dao sect will crumble." Q-Mok raised a brow, stroking his chin, "A truth even greater than the world's biggest lie." Then it hit him. He slammed the stone table and stood, shouting, "The ultimate hoax, the great Qin prefecture itself!" Shuti smirked, eyes gleaming behind her veil. "Exactly. I stored the memory of Tai Lang's collusion with Dao Shu in my mind. See, with the proper seal, all truth will be revealed." She smiled gently, raising two fingers toward Q-Mok, "And within Luhan lies the essence of the golden body art. If all goes well, I can end it all in one strike." Hearing that, Q-Mok gazed at her in silence, so intently that Shuti blushed, stammering, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Q-Mok replied calmly, voice low and warm, "You've planned it all, keeping Luohan to study how to counter the golden body. If I live, I'll find you. If not, finish this mission, so our gamble won't be in vain." Shuti hesitated, smiling shyly, scratching her cheek like a flustered girl. "Your dream's too big for me to grasp, but fine. I'll bet on it once more." Q-Mok laughed heartily, turning to leave with firm stride. "You've worked hard for my sake. I won't let it waste. With the dream layer's power, I can still turn the heavens." Shuti silently watched his fading figure, heart trembling. She feared one day he'd sink too deep into that dream and never return. The thought echoed through the mist, if this dream world feels so real, would he still know which life is true? Elsewhere, a commander's shout rang out like a war bell. "Arrest all veterans of Ko City. Charge treason. Escort them to Great Qin Prefecture for judgment." Before the order ended, a soldier burst in, "Breathless, Your Highness. Qinhuang, a major incident the citizens at West Market just witnessed." Qin Shiking frowned, voice like ice. "Witnessed what?" The soldier stammered. "Someone threw a water mirror into the crowd. It showed Tai Lang meeting Dao Su. The whole city saw." Indeed, above the packed square, a massive water screen shimmered, displaying Tai Lang conversing with Dao Shu, leaving the crowd stunned. Whispers spread, suspicion rising. Someone murmured, silencing all. "Why did Tai Lang kneel before that heretic?" Suddenly, a man shouted, "We've been deceived." A woman gasped beside him, "Impossible. Wasn't the Qin Prefecture our protector against aberrants?" Fury ignited, the crowd roared curses. "We fled monsters only to serve them. Qinhuang, just a guard dog for the heretics." As anger peaked, a golden arrow shot down through the air. In a blink, it struck the water mirror, shattering it into glittering fragments. From the sky descended Qin Shiking, bow gleaming, voice booming, "Don't be fooled. That was illusion crafted by aberrants. I'll purge them all and clear the Qin name." Landing amid the square, he spoke calmly, "Everyone leave now. A battle's coming. Blades spare no bystander." An old man in the crowd hesitated, is this true or false? Before he finished, a youth cried, trust Qin Wang, has always defended us. Then a stern middle-aged man stepped forward, your highness, if that vision is real, summon Tai Lang to face us, let the people judge. Qin Shiking's face tightened, his voice dropped cold. Tai Lang's being controlled, bewitched by heretics. They trap me because I'm their greatest threat. But before he finished, the ground trembled, ripples formed as droplets gathered into another water mirror, its burst of light throwing the crowd into chaos. This time, the image showed not Tai Lang but Luohan and disguised soldiers. Shocking the crowd, was he about to slaughter the people of Ko City too? Rage erupted, voices roared, Qin Wang, those veterans once bled for the realm. Why call them monsters? When will you speak the truth? Qin Shiking sneered arrogantly, my immortal teacher long taught me how to silence noisy peasants. Instantly, his calm mask fell, his face twisted with malice, voice freezing the square. As he spoke, shadows lunged from behind him, weapons glinting like lightning. 8 armored figures landed in formation, eyes empty and cold. Qin Shiking strode forward proudly, I knew you'd come. Show yourselves or shall the people die in your place. The crowd exploded, someone shouted, Qin Wang, you're a heretic's dog. Others begged, trembling, don't kill us, we're just bystanders. Qin Shiking waved his hand lazily, voice like ice, kill them all. The soldiers charged like ravenous beasts, slaughtering wildly, blood flooding the square. Chaos reigned, yet in that hair's breadth moment, something strange occurred. White frost petals drifted down, freezing soldiers mid-step, their weapons shattered into glittering dust. Qin Shiking's eyes flared red, pupils swallowed by darkness, he roared, the shame of last night, ill wash it in your blood. Q Mok arched a brow with a mocking grin, last night, huh? Sounds scandalous, care to elaborate. Suddenly, behind him, a band of armed fighters charged in, shouting, Qin Wang, we've come to aid you. But before they reached him, an icy gale sliced through. Shu Tai leapt high, shouting, your opponent is me! Amid smoke and fire, Q Mok laughed, calling out, good one, Shu Ti, show him what real cold feels like. Facing Qin Shiking, Q Mok flared with power, red lightning crackling, can't let you outshine me, T, my turn to play! Qin Shiking's veins bulged, glowing gold, his voice boomed, last night I drank Q blood, now you'll taste your own art! His body swelled, armor tearing apart as he roared, try this heaven demon blood art. Q Mok froze, stunned, impossible, that technique is mine, how can he wield it? Before he recovered, Qin Shiking lunged, knee crashing into his chest like a thunderbolt. He unleashed triple crest quad wave force, the shockwave flinging Q Mok like a dry leaf into a stone wall. The solid wall cracked and collapsed, burying his bloodied body beneath falling rubble. When the dust settled, half of Q Mok's body jutted from the debris, blood pouring from his shoulder, breath faint as dying embers. Qin Shiking stood tall, one leg raised, smirking coldly, another one meets his ancestors. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shu Tai raised an ice barrier, walls of frost surrounding her like a fortress, blocking the berserk soldiers' onslaught. Even while fighting, her gaze flicked toward Q Mok, realizing Qin Wang wasn't just absorbing power, he was copying his foe's celestial abilities beyond mortal logic. Qin Shiking's voice thundered, by decree of the martial convergence, the immortals granted me supreme arcane power! He raised his hand, golden light surged, every foe I've faced, their arts are eternally copied by my golden body! As the light faded, hundreds of golden swords shimmered around him through celestial transmutation. I can wield the skills of anyone! Without hesitation, golden swords shot out like furious serpents, aiming straight for Qmu's still heart. At that moment, a glowing panel appeared before Qmu, internal energy remaining 7 days, revives left 1. Before he could turn, Tan Shiking heard a chilling hiss, then Qmu's blood-soaked form lunged, his crimson sword blazing like hellfire. Die! Qmu roared, unleashing the heaven-cleaving sword art, his sword ripping space apart with a storming blast. The slash cleaved Tan Shiking's body in half vertically, blood spraying like a crimson mural across the sky. But before joy could rise, the two halves sealed back together. Tan Shiking smirked, still as dumb as ever. In a breath, his body was whole again, eyes gleaming savagely. Good, the Q clan showing up early saves me the trouble. Qmu gripped his blood sword calmly, knowing the foe was beyond reason, he'd need several more deaths to find a weakness. Tan Shiking laughed wildly, then let me teach you to spare, and mirrored the heaven-cleaving sword art himself. Red and gold energies collided, light exploding as the ground split and space twisted under crushing pressure. They crashed like colliding planets, red and gold intertwining, earth and sky trembling in apocalyptic thunder. Qmu gritted his teeth through torn flesh and flayed skin, yet his eyes never wavered. Then his body shattered into countless bloody fragments, dissolving like ashes in the void. Instantly, the glowing panel returned. Qmu's eyes snapped open, reflecting his remaining revives. 7 days later, the battlefield lay in ashes. Tan Shiking appeared, lightly wounded but healing fast, sneering at any who'd test his flaw. This time, Qmu abandoned the sword. He raised a spear and shot forward like lightning. The spear and sword clashed, flames erupting. Tan Shiking shouted that no technique could hold more than a few exchanges. When the battle ended, Qmu stood drenched in blood, smirking faintly as he heard his foe's final taunt. The notification board flared again, showing his dwindling resurrection count. Slowly, Tan Shiking's wound sealed, flesh reborn as he laughed thunderously. Yet Qmu didn't retreat. He dropped his weapon, gathering force barehanded, forming a colossal fist to crush all. Tan Shiking only sneered, fists tightening, mocking the Q clan's pitiful tricks. Then their fists collided, one infernal, one divine, shattering heaven and earth in a blinding detonation. Tan Shiking trembled with manic ecstasy, eyes blazing with the thrill of power. Power surged outward, collapsing the battlefield, fire and debris flooding the air. When the smoke cleared, Q-Mu opened his eyes once more, gaze steadfast though body failing. The status board glowed quietly again, final revival remaining within 7 days. Amid blood-soaked ruins, only Tan Shiking stood tall. Behind him, countless corpses of Q-Mu, each a dead replica. Healing himself with a proud grin, he vowed to erase the Q clan, but from the dust Q-Mu reappeared, calm, saying, "The real fight hasn't even begun." Just then, a seemingly dead arm twitched among the rubble. In an instant, 4 Q-Mu bodies sprang up, locking Tan Shiking's limbs like living clamps. At the center, Q-Mu clenched his fist, uttering one icy word. "Detonate!" The explosion ripped space apart, obliterating Tan Shiking into dazzling golden dust. Amid the chaos, Q-Mu stood with hands behind his back, watching the golden dust fade and murmured, "At least you died beautifully." Suddenly, the golden light didn't fade but gathered into a human shape. A familiar voice echoed, "Those tricks are useless, your Q clan can only watch." Tan Shiking reappeared, whole and arrogant, declaring that no matter how many times he was slain, had revived through supreme power. Instantly, his body fully regenerated, his proud smile accompanied by a cold reminder of those who'd sacrificed themselves to detonate before. Yet at that moment, Q-Mu tilted his head slightly, a faint smile curling his lips. He burst out laughing, eyes locking onto his foe, teasing, "Who said I've lost?" As the words ended, the golden aura around Tan Shiking exploded, blinding the sky before vanishing completely. He froze in horror, eyes wide, turning toward the rooftop where a lone figure stood, his golden body already destroyed. It was none other than Shuji, standing in icy radiance, hands forming seals, aura of ancient frost casting a spell. The formation erupted. Tan Shiking's body cracked apart as he screamed madly, terrified, demanding what they had done to him. Q-Mu walked forward calmly, smirking. "Old man, ever heard of turning flesh into a sword?" Sending Tan Shiking reeling as if struck by lightning. His mind flashed back to that old afternoon when Q-Mu and Shuji discussed that Tan Shiking was a spell-construct living material that couldn't die. Then Shuji had mused that the more intricate the magic, the easier it was to unravel. Even a small flaw could turn it into a disaster, and they could use that to enslave him. Hearing that, Q-Mu's eyes lit up like he'd found treasure, asking if he could refine him. Shuji said yes, but under brutal conditions. She explained that with his superior physique and mightier inner force, breaking the golden fire chains around Tan's body was easy, no sacrifice needed. However, she warned that damaging the host body could alter the spell structure, but failure meant both would die under his wrath. Then she shook her head, saying that without separating his spirit from his body, they couldn't seize control yet. Thus Shuji sighed, pitying those who tampered with soul-forging arts, for a warrior's will at that level was harder than steel. Q-Mu smiled, concluding that Tan Shiking worshipped power, seeing death and destruction as his personal creed. He smirked slyly, eyes glinting, for that extreme belief was the fatal flaw Tan would never notice. Shuji nodded firmly, suggesting they rehearse in a dreamscape first. Q-Mu agreed with an easy grin. Then he closed his eyes, loosening his mind, letting his soul sink deep into the subconscious. In that imagined space, Tan Shiking appeared vividly, an almost perfect replica of the real one. Instantly, the two soared into battle against the dream's Tan King. Q-Mu struck first, shattering the opponent's lower body and shouting orders to his ally. From afar, Shuji removed her blindfold, nodding back without hesitation. Yet her spell remained unstable, making the Tan King's form shift wildly. Gold statue one moment, armored beast the next. Q-Mu groaned that her sword training spawned freaks, making Shuji blush and promised to fix it. Time passed as they repeated endlessly. Now Q-Mu warned gravely, "One chance only," and she nodded in understanding. Then she raised her hand, drawing a streak of light through the sky, hurling it toward the golden glow below. In midair, Tan Shiking roared madly that he was the supreme Tao construct forged by an immortal master, impossible to subdue. Yet his body melted away, reshaping into a sword, his final breath growling that his choice had never been wrong. Then Tan Shiking's whole body blazed, turning completely into a golden sword gleaming midair. Q-Mu stepped forward, grasping the hilt and feeling the trembling power within his palm. He wiped the blade gently, raised it high, and declared boldly that the Tan King's sword had surrendered. Shuji smiled, fixing her tousled hair, softly asking how he'd known it would collapse so smoothly. Q-Mu tapped the radiant blade, replying, "Too hard means too brittle. I foresaw this ending back in the dreamscape." Memory flashed under a bronze-hued mist tree. They discussed the method, Shuji saying if they shattered his body and wove seals into the fragments, it'd be enough. Q-Mu had agreed, saying if she hid power within those shards had reabsorb, they'd pierce his very heart meridian. In an instant, back in reality, Q-Mu wrapped the golden sword in white cloth, slung it behind his back and said thoughtfully his enemy's Tao heart was strong outside but fragile within, a mirror sheathed in steel. He added that countless defeats had crushed that faith, and Shuji's blow to the golden body finally shattered his brittle spirit. Shuji stayed silent, making Q-Mu frown and ask gently if he'd said something wrong. She smiled faintly, voice soft as wind, "No, you're right. I just feel you've grown up a lot." Q-Mu blushed, scratching his head awkwardly, but sighed inwardly. In dream years, I'm already 100. Then Shuji asked, "The Tan King's gone, old chaos ended, what now?" He replied between bites, "Fight's done. Now I eat." Soon a feast spread before them, dishes exquisite, fragrance filling the room. Kyumu devoured like a storm, laughing and urging Shuji to eat. She shook her head helplessly, warning him to slow down or choke. Still uneasy, Shuji tilted her head and asked softly if he truly meant to let things rest. Kyumu, chewing, answered, yeah, let it drift for now. Yet she recalled the mirror at the Shuimo market, fleeting shadows of an iron wolf and Dao hermit, hinting someone was watching. Kyumu stayed calm, talking through mouthfuls. I told Ting Chao Tower to lock the news down. We can investigate later. Shuji only nodded slightly, face serene but mind alert, deciding to verify it herself. Suddenly, a blue gleam flickered in her eyes, spreading a cold radiance. Then a massive monster's head appeared in her vision, mouth wide, light swirling within. Shuji gasped, clutching her head in pain. Kyumu rushed to her, panic in his voice. He caught her, asking urgently if she'd used those eyes again. She panted but forced a reply, find the enemy's just too wary. Hearing that, Kyumu grew pensive, suspicion flickering as he tried to discern who the true foe was. At that moment, the scene shifted to a mountain peak, two figures overlooking a town, voices low, discussing Shuimo art and the Tan King's fall. The man called Gongzi stayed silent, gazing afar, saying those of great ambition needn't fret. Details the Grand Dao sect's play nears its end. Li Gan glanced sideways, asking if Kyumu might be a dual-force martial master, someone who should have been famous already. Gongzi frowned slightly, tone calm but heavy. Not that simple, the power in him exceeds mortal bounds. Li Gan blanched, stammering if he bore demon blood. Gongzi folded his arms, replying coldly, can't confirm yet, report to my foster father first. A gentle wind swept past, carrying golden leaves slowly through the air, painting false peace. Below, the town bustled, unaware that the Tan King was gone, every witness bound by Kyumu's orders, as if nothing had ever happened. Turns out, the one behind Tan Shiking had always been Chu Mu, who used the chaos to impersonate the Tan King and infiltrate the Grand Dao sect to uncover its hidden schemes. High above, the Grand Dao sect elder gazed down at disciples, bowing in reverence. An organization spanning Central Zhou with near absolute power and prestige. Yet corruption plagued all 9 regions. Though past events exposed the truth between humans and anomalies, the people forgot, still worshipping the sects as saviors. Thus faith in the sects became shackles, and the Great Tan Manor was built beside Central Zhou to tighten that dependence. In truth, Emperor Yang was but a puppet of the Grand Dao elders, while the Tan King was crafted as a symbol to expand their influence across the world. Knowing this plot, Kyumu secretly had Hai Siwen send word straight to Emperor Yang, startling the ruler who thought he held the world's reins. Half a month passed quietly until an angry roar shattered the calm from a floating tower in the sky. The stern elder bellowed, eyes blazing, declaring Tan Shiking dead and demanding to know who had impersonated him all this time. Downey bowed, pleading calm, saying though Tan Shiking was weak, he was cunning, had infiltrated the Great Tan Manor and foiled their plans, surely no ordinary man. Beside him, Dao Jun stroked his chin with a cold grin, suggesting the culprit wasn't of the immortal sects. Since a pact bound them, he must come from elsewhere. After his rage cooled, the elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, admitting the 8 other sects still maintained balance. No open war yet, but this could not be ignored. He then ordered Dao Ni to hunt the culprit down, erase all traces, and if the traitor was from the sects, bring back proof. Dao Ni obeyed, turning away with a glint of pride. He shot Dao Zhen a mocking look, telepathically sneering that the stray dog was lucky to be taken in. Dao Zhen only smiled faintly, gaze calm as if the insult never reached him. He even clasped his hands politely, murmuring, safe travels, senior brother, mind the wind doesn't tug your robe. When Dao Ni's silhouette vanished, the elder turned again, assigning Dao Zhen a separate mission, which he accepted without hesitation. Elsewhere, life remained peaceful. Townsfolk chatted merrily, unaware of the storm brewing above the clouds. Strange sounds echoed closer and closer, making passersby freeze with uneasy eyes. A moment later, the sky flared, countless streaks of light shot down like meteors, sending the crowd into panic. Those beams tore across the heavens, striking the streets below, flashing like the prologue of calamity. Above, Dao Ni led a group flying on swords, voice icy as he scolded the rats below for thinking they could deceive him. He swung his arm, unleashing a massive azure radiance that exploded across the sky. A building beneath was cleaved apart amid his furious roar as he demanded the Hidden One show himself. Where the light struck, the ground caved inward, leaving a colossal handprint, symbol of a being from the immortal realm. From that imprint, golden energy surged upward, forming countless glowing spears shooting into the air. A shout erupted, Golden Key, defend yourselves, as Dao Ni's followers cast protective barriers of golden light. But the shields shattered instantly, ripped apart by sword. Kai screams followed as bodies fell and burst within blinding gold. When the dust cleared, a lone figure stepped forth. It was Kyumu, his voice low and rough. This sword is called Shin Shin. Half his face was shrouded in darkness as he calmly narrated, blade length 2 Jiang 8, forged from subvolcanic gold ore, refined through true fire Dao flames. He smiled faintly, lifting the blade toward the heavens, and asked coldly, which of you dares test this celestial steel Dao with your own blood? Below, the townsfolk looked up, dazed and murmuring if this was dream or reality. In that instant, the sword flashed. One body was sliced cleanly in half midair. Then strike after strike followed, silver light tearing the sky as people screamed, calling him the Reaper. Landing with a swift slash through another foe, Kyumu said coldly, the Reaper is the sword itself. The rest reacted on instinct, unleashing spells, barriers, and all kinds of attacks. Thunder, fire, and beams poured down, drowning the streets in chaotic energy. Facing the storm, Kyumu only smirked, eyes gleaming like someone bored with the show. He raised his sword, wrist twisting into a sweeping cut, golden light slicing the sky like a storm blade. Amid flame and wind, Kyumu roared, "Tan King's sixth form!" His sword light blasted through the formation, scattering foes. Through the smoke, one yelled, "Don't split up, combine forces, capture him." Downey instantly agreed. All the cultivators formed a joint array, channeling their spirit power into one massive strike. The unified blast split the clouds, its concentrated might plunging straight toward Kyumu. Energy roared like it could tear space itself, closing in within a blink. Instead of dodging, Kyumu sprang upward, body twisting like a dragon rising from the abyss. In that moment, he swung a golden arc straight into the oncoming attack, ferocity of a tiger pouncing. Not only did he stop it, his sword light pierced through the backlash, flinging every floating foe away. The mutants gaped in horror, too stunned to speak. Someone screamed for Downey, begging for help, voice shaking in panic. But Downey's face turned pale. He shouted, "No! Has no immortal cultivator? Has the one who shattered my elder's core am not dying next?" With that, his spirit ship shot off and vanished, echoing faintly, "This ends here," leaving his men frozen in the sky. Kyumu didn't let them recover. His figure flashed, sword lunging like a predator on prey. The survivors panicked, scattering west in streaks of light. He stood still, voice icy, "Run fast, all you won't get far." Slinging the sword over his shoulder, Kyumu sneered that immortal sects were good only at bullying mortals. When the battle ended, the people below erupted in cheers, hailing the hero who destroyed the sect and saved a province from doom. Kyumu chuckled inwardly, heart alight. This was the perfect time to spread the scripture of humanity. Meanwhile, deep in a distant forest, General Hai bowed in thanks to a group of fairy maidens. Their leader smiled and introduced herself as Ajun, promising safe passage to the city lord's manor. Mid-sentence, Ajun froze, eyes sharpening like blades as she sensed something amiss. General Hai and the bespectacled man halted instantly, wary, asking what was wrong. Ajun narrowed her eyes, voice taut, "Someone's coming." More than one. No sooner had she spoken than a divine rope shot out of the void like a living serpent. In a blink, Ajun was bound tight to a tree, trapped within an invisible formation. From above, a figure descended, a cold smile curving his lips as General Hai drew his sword in alarm. "Long time no see," the newcomer murmured, while the man with glasses rushed to free Ajun and Hai stepped back defensively. Recognizing the face, General Hai gasped, "You're," but didn't finish. The man clasped his hands behind his back, laughing softly. "Now, I go by the Dao title Dao Jun." General Hai narrowed his eyes, voice low with caution, asking his purpose. Dao Jun merely smiled, "I just want a little talk." When he asked what about, Dao Jun stepped closer, tone turning icy, "I want to know who helped you escape the Great Tan Manor." General Hai stayed silent a moment, then asked back, "Do you mean the anomaly or him?" Dao Jun nodded slightly, eyes flashing as he uttered words that froze General Hai. "It was them." Then he smirked smugly, murmuring, "As I thought. Only your kind have the time to meddle in heaven's affairs." But General Hai cut him off sternly, calm yet heavy. "Ajun, we handed you to the anomalies so you'd live. No one asked you to come back for us." Dao Jun chuckled softly, "Indifferent, you think too much. I never blamed you." He even sounded grateful, claiming he'd long seen that rebellion as meaningless. His tone grew colder as he spoke of the cruel Great Yan Court, saying the immortal sects only required sincere incense, and people then lived peacefully, some even granted clean water. Finally, he declared firmly, "The Great Tan Manor is the true paradise among mortals." Furious, General Hai roared, "Your words invert heaven and earth. Only those who kneel to your sects are spared. Ordinary folk are bewitched by your false Dao." Dao Jun merely spread his arms with a thin smile, voice like a sermon. "Cultivators need steady incense flow. As long as mortals obey, no one suffers." Tilting his head, he asked innocently, "Where's the conflict between sect and mortal, really?" Unable to contain himself, General Hai shouted, "Mortals are imprisoned and punished at will. What you preach isn't humanism, it's anti-human." Dao Jun only stroked his chin, eyes glinting with deep thought. A moment later he looked up, smiling coldly, "Then tell me, what's the difference?" Uninterested in arguing further, he raised a hand, summoning an ancient mirror. Voice calm as if reading a decree. "Master ordered me to purge every rebel." The mirror blazed, sucking General Hai and the bespectacled man inside the illusion, leaving only Ajun bound as Dao Jun said coldly, "You'll all die soon, come with me. Maybe you'll survive." With that, the mirror spun and dropped gently into his palm, obedient as a tamed beast. Seeing this, Ajun screamed in fury, voice trembling with rage. Dao Jun turned slowly, half smiling, "Ah, almost forgot you." Ajun snarled back, mocking that his so-called incense Dao could never touch the true way. The retort made Dao Jun laugh, not even offended. Power unused is power wasted. He stepped closer, lecturing, "Gods and demons once drew strength from mortal incense. Spirit, choir, incense, it's the same. We merely walked ahead of the world." He stopped before Ajun, leaning in, voice low and piercing, "Life's unfair. The suffering pray to heaven, your temples take their coins. How's that any different?" Furious, Ajun shouted, "You're the same, greedy for incense, throwing the world into chaos. People starve, merchants fall, the nation rots." Her gaze turned icy, voice sharp. "Power and decrees are in your hands. Those who don't offer incense die. You, a man of the mortal world, have you forgotten your own people?" But Dao Jun only smiled, waving his hand to dissolve the ropes. "I've formed my golden core. Saving hundreds is trivial. I won't kill you. Just expose the Q clan and enjoy the coming show." Just then, a deep voice growled behind him, golden core of heaven's Tao, how does it taste? A monstrous head emerged and swallowed him whole, leaving only twitching legs. Ajun stood frozen, eyes wide in speechless horror. Before her, the man who struck stood tall, aura heavy like a demon god descended. She trembled so hard she could barely form broken words. Suddenly the stranger burst into laughter, hoarse and mocking. In the dim light, his burly frame appeared, silver hair, long beard drifting. He said lazily, so that's all there was to him. Ajun was still stunned, staring at the fallen mirror, her mind reeling. A golden core cultivator devoured whole. Who was that man? Then a massive hand reached down and gently picked the mirror up. The man handed it to Ajun, voice calm. This artifact's useless to me. Take them back to the mortal realm. She barely understood but nodded repeatedly. After passing the item, the old man said nothing more, turning away quietly. Ajun watched his fading figure, wondering how could a mere martial artist be so powerful. A chill ran down her spine as a thought flashed, could he be Wu? Just then, from another direction, a young man shouted, Foster father! You slew a golden core elder of the Grand Tao sect, isn't that too reckless? Won't this bring disaster? That youth was the same mysterious Gongzi who once observed the Great Tan battle, now walking beside Wu Shengren, worry clouding his face, urging focus on Qizhou or Nanzhou instead of opposing the Grand Tao sect. Wu Shengren glanced at him, eyes cold as steel. Tell me everything that happened in the manor. The young man bowed deeply, inwardly admiring how long his foster father had endured for the world's sake now. Perhaps he truly intended to raise an army and reshape fate. Meanwhile, at Tianhua Dao, General Hai gasped upon seeing the man before him. General Wu! Ajun smiled through tears, voice trembling. General Li, General Wu is safe. I sent a message with spirit stones to little junior sister. I hope she'll understand our hearts. Yet a shadow lingered in her joy. If that man truly was Wu Shengren, for the junior sister, this was no good news. The bespectacled man placed a hand on General Hei's shoulder, asking gravely, Fairy, any word from Central Zhou? Ajun clenched her fists, eyes bright. Little junior sister and hero Q have repelled the anomalies at the Great Tan Manor. The warriors are now studying his scripture, vowing to grow strong and crush the heretics. Hearing that, General Hai tilted his head, murmuring, the Mount Sumeru King scripture. If hero Q spreads it, could it affect my father? His also taking disciples, teaching that very art. But Ajun only laughed boldly, hands on hips. Righteous deeds fear nothing. You two heroes finish up here so we can return soon. With that, she pointed straight toward the city gate, shouting like a commander, we're here to find the last remaining leader. Meanwhile, as dusk vanished, a silent gathering formed in the courtyard of the Great Tan Manor. At its center, Q Mu sat meditating, twin streams of blue and red energy swirling around him, his mind echoing 4 deaths. 80 years of searching, now comes the chance to merge eternal life fist with Mount Sumeru's spirit. In a blink, the two forces clashed like tiger and dragon, the collision suffocatingly fierce. Qmu's body trembled violently, blood spraying as wounds covered him. Yet his face remained calm as he muttered, another deviation again. Through the agony, he mused, the Mount Sumeru scripture stagnates at tier 7. I used eternal life fist to push through. Indeed, dual cultivation of opposing paths is perilous. Still, he smiled faintly, seeing the relic in his hand nearly drained of energy, whispering, a grown man can't keep both, choosing one is fate. He then gently rotated his inner force at his fingertips, sensing the flow after refinement. The Mount Sumeru scripture now merged perfectly, his bloodline stabilizing. Exhaling deeply, Qmu sat once more, power roaring as he shouted, opening a new cycle of cultivation. Again, no matter how many times he failed, his roar echoed like war drums through the chamber. Again and again, until at last the two primal forces collided head-on within him. But this time they didn't annihilate each other, instead, they intertwined, splitting Qmu's body into 2 balanced halves existing in perfect harmony. He snapped his eyes open, left red, right green, and thundered, 80 years finally success! His blood surged beyond mortal limits. In a flash, his artifact displayed a terrifying number 220,000, tenfold his old peak. Then, Qiaomu stood before a wooden desk in silence, eyes deep as still water. In that quiet, he lifted a brush, carving each stroke onto white paper like inscribing his soul. The final stroke fell as if marking the dawn of a new era. At the top, he wrote 3 bold words, Ren Dao Jing, human Dao scripture. Smiling contentedly, he murmured, mortal or sage, walk this path and you shall attain. This is the martial way of humankind. Through resolve and clever moves, within 3 days the Ren Dao Jing upper volume spread across Great Qin, even to the capital, with help from Ting Chao Lo. An old man trembled, voice breaking. The Qiao clan truly did it! Hugging the scripture, tears streamed as he realized those centuries of toil await. This was the light at humanity's tunnel's end. Meanwhile, afar, Downey knelt beneath the silver waterfall, bowing to his meditating master. Master, martial Dao seems to be taking form. He lowered his head bitterly. The Qiao clan used Qinwang, turned me into a pawn. Their blood broke my protection. And now the world whispers of this Ren Dao Jing. The elder beneath the falls finally spoke, his voice echoing, the sect leader knows all. You need not fret. Yet his heart quivered. His master had rebuked him. The leader was displeased, his blunder weighed like sin. The elder, eyes fixed on the cascade, spoke calmly but coldly. Mortals may strive, yet never match cultivators. But this act shakes the Dao's roots. The Ren Dao Jing, penned by Hai Wu Nai, now venerated. Mortal cultivation against heaven, daydream folly. The world fell eerily silent, only his words echoing through the waterfall like divine decree. Then he turned slightly toward Dao Ni, voice icy. Even a small crack may fell a 1,000-mile dam. If this martial seed sprouts, it must be uprooted before it's too late. Sunlight glittered on water. Dao Ni bowed repeatedly. Yes, yes, Master-wise! Sect leader all-knowing! Elsewhere, in a pitch-black cave, a blood-curdling scream froze the air. Inside, a madman howled. He ruined me! Still no golden coral! Kill him! Kill him! Suddenly, a chilling voice came from the cave's mouth, cutting through madness. Qingzhou, junior brother, long time no see. How far has your cultivation recovered? Qingzhou roared. Why are you here? The newcomer strode in calmly. You wrecked the grand plan, endangered our sect. The leader sparing your soul is mercy enough. Qingzhou's face twitched into a warped grin. Spared from death but not from torment, eh? Been waiting for this day, haven't you? Fine, do it! The other replied serenely, voice tolling like a mountain bell. Brother, your pride breeds demonic haze. Persist and you'll destroy your own path. He was an intersect elder, eyes cold. By order of the leader, go to Southeast Sea continent, trace the Qiao clan, eradicate them completely. At that, Qingzhou's lips curved, tasting the iron tang of blood and command. His face twisted, eyes blazing madly. He laughed dryly, voice low as you command. The scene shifted to Yuani Palace, seat of supreme power. In the grand hall, the emperor flung his arms, scrolls and seals shattered, the echoes shaking the palace. Teeth gritted, he growled. So Qin Wang was but a puppet of the immortal sect. Great Qin ruled from central continent and I knew nothing. Rage made his body tremble with fury. Just then, a courtier rushed in, bowing. Your Majesty, one from Dadao Zong seeks audience, urgent matter. The emperor's eyes brightened, his rage easing. Let him in. Soon the hall cleared, sunlight slanting through lattice windows upon two figures, one emperor, one Taoist, tall and solemn as an ancient pine. The emperor squinted suspiciously. Hai Shangshu, a member of Wu Jihui. Do you have proof, immortal? Isn't that accusation too hasty? The Taoist stayed calm. Dadao Zong has verified it thoroughly. His identity is sure. A remnant of Wu Jihui, thus a traitor, threat to the realm. He frowned slightly, tone like ice. A flourishing Dian cannot harbor rebels, surely your majesty agrees. The hall tensed like a drawn bow. The emperor weighed his choices, shield Hai Wu Nai, and break from the immortal sects, or comply and risk the throne adrift in storm. Ancestral figures flashed in his mind, founding emperors guarding the dynasty's honor. To abandon Hai Wu Nai would betray their legacy. How could he face them in the Yellow Springs? At last, he furrowed his brow and chose dignity with retreat. Summon Hai Wu Nai to court for personal inquiry. If guilty, law shall judge. The Daiyan lineage must endure. The Taoist nodded once, voice hard as steel. Good, but if guilt is proven, execution and proclamation that Dian and Dadao Zong stand united in purging rebellion. The emperor said nothing, eyes heavy as he watched the Taoist's shadow fade down the corridor. Alone, he gripped his sword hilt, cold sweat soaking his palms, breathing ragged as after a battle without blades. Meanwhile, far away, an old man with silver hair gently taught children the Rendao Jing, saying, start early, build strong roots. The kids chimed, yes, teacher, just as 3 Feiyu guards in crimson armor entered. By royal decree, summon Hai Darren to the palace. The children burst into tears, clutching his robe. Hai Wu Nai only smiled kindly, patting their heads. It's fine, just a short trip. Study well while I'm gone. The leading guard bowed, hesitant. Sir, actually, His Majesty. Hai Wu Nai waved softly. No need, I understand. I won't make trouble for you or the emperor. He walked slowly as 2 guards followed, thinking after the Great Qun turmoil. The Qiao brothers' Rendao Jing had shaken even mutants. Surely someone now aimed to exploit it. Glancing back, serenity flickered in his eyes. If his old life could mislead the enemy, then it'd still serve one last purpose. Behind him, the children sobbed, watching their teacher fade through the gate. In those tearful eyes, he saw hope's light. He had met Siwan again. Seen Rendao Jing continue, Dian still had a chance to live. Without looking back, he strode toward the palace, aged yet steadfast as a mountain, heart whispering, to glimpse the Tao early, death holds no regret. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, someone slurped noodles loudly, as if the world held no greater concern than a hot bowl. Shu Ji sat across, frowning at Xiaomu, devouring happily. Rendao Jing spreads too fast, immortal sects will react soon. And is it its method like the lost ancient arts? Xiaomu grinned mid-bite, sharp eyes. Shu Ji. Similar, yes, but not the same. It's built not on immortal roots, but the Tao of humankind. Before he could finish, beg, a shadow crashed onto their table, wood trembling. Xiaomu, lightning fast, clutched his noodles and roared, damn it, who dares ruin my meal? The one who landed was Wei Yen, the fierce divine constable, panting hard as he barked, Qiao brothers, Ol Hai is in danger!